Chapter 1 Edward Newgate arrives at Konoha village. One Piece, it's real. With a roar, Whitebeard's life force was completely gone. Scenes flashed through his mind. If he were given another chance, he would not change his mind or his dream. He wants a family. He wanted to protect his family more. Roger, I'm here to reminisce about the past, my foolish sons. Come and meet your father again in a few decades. Whitebeard closed his eyes, but the expected disappearance of consciousness did not happen. The smoke and smell of blood from the battlefield disappeared. The noise around me disappeared. Wrong. Whitebeard suddenly opened his eyes, and the scene before him was no longer the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Be it Teach, Garp, Sengoku, Marco, they had all disappeared. Navy, pirates. All gone. Whitebeard touched his chest and found that the big hole in his chest that was blasted by the lava imp had disappeared. He then touched the side of his face and found that the half of his face that was blasted away by the lava imp had also been restored. There was no trace of gunshot wounds, knife wounds, or explosion wounds, and the condition was exactly the same as before the Battle of Marineford. If I didn't feel the discomfort from the hidden disease in my body. He even suspected that he was getting younger. The Kusukame is still here. Whitebeard tightened the Kusukame in his hand. This supreme sword has been with him for decades. He then tried using the Tremor fruit and the 3 colors of Haki, and found that these abilities were still in him. What special fruit ability brought him to this place? Or, is this heaven? What? Suddenly, a scream came from a distance, causing Whitebeard to look sideways. Is it the same heavenly dead soul as me? Just ask and you will know. The rushing river washed the moss-covered rocks, and also frightened Naruto Uzumaki, who accidentally fell into the river. The homemade fishing rod floated away along the current. But he had no time to feel sorry for the fishing rod. He was struggling in panic, but his feet seemed to be entangled in water plants. It made it difficult for him to surface. Help! Help! Gurulolulol. Naruto had forgotten how many mouthfuls of river water he had been forced to drink, and his physical strength was rapidly depleting as he struggled. In this despair, he had an idea that he didn't want to struggle anymore. Even if I survive, what does it matter? I will still be despised in the village? I will still be called a demon fox. Maybe I shouldn't have survived? Everyone in the village. You all want me to die, right? Naruto, who was only 5 years old, had such a pessimistic but realistic thought. At the same time, the Anbu ninja who was secretly monitoring Naruto was also suddenly startled. He didn't expect that this demon fox was just fishing, but would slip and fall into the rushing river. Just when he was about to go over and pick Naruto up, the body of this Anbu ninja suddenly stopped. It was an instinctive stiffness. What is that? The eyes of the Anbu ninja hidden under the mask widened, and he stared at the huge figure across the river. Summoning beast? Giant? How can someone be so tall? How can there be such a person in the wild of Konoha village? The tall figure that appeared in the sight of the Anbu ninja was Whitebeard. His height of 6.66 meters was unique in the ninja world. Whitebeard glanced at the yellow-haired kid who was gradually losing consciousness in the river. Then he glanced at the masked man across the river. He simply reached his hand into the water and grabbed Naruto's clothes like he was pinching a kitten. Pulled Naruto out of the water. Cough. Cough cough vomit. Naruto didn't know why he could breathe. He coughed continuously and vomited out the water in his stomach. His blurred consciousness slowly recovered at this time. Yes, is it Grandpa Hokage? Naruto tried hard to open his eyes, but was horrified to find that he was in mid-air. The ground beneath his feet was at least several meters away from him. It would be terrible if we fell down. What is that? Naruto suddenly found a pair of big shoes on the ground. The shoes were so big that he could get into them. And if he was not mistaken, he seemed to see 2 legs. When Naruto, who was soaking wet, turned his head stiffly, he found a big face behind him. Like a giant. The dead in heaven shouldn't drown, right? Whitebeard said in a muffled voice. He held Naruto and asked, "Little yellow-haired brat, who are you? Where is this place?" Gudong. Naruto swallowed secretly, and fear made him speak instinctively, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. This is Konoha village." Uzumaki Naruto? Konoha village? Never heard of that. Whitebeard frowned and asked again, "Which country is Konoha village in? Is it in the first half of the Grand Line? Or is it in the New World?" Ah! Naruto was stunned. Konoha village is in the Land of Fire. He didn't understand anything about the Grand Line or the New World. Hey! That monster over there! Let go of the demon fox! No, let go of Uzumaki Naruto! The Anbu ninja on the other side of the river realized that the situation was not good. He didn't know what the two were talking about, but he knew that the giant was definitely not a good person. The Hokage asked him to take care of the demon fox Uzumaki Naruto. Even if he was not very willing, the mission must also be performed. He also knew what kind of monster was inside the fox demon's body. Once that monster was released, the nine-tailed fox rebellion would happen again. Chenjomao. The Anbu ninja didn't have time to think about it. Make the seal decisively. Water style, water wave. A large amount of chakra condensed in his mouth, and a mouthful of old water spurted out of his mouth, forming a water gun like a waterfall, spanning the river surface that was more than 10 meters wide, and rushing straight towards Whitebeard. Water. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, realizing that it was a bit beyond common sense, a devil fruit ability that can control water. This is the first time I've seen it. Is there such a devil fruit in the sea? Whitebeard did not dodge or evade, and his observation haki could not detect any threat at all. The large amount of water rushing over his body did not make him feel weak. Whitebeard frowned. Water has always been the nemesis of devil fruit users. As long as the user is immersed in water, he will feel powerless. However, just now he did not feel any powerlessness at all, the water seemed fake. What? How is that possible? On the other side, the Anbu ninja was horrified. He used his body to withstand a ninjutsu. Hey, he heard the giant opposite speaking again. Masked brat. Whitebeard asked, "Do you know the world government? Do you know the Navy headquarters? Do you know the Whitebeard pirates? Do you know the Grand Line? Do you know the New World? Do you know devil fruits? Do you know the celestial dragons?" Faced with so many unfamiliar words, the Anbu ninja had no choice but to remain silent. He didn't understand a word. His silence made Whitebeard realize the seriousness of the problem. Whitebeard discovered that this world was no longer the world he was familiar with, he had come to another world. There is no world government and no marine headquarters here. There are no 4 emperors, no 7 warlords of the sea. He, Whitebeard, crossed. Whitebeard of the ninja world. Please collect. Please read. Daily update time periods, 12:01 in the morning and 12:01 in the afternoon. Updates are guaranteed, and the quantity is large and sufficient. Chapter 2 Uzumaki Naruto, Be My Son. Little yellow-haired boy, what kind of world is this? Whitebeard was silent for a few seconds, then he stared at Naruto in his hand and asked. This is the ninja world. Little Naruto trembled. Ninja world. Whitebeard frowned at the words he had never heard of before. Was this really not the world he lived in during his lifetime? Why did I come to this world? How to go back? During this short moment of thinking, Whitebeard threw Naruto into the air and slapped him in the side. Pagee. The Anbu ninja, who saw a good opportunity and wanted to launch a sneak attack on Whitebeard, did not expect that such a tall giant would react so quickly. He was caught off guard and was knocked flying. His body crashed into 2 large trees by the river, blood gushed out of his mouth, and countless bones in his body were broken. The whole person was dying. Almost died. Why are the bones of the body so fragile? Whitebeard had already stopped, because he wanted to ask something from these two people. Page 2. He found out. The people in this strange world were more fragile than he had imagined, and their bodies seemed to be made of clay. Next second, he casually caught Uzumaki Naruto, who was thrown into the air and screaming in fear, in his hands. Is he okay? Naruto looked at the Anbu ninja over there. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be such masked ninjas following Grandpa Hokage. You won't die. Whitebeard said, little yellow-haired devil, tell me everything you know about this world. Ah? Oh. Okay. Naruto tried hard to search his memory and told out his shallow understanding of the ninja world one by one. And Whitebeard listened very carefully. 10 minutes later. That's probably it, Naruto said with a dry mouth. Ninja world, ninja, Konoha, Hokage. Whitebeard suddenly laughed out loud, Gulala. Looks like we have arrived at an incredible place. He placed Naruto on the ground. As the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard is not too shy. For him, coming to another world is no big deal. He is not the kind of twisted person. Since he has traveled to another world, he will start everything from scratch. If Whitebeard can form a Whitebeard Pirates group in the new world of the Grand Line, then is it impossible for him to form a Whitebeard Pirates group again in this ninja world? If he wants a family, then he can adopt a group of sons as his family in the ninja world. If I could find my way back. A living Whitebeard returns with a new Whitebeard pirate group. His stupid sons must be very surprised, right? The old guy Zhangguo's glasses must have been broken by the shock, right? They will definitely be amazed. Gulala. Whitebeard lowered his eyes to look at Naruto, who was trying to sneak away below. He said, little yellow-haired devil, I saw you could have struggled in the water just now, but you chose not to. I remember that the masked devil said you were a demon fox. What's the matter with you, little yellow-haired devil? Naruto's body suddenly stiffened. It was not because he was discovered and ran away, but because of the two words demon fox that made Naruto wilt like an eggplant hit by frost. He bit his lower lip and said, fox demon. No, there's nothing to say. Under excessive force. Even my lips were bitten. Oh. Whitebeard inserted Kusukamokuri into the ground and sat cross-legged on the grass by the river. He said with a task sound, it seems that you are a little devil with a story. Demon Fox is not a good name, right? That masked little devil should be protecting you, but he called you with such an insulting word. It's very contradictory. Whitebeard grinned and said, Gulala, you little brat, don't you even have the courage to say this? I don't know why this happened. Naruto, who was only 5 years old, had his most vulnerable wounds poked repeatedly and his psychological defenses collapsed. The blue eyes were filled with confusion and grievance. Naruto's voice was choked up as he spoke, everyone in the village said that I was a demon fox who almost destroyed the village. But I really don't know why they think so. I didn't do anything, but they just hate me so much. Every time I want to buy something, no one is willing to sell it to me. I don't know why this is happening. I also asked Grandpa Hokage, and he told me not to care about other people's opinions. Talking and talking. The tears have already flowed. Naruto's face was full of bitterness, but how could I not care? That's why I just thought about drowning myself and putting an end to it. Anyway, everyone is looking forward to my death, so it doesn't matter if I die. Grandpa, you may seem like a bad guy, ah. No, I mean you don't have to save me. Naruto whispered, they said I was a demon fox that would bring bad luck to people. You saved me, and you will be infected with bad luck. Gulala. Whitebeard rubbed Naruto's hair with one finger and laughed, I have been sailing the sea for decades, and I am not afraid of even the Navy Demon Killing Order. What bad luck should I be afraid of? Your Hokage grandpa is the leader of your Konoha village, right? You seem to know each other well. As a village leader, why doesn't he stop others from bullying you? Whitebeard was puzzled. Judging from Uzumaki Naruto's description, this brat has a good relationship with the Hokage, but the Hokage allows others to bully this brat. Isn't this contradictory? Naruto was a little confused and said uncertainly, maybe Grandpa Hokage is too busy and has no time to care about such trivial matters. What he considers a small matter is a mountain to you. Whitebeard had a very bad impression of the Hokage grandpa mentioned by Naruto. This guy doesn't look like a good person at all. Naruto was like a fox whose tail was stepped on. You can't say that about Grandpa Hokage, he is the Hokage of Konoha. He must have his reasons for doing this. Whitebeard frowned. Why does this kid look like he was tricked by a bad guy? As the Hokage of a village, he naturally has the responsibility and obligation to help this kid from being bullied by others. But the other party did not do so. Instead, he allowed it to happen, causing the kid to be bullied. I even had thoughts of committing suicide. In this situation, this yellow-haired kid is still defending the other party. Is this how the so-called Hokage takes advantage of children? Instead of helping the little ghost, he wanted to control its mind? To make the little ghost worship him blindly? Whitebeard sighed inwardly. Naruto's childhood experience reminded him of his own foolish sons. He saw many of his foolish sons' childhood shadows in Uzumaki Naruto. Whitebeard suddenly asked, "Little yellow-haired devil, do you have parents?" Naruto shook his head in depression, "No. Grandpa Hokage said that my parents died a long time ago and they left me alone." Gulala. Whitebeard stretched out a hand. Under Naruto's shocked expression, he only said one sentence, "Uzumaki Naruto, be my son. Please collect it. Please read it. This is very important to the author." Chapter 3 Little Naruto, Daddy. Daddy Whitebeard. Naruto had seen many normal-looking people in Konoha village. But except for Grandpa Hokage, those people all hated him very much, and he could never forget that cold look in their eyes. The giant in front of him was the strangest person he had ever seen in his life. But the other party was different from the other people in the village. Naruto did not see any disgust or indifference in Whitebeard's eyes. He doesn't care about the fox. He doesn't hate me. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash. Naruto felt his nose getting sore and hot tears filled his eyes uncontrollably. The tears gradually slid down his face. The uncontrollable scenes kept appearing in his mind. And he seemed to hear the slanderous words from others, lingering in his ears like a nightmare. "Get lost. Fox demon. We don't sell your stuff in our store. There are a few boxes of expired milk in the trash can in the back kitchen, just go and get them if you want." Ha ha ha. Damn, this kid actually went there? What bad luck. Hey, fox demon. Stay away from my child. How many times have I told you not to get close to this fox demon? It will bring bad luck to our family. Do you understand? Don't play with him. Fox, 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 today is Mother's Day. Do you have a mother? Ha ha ha. We have a mother. Hey, you're not welcome here. Get out of the way. Don't come near my store. Hey. The fox demon is crying. Tisk 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 tisk. Naruto knew what these sounds were. He could hear them every time before going to bed, and they would never go away in his mind. Along with the sound, what came to my mind were the cold eyes, disgusted expressions, and rough actions. Until Uzumaki Naruto, be my son. Such an incompatible sentence shattered all sounds and images. Naruto's blue eyes widened. The tears were totally uncontrollable. I. Whitebeard was like a ray of light that suddenly and violently penetrated into Naruto's dark childhood. This light was brighter and clearer than the third Hokage's, illuminating Naruto's heart. Naruto remembered that although Grandpa Hokage cared about him very much, he never said that he wanted to become a family member with him. Naruto thought that maybe the Hokage grandfather was too busy. Or maybe it's because Hokage's family doesn't agree. Or, just as Naruto was hesitating, Whitebeard said helplessly, "It seems that you don't want to have a family." "No. No." Naruto hurriedly grabbed Whitebeard's trouser leg, and all his entanglement was replaced by anxiety. I want to have a family." Naruto's tone changed from hesitant and uneasy at the beginning to begging and firm now. "I want to have a family. I am willing to be your son. What should I call you?" "Gulala." Whitebeard picked up Naruto and put him directly on his shoulder. "My name is Edward Newgate. Many people call me Whitebeard. And you, my stupid son, you can call me Dad." "Dad." Naruto wiped his tears and said weakly. "Gulala. Haven't you eaten yet?" Louder. "Old Dad. Old Dad with white beard. Gulala." Whitebeard's laughter was unusually happy and hearty. "Naruto, remember this. When you shout out the word daddy, no one in this world will be able to bully you anymore. From now on, you are a member of the Whitebeard Pirates." Whitebeard Pirates. Naruto sat on Whitebeard's left shoulder. He was full of curiosity about this new term. Whitebeard laughed and said, "Your father is a pirate." Naruto's eyes widened immediately. Then. "Doesn't that mean I'm also a pirate?" "Gulala. That's right." Naruto muttered, "It sounds better than the demon fox." Gyulu. Naruto's face was instantly embarrassed by the rumbling sound of his stomach. The reason why he came to this place to fish was because he had no food to cook at home. When he was hungry, Naruto would go fishing with his homemade fishing rod, and grill the fish he caught on the spot. He also wanted to buy something to eat. Pity. No one would sell it to him. "Are you hungry?" Whitebeard said with a smile, "Daddy will take you to eat good food. Eat meat and drink wine. Oh, by the way, you are still growing up. So you can't drink alcohol casually." Gulp la la la. Naruto hurriedly reminded, "Dad, there is no one in the village who is willing to sell things to me." The more Naruto called him Dad, the easier it became. "There is no grudge in my heart. They will sell it." Whitebeard responded in a firm tone, "Just show me the way, old man." Oh. He watched helplessly as the giant who called himself Edward Newgate and Whitebeard adopted Naruto as his son. He even took Naruto away like this. The seriously injured Anbu's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to get up and stop the other party, but the injuries all over his body were affected as soon as he moved. Page 3. He grimaced in pain. The Anbu ninja felt that he had let down the Sandame's trust in him. The Sandame must have trusted him very much by letting him take care of the Jinchuriki alone, but he actually let the Jinchuriki be kidnapped. If the Nine Tails was released and the Nine Tails rebellion happened again, wouldn't he be a sinner in Konoha's history? How can it be repaired? "Dad, the Konoha residential area is just ahead." Naruto was very excited and his mood returned to normal. "Do you see that direction? Walk there for half an hour and you will reach my home. And there's a very, very good ramen restaurant over there, called Ichiraku Ramen. It's very popular. Every time I pass by, I can smell the aroma of ramen. The tall building over there is the Hokage building of our Konoha village. Grandpa Hokage once said that he works in that place. In the distance is the Hokage Rock, on which are engraved the images of successive Hokage. Sooner or later, I will have my image engraved on it." Naruto kept chirping in Whitebeard's ear. Whitebeard didn't seem annoyed at all. Instead, he laughed and said, "Naruto, do you want to be Hokage?" "Yeah." Naruto nodded heavily. "As long as I become Hokage, the people in the village will be able to welcome me, right?" Naruto's eyes were full of hope. "Grandpa Hokage is very popular with them, and I will definitely be popular if I become Hokage. What a kind-hearted foolish son." Whitebeard said with emotion, it is rare to see such people on the sea. If it were a person with a dark mind who had such a tragic experience in childhood, he would probably have become a villain long ago. But Naruto is different. He was too normal, so normal that Whitebeard always felt that he was a little abnormal. Subsequently, Whitebeard and Naruto walked into the residential area of Konoha village. Their appearance was too eye-catching to be ignored. Let's not talk about Naruto, the demon fox. Just Whitebeard's height of 6.66 meters is unique in Konoha village. It can be called a giant. Wow, I didn't expect that several readers would recommend the book right after it was published. I'm so touched. I'll update another chapter right away. Chapter 4, Hitaki Kakashi, Ichiraku Ramen. Giant, giant. The residents of Konoha village looked at Whitebeard in amazement. They had never seen anyone as tall as a two-story building. This was beyond their imagination. Especially Whitebeard's muscular body and the hideous scar on his chest, which give people an infinite sense of oppression. Whitebeard, who had just experienced the Battle of Marineford, was full of murderous aura. The whole person went to that station. It makes people's hearts tremble. How could there be a giant in Konoha village? There are actually giants in the ninja world. Some people couldn't help but step back repeatedly, their expressions full of shock. How did he appear in Konoha? Some people were terrified. Is it the enemy? Is it another ninja village that has invaded Konoha? Hasn't the war ended several years ago? Quick! Go notify the Uchiha guard. Wait a minute. The one sitting on his shoulder is that little devil. He's the unlucky star that will bring bad luck. Is it the demon fox's doing again? He should get out of Konoha village. The demon fox brought back a monster. Listening to the screams of fear and disgust, Naruto's smile, which he had finally managed to show, slowly disappeared once again. He was in a low mood and gently pulled at his white crescent-shaped beard. Whitebeard frowned deeply. He couldn't understand why a group of adults would inflict malice on a minor. Naruto was still a 5-year-old child, and the entire village was bullying such a child. Aren't the people in this village's thoughts too distorted? Could it be that the Hokage grandpa mentioned by Naruto just ignored this? What a rubbish guardian! Whitebeard had an even worse impression of the Sandame. Naruto, are you okay? He glanced at Naruto over his shoulder. Naruto sniffed, brushed away the depression on his face, and tried to put on a forced smile. Dad, it's okay. I'm used to it. I don't care what they say. I am going to be the Hokage in the future. How could a Hokage be influenced by them? This kid. So sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Naruto, what do you want to eat? I remember you mentioned a restaurant called Ichiraku Ramen. Do you want to eat ramen? Whitebeard changed the subject appropriately to prevent Naruto from dwelling on this issue. As for what those people were calling the Uchiha Guard, Whitebeard could think that it should be a role similar to the Navy, but he didn't care and didn't care. Yes. Naruto immediately perked up. Hitaki Kakashi was in a bad mood today. Because during his nap, he dreamed of Rin, Obito, his mentor, his father. Thinking back to the people who had left him forever, his dead fish eyes could not help but be a little gloomy. At this moment, he was sitting in Ichiraku Ramen, with the mask belonging to the Anbyo casually hung around his waist. While he was quietly waiting for the boss to make the ramen, he was flipping through a book about Liu Bei with a cover that was so explosive it could make one blush, with a lack of interest. The review is, it's not as good as Intimate Paradise. 19-year-old Hitaki Kakashi has found it difficult to muster much interest in other Liu Bei books since he read a certain amazing work. A year ago, Jiraiya's book Intimate Paradise came out of nowhere and swept the ninja world with its astonishing popularity. Kakashi received one, which was a gift from Jiraiya. Kakashi frowned and looked back. He heard some commotion outside, but the curtain of Ichiraku Ramen restaurant just blocked his view. Forget it. It's none of my business. Kakashi didn't move. He had been a nobody since the end of the Third Ninja World War. Suddenly, the sunlight outside came in. Obviously someone had lifted the curtains. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant typed it by hand and hurriedly greeted him when he saw the situation. "Welcome, sir, what would you like to eat?" "Ah." His hands were frozen in place, and his expression was as if he had seen an alien. Even the skillful movements of making ramen could not help but stop. Kakashi sensed something was wrong. He looked back a second time. Suddenly stunned. Because when he looked back, he didn't see anyone behind him. But when he raised his eyes, he realized that it was not that there was no one behind him, but that the person behind him was too tall. Ridiculously high. Kakashi even raised his head exaggeratedly, and then he could see a strange big face in front of him. He probably estimated that this person's height was no less than 6 meters. You can also see that the other person is holding an exaggeratedly large naginata in his hand. If you don't look at the blade above, it looks like a small tree. His upper body was bare, and he simply wore a cloak, revealing his battle-worn muscles and scars. The crescent-shaped mustache on the lips is very iconic. After a glance, it's hard to forget. This is. Suddenly, Kakashi noticed that there was a familiar person sitting on the shoulder of this strange big man, which made his pupils shrink slightly. Teacher's child. Gulala. Is this Ichiraku Ramen? It's so small. Whitebeard's hearty laughter seemed to be able to spread throughout the street. With his height, if he looks straight ahead, he could see the third floor of Ichiraku Ramen. Only by lowering his head and eyes could he vaguely see what was inside. Whitebeard cut off the clouds and placed them next to the house. "Open your mouth and blow toward the ground." This breath was like a strong wind blowing through, blowing away all the dust on the ground, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. Even when he sat down, his head almost hit the ceiling. After carrying Naruto down, Whitebeard said to the store, "Gulala. Boss, give this stupid son of yours a few bowls of your most special ramen. Give me a few dozen more bowls." Whitebeard said, "Your bowl looks too small. One bowl is not enough for me to eat one bite." "Ah." Shouta was still in shock and hadn't come to his senses. "Uncle Ichiraku, it's me. It's me." Little Naruto waved at the hand and smiled brightly. "My dad invited me to eat ramen." Shouta swallowed his saliva and looked from Whitebeard to Naruto with difficulty. Of course he recognized Naruto. Among so many people in Konoha village, there are some oddballs after all, and Shouta and his daughter are two of them. They are the few good people in Konoha village who do not discriminate against Naruto. "Naruto, is this your father?" The hand typing sounded a bit dreamy. "Didn't you say you were an orphan?" Naruto's smile became even brighter. "This is the father I recognize today. From today on, he and I are a family. Uncle Ichiraku, I have a family. I have a father." Naruto's smile caught Takumai's eye, making him quite stunned. Shouta and Naruto have known each other for some time. This was the first time he saw Naruto so happy. Every time this child smiles, it makes people feel so distressed. It's not easy for him to be so strong. Suppressing his fear with his hands, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Naruto. Today you and your son will have to taste my cooking skills." At this moment, Kakashi on the side. "Ah. The update is an hour late. I am guilty. I will add one more chapter today, woo woo woo." Chapter 5 Kakashi, "Oh no, Minato-sensei's son is gone." Kakashi was even more confused than when he typed it manually. He was surprised when the book about Liu Bei, which had made him lose interest, fell on the table. The one eye that was exposed was fixed on Naruto in front of him. He couldn't help but look at the ridiculously tall Whitebeard. For a moment, he even wondered if he was under an illusion. Kakashi instantly disrupted his own chakra flow. "I found that the scene before me remained unchanged. It's not an illusion. This strange giant is real, and the teacher's child is also real. In other words, the child left behind by the teacher recognized this strange giant as his father. What is going on here? Page 4. Where were the Anbu ninjas who were protecting Naruto? Where was the Sandome Hokage? Did they just let this happen? Not stop it? Uncle, why are you looking at me? Naruto was sitting on a stool. He turned his head curiously and looked at Kakashi. But when he found a mask hanging around Kakashi's waist, he was stunned. This mask? Uncle, are you a ninja too? Naruto was no stranger to the masks of the Anbu. He remembered that the group of people following Hokage's grandfather always wore this kind of masks. The strange ninja who was slapped away by Whitebeard seemed to be wearing such a mask. Naruto was not aware of the existence of Konoha's Anbu. He just thought that this might be the unique dress of some special ninja. Uncle. Kakashi wanted to emphasize that he was only 19 years old, but the teacher's son was only. How old are you? I'm a ninja. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement and asked, I know you. You are Uzumaki Naruto, very famous in the village. Do you recognize this weirdo as your father? Naruto nodded heavily, then corrected with a serious face, Dad is just a little taller, he is not a weirdo. Kakashi. Is calling him Dad so easy now? If I remember correctly. Mr. Minato has never called him father since he was born, right? What on earth is the Sandome Hokage doing? The teacher's son is about to die. Uzumaki Naruto, you may not realize what you are doing. Kakashi couldn't help but said, you are a very special child, you shouldn't recognize this kind of person as your father. Naruto's face wrinkled into a ball, how can you be so rude? Who I recognize as my father is none of your business. You are not my guardian. Kakashi was about to retort, but all the words were choked in his throat, and the warning in his heart suddenly reached a limit. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on my forehead. He looked sharply towards Whitebeard. And Whitebeard was also looking at him. Gulala. Little white-haired brat, why are you ninjas all so ashamed? Whitebeard said, Naruto has his own judgment on what he wants to do. He is my son, Whitebeard. What's wrong? Little white-haired brat. You look very unconvinced. Whitebeard sneered, who in your Konoha village is qualified to be Naruto's guardian? The entire village, from top to bottom, is bullying a 5-year-old child. The most disgusting pirates on the sea are no more than this. An orphan without a father or a mother not only did not receive the care he deserved, but was ostracized everywhere. Your broken village has a distorted and twisted mentality from top to bottom. Little Naruto next to him raised his hand weakly, Dad, I think Uncle Ichiraku and Grandpa Hokage are both good people. Whitebeard said with a click of his tongue, the owner of the ramen shop does seem like a good guy, but the Hokage of this crappy village. He is the least worthy one. The word good guy doesn't even apply to him. Whitebeard doesn't think of himself as a good person, because he is just a pirate and a wanted criminal on the sea. There are many people on the sea who think he is a villain. But this does not prevent him from judging whether a person is good or bad. Anyway, based on his current perception, the Konoha high-ranking officials are a bunch of trash. The same as the world's nobles. Especially after adopting Naruto as his son. Whitebeard couldn't stand them even more. This giant guy is called Whitebeard. Which doesn't sound like a name but more like a nickname. He is not from Konoha village. He mentioned pirates, who might be people who often live by the sea, and there is a certain probability that they are from the land of water. He is dangerous. Kakashi keenly captured the above four most useful pieces of information from Whitebeard's words. Gulala. I'm in your Konoha village, and I'm talking about your Hokage like this, and you, a ninja, are not angry at all. Whitebeard looked at Kakashi with interest. Kakashi did not sense murderous intent from Whitebeard, but he could deeply feel the oppressive feeling from the other party. Even during the Third Ninja World War, Kakashi had never met anyone who could bring him such great pressure. Always remain vigilant. Be prepared to get started at any time. Kakashi replied casually. Some of the things the Sandame did were indeed biased, but some of what he said was actually correct. Gulala. You, a white-haired kid, are quite interesting. Whitebeard grinned and invited, I want to rebuild a Whitebeard pirate group in this ninja world. I want to have a few more sons in this place to become my family. Little white-haired devil, be my son. Hey! Kakashi had never had so many question marks in his life as he did today. He stared at Whitebeard in disbelief with one eye. The dignified copy ninja Kakashi. Almost a pig brain overload. Hey, hey, hey! Uncle, this is not the way to joke, right? Kakashi said with a dark face, you don't even know my name, and I don't know yours. You're saying this to someone you've never met. Aren't you too offensive? Whitebeard laughed, Gulala. My name is Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now you know, so, do you want to be my son? This guy. Can't you understand people? There was almost a number sign on Kakashi's forehead. Does the other party have a problem with his emotional intelligence, or is he confident enough in his own ability? At this time, there was movement not far away. Hey! Are you guys calling the police falsely? There is no such thing as a giant. An impatient voice rang out, do you know what the consequences are for playing tricks on the Uchiha family? We didn't call the police falsely. There really is a giant in the village, a terrifying-looking giant, and he's with the demon fox. Yet, I saw them heading towards Ichiraku Ramen. This must be the disaster caused by that demon fox. Ichiraku Ramen? Humph. Better pray they're really there. Otherwise, the Uchiha are not to be trifled with. Inside Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. Naruto panicked, Dad. They actually called the Uchiha family. I heard that the people in this family are very scary. Grandpa Hokage has always told me not to get close to them. Whitebeard said indifferently, Uchiha. This is the first time I've heard of it. Gulala, don't worry, Naruto. He continued, Dad, I told you that no one can hurt my family. This sentence. Decisive. Update is coming. Update is coming. There will be another chapter in the evening. We agreed to add another chapter today, and I will definitely add it. Haha, more updates. Chapter 6 Uchiha Guard? Why not call the master to arrest me? Uchiha Guard. Kakashi also looked outside, and he instinctively touched his eyes covered by the forehead protector. He also relaxed a little from his vigilance. It seems that I am no longer needed. Kakashi murmured in his heart. He felt that since the Uchiha Guard had taken action, there was nothing he needed to worry about. He just needs to watch the show. Outside, on the street where Ichiraku Ramen is located. 3 members of the Uchiha Guard team were looking around with impatient eyes. They were dressed similarly to the Konoha Chunin, but they had the Uchiha clan emblem on their shoulders. The red and white Uchiha flame fan. Where are the giants in this place? Uchiha Gan frowned. He had already walked around the area for a while. He said to the other 2 tribesmen in an annoyed mood, we should arrest those guys. They made us go there for nothing. Humph. I didn't expect that someone would have the guts to play tricks on us Uchiha. Do they really think that the Uchiha clan has declined? Uchiha Gan gritted his teeth and said, if we don't teach them a lesson, anyone will dare to bully the Uchiha. Wait. Gan. Something's happening. Uchiha Wen, who was also a member of the guard team, noticed something strange. The giant is over there. What? Uchiha Gan immediately turned his head to look. The 3 Uchiha gasped in surprise. It's not that they haven't seen tall people, but the tallest person they have seen is only about 2 meters tall. But what about the person they see in front of them? In their eyes, Whitebeard was clearly sitting cross-legged on the ground, but his upper body alone was over 2 meters long. And the naginata next to Ichiraku Ramen is even more outrageous in appearance. It is simply hard to imagine how tall such a person would be if he stood up. Comparable to a spiritual beast. It looks like he's not going to be easy to deal with. Uchiha Kui, who had been silent the whole time, reminded his companions with a cold face, there is indeed a nine-tails Jinchuriki next to the giant. Uchiha Kui suddenly discovered something, I seem to be in there, and I also saw Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi? Uchiha Fumi was startled, why is that guy here? Uchiha Gan sneered, why do you care so much? The Uchiha guard is investigating a case, everyone has to stay aside. The three of them walked towards Ichiraku Ramen restaurant together. When they were still a few meters away from the noodle shop, they stopped. Hey! Uchiha Gan said to Whitebeard's back, outsider, do you have the credentials to enter Konoha village? If not, then you are sneaking in illegally. This is a violation of the laws of the Land of Fire. Whitebeard stood up slowly. Every time he stood a little taller, the three Uchiha had to raise their heads a little bit. For the proud Uchiha, it was simply difficult to accept looking up to someone in this way. But if they looked each other in the eye, you can't even see their crotches. Gulala. Whitebeard replied, I closed my eyes and opened them again, and I appeared in your Konoha village. I really don't have the evidence you mentioned. Gulala. If you don't have the credentials, just come with us. Uchiha Gan gestured to the two people beside him. The three Uchiha's positions formed a tight encirclement. You are not allowed to take Dad away. Suddenly, Naruto ran out and stopped in front of Whitebeard. Naruto spread out his two little hands, summoned up the courage and shouted, Dad, I'll stop them, you get out of here quickly. Gulala, you stupid son. Whitebeard hit Naruto on the head. Even though he controlled the force precisely, Naruto still covered his head in pain and screamed in pain. Whitebeard said, although I, your father, am already 72 years old, I am not so old that I need my son to protect me. He looked at Uchiha Gan, Uchiha Wen, and Uchiha Kui, grinned and said, are you three going to take me away too? Why not call two Navy commanders? The three Uchiha didn't know what a Marine Admiral was though. But they could still feel Whitebeard's condescending attitude. Waves of nameless anger suddenly surged in my heart. As members of the Uchiha clan's guard, although not many people in Konoha village respect them, no one would dare to mess with them, let alone look at them with such a condescending attitude. But the giant in front of him was so disrespectful to the Uchiha family. Such contempt for them Uchiha. Uchiha Gan decisively drew out the short sword from his waist, gritted his teeth and stared at Whitebeard, his eyes full of annoyance. A freak who came out of nowhere actually dared to look down on the Uchiha family like this. Page 5. Hey, isn't it a bit too much to draw your sword? Kakashi warned, don't make things too serious. Shut up. You're a Hokage lackey who reads pornographic books all day long. Uchiha Gan said directly. Gan. Uchiha Wen glared at his companion. What did I say wrong? Uchiha Gan retorted, the Konoha high-ranking officials are guarding against us like thieves, so what's wrong with me saying a few words? It's not against the law for me to say these few words, right? And you, little fox demon? Uchiha Gan's face was full of disgust, if it weren't for you, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be like this. You are simply a source of misfortune. Many Uchiha clan members believe that the reason why the Uchiha clan is increasingly guarded against by the Konoha high-level officials is that even the entire ethnic group is becoming increasingly marginalized. Is it because the Nine Tails Rebellion had such a huge impact that the Konoha high-level officials suspected that the person controlling everything was the Uchiha clan? It's no secret among Konoha's high-ranking officials that the Sharingan is the nemesis of the tailed beasts. This left the Uchiha clan speechless. Uchiha Gan approached Naruto with a knife in hand, weren't you very powerful back then? Do you have the ability to turn into a demon fox again? I know this is something that is forbidden to discuss, but what if I say it today? Kakashi held his forehead helplessly. Why do all the people in this family have such extreme personalities? On the contrary, it was his best friend Obito. An alien belonging to the Uchiha clan? Demon Fox? You are protecting a freak and preventing the guards from handling the case. You have committed the crime of harboring a freak. Uchiha Gan licked the blade and said, "You demon fox, come with us." So much for the words. Uchiha Gan laughed wildly and kicked Naruto without hesitation. He has been wanting to take action against this damn fox for a long time. If it weren't for this demon fox, why did Uchiha come to this? However, arrogant brat. Whitebeard's eyes were filled with gloom. Have you asked me before you attacked my son? What? Uchiha Gan instantly felt a great terror enveloping him, and his body movements inevitably became stiff. His eyes turned blood red in an instant. The single Megatama is activated instinctively when the body senses crisis. But, I can't see clearly at all. Puff. Uchiha Gan only felt that he was hit head-on by a tailed beast, and the flesh and blood in his body seemed to be separated from his bones. His facial expression was distorted to an extreme. My eyes almost popped out of my head. His body flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing into a building behind him, and then flew out from the other wall of the building and fell on the street next door. Blood spurting from mouth and nose. All the teeth are broken. Rolling eyes. Updates are coming. Please read. The author writes every day. It is very important to read the latest chapter of this book. Chapter 7, House Hoku Haki appears in Konoha. Accompanied by Uchiha Gan's disappearance. The whole scene fell silent in an instant. This guy is so fast. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly. With an ordinary eye, he couldn't see Whitebeard's movements at all, and he didn't even know how Whitebeard made his moves. When he reacted, he found that one of the Uchiha guards had been knocked out. Instant ninjutsu. Kakashi shook his head solemnly, no. This looks like a physical technique. An extremely powerful physical technique. Kakashi thought of Might Guy. But if Might Guy opens no more than 3 of the 8 gates, he can still see his opponent's attacks with just one ordinary eye. But has the Whitebeard in front of him opened the 8 gates? Or is there any similar physical technique? Do not. Absolutely not. Kakashi was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He realized the seriousness of the situation. I didn't even feel the chakra fluctuations. This is a kind of ridiculously strong muscle power. Is this something a human can do? Oh. This guy doesn't look like a human. How can a human be so tall? It's beyond the scope of human beings. Sweet. Sweet. Outside Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha Wen and Uchiha Kui both looked horrified. They didn't expect that a dignified Uchiha clan Chunin would be so vulnerable in front of that giant. The two exchanged a quick look. Make your decision now. Like Uchiha Gan, their eyes also turned scarlet, and a small single Megatama was faintly visible in their pupils. The two of them quickly formed seals with their hands, Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin. Hey! Seeing their somewhat familiar posture, Whitebeard grinned, Gulala. Is it spraying water again? The masked kid had already confirmed it. The water in the ninja world is useless to Whitebeard. Art fire escape ho fireball. Art fire escape ho fireball. Uchiha Wen and Uchiha Kui spoke in unison. They stood on the left and right, just blocking Whitebeard's left and right. I saw a ball of scorching flame coming out of their mouths. It turned into a huge fireball and flew straight towards Whitebeard. The fire is raging. The temperature is skyrocketing. Hey! Fire! Whitebeard's eyes were slightly stunned, and his inner memories were evoked. The scene of Ace being pierced through by the lava imp's punch was still vivid in his mind, making him wish he could go back in time and punch that stupid son. At that time, Whitebeard was about to sacrifice his life to cover the retreat. As a result, his stupid son Ace was so easily provoked by the lava imp's provocation. This memory effort. 2 balls of great fireball technique on the left and right have already hit Whitebeard's body. The raging fire enveloped Whitebeard's upper body. The rolling heat waves forced Naruto to lose control and retreat backwards. He screamed in panic, tears welled up in his eyes, and his breath became uneasy and anxious. "Dad! Dad, are you okay? Oh no! Nine-Tails Chakra! Is the seal loosened?" Kakashi, who was standing by, keenly noticed that Naruto's nails were becoming sharper. His expression changed. Could it be that his emotions were fluctuating too much and affected the seal? Kakashi knew he couldn't just sit there. He put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, looked at Whitebeard, and said, "Calm down, your father is not an ordinary person." "Gu la la la." A hearty laugh with a hint of sadness rang out amid the raging fire. "You 2 little brats with the surname Uchiha, you really brought back some not-so-nice memories for me." Whitebeard just waved his hand and the flames covering his upper body were dispersed directly. "Naruto, Dad, I won't die that easily." Whitebeard's smile remained unchanged, and there was no sign of burns on his body. During the Battle of Marineford, even when bombarded head-on by artillery shells, there were no obvious marks left on Whitebeard's body. Not to mention a mere flame. He picked up Kong Yunki who was beside him with his backhand, and the aura of a strong man formed a stream of air that spread in all directions. Whitebeard slashed with his sword casually. He did not use his devil fruit powers, nor did he use haki. Just a simple knife strike caused a terrifying wind pressure. The concrete floor beneath my feet was torn to pieces. One sword strike is comparable to wind-style ninjutsu. This scene made the 2 Uchiha's pupils tremble violently, and the alarm in their hearts was raised to the extreme. Bang! Bang! Their bodies turned into 2 balls of smoke. 2 wooden stakes that suddenly appeared were torn into pieces by the wind pressure in an instant, and the windows of many houses nearby were shattered. Wood chips and cement chips were flying wildly in the street. Several electric poles on the street broke and the wires snapped. The roadside trees used for greening were uprooted. The whole street was in ruins. The only intact place was the Ichiraku ramen restaurant behind Whitebeard. Even the curtains in the ramen restaurant were not damaged. Strange, monster. The Uchiha clan, who are often called monsters, actually called another person a monster. Can be imagined how much of a shock Whitebeard brought to them. If I hadn't used the substitution technique in time, I would have been dead. Uchiha Wen's face was filled with horror and cold sweat broke out all over his body. The pair of single Magatama Sharingan could not give him the slightest sense of security. Uchiha Kui covered his abdomen which was bleeding profusely. He also used the substitution technique to avoid the fatal blow. But the aftermath of that blow was too terrifying. The coverage is too broad. His abdomen was pierced by a sharp flying stone. His Sharingan could see the movement of the stone, but his body could not react in time. Uchiha Kui was extremely shocked. He gritted his teeth and angrily said to Whitebeard, "Damn it, do you want to declare war on the Uchiha clan? They have totally forgotten." Page 6. They were the ones who started it. Gulala. You 2 little Uchiha brats, I am Whitebeard. Do you think you are worthy enough for me to declare war on you? Whitebeard laughed heartily, you guys are really made of mud, any stone can penetrate your body. The words fell. An aura even more terrifying than before suddenly burst out from Whitebeard. The 2 embarrassed Uchiha guards felt for a moment that the sky and earth in front of them had changed color, and they could vaguely see flashes of black lightning. Their brains suddenly went buzzing. The soul and consciousness suffered an unprecedented shock. A strong feeling of dizziness instantly replaced their conscious will, causing their bodies to soften at once. The two of them knelt down helplessly at the same time. His eyes rolled back. Just fall forward. Is this an unsealed illusion? An illusion that can affect the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, who was holding Naruto's shoulder, suddenly realized that not intervening was perhaps a wise choice. Gulala. Illusion. Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, "This is called Conqueror's Haki. Please continue reading Mua." Chapter 8 Danzo, I am the Hokage. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki and Observation Haki are the three essential abilities for the top powers in the Grand Line. Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. Naturally, it has three colors of domineering power. Whitebeard's control over the three colors of domineering is even more perfect, especially his control over the domineering, which has reached a level that many top powers cannot even dream of. Without affecting others, he used his domineering aura to accurately stun a few people. It was too easy for him. Only those who have just awakened their Conqueror's Haki and don't know how to control it will accidentally knock a group of people unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. The unfamiliar word made Kakashi fall into deep thought. Is this the name of this magic technique? Or, in the ninja country where the man named Whitebeard lives, there is no term called illusion. So, is it replaced by Conqueror's Haki? Kakashi immediately went forward to check on the three Uchiha. He discovered that the worst off one was Uchiha Gan. He is also the Uchiha with the foulest mouth. I don't know how many bones in my body are broken. It looks like I'll be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Even whether it can be rescued is the question. As for Uchiha Wen and Uchiha Kui, these two Uchiha were better. The former was simply knocked unconscious, the latter had an abdominal injury, but it was not a fatal injury. A giant, a teacher's child, and an Uchiha. Kakashi's scalp tingled. Why did I run into them all? Well, that. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen House interrupted weakly, the ramen is, all ready. Kakashi was silent for a while. Forget it, with such a big commotion, others will definitely come here, and the third Hokage will definitely know. He decided not to bother sending the three Uchiha to the hospital. I don't want to have too much conflict with Whitebeard. Without the Sandame's order, he would pretend nothing happened. The scene at Ichiraku Ramen is very strange. An outsider who injured an ANBU plus 3 Uchiha was sitting on the ground eating a bowl of Ichiraku Ramen as if nothing had happened. A little devil, known as a fox demon by the world, ate with great joy and looked at Whitebeard with admiration. A former Konoha genius, now a Konoha Anbu ninja, didn't even touch a bite of ramen. He turned his head to look at Uzumaki Naruto, who looked like a starving ghost, and didn't know what he was thinking. A ramen restaurant owner had a depressed look on his face. He was beginning to realize that he seemed to be involved in a big scandal. Weird harmony. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha village, put down the pipe in his hand and exhaled a puff of smoke. He tapped his sore waist with the pipe and said, "I'm old. If I sit for a long time, my waist can't stand it." A lot of things have happened in the village recently, keeping him busy. According to some intelligence he had, the Uchiha have been dishonest lately, and not just ordinary dishonesty, the kind that will eat away at Konoha's foundation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes darkened slightly. "Fugaku, don't let me down. We don't have to go that far." He closed his eyes slightly. "Clear your mind of distractions." Sarutobi Hiruzen forced an amiable smile on his face. "I wonder how that little guy Naruto is doing recently. It's been nearly half a month, and I haven't had time to pay attention to his recent situation." He took out a crystal ball from a drawer. "Place it on the table." He stretched out his hands and grabbed the crystal ball, and saw a scene inside the crystal ball. A group of beautiful girls were playing in the bathhouse. "Oh, this is big. This one is round enough." Puff. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the blood from his nose hastily, his old face flushed. "Ahem. Habits are hard to change. After a few minutes, the image in the crystal ball then changed to another scene. Little Naruto with golden hair was sitting on a high stool eating ramen, and he looked extremely hungry as he wolfed down the noodles. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. Naruto went to Ichiraku Ramen again. He is one of the few people in Konoha who does not discriminate against Naruto. He would also occasionally take Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen for a bowl of ramen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly stunned. Kakashi. Kakashi, who was sitting next to Naruto, had white hair like a hedgehog, which was too eye-catching. It's very difficult not to see. Is it a coincidence? When Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to take another look, his eyes suddenly widened. Because he saw a hand bigger than Naruto reaching into Ichiraku Ramen in the picture. It used 3 fingers to easily grab a bowl of ramen on the table. Subsequently, he even heard Naruto say, "Dad, this is the first time I eat 2 big bowls of ramen at a time. When Grandpa Hokage brought me here before, I could only eat 1 bowl of ramen each time." Dad. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively had an absurd idea. Minato is alive? Gulala. Another voice came from the telescope technique, dispelling his ridiculous idea. Naruto, you can eat as much as you want in the future. I, Whitebeard, will not let my son starve. Whitebeard. Who is this? Why does Naruto call him dad? And why does he call Naruto his son? Sarutobi Hiruzen was dumbfounded. Having been the Hokage for so many years, he had seen many incredible things. But the picture seen through the telescope, it still shocked him. In this short period of less than half a month, what happened that he didn't know about? What about the Anbu who was planted beside Naruto? Why didn't he send back any information? Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the situation was not good. Naruto was the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and if something happened to him, the entire Konoha will be in trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up. He wanted to go and see for himself. Naruto was too important to Konoha. There can't be any surprises. As a result, someone was quicker than him, and the door of the Hokage's office was pushed open. A familiar figure appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Konoha route. Monkey. I'm busy. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted directly, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. Danzo was stunned, then gritted his teeth and said angrily, tomorrow, tomorrow again. How many tomorrows are there? Monkey, we already have enough evidence that the Uchiha clan will definitely rebel. Why don't we take action against them? Why are we still enduring? How could Sarutobi Hiruzen have the mind to care about all this? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Just as he was about to pass Danzo, Danzo grabbed his wrist. Monkey, if you don't want to do it, then I'll let my root do it. Danzo said with a gloomy face, we can't delay any longer, the Uchiha are not easy to deal with. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. I said, let's talk about it tomorrow, I have more important things to do. Danzo was so angry that he was shaking all over. Monkey. I came here in person, and you are just perfunctory to me like this? You will regret today. Monkey. If I were Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed the door with his backhand, and there was a dull bang, which made Danzo's face even gloomier. Update is coming. Chapter 9 Whitebeard and Sarutobi Hiruzen's first meeting. Hislu hislu. Tons, tons, tons. Belch. So full. After Naruto finished his second bowl of ramen with both the noodles and the soup, he held his bulging belly very contentedly, with a satisfied and happy expression on his little face. He hasn't been as happy as he was today in a long, long time. Although, I would also be happy if I were with Grandpa Hokage. But Grandpa Hokage always lectures him. He always felt drowsy after listening to it. But Whitebeard Dad is different. His father never preached to him much, and Naruto truly felt what fatherly love was from Whitebeard. Whitebeard is my only father in this life. The 5-year-old Naruto said secretly in his heart. Gullah. Naruto, can't you eat any more? Whitebeard laughed, you can't eat so little during your growth stage. Ah? Dad, is this too little? Naruto said with a confused look on his face. Page 7. The amount he ate today was as much as he ate all day yesterday. Naruto had never eaten so full before. Whitebeard was eating it like jelly. Finish a bowl of ramen in one gulp. He grinned and said, if you don't eat more, you won't grow to 3 or 4 meters tall, right? 3 or 4 meters tall. Naruto was shocked, can people really grow that tall? Whitebeard rubbed Naruto's little head with his fingers and smiled, when your father was your age, he could eat at least 200 kilograms of meat every day, which is half a cow. If you can eat that much, you can grow this tall. 200 kilograms. Naruto blinked his azure eyes. He had no idea of it. Okay. Naruto was full of energy, I will also eat 200 kilograms of meat a day in the future, and I will grow to at least 3 or 4 meters tall. Kakashi. Listening to this father and son discussing this kind of thing here. Kakashi wanted to interrupt and say, how can you teach a child like this? Can a human eat 200 kilograms of meat a day? But Naruto and Whitebeard were too happy. He found himself like a light bulb here. Listening to the occasional laughter from Whitebeard and Naruto, Kakashi vaguely saw the figure of his father Hatake Sakumo from Whitebeard, which frightened him so much that he shuddered quickly. Am I envious? This thought popped up in my mind. No. No. Who would miss a man like that? Kakashi immediately denied it. Take the 3 of them to Konoha Hospital. Don't notify the Uchiha clan yet. When they recover, send the 3 of them to the Uchiha clan's residence. Outside Ichiraku Ramen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a pipe, said in a solemn voice. Yes. Hokage-sama. 3 Anbu ninjas appeared at some point, all wearing different but somewhat similar masks. They obeyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders 100%. He picked up the 3 Uchiha members on the ground, jumped a few times, and disappeared on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay much attention to the 3 Uchiha clan members. He looked at Ichiraku Ramen with a frown. He saw an exaggerated figure whose height and burliness were even more shocking than that of the ape demon. To know. The ape demon is a spiritual beast. What's that family emblem? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw more clearly the logo on the back of the white cloak that Whitebeard was wearing. It was the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't recognize him. Who is this person? Which ninja village is he from? When Naruto called out Dad in the telescope technique, could it be, he was calling out to him? Thinking of this, a trace of gloom flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Over the past 5 years, Konoha has protected its Jinchuriki very well. In 5 years, no accidents have ever happened. The reason, of course, is that he, the Hokage, appeared when Naruto was most lonely and became Naruto's only bond. In this way, Naruto gradually accepted the Hokage. Let Naruto recognize Konoha. But the situation seemed to change suddenly. The bond between him and Naruto was forcibly interrupted by a stranger, which Sarutobi Hiruzen could not accept. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is too important. Konoha village must firmly grasp this power in its own hands. This is my thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen concealed the gloom on his face and put on a smile that he was reluctant to show. He walked towards Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen is so lively today. His sudden voice attracted the attention of everyone in the ramen restaurant. Hey? Naruto? Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Hokage-sama. Kakashi was not surprised by the appearance of the Sandame. Naruto was almost kidnapped. If the Sandame doesn't show up again. That's a strange thing. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto turned around in surprise and saw a familiar kind face. He was immediately delighted. Have you finished your work today? I haven't seen you for almost half a month. Ha ha ha, I'm done. Grandpa, after I finished my work, I came to see you right away. I care about Naruto a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto's messy hair. My heart tightened slightly. He has always been the only one who rubs Naruto's head. Now, can others rub it too? He was obviously the one who came first. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and asked, Naruto, what's going on outside? Why has this street become like this? Also, this strange friend from another village seems to have never been seen before. The friend from other villages he mentioned was naturally referring to Whitebeard. Naruto couldn't hear the tit-for-tat tone in Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice. He said happily, Grandpa Hokage, you came at the right time. I just have some good news to tell you. At this moment, Naruto made a shocking statement, Grandpa Hokage, I have a father. I have a family. Click. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand was cracked by him, and the kind smile on his face became a little stiff. Naruto, why don't I understand what you are saying? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Naruto, Grandpa, I told you that you have a father. Your parents are both heroes of Konoha. But they are all dead. Naruto muttered, then laughed happily again, this is my new father. His name is AI. AI, Whitebeard's name is a bit long. Naruto was a little embarrassed. It's Edward Newgate. Whitebeard's head fell on Naruto's head, you stupid son, you only remember my nickname, but not my name. Ouch. It hurts. I'm wrong, Dad. Naruto covered his head and hurriedly admitted his mistake to Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two people's eyes met in mid-air. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed disdainfully, are you Naruto's irresponsible guardian? You look like a decent person, but you can't even take care of a kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please read it. Chapter 10 Even I, a pirate, know that this is wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's already stiff smile became even stiffer, and his face was as stiff as a piece of old tree bark. The Lord Edward Newgate. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, do you know what Naruto means to us Konoha? Do you know what your act of accepting Naruto as your son means in the eyes of Konoha? Gulala. What's it got to do with me? What's it got to do with you? Whitebeard said indifferently, I will take anyone I want as my son. This is my style of doing things. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never seen such a vulgar person. Naruto's father is a hero of Konoha. He emphasized, he can't be a person from another village. These words came out of his mouth. The smell of gunpowder began to emerge. Hero? So, Naruto is the son of a hero. Whitebeard had a strange expression on his face when he asked this. That's right. Both Naruto's father and his mother are heroes of Konoha. They sacrificed everything for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I promised them that I would take good care of their child. They will never allow Naruto to recognize anyone as his father. Puchi, Pugu la la la. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. This is how the son of the hero of Konoha village is treated. He suppressed a smile. He continued, is this what you mean, take good care of Naruto? Do you know what my stupid son has been through? He has been isolated by your village since he was a child. Demon Fox. You should know these two words, right? As the Hokage of a village, I don't believe you don't know. Since Naruto is the son of a hero, why is he isolated by so many people? The bullying he suffered was from everyone in your village. Even though I'm not a good pirate, I know that this is absolutely wrong. Bang! Whitebeard slapped the ground with his hand, without using any ability of his fruit or domineering power, just pure physical strength. The ground beneath his feet trembled. It was like an earthquake. The gaze from the strongest man in the world was like that of a savage beast that had awakened, staring at the third Hokage of Konoha. The two old men are 133 years old in total. A tense situation. It seems like a fight is about to break out at any time. Naruto, you can't recognize someone else as your father. Sarutobi Hiruzen always insisted on his own ideas. He would never let Naruto have other ties. In this way, the Nine Tails could not be controlled by Konoha. Grandpa Hokage, why? Naruto interrupted quietly, but everyone could hear, I have no parents since I was a child. People in the village hate me. My father doesn't hate me, and he doesn't care that I'm a fox demon. Why can't I recognize him as my father? Why can't I have a family? At this point, Naruto's tears were already welling up. He found that Grandpa Hokage seemed a little strange at this moment. The impression he had of Grandpa Hokage was not like this. Naruto, you are still young. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to maintain a smile, when you grow up, you will understand. He was just about to reach out and ruffle Naruto's hair. I want to do something more intimate. But he touched nothing. It was Whitebeard who picked up Naruto and said to him, Stupid son, why are you crying? Gullah. Always remember this. You are my family and I am your family. That's enough. Boss, the account will be put on my stupid son's former incompetent guardian. This is his repayment of the debt. Whitebeard ate a free meal in broad daylight. He put Naruto on his shoulders in full view of everyone. He picked up the sword from the cloud with one hand. He left directly. Page 8. Pat. The pipe, which had already been cracked, was directly crushed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the broken pipe fell to the ground. He was shaking with anger. I couldn't help but start to make a seal with my hands. Earth escape. Hokage-sama. Kakashi suddenly spoke up, that Whitebeard doesn't seem to know that Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. His fatherly love for Naruto is not fake. And Minato-sensei's son really needs the company of a family member. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and looked back at Kakashi. Kakashi, Naruto is Minato's child. As Minato's disciple, are you going to sit here and watch it all from beginning to end? Kakashi opened one dead fish eye. Without the order from Lord Hokage, I don't know what to do. At this point, Kakashi added, just now when those Uchiha tried to deal with Whitebeard, the power of the Nine Tails in Naruto almost came out. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, the seal is loose? Has it been too long? Kakashi said, it was Naruto's emotions that almost broke the seal, which means he has established a very deep bond with Whitebeard. Bonds strong enough to break the seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. He realized that the situation was very unfavorable for Konoha. That's true. Kakashi's words were like a finishing blow. Damn! How did this Whitebeard appear? In such a short period of time. How on earth did he establish such a bond with Naruto? Even he, the Hokage, couldn't do it. The Uchiha clan is ready to make a move. The unexpected situation of the Jinchuriki. Two major events weighed heavily on the shoulders of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's giving him a headache right now. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi and said, now, I will give you an order. From today on, you will be the ANBU ninja who supervises Naruto. You must not let Naruto's will of fire be affected by other wills. Sarutobi Hiruzen has realized that even if he gets rid of Whitebeard, it will be difficult to break Naruto's bond with him. If the ANBU were allowed to kill Whitebeard, I'm afraid Naruto will completely go berserk. If the Nine Tails rebellion happens again in Konoha, the entire Konoha will definitely suffer heavy losses, especially since none of the three ninjas are in Konoha village. It is even a question whether they can stop the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a great ninja in the ninja world. Another plan soon came to mind. He wants to snatch Naruto back from Whitebeard, and his bond with Naruto must be stronger than Whitebeard's. End. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, we must not let them leave Konoha village. The 9 tails Jinchuriki must not leave Konoha. Oh! Kakashi was calm. It seemed that he had already seen through the Sandaime Hokage and the high-ranking officials of Konoha. There was no other response to this. Kakashi put away the Liu Bei book on the table. Before he left, he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage-sama, how about you also help me pay for that bowl of ramen? Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so confused that how could he listen? He responded casually. After Kakashi left, he let out a deep breath. The expression on his face was even uglier than Danzo's before. Mr. Hokage. The boss said weakly, would you like to settle the bill first? Damn it. Naruto was almost kidnapped. I still have to pay that white beard. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a dark face and took out 3 three-tael bills from his wallet and placed them on the table, no need for change. Hokage-sama, 300 ryo is not enough. He rubbed his hands together and said, Mr. Kakashi ate 1 bowl of ramen, Naruto ate 2 bowls of ramen, and that Mr. Whitebeard ate 56 bowls of ramen. A bowl of ramen is 80 taels, so the total is 4,720 taels. I'll round off the amount for you, Hokage. 4,700 taels will be enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sees less? Sarutobi Hiruzen almost cursed in his heart. He reluctantly emptied his wallet and was about to put the money on the table. Sudden. His expression suddenly changed. The ground beneath my feet suddenly shook violently. With Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant as the center, hideous cracks quickly spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, they spread to the entire street. Looking around, Ichiraku Ramen was the only one that was intact. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupil shrank. He stared at the palm print on the ground. Is it the white beard? The real center of the numerous hideous cracks is this palm print. Edward Newgate, who are you? The situation seems to be getting more complicated. Chapter 11 Whitebeard's Dream. New Whitebeard Pirates. Dad, why doesn't Grandpa Hokage let me have a family? Little Naruto's face was full of confusion. He couldn't understand why Grandpa Hokage, who was usually very kind, was so strict today. It even made him feel that Grandpa Hokage was a little strange. Gulala. Who cares? Whitebeard said, anyway, he won't be able to stay as Hokage for long. Naruto was startled, why? Whitebeard laughed and said, because my stupid son is going to be the Hokage. If a Hokage takes office, won't the old Hokage have to step down? Do you think I can become Hokage? Naruto's eyes lit up. Stupid son, this is your dream. Are you questioning your dream? Whitebeard said, don't speak in a questioning tone when you speak of your dream. You should say this, I will become Hokage, I will definitely become Hokage. This is what a real man on the sea should be like. Naruto was a little excited by what was said. He clenched his fists and shouted, regardless of the fact that they were on the street, I will definitely become the Hokage of Konoha. Gulala. Good. Very energetic. Whitebeard said with satisfaction, as expected of my Whitebeard's son. Riding on Whitebeard's shoulders. Naruto suddenly became curious and asked, Dad, what is your dream? To be a Hokage as well. Whitebeard shook his head. Dad, I'm not interested in your Hokage. If I have to talk about dreams, I still have a few. Under Naruto's expectant gaze, Whitebeard started to speak, family, treasure, pirate group. This is my dream. I want to have more sons here. I also want to bring back some treasure from here, and I want to rebuild a pirate group here. Whitebeard doesn't care about unnecessary titles like the strongest man in the world, 4 emperors, or Hokage. Those are the only 3 things he cares about. Family is what he wanted since he was a child. So after he went to sea, he took in many orphans at sea as his sons and formed a very large family. When he came to the ninja world, Whitebeard lost his family. He couldn't find the way back for the time being, so he wanted to find some family again. Treasure. Actually, Whitebeard is not particularly keen on this, but he has always been thinking about his hometown. His hometown had suffered great trauma in the war. All the treasures he plundered at sea would be sent back to his hometown to be used for the construction of his hometown. Pirate Group. Whitebeard believes that if he is not the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, then he is not the complete Whitebeard. He longed to rebuild the Whitebeard pirates in the ninja world. He was also looking forward to the day when he could find a way back and lead the new Whitebeard pirates back to see Marco and the others. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, Whitebeard coughed violently several times and his brows couldn't help but frown. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Naruto noticed something was wrong. Whitebeard smiled indifferently. "People will grow old after all. I am 72 years old and I just have some minor health problems." Although he said this, Whitebeard set a new goal for himself in his heart. Find ways to regain your health. He really wanted to watch his stupid son Naruto grow up day by day, and he hoped that he would not live to see that age. By the way, this place called Ninja World. Is the medical level good enough? Naruto. Noticing that the concern in Naruto's eyes had not dissipated, Whitebeard smiled and changed the subject. "Do you know what conditions are required to become a Hokage?" Sure enough, the word Hokage is very attractive to Naruto. The subject was successfully changed. Naruto replied seriously, "You must implement the will of fire. And you must know very powerful ninjutsu. You must be a very powerful ninja, the kind of person who can bring safety to everyone." Naruto thought for a moment and added, "I can't be hungry every day. I don't think I can become a Hokage if I'm hungry. Finally, I have to gain the respect of the village. Grandpa Hokage is highly respected by the people in the village. Even his portrait is engraved on the Hokage rock." Is that so? Whitebeard didn't know what the will of fire was. But he can basically classify the ones that come after as, whoever has the bigger fist will be the Hokage. That's easy. It looks similar to pirates, whoever has the bigger fist is the 4 emperors and the strongest man in the world. At this time, Naruto muttered, "But Grandpa Hokage has always been unwilling to teach me ninjutsu. He said that when I am 6 years old, he will arrange for me to go to a ninja school, and then I will be able to learn ninjutsu." Ninjutsu, is that the trick of breathing fire and water? Whitebeard laughed and said, "Gulala. Everyone can learn this. I thought it was a devil fruit-like ability." Devil fruit? Naruto scratched his head. Sometimes the words that come out of Whitebeard's mouth are so new that he can't quite figure out what they mean. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up. He turned his head and looked at Whitebeard. "Dad, you are a ninja too, right? You must be a very powerful ninja. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to defeat those 3 Uchiha guards so easily. Dad, can you teach me ninjutsu?" Naruto looked forward to it. "Dad, I don't know ninjutsu, and I'm not a ninja." Before Naruto could show any disappointment, Whitebeard laughed and continued, "However, Dad can teach you other things, and I promise you won't be much worse than those ninjas." "But, Naruto." Whitebeard's smile was somewhat meaningful, "Are you ready?" "Of course." Naruto changed from a sitting position to a standing position. He stood shakily on Whitebeard's shoulder. "And try to hold your chest high." He shouted loudly, "Dad! I, Uzumaki Naruto, am ready." Page 9. Gulala. Don't regret it, you stupid son. After an hour. The outskirts of Konoha. Dad, do you really want to do this? This will kill people, right? Naruto's ambition waned, his lips trembled, and his face was miserable. Is this really okay? Why not? Whitebeard frowned and said, "That's how your father trained. See you soon." Naruto's whole body was hung on the tree, his legs were tied tightly with ropes, forming an inverted position. But not completely upside down. Because Naruto's body was hung upside down in an L position, with his legs tightly pressed against the tree trunk, but his waist was hanging in the air. "Dad, my stomach hurts so much." Naruto was sweating profusely. He could not hold this position for more than a minute, and his abdominal muscles were wailing wildly. But Naruto didn't dare to put his back down, because there was a bunch of clouds under his back. "If I put my back down, they will all be cut in half." Asterisk, update is coming. Please save and read. Chapter 12 When Little Naruto Meets Pirate-Style Physical Training. Hey, hey, hey! This is really not a murder? Those people in the route are not so cruel, right? Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, was sweating profusely when he saw this. Kakashi knew that he seldom cared for Minato-sensei's children, and he still felt a little guilty when he happened to meet Naruto today. After receiving the order from the Sandame, he felt that he should keep a close eye on Naruto. Don't let anything unexpected happen to Naruto. But doesn't this look like there won't be any accidents? If Naruto lets down his guard, his life will be in danger. How can this be called cultivation? This is killing people. Suddenly, Kakashi's heart tightened because he saw Whitebeard glanced at him unintentionally, which made Kakashi's pupils shrink. Discovered? What kind of horrible perception is this? Is he a sensory ninja? In fact, the first moment Kakashi appeared here, Whitebeard noticed someone approaching. But he did not expose Kakashi, to him it was just a little kid peeping. Whitebeard said to Naruto, "Stupid son, I told you long ago that there is no chance to regret. Just hold on for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Naruto almost fainted after hearing this. Dad, I'm only 5 years old. Naruto suddenly felt like crying, and he felt like his abdominal muscles were about to tear. The pain made his little face look extremely grim. But when he was about to give up and wanted to put his body down, he felt as if his back had hit something sharp, and his clothes were cut open with a rip. Hiss! Naruto gasped in shock. There is a knife underneath. His strong desire to survive made him quickly raise his body again, and his abdominal muscles felt severe pain again. The pain made me cry. Gulala! Stupid son, you are quite capable. Whitebeard encouraged Naruto, don't underestimate yourself. When I was 5 years old, I could kill a tiger with my bare hands. 5 minutes doesn't sound like a long time. But for Naruto, every second felt like an eternity. Dad, I can't take it anymore. Naruto cried out in grief, and saw that his back was about to hit the tip of the Kusukomoki knife. Whitebeard picked it up casually. So they grabbed him. You are too weak. Whitebeard said disdainfully, the weakest son on my father's ship is countless times stronger than you. Naruto was no longer able to speak and was breathing heavily. Survived. Oh. Dad, did I just hold on for the last 5 minutes? Naruto took several minutes to finally speak. Whitebeard said, you lasted 10 minutes. Great. Naruto was dumbfounded. 10 minutes? Stupid son, you have a mysterious power. Whitebeard said this now, and there was a reason for it. Naruto didn't realize that he almost couldn't hold on for countless times just now, and the muscles in his abdomen almost dissolved. Every time at a critical moment, Whitebeard could see an orange light that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly flash on Naruto's body. The orange light carries an ominous aura. There is also a scent of evil. That strange power made Naruto, who was originally unable to hold on, actually hold on. Whitebeard also roughly understood why Naruto was called Demon Fox. There's something inside Naruto. That thing. Extremely evil. He also understood why the Sandame Hokage was so nervous and wanted to snatch Naruto away from him. The power within Naruto was incredibly strong. so powerful that it looks like an unconventional weapon. The Konoha village wanted to take control of this weapon, so the third Hokage reacted so violently. But this raises other problems. Since Naruto is not just an orphan, his identity is so special, his physique is so special, and his parents are heroes of Konoha, why is he treated like this? What does the Konoha Hokage think? Whitebeard expressed his incomprehension. If a Naruto like this was in the Navy, he would have been trained as the next generation of naval hero by the Navy headquarters, right? Whitebeard knew Sengoku very well, and he knew that his old rival would definitely do this. Such a comparison. Sit down. The power of the Nine Tails has been discovered. He realized that Naruto is the Jinchuriki. Kakashi took a deep breath. Once Whitebeard made any unusual movements, he would act without hesitation and rescue Naruto. However, Whitebeard's next reaction was. But Kakashi was stunned. Gulala. Stupid son, the power in you is very special. It seems that you don't know the potential you have. Whitebeard rubbed Naruto's little head. Your Hokage grandfather seems to have some reservations about you. My strength? My potential? Naruto, who was lying motionless on the ground, was a little confused, but seemed to understand. Dad, you said I am a genius. Gulala. Indeed. You remind me of Marco. Whitebeard grinned and said, it would be a waste if you don't make good use of your special potential. Marco. Naruto was startled. That's your father's other son, and he's the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard introduced him to Naruto. I see. So he is my brother. Naruto said happily, it's like, I have another family member. Gulala. More than one. Whitebeard laughed and said, you little brat have tens of thousands of family members. Tens of thousands. Naruto was shocked. However, the potential in your body is a little difficult to stimulate. Whitebeard crossed his arms in front of his chest, he looked down at Naruto, but it happens to be triggered when you are on the verge of death. So. Naruto suddenly had a bad feeling. So, you stupid son, quickly stand up and continue practicing for me. Whitebeard smiled like a devil, making Naruto shiver. At the same time, Konoha roots. Sir Danzo. We have found out. The reason why Lord Hokage is in a hurry is because something went wrong with the demon fox. In the dim environment, a root ninja knelt on one knee and reported the information. Danzo was ignored by Sarutobi Hiruzen today. Naturally he was angry. But he was a little curious about what the monkey guy was going to do, so he ordered the root members to check it out. Never thought. I actually found it. Demon Fox? The son of Minato Namikaze. Danzo narrowed his eyes and asked, is the seal of his tailed beast loosened? Master Danzo, the seal of the demon fox doesn't seem to have loosened. The root ninja responded, the reason he alarmed the Hokage is that he recognized a man from another village as his father. Danzo didn't expect it to unfold like this. Minato's son, the Jinchuriki, recognized a man from another village as his father? Danzo sneered, so that's how it is. Someone from another village coveted the Jinchuriki, and he succeeded? Monkey, I told you long ago that I would give the Jinchuriki to me to train, but you were stubborn. We must not let the Nine Tails Jinchuriki fall into the hands of others. Danzo's eyes flickered. Chapter 13, All parties are shocked. Uchiha's coup plan. The next day. Page 10. A giant over 6 meters tall came to Konoha village, and this giant was in cahoots with the demon fox. Such news quickly spread in the small city area of Konoha group. Because too many people saw Whitebeard and Naruto. This kind of news cannot be kept secret. Hey! Koji! Nara Shikamaru put his hands behind his head, yawned, and said, this story has spread widely. I've never seen a giant over 6 meters tall. Crack! Crack! Akimichi Koji was showing off a bag of potato chips and replied vaguely, "These potato chips are delicious. Are you listening to me?" Shikamaru frowned and looked at his little friend helplessly. Dinkai turned his head in surprise, "Aren't you talking about giant potato chips?" "Shikamaru, eat slowly." The two young kids just treated this kind of thing as a topic of conversation for entertainment. Shikamaru felt vaguely that something was unusual. But because of my young age, even though he has a maturity and wisdom beyond his peers, there are still some things that he cannot see as clearly as the Konoha Hyups. The residents of the Hyuga clan. A giant named Whitebeard. It is natural that the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, could not be unaware of such a major event. And he naturally knows more than ordinary people. Especially in some details. He had a very good relationship with Uzumaki Naruto, clashed with the Uchiha Guard, and defeated 3 Uchiha Chunins with Sharingan in an instant. He showed no fear when facing the Sandaime. Hinata Hayashi frowned. It is not clear whether the appearance of such a powerful person in Konoha village is a good thing or a bad thing. The key is that the other party is on good terms with the Jinchuriki. And Lord Hokage, you didn't take any measures against this person? Was it because of fear? Was the giant very powerful? Would a conflict with him in Konoha result in serious casualties? Or is it because of something else? In this regard, the day is not very clear. But he knew that there was a variable in Konoha, especially since this variable was related to the Jinchuriki, it would become even bigger. The residents of the Uchiha clan. Asshole! Asshole! What does that damn guy think of our Uchiha clan? He injured 3 of our clansmen and just patted his butt as if nothing happened. An eagle elder in the Uchiha clan was seething with anger. The Hokage was still at the scene. What did he do? He just sent our people to the hospital, and then he didn't do anything else. He didn't even send anyone to inform us, the Uchiha clan. If one of our clan members hadn't woken up and rushed back, we wouldn't even know that this had happened. Calm down. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, said, "From what I know, it was the 3 brothers Gan, Wen, and Kui who wanted to do something to Naruto. That's no reason to hurt our people." The Hawk Elder interrupted Fugaku and said, "You are not angry at all because there is no child of your clan leader among them. Gan, Wen, and Kui are my grandchildren." Uchiha Fugaku frowned. "Fugaku, you are the clan leader." Another elder of the Uchiha clan said leisurely, "It's time to make a decision. You know, this is a great opportunity. The Jinchuriki has formed a bond with a person from another village. Do you know what I mean by the opportunity?" Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. Of course he knows. As early as the Nine Tails Rebellion, when Konoha began to exclude the Uchiha clan began planning a coup. After all, no family can bear such grievance. Especially the Uchiha who are all mentally ill. Under pressure from within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to compromise and agreed to plan and launch a coup. The plan is simple and perfect. Control the Nine Tails riot and recreate the Nine Tails rebellion of the past. Then take the opportunity to seize the leadership of Konoha. Didn't your Konoha high-ranking officials say that the Uchiha were suspected of being the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rebellion? Then I will show you the lead. To this end, Uchiha Fugaku even arranged his son Uchiha Itachi to the Konoha Anbu to monitor the movements of Konoha's top leaders. But no one expected that his son was too rebellious, and this behavior was strongly resisted by Uchiha Itachi. The relationship between father and son. It's down to freezing point. Uchiha Fugaku knew that the great opportunity that the elder mentioned was actually a good opportunity to make the Jinchuriki go berserk. If the outsider who had a deep bond with the Jinchuriki was killed, there is a high probability that the Jinchuriki will suffer an emotional breakdown, causing the seal of the tailed beast to loosen, causing its power to run wild and the Nine Tails rebellion to reoccur. By the time The Konoha high-level officials will be too busy dealing with the Nine Tails. Konoha's strength will be greatly reduced. And he, Uchiha Fugaku, has the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is the biggest nemesis of the tailed beasts. At that time, Uchiha has two paths to choose. One is to save Konoha as a savior, win the hearts of all the people, and then launch a coup. Another way is to take the opportunity to stab Konoha's top leaders in the back. When Konoha's top leaders suffer heavy casualties, they can naturally take over Konoha. Now is not the best time. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes. Itaka will bring us news, let's wait for Itaka's intelligence first. Humph. Indecisive. The hawkish elder stood up suddenly with a dark face and left angrily. Another elder said slowly, Fugaku, Itaka is not trustworthy. He has been unwilling to participate. And the Jinchuriki's bond must be removed. It must be removed in front of the Jinchuriki. After he stood up, he left while continuing to speak. You don't want the Uchiha to decline further, do you? Uchiha Fugaku remained silent. Whitebeard became the center of the storm for the entire Konoha. I didn't notice much about it. Or maybe he didn't care about this at all. After all, let alone in the ninja world, even in the new world of the Grand Line, he, Whitebeard, was originally one of the centers of the world's storm. This is his daily routine. Stupid son, you vomited after running less than 2 kilometers. Whitebeard grabbed Kusunakiri and slashed at Naruto with his sword, Gulala. Even if you vomit, keep running. Naruto screamed in fear and ran faster, narrowly avoiding the sharp blade of Kusukimi. He never thought that wanting to become Hokage would be so difficult. Dad, he's not kidding. He is serious. Gulala. Stupid son, don't forget that you have to enter the ninja school next year. With your clay physique, how can you get in? Don't be a loser and embarrass your father. Whitebeard slashed down again, and this time he even cut off a few hairs on the back of Naruto's head. The airflow stirred up by the blade was like a strong wind, pushing Naruto forward. Naruto, whose face had turned pale from running, had no choice but to run forward. He was so exhausted and his legs were sore and cramped that he had no choice but to crawl forward on all fours. Naruto's body was covered with more than just sweat from exhaustion and tears of fear. Please read. Please add to your collection. Kidian is now reading is very important for every book. Reading means, follow the latest chapter every day. Please, big guys. In addition, thanks to book friend 20230130111811601 for the reward. Crab Boss. The boss is generous. Chapter 14 Konoha is punished to stand in F3. Shikamaru and Koji. Inside a barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan. Naruto was like a starving ghost, stuffing everything he saw into his mouth. I just hate that my teeth aren't sharp enough. So when chewing a piece of meat, you need to chew it many times before you can swallow it. He was indeed starving. Instead of taking Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen, Whitebeard took him to a barbecue restaurant. Whitebeard thought it was time for Naruto to grow. Coupled with this training intensity, how can we not eat meat? Must eat. Eat to death. Whitebeard was also eating the secret barbecue of the Akimichi clan. The piece of barbecue in his hand looked bigger than a pig. He could feel the sauce oozing out of the meat as he chewed it. The flavors of cumin, secret sauce, and meat exploded on the tip of the tongue, and also made Whitebeard, who had eaten a lot of delicious food, eyes light up. Gulala. This barbecue is quite interesting. Whitebeard finished the barbecue in a few bites and looked at the chef of the Akimichi clan in front of him. He even thought of extending an invitation, I just happen to be in need of a son who can cook. Are you interested in being my white-bearded son? The chef was staring at the giant in amazement. I was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. He is already in his 40s, and his wife has given birth to a daughter who is already a chunin in Konoha. In this situation, someone actually wants to adopt him as his son? What a joke! Gulala. It seems that you are not very willing. When Whitebeard saw the other party's green expression, he could immediately understand what he was thinking. Whitebeard also knew that he was indeed famous in the sea, but in Konoha village, his fame was limited to the specialness of the giant. If it were on the sea, if Whitebeard said to someone, "Be my son," there would probably be only one rebel among 10,000 people who would refuse Whitebeard's invitation. This is indeed no exaggeration. The ocean in the New World is in chaos and countless people are living in danger of losing their lives. Once Whitebeard adopts someone as his son, he will definitely protect that person for life until he dies. In the New World, anyone who wants to live well, no one would refuse Whitebeard's invitation. Even if the strongest person in the world is a pirate, as long as he can keep people alive, what does it matter if he's a pirate? Page 11. Such a pity. He, Whitebeard, has not yet made a name for himself in the ninja world. This title is a bit useless. Chuji, when did your family's barbecue restaurant put up such a large curtain? It wasn't there yesterday. Suddenly, a voice rang out that sounded like a child pretending to be mature, but because the child's voice was not fully developed yet, it still sounded very immature. Gaba. Gaba. Akimichi Koji said while chewing potato chips, maybe they are holding some big promotion event. Just as Koji was about to go inside, suddenly, his arm was held by Shikamaru. With a stumble, the bag of potato chips in Shikamaru's hand almost fell to the ground, and he was so scared that he quickly held the chips tightly. He said to Shikamaru in a tone that was not a complaint, "Shikamaru, this is my last bag of potato chips today." Idiot! That's not even a promotion. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said with a frown, "Lift your head up, that's the back of a person's head." Ah! Shikamaru looked up in surprise. I was immediately surprised, really? It's that giant. Shikamaru took a deep breath. He looked a little nervous and a little helpless. Why am I so unlucky? No one could have imagined that the giant who was in the limelight in Konoha village that day would actually appear in front of him. To be frank, it was indeed the first time that Shikamaru had seen someone so tall. He had seen a patient with gigantism in a book. But patients with gigantism are at most 3 meters tall. And none of them lived long. The giant in front of him was not a gigantic patient at all, because his height was far over 4 meters. Even if he was sitting on the ground, it could be estimated that his height was no less than 6 meters. How amazing! Shikamaru, there's a golden-haired person over there. Koji noticed Naruto, who was obsessed with eating meat. Looking at the pieces of grilled meat placed in front of Naruto and Whitebeard, he felt that the potato chips in his hand no longer tasted good. His eyes were fixed on her and his saliva was flowing. That's Uzumaki Naruto, right? Shikamaru suddenly thought for a moment, I remember, some adults in the family mentioned him. Hey! Koji, don't go over there! He was suddenly shocked to find that Koji, who was tempted by the barbecue, broke free from his restraints. Then head straight to the barbecue restaurant. This. Shikamaru had a headache. Is this guy's brain made of barbecue? Really, this is so troublesome. He gritted his teeth. Followed. Compared to Whitebeard's huge body, the two little brats looked like two little mice passing by. Whitebeard glanced at them slightly sideways. I wanted to ignore the two little brats. But Akimichi Koji handed the remaining half of the bag of potato chips in his hand to Whitebeard, staring at the pile of barbecue in front of Whitebeard, and drooling, he said, "Can I use this bag of potato chips to exchange for barbecue? Even though I ate it till only half is left, but Before Koji could finish his words, Shikamaru jogged over and covered his mouth with his hands. Shikamaru was trying hard to drag him out. Being stared at by Whitebeard. This put Shikamaru under great pressure. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Sorry, my friend is not in a clear mind and disturbed your meal. Please just ignore us and we will leave now. Shikamaru forcibly pulled Koji out. But he was very tired. At this time, Whitebeard noticed that Naruto was absent-mindedly showing off the barbecue while looking at the two little kids. He saw Naruto's loneliness, the look in his eyes that longed for friendship, and Naruto couldn't hide it at all. Whitebeard asked with a smile, "Want to play with these little devils?" Naruto shook his head hastily, feeling down. "The children in the village don't want to play with me." Seeing Naruto like this, Whitebeard's prejudice against the Sandaime Hokage increased even more. If the Hokage had not done anything, how could his stupid son not even have a friend? "Dad, I'm full." Naruto's appetite also decreased a bit. "Gulala. Then go back." Whitebeard laughed and said, "Don't worry, stupid son. When your father and I accept a few more stupid sons, you will have enough friends." "Really?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "Gulala. Of course. When has Dad ever lied to you?" Whitebeard ruffled Naruto's hair. "Hey! You didn't pay." The chef of the barbecue restaurant was dumbfounded. Did this strange father and son just leave like that? "Let that dog pay," Whitebeard said without even turning back. "Dog?" The chef actually looked around. "I actually found a dog at the door of the store." "No, how do you pay for a dog?" Bang! Before he finished speaking, a cloud of smoke suddenly came out of a small dog at the door of the store, and Kakashi's figure appeared. "Has it been discovered?" Kakashi looked at Whitebeard's back and said, "Transformation technique is useless to him." He pulled out his wallet to pay. Kakashi has no psychological burden and doesn't feel sorry for his money. "Anyway, you can get reimbursed when you get back." The other side. Shikamaru, who was trying hard to drag Koji away from trouble, suddenly found himself shrouded by a shadow, causing a few drops of sweat to flow down his forehead, and his world-weary face was filled with helplessness. "Gulala. Two little brats, my Naruto is in need of a playmate, and I think you two are quite suitable." Shikamaru. There will be updates at noon. Stable updates every day. Large quantities to keep you full. Lock yourself in a small dark room and write. I write. End. Chapter 15 Naruto's Friend. The Assassination of the Root. Gulala. "Naruto, look, you have friends now." Whitebeard carried Kusanakiri on his shoulders. He looked at the three little guys walking in front of him and laughed cheerfully. "Hello everyone. My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto acted very embarrassed. "My name is Koji. Akimichi Koji." Koji raised his chubby little hand and said in amazement, "Naruto, you are amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone eat so much barbecue." "Ah!" Naruto was stunned. The other party's enthusiasm was beyond his expectations, and the other party did not even say the word demon fox. In fact, Naruto was already prepared. "The other party will call you a fox demon." But that didn't happen. Dinkai was very familiar with people. He scratched his head and smiled, "Just now, I saw you eating barbecue outside. The amount you ate was almost the same as mine. Isn't that a very impressive thing?" Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru had a bitter face, full of helplessness, and introduced himself listlessly. His instinct told him not to get too close to troubles, because what he hated most was troubles. A giant who has stirred up huge public opinion, in his eyes. Nothing is more troublesome than this. But the sword behind him, which was bigger than his body, shone with a cold light under the sunlight. Let Shikamaru choose to follow his heart. "Gulala. You look a little unhappy, you little brat." Whitebeard smiled, "Could it be that you, little brat, don't want to be friends with my Naruto?" "Naruto, let's be friends." Shikamaru was so scared that he shuddered suddenly, and he spoke to Naruto selectively and enthusiastically. Sometimes, the smarter you are, the better you know your situation. Then the bottom line is more flexible. The more you follow your heart. Ah, really? Naruto was surprised and happy. Even at a loss. Of course it's true, Shikamaru said while trying to force a smile. Naruto couldn't help but said weakly, but, I am a demon fox. No, it doesn't matter. Shikamaru's mouth was trembling. He could feel a chill at his back. However, Akimichi Chuji didn't notice anything. He took out a handful of potato chips from a half-pack of potato chips and handed them to Naruto, and smiled a very sincere smile. Since Shikamaru invited you to be friends, then we will be friends from now on. Hey! Just give it a perfunctory response. Can't you see that I'm trying to compromise? Shikamaru's eyelids twitched. What he was thinking was to quickly deal with the giant behind him, go home and hide for a few days, and never come to this street again. But Dinkai did this. Shikamaru was stunned. Hey, why are you crying? Shikamaru suddenly realized that there was someone who gave him a headache. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto, whose tears were welling up and snot was running, and said helplessly, "Can you please stop crying? I can't stand seeing people cry. I am excited." Naruto sniffed hard and said, "I have never had any friends since I was a child. No one in the village wants to get close to me. Even if I went to buy something, they wouldn't let me into the store, and if I sneaked in, they would kick me out." Dinkai scratched his head in confusion. "Didn't your parents take care of this?" Naruto lowered his head and said, I didn't have parents before." "Stupid Koji! Can you speak?" Shikamaru glared at Koji. "Don't expose other people's scars." Page 12. He looked at Naruto, being a member of the Nara clan. Even though Shikamaru is only 5 years old this year, his IQ of 200 allows him to understand what the elders in the clan say. He had heard the elders in the clan discuss Uzumaki Naruto, and had a preliminary understanding of Naruto very early on. "Of course, I don't know much about it." He only knew that Naruto was a demon fox and that there was a terrifying monster hidden inside him. He also knew that Naruto's parents were once heroes of Konoha, but they died because of something. Shikamaru didn't know much. But more than my peers. "Hey! Stop crying like a woman. It's so troublesome." Shikamaru turned his face away, took out something and handed it over. Naruto looked at a handkerchief in front of him. He looked up at Shikamaru, who turned his face away. "Remember to return it to me after you're done. This is my mother's birthday gift to me." Shikamaru didn't look at Naruto, but still said, "Also, don't use it to wipe your nose. Only use it to wipe your tears." Okay. Time. Passage. When night fell, Naruto had returned home. Naruto's home was very small, not like the hero's orphan that people usually know. It was just a very ordinary and even old one-bedroom apartment. The house was kept in good order. This was of course not something Naruto wanted to do, but something Whitebeard forced him to do. In the words of Whitebeard, "If you can't even clean up your own house, what's the point of being a Hokage?" Then, Naruto cleaned up the house last night. After taking a shower, Naruto lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. He stood up, ran to the window and looked down. You can see the old man with a white beard, sitting directly on the main road, using the wall as a backrest, and resting with his eyes closed. Whitebeard seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes. "Move your eyes upwards. Gulala. Stupid son, why aren't you sleeping well so late at night? What's the matter?" Whitebeard has lived in worse environments, so it's nothing for him to sleep directly on the main street now. "Dad, thank you." Naruto grinned. "Go to bed, stupid son. You have to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow to practice. If you are 1 minute late, your training workload will be doubled." "Okay." Naruto happily lay back on the bed. Not only did he receive special training from his father today, he also felt that his physical strength had become stronger. He also made two friends, one named Narashikamaru and the other named Akimichi Koji. He also ate a lot of barbecue, which was the first time he had eaten so much. Naruto was very satisfied with today. He also discovered that what his father could give him, it seemed that his Hokage grandfather couldn't give him anything. Grandpa Hokage had never treated himself to a barbecue dinner, nor had he allowed himself to make good friends in Konoha village. Every time someone pestered him to teach him ninjutsu, he refused. But, Whitebeard Daddy. But I gave them all to myself. Is this what it feels like to have a father? Naruto fell into a deep sleep, not noticing anything unusual outside. Soon, he even began to snore softly. Outside. Whitebeard made a tisk sound. He stood up and helped his stupid son close the window. Subsequently, he turned around and looked into the pitch-black night. Gulala! This village doesn't seem to welcome me. You little rats from the gutter! Don't you know there's something called observation haki? Under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, Whitebeard easily discovered the root ninja hiding in the dark. They have nowhere to hide. Thanks to the two big guys' lazy eye reading books and in short, Xiao Si is very cute for the rewards. Mr. Krabs. Boss Atmosphere. Thanks to Yuma 1 and 201809240605149144 for their monthly tickets. Crab Boss. Chapter 16 Whitebeard's Bottom Line, The Power of the Tremor Fruit. As Whitebeard finished speaking, more than a dozen figures appeared in succession from different directions, front, back, left, and right. Everyone was wearing a mask, but it was slightly different from the masks of the Anbu. Some of them stood on the eaves. Some squatted on telephone poles. The eyes hidden in the masks all fell on Whitebeard, and no emotion could be seen in their eyes. In the air, filled with a murderous atmosphere, Kakashi, who was assigned by the third Hokage to monitor Naruto, knew that he had been discovered by Whitebeard a long time ago, but he never showed up and always hid beside Naruto. But by this time, he had to show up again. At this moment, Kakashi was standing on the balcony of Naruto's residence. He first looked back at Naruto who was sleeping inside. Then he looked at the group of root ninjas. He's not here with good intentions. Kakashi muttered to himself, but it looks like he's not targeting Naruto, but that Whitebeard. What on earth does that guy Shimura Danzo want to do? Kakashi doesn't have a good impression of Danzo, or rather, the normal ninjas in Konoha don't have a good impression of Danzo. Some of the things that Root has done, everyone may have heard of it. Hatake Kakashi. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. The speaker was one of the Root ninjas. This is the instruction of Danzo-sama. If you want to intervene, we will also regard you as an enemy. Kakashi's face turned cold, and he said in an unhappy tone, "Can I take what you said as a threat to me?" Whatever. The Root ninja's response was unusually cold. Like there is no emotion. More like a machine. Gulala. You little white-haired brat, it turns out you are not in the same group with them? But they look like they know you. Why is your Konoha village so chaotic? Being surrounded by more than a dozen root ninjas, even an elite jonin needs to be extremely vigilant to avoid becoming a prey. But Whitebeard was not at all alert. Without the slightest solemnity, Whitebeard glanced around, and instead of letting up his smile, he laughed extremely happily. Gulala. There are only a dozen of you here, not even enough for me to warm up. Arrogant. Among the dozen or so root ninjas, the leader said in a cold tone, Danzo-sama has ordered that the Jinchuriki must not fall into the hands of outsiders. All unstable factors must be eliminated. Kill him. Moment. A sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the night, and countless shurikens were flying around, and it was difficult to see their movement trajectories in the darkness. Several root ninjas took the opportunity to quickly form hand seals. Earth escape, small yellow spring swamp. In the blink of an eye, the ground under Whitebeard's feet turned into a muddy swamp, and his huge body was slowly sinking down. Actions seem restricted. Dense shurikens were approaching. Whitebeard stood still. Bang 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 bang. The sound of hard objects colliding continued, and balls of fire burst out from the surface of Whitebeard's body. All the shurikens flying towards him were bounced off by his skin. Gulala! The Navy's shells couldn't leave any marks on me. The small darts thrown by hand are too weak. Whitebeard laughed loudly, and under the shocked gaze of the root ninjas, he lifted his foot and broke free from the quagmire. Ninjas are quite interesting. Not only can they spit fire and water, but they can also control soil. Whitebeard swung his sword with great force. Hum! The air in front of Whitebeard became extremely chaotic under this sword. The terrifying wind pressure made the faces of several root ninjas closest to Whitebeard change suddenly. The attack that was comparable to wind-style ninjutsu was extremely fierce. Earth release earth flow wall. A thick earth wall rose from the ground, and the wind pressure created by Kong Yunkai fell on the earth wall, actually shattering it. Several root ninjas hiding behind the earth wall. He was also knocked away by that force. Suddenly, Whitebeard suddenly grabbed the back of his neck as if he was catching a mosquito, and a root ninja who was about to take advantage of the opportunity to attack him was caught in his hand. The terrifying grip made the opponent suffer so much pain that his ninja sword fell to the ground. Little devil, there can't be even a scratch on my back. Click! The sound of bones breaking made those around them shudder. Whitebeard loosened his grip, and the root ninja became like mud and rotten meat. This was the first person Whitebeard killed when he arrived in the ninja world. As for the psychological pressure of killing? Absolutely not. The 4 emperors have never killed anyone? Do not make jokes. Damn it! The expressions of a group of root ninjas under their masks finally showed a little fluctuation, and they were very ugly expressions. After several jumps, they stood together in tacit understanding. Fire style, flame meteor. The few root ninjas standing in the front performed fire release ninjutsu at the same time. The raging flames gathered together and were comparable to A-level ninjutsu. Half of the street was burning with wisps of flames. Wind escape big breakthrough. The root ninja standing at the back cast a few wind-style ninjutsu without hesitation, and the raging flames became even more terrifying, even affecting some surrounding residential buildings. Some civilians from Konoha village who were sleeping inexplicably discovered that there was a lot of noise outside. When they impatiently opened their eyes. Page 13. I was terrified. It's on fire. What a big fire. Are these people crazy? Kakashi's expression suddenly changed. He knew that if he didn't take action, the raging flames would affect Naruto. Are these root members sure they are not crazy? Kakashi quickly formed a seal, water. As a result, he only made one seal and then stopped moving. Because he saw a scene that he would never forget. Happening before your eyes. Masked brats, you've gone too far. Whitebeard's eyes were filled with murderous intent. As the world's most powerful man recognized by the sea, he didn't care if this kind of attack fell on him. After all, he really wanted to try it out. What level are these ninjutsu in the ninja world? Can they break Whitebeard's physical defense? But if the opponent's attack could affect Uzumaki Naruto, Whitebeard would never forgive them. Many of my family members were lost in the war at the top. Now, in this ninja world, a family member, cannot be left behind. Facing the raging fire, a vibrating light wave appeared from Whitebeard's right fist. The eruption of murderous intent was like a tsunami. It makes people feel like duckweed in the sea. Whitebeard punches lightly. Boom! The power of the tremor fruit was displayed in the ninja world for the first time. White atmospheric cracks spread outward from Whitebeard's right fist, covering a large area in front in an instant. Bang! A sound like breaking glass reached the ears, and the raging wind and flames suddenly stopped in an instant, and the movements of more than a dozen root ninjas also became stiff. The next moment, the ground was shaking all around. The extremely strong vibration tore the earth apart, and a large number of cracks began to appear on the walls of the houses. The entire Konoha village was visibly shaken. The ninjutsu that combined fire and wind jutsu was shattered in the blink of an eye. The shocking force touched the dozen or so root ninjas before they could react. Bang! Their bodies are like a string of lit firecrackers. It was shattered directly. Blood splatters. Killed by bombardment. A Big Guy's book. Becoming a part-time worker starting from Naruto, a new work by Woodimoji Aishu, with a large amount of Naruto chapters. Summary. Year 54 of the Konoha calendar. Two super geniuses appeared in Konoha's Anbu. One is called Uchiha Itachi and the other is called Akihara Kagura. One is a tool of the village who would do anything for Konoha, except for his brother Uchiha Sasuke. A man who calls himself a tool of the village, but is willing to do anything for Konoha, including Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi's brother. Chapter 17, Uchiha Itachi, the newcomer to the Anbu. The filial son of the ninja world. Although Kakashi didn't know much about the root, he felt that there were at least 2 jonins among the dozen or so root ninjas. The remaining root ninjas were either special jonin or chunin, there was not a single ordinary one. But what did he see? Isn't it exaggeratedly strong? Kakashi felt a little dry in the mouth. He watched Whitebeard punch the air, and then the atmosphere seemed to be shattered. The crisp sound of glass breaking made by the atmosphere. It's definitely not an illusion. The violently vibrating air even caused a strong wind, and the buildings beneath his feet were shaking slightly. This was most likely the result of Whitebeard's strange ability controlling him. Otherwise, the house where Naruto lived was not just shaking slightly, but was full of cracks like the other houses. The entire street was affected by this attack. No house was spared, no inch of land remained intact. Look around. Devastated. There's a fire. There's an earthquake. Residents on the street screamed in fear. They ran out of their houses in panic. Why did an earthquake suddenly happen? There hasn't been an earthquake for several years. When they ran out, they saw a devastated scene outside. I even saw a giant standing there. They were so frightened that they dared not say a word. Because the breath emanating from the giant made them tremble all over, as if they had turned into an ant and the giant was a mammoth. Full of pressure. Kakashi glanced at the civilians and felt a bit of a headache. I don't know if anyone has been affected. Those people under Shimura Danzo don't care at all about the impact that their actions will have on Konoha village. And now, there are more than a dozen of them. Kakashi opened his dead fish eyes a little wider. Are they all dead? The pools of scarlet blood on the ground were so eye-catching. More than a dozen root ninjas were blown to pieces. There is no complete body. Kakashi looked back at Naruto in the room and found that Naruto was not awakened by the noise outside. This kid slept too soundly. Was he too tired during the day? He looked at Whitebeard's back again. That moment, Kakashi then realized that this new father Naruto recognized was more powerful than anyone imagined. Maybe this Whitebeard, comparable to Naruto? There was an earthquake. At the same time, Danzo Shimura, who was waiting for good news from the root assassination team, felt a slight vibration from the ground, and his brows furrowed deeply. For some reason, Danzo had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the assassination team can't deal with that Whitebeard? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo shook his head. 2 root jonins, 2 root special jonins, and 10 root chunins. Even an elite jonin who has experienced hundreds of battles would probably have to leave his life behind if he encountered such an assassination team. He didn't think that a person from another village could have such strength to escape from the assassination team. If the other party is really that powerful. The Anbu had so many spies planted in the village, yet they allowed such a powerful outsider to run into the village and establish a bond with the Jinkriki. What is it for? Serious dereliction of duty. Monkey, you are old and no longer the ninja hero you once were. Danzo stared at the candlelight in front of him. His expression could not be seen, but his ambition could be seen. Since you can't make decisions on some things, let me make the decisions for you. He sent the root to assassinate Whitebeard, and naturally did not tell Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was an unauthorized action by the root. Danzo felt that he was doing the right thing. I'm doing this for Konoha too. Click. Sarutobi Hiruzen was working overtime in the Hokage's office, but a sudden vibration caused the tip of his pen to break. His ears moved, and he vaguely sensed movement in the distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. Throw away the pencil. Suddenly stood up. He walked quickly to the window and looked at the scene in the distance. His expression was not very good. He spoke to the air on the side, Itaki. Go to Naruto and see what happened. If there is any problem, help Kakashi deal with it. Yes. Uchiha Itaki, who just celebrated his birthday last month and turned 11, has become a new member of the Anbu. A black shadow that was difficult to see clearly passed by the window, and it went towards Naruto's residence like a passing crow. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still staying in the office, had a solemn expression on his face. In the dim moonlight, he could see the street in the distance, filled with a faint cloud of smoke. That's where Naruto lives. Something definitely happened. Even though his body is very fragile, he can breathe fire and water, and can control soil and strong winds. Whitebeard said with a click of his tongue, the ninjas in this ninja world are all so weird. Say it. Whitebeard stopped looking at the broken bodies. He glanced back at Kakashi and said, "White-haired brat, are you going to assassinate me too?" No. Kakashi said quickly, Hokage-sama only asked me to protect Naruto, and did not give me any other orders. He immediately distanced himself from those root ninjas. He didn't want to be hit by Whitebeard's punch. The terrifying power of that punch reminded him of Lady Tsunade. Then clean this place up. Whitebeard's tone was commanding, Gulala. Since you accepted the order from that damn Hokage, you don't want to wait for Naruto to wake up and find the ground full of broken bodies, right? Kakashi really wanted to say to Whitebeard, I'm not a battlefield cleaner, I've never done such a thing. But Whitebeard glanced at him. Let the words get stuck in his throat. I'll clean it up. Kakashi felt that as long as he used a few quiet water techniques, he could flush the root ninja's body parts into the sewer. Anyway, these root ninjas are all secretive, and many of them don't even have names. Hidden in a mask during life. Stay in the sewers after death. Yeah, that fits. Little white-haired devil, it seems like you can control soil, right? Whitebeard gave the order again, then fix the cracked ground. Forget about the cracked walls. This is the price they pay for bullying my son. Hey, that's too much. I'm not some white-haired butler, why would you let an ANBU jounin do this kind of work? Page 14. Kakashi's head is full of black lines. But he did it anyway. Kakashi had a gloomy face and released a few water ninjutsu to clean the ground. Then he prepared to use a few earth ninjutsu to fill the ground. He felt like a dignified jonin who had become a construction worker. Fortunately, there was no one he knew nearby, and no one who knew him. This way, it wouldn't be too embarrassing, right? Senior Kakashi. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Hokage asked me to come and see what happened. That was the voice of Itaki, who was hiding behind the ANBU mask. Senior, what are you doing? Itaki's tone was quite puzzled. Kakashi. Gan. Thanks to delicious clay pot rice, turning back a smile you love me, handsome Victory V, Fengjajushi, Obuan, 0. Starry Sky for their generous support. Thank you boss. Boss Atmosphere. Chapter 18, Little Devil, are you here to take my life too? Although Uchiha Itachi is only 11 years old this year and is just a newcomer in the Anbu, he is already highly valued by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Anbu. Not only because he is so powerful despite his young age. Moreover, he is the son of Uchiha Fugaku. The identity is too special. Itachi and Kakashi knew each other. When they were not on a mission, they usually guarded the door for Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's why. The first thing Uchiha Itachi called Kakashi when he arrived here was Kakashi-senpai. He was indeed very confused and didn't quite understand what Kakashi meant by using the earth escape technique here. Subsequently, Itachi noticed that there was a tall figure next to Kakashi, but because the other person was too tall and strong, he first thought it was two telephone poles sticking out of the ground. A closer look revealed that they were human legs. When I looked up, I realized it was a person. This is... Hiss. It's the giant mentioned by Hokage. Hey! Itachi, you're just in time. Kakashi looked like nothing had happened. He walked over and patted Itachi on the shoulder. Here, there's something I need your help with. Senior, I'm wearing an ANBU mask. Itachi whispered, don't call me by my name. Oh. Itachi, help me fill the ground. I will use earth jutsu to fill the ground, and you can use fire jutsu to dry the mud. Kakashi responded, but turned around and forgot Itachi's reminder. Uchiha Itachi. Take a deep breath. Itachi inquired, Senior Kakashi, I came here on orders from the Hokage to see what's going on here. He looked at the devastation around him. Then he looked at the giant again. His face was solemn. He asked in a low voice, did a fight take place here? Kakashi-senpai, did you fight with that giant? Don't talk nonsense, it's not me, it's the root. Kakashi immediately distanced himself from the matter again. The root. Itachi was stunned, I don't see anyone from the root. It's there. Kakashi pointed to the sewer. He opened his eyes wide and said calmly, go in and look around. Maybe you can find some of their meat or pieces of their masks. Uchiha Itachi. Although Kakashi's words were a little euphemistic, Uchiha Itachi was no fool. He immediately realized that all the root ninjas were dead. Death at the hands of a giant. Moment. His hand reached for the ninja sword, but was quickly held back by Kakashi. Under Uchiha Itachi's puzzled gaze, Kakashi said, the root acted on its own without the Hokage's orders. And their attack almost affected Naruto. But he killed the Konoha ninja. Uchiha Itachi didn't quite understand why Senior Kakashi watched the root ninja die. Kakashi's dead fish eyes showed no emotion. But he kept holding Uchiha Itachi's hand. Kakashi said to Itachi, don't conflict with Whitebeard without the order of Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi, you are a member of the Anbu. The death of the root people has nothing to do with you. They acted without the order of the Hokage. They died because of it, and it has nothing to do with us in Konoha. I see that you are still a newcomer, so I will give you a little warning. If it were any other time. Kakashi was too lazy to say so much. What did Uchiha Itachi want to do have to do with him? But tonight is different. Uchiha Itachi is a member of the Anbu together with him. Once Uchiha Itachi attacks Whitebeard, Kakashi really can't just stand by and watch. He will most likely have to assist Uchiha Itachi in dealing with Whitebeard. Although he never actually fought against Whitebeard. But after seeing Whitebeard take action several times, Kakashi thinks, it's better not to mess with this person. He is not a traitor to Konoha, and this is not a war period. There has been no order from the third Hokage, and there is no paternal hatred between the two sides. How much is the monthly salary? Just fight to the death? Gulala. Whitebeard looked at Uchiha Itachi with interest. You two little brats are whispering a little too loudly. Is it another masked brat? Are you here to take my life too? No, he just came to see what happened. Kakashi pulled Uchiha Itachi aside. He explained to Whitebeard, "We are not in the same department as the dozen or so people before us." Uchiha Itachi didn't speak. He could see that Kakashi-senpai was very afraid of this giant, which made him feel quite incredible. Itachi felt that he had a better understanding of what kind of person Kakashi-senpai was. An existence that can make Kakashi-senpai afraid. Definitely a dangerous person. Then, Uchiha Itachi, who was forcibly held down by Kakashi, could only work with Kakashi to clean up the surrounding area. Then, he didn't stay here long. Go straight back to the Hokage building. Uchiha Itachi did not take the usual route. He did not go through the main entrance, but came in through the window of the Hokage's office. He saw the Sandaime Hokage smoking a pipe. The whole office was filled with smoke. "Itachi, why are you back so late?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "It's been almost half an hour since you went there. Konoha is not that big, so a round trip shouldn't take that long, right? Did you encounter any difficult problems? Is Naruto okay?" Hokage-sama. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's series of questions, Uchiha Itachi reported truthfully, "The Jinchuriki is in good condition, but something unexpected did happen." He told all the information he got from Kakashi, including but not limited to the assassination of Whitebeard by the Root, and how Whitebeard forcefully eliminated the Root ninja. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned even more tightly. The fist glowed white, and a punch instantly killed more than a dozen Root ninjas from a distance. Why does it sound so much like Onoki's dust release? But after careful consideration, it doesn't seem to be dust release. Is it a special ninjutsu? Similar to Rei's Nan? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Whitebeard's powerful strength is even higher. It made him feel more and more difficult. And also, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely troubled. He actually bypassed me and directly ordered the Root to attack Whitebeard. Does he still have me, the Hokage, in his eyes? The key is, Danzo was too arrogant. He thought that this was Konoha's home ground and he could just send an assassination team to get rid of a person from another village. As a result, the assassination team was completely wiped out. There was also a big fuss. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little annoyed. He didn't like the feeling of not being controlled by him, even if that person was also a high-ranking official of Konoha. Moreover, the people under Danzo's command almost hurt Naruto. What if the tailed beast Ninetales was released? Who will clean up the mess? Danzo is becoming more and more dishonest. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the ambition of his old friend. It seems that some of the authority of the Root can be slightly restricted and reduced. Uchiha Itachi pretended not to hear about this kind of game between high-level officials. But I didn't expect it. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked him, "Itachi, what do you think of the Uchiha clan's recent unusual behavior?" Uchiha Itachi was slightly shocked. He lowered his head and said, "The Uchiha clan." Before he could finish his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him and said, "I won't make things difficult for you. If things can be handled through negotiation, there is no need to use some drastic measures." He said earnestly, "Itachi, the future of the Uchiha rests in the hands of young people like you and Shisui. Don't be influenced by those people." Sarutobi Hiruzen meant something. "Yes, Hokage-sama. Thanks to the two bosses Kyungsoo and for their reward and support." "Thank you boss. Boss atmosphere. Thanks to Zaxia Ziazize, moral 8 cents a pound, book friend 202204051715139997, Wendao, PG1, Lazy Eye Reading, Ning Zai Upping, Sun Wukong Scolds the Monkey, Kirareeks 38, Happy Windman Choose a Hang, A Dan AJT, Panda Zero, Shadowless, and Indestructible and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. There are too many to type, so I can't finish typing. Page 15. Chapter 19 5-year-old Sasuke. An inevitable encounter in destiny. Near dawn, Uchiha Itachi took off his Anbu mask and returned to the Uchiha clan's residence with light steps. It didn't make much noise. Don't want to wake up the sleeping people. Suddenly, whoosh! A sound of breaking air came from the right. Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand and grabbed a kunao in his hand. It was a wooden kunao. Itachi backhanded it. The wooden kunao flew back at an even faster speed, and a panicked cry of pain came from the darkness. Ah! Ah! Brother! You hit my eye! It hurts! My eye! What? Uchiha Itachi was shocked and hurried over to check. Sasuke, are you okay? I didn't mean it. Snapped. The wooden kunao was pressed against Itachi's throat. Uchiha Sasuke, who was only 5 years old, had a triumphant and smug smile on his face. Hee, didn't expect that. You got fooled. Father said that it is normal for ninjas to use some dirty tricks and lies. If my kunao was made of iron, you would have died in my hands. Really? A hand pressed on Uchiha Sasuke's little head and rubbed it hard a few times. Itachi's teasing voice came from behind Sasuke. My stupid Ododu, look carefully, what is in front of you? Bang! As a cloud of smoke rose, Uchiha Itachi, who was held back by Sasuke with a wooden kunao, suddenly disappeared. It's a clone. Itachi cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, forced a smile, and said, you are still more than 10 years too early to attack me by surprise. Hey! What? Sasuke pouted. He said unconvincedly, brother, you are bullying a child. What's the point of using ninjutsu? Snapped. Itachi gave Sasuke's little head a finger snap. Stupid Sasuke, what else can a ninja do if they don't use ninjutsu? Also, it's almost midnight, why aren't you sleeping tonight? Sasuke grinned, I want my brother to sleep with me. You're already 5 years old. Your birthday is in half a month, and you'll be 6 years old then. You'll be enrolled in the ninja school in the second half of next year, so why can't you be more mature? Itachi was helpless. Brother, teach me the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu, and I will mature. Sasuke couldn't hide his little thoughts. Itachi frowned and said, didn't father promise you that he would teach you the great fireball technique after you entered the ninja school? You are too young, and it is too early for you to learn ninjutsu. Can't we even do it a year earlier? Sasuke pleaded, can't we Uchiha be different from others? No. Itachi refused decisively. Sasuke rolled his eyes, backed off, and took Itachi's hand and said, how about brother teach me shuriken and kunao throwing techniques? Teach throwing? Okay. Itachi stretched out his hand and pinched Sasuke's little face. I've been very busy recently, so I'll take a day off tomorrow to accompany you. Only tomorrow, Sasuke, if you don't learn it in one day, then I won't teach you anymore. Great. Sasuke asked expectantly, are we going to study in the clan? Itachi thought about it. The conflicts between himself and his family became increasingly intense, and he usually came back late at night to sleep, and left the next morning. If we stay here during the day, we will definitely get into some trouble. Let's go to the suburbs. Itachi said with a smile, let's go camping in the wild. I'll make Sasuke's favorite katsuobushi rice balls. It is good. The next day, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. It was not yet dawn. This is Whitebeard's third day in Konoha village. On the first day, he injured an Anbu ninja, adopted Naruto as his son, injured 3 Uchiha, confronted the Konoha Hokage, had a free meal at Ichiraku Ramen, and gave Naruto special training. The next day, he was still training Naruto, taking Naruto to eat a free barbecue meal, finding 2 friends for Naruto, killing more than a dozen root ninjas, and almost shattering a street in Konoha. On the third day, he woke up from his sleep. Gulala! Stupid son! Get up! Life cannot be wasted lying in bed. You said you wanted to become Hokage. Whitebeard's voice scared Naruto so much that he sat up in bed. Okay. Dad. I'll just wash up and be right there. Naruto knew very well what the consequences would be if he slept in with his dad. He stood up decisively and put on his clothes. After a quick wash, with a messy hair, he ran out quickly. He resisted the urge to yawn and stood straight in front of Whitebeard, looking like an elementary school student who was forced into military training. Gulala. Let's go to the old place to further our training. Whitebeard smiled and said, Dad won't carry you this time, stupid son. You have to run over by yourself this time. Hey! Naruto was surprised. Dad, that's more than 10 kilometers. The straight line distance is actually not that far. But turn left and right on the street. It's that far. What? You want to give up? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and rubbed his hands, ready to give Naruto an iron fist of love. No. Naruto shuddered. I'll run now. Gulala. This is my son. Whitebeard laughed loudly. He didn't care at all whether his voice would disturb others. At the same time, on the roof, Kakashi, who was half asleep, looked helpless. He opened his dead fish eyes and looked at the backs of Naruto and Whitebeard, yawned and complained, is it necessary to get up so early? But unfortunately, his task was to monitor Naruto and not let him leave his sight. I just had to cheer up. Hurry up and follow. It is still the same old place, the area outside Konoha village, which has been used by Whitebeard as his base for special training of Naruto. Naruto ran from his home to this place without stopping for a single moment. When he finally arrived, I'm completely exhausted. Huff 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 huff. Naruto felt that his posture was like a puppy with its tongue hanging out, but he didn't care about his image or anything like that. Dad, I can't run anymore. I didn't eat anything this morning. Naruto felt that if he continued to train without eating breakfast, he would starve to death, right? Result. Before he had a few seconds to rest, he was picked up by Whitebeard. Gulala. Stupid son. If I don't act like this, how can I stimulate the potential in your body? Whitebeard grinned and said, the special energy in your body only comes out when you are on the verge of death. So, you have to maintain this state of near-death every day. Naruto collapsed and cried out, Dad, this will definitely kill someone. Gulala. Do you still want to be Hokage if you don't have the determination to die? Whitebeard held the Kusukumokiri and stabbed at Naruto fiercely. Naruto, who was so scared that his whole body was aching, quickly dodged. Move for me. Stupid son. Kakashi, who was standing on a tree not far away, frowned. If I remember correctly, if the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will die with him. Could it be that the 9 tails in Naruto's body doesn't want to die, so it uses its power to help Naruto? But he also remembered that the tailed beasts would be resurrected. He couldn't understand why the 9 tails wanted to use its power to help Naruto recover. Forget it. Who knows what the tailed beasts are thinking? Okay. Kakashi suddenly looked to the other side. He saw 2 figures, one big and one small, walking towards this side. Who is that? Uchiha Itachi? The other one, could it be his younger brother? Thanks to the Boss V for the reward and support. Mr. Krabs. Thanks to Untitled 2010, Book Friend 2019061108499071, Li Daihuang, Purple Blood Eyes, Strange Stories, LLLL, Ying Yu Yu Gong Jwi, Hong Chen Li Xin, Adon GJT, 4 Colored Conch, Book Friend 201907162215390013 and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Crab Boss. Chapter 20 Naruto gets rid of his inferiority complex and becomes more confident. Uchiha Itachi was very happy today because he successfully asked for leave from the Sandome and could go out and play with Sasuke today. He can also teach Sasuke how to use the sword and kunai throwing techniques. Let this little guy satisfy his curiosity. Itaka has always been very doting towards his younger brother. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Look up immediately. He noticed that there was a man knocking on the trunk of a big tree in front of him, as if to remind him. Kakashi-senpai. This person had white spiky hair, a black mask, and a ninja forehead protector that covered one of his eyes. Such features. Too obvious. Uchiha Itaka didn't expect that he would meet Kakashi-senpai here too. Shouldn't the senior be monitoring the Jinchuriki? And many more. Could it be? Uchiha Itaka was a step too slow to react, because Sasuke next to him was jogging forward excitedly, and turned back and shouted, "Brother! There is a river ahead. Let's camp here. You can teach me the throwing technique here." Ouch! Sasuke, who didn't look at the road, bumped into an unknown object. The pain was so severe that he quickly squatted on the ground and covered the side of his head. "Sasuke! Come back soon." Uchiha Itaka's expression suddenly changed. "Damn it! That hurts." Sasuke didn't quite hear. Page 16. He climbed up by grabbing something nearby, but suddenly realized that he seemed to be grabbing a piece of cloth. Sasuke was stunned on the spot. He turned his head to look at the object he hit, only to find that it was not a tree, but more like a person's foot, because he saw a big shoe in front of him. Shoe? Foot? Sasuke, who was only 5 years old, swallowed his saliva secretly. He looked up stiffly and saw the burly figure of a giant. He also found that the giant was looking down at him. Little Sasuke was dumbfounded. Huge, huge, huge. Sasuke has been staying in the Uchiha clan's base during this period and has not gone out. I haven't even heard of any rumors or public opinion outside. He had no idea that Whitebeard appeared in Konoha village. Looking up at Whitebeard's eyes. A mixture of various emotions. Shock. Fear. Curious. Gulala. Whitebeard withdrew his gaze from Sasuke, and then looked at Uchiha Itaka, who was facing a formidable enemy not far away. He smiled very brightly. "You little brat, your voice sounds familiar, are you the masked brat from last night?" "Yes." Uchiha Itaka knew that he could not hide it from the other party, not to mention that Kakashi called him by his name last night. In this case, there is absolutely no need to hide. "Your brother." Whitebeard was naturally referring to Uchiha Sasuke. "Yes." What else could Itaki answer? He could only reply with 2 yes. "Gulala. He looks almost the same age as my son." Whitebeard slowly squatted down and asked the terrified Sasuke, "Black-haired kid, your name is Sasuke. What Sasuke?" "You, Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke replied shakily. It was a kind of uncontrollable fear. Even though Whitebeard's aura was restrained, the domineering and kingly aura that emanated from him was still not something a strange little kid could resist. Even Naruto, when he first met Whitebeard, his reaction was similar to that of Uchiha Sasuke now. "Uchiha." Whitebeard raised his eyebrows at the familiar surname. "Is it the Konoha guard?" "Gulala. Stupid son. Come here." Whitebeard yelled to Naruto, "Dad, I found you a new friend. A little Uchiha kid who looks like a girl." Pat. Naruto, who had just finished his 50th push-up, lay on the ground exhausted, panting like a tired fox. But after hearing what Whitebeard said, suddenly my ears moved. "Force yourself to get up." "New friend?" The rather embarrassed little Naruto looked at little Sasuke and said in surprise, "He really does look a bit like a girl." The father and son kept calling her girl. Sasuke's eyes widened when he heard this. He ignored his fear of the giant and defended himself with a red face and shame. "I'm not a girl. I'm an Uchiha. A boy." "Blushing is more like a girl." Naruto expressed his shock. "Ah." Sasuke couldn't hold it anymore. He quickly turned to look at Uchiha Itaki. "Brother, I don't look like a girl at all, right? Well, not like it. Uchiha Itachi naturally sided with his younger brother. Even though he felt that the current little Sasuke did look like a little girl. Cough. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto endured the severe pain in his muscles. He walked in front of Uchiha Sasuke, bared his teeth and showed a bright smile, no longer with the depressed look of the past. We will be friends from now on. Please give me your guidance. Naruto stretched out a dirty hand. Sasuke's eyes widened even further. Hey. I guess I didn't agree? Gulala. Uchiha brat, you sissy brother, are you not very willing to be friends with Naruto? Whitebeard glanced at Uchiha Itachi with his empty eyes, making Itachi feel even more nervous. Sasuke was too close to Whitebeard, and he was not sure if he could take Sasuke away from here without hurting him. Uchiha Itachi forced a smile and said, Sasuke, it's good to make one more friend. He knew that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He knew better what the consequences would be if the Uchiha family came into contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But the situation is pressing. Oh. Sasuke listened to Itachi very much. He glanced at Naruto's dirty hands, frowned slowly, and shook hands with Naruto carefully. He was about to separate at the first touch, but he didn't expect Naruto to hold it tightly. Ha ha ha. You are my third friend. The bright smile on Naruto's face grew even wider. It hurts. Sasuke instinctively wanted to shout out, who would have thought that a guy his age could have such great strength? But there is a rivalry in my heart. Let him hold it in. Gulala. Stupid son. You've made new friends, why don't you go back and practice? Your father, gave you a task of 200 push UPS, and you only did 50. Whitebeard's voice made Naruto's smile freeze. He quickly let go of Sasuke's hand, and shouted with an overwhelming desire to survive, Okay, Dad. I'll start now. Under Sasuke's stunned expression, he watched Naruto run to the side, then lie down on the ground and do push UPS. After a while, I was sweating profusely. So tired. What is he doing? Sasuke was confused by this behavior. This is called the Hokage training. Naruto explained while panting, this is the special training that my father arranged for me to become the Hokage. As long as I complete the special training, I will be one step closer to becoming the Hokage. I, Uzumaki Naruto. I am the man who wants to become the Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, just wait and see. In the future, one of your friends will be the Hokage of Konoha. Naruto was very confident, that person is me, Uzumaki Naruto. Hokage. Sasuke blinked. That's right. When I become the Hokage of Konoha, I will recruit you, Shikamaru, and Koji as my staff. Naruto raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. As a result, one hand could not support the weight of the body. Just lie down on the ground. Nose on the ground. Nose bleeds. Sasuke understood the last sentence. This strange guy named Naruto wanted to take him as his younger brother in the future? I'm the one who's going to be Hokage. Sasuke was instantly dissatisfied. In fact, he didn't want to be Hokage, but he had to retort, and he didn't know why. It's just a bit unpleasant. This. Maybe it's fate. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Updates are coming. Please read it every day. Referring to the latest chapter every day, woo woo woo, this is very important to the little author. Thanks to the two bosses Pijuan and Xiaohuanshan for their reward and support. Thank you boss. Boss Atmosphere. Thanks to Madeline who can't climb the mountain, are there any good names, Night Rain 12138, Adian Next Door and other big guys for voting for me. Thank you guys. Chapter 21 Sunny Day, Sasuke Classic feels he can do it. You, do want to become Hokage too? Naruto glanced at Sasuke's small arms and legs. He gritted his teeth and did push ups in pain while looking at Sasuke's delicate skin and tender flesh. Sasuke, who couldn't stand being stared at by Naruto, couldn't help but shout, "What do you mean by looking at me like that? You don't look like the right material." The young Naruto made a sharp comment. Sasuke. Because Grandpa Hokage said that if you want to become a Hokage, you must first implement the will of fire of Konoha village. Naruto said solemnly. Secondly, you must be a very powerful ninja. Furthermore, you must be loved by many people in Konoha village, so that you can become a Hokage. I don't know how strong your fire will is, but with your delicate skin and tender flesh, you don't look like a very powerful ninja. Naruto recalled, I remember that all ninjas had a lot of calluses on their hands. For example, Grandpa Hokage had calluses. And the white-haired ninja too. He was referring to Kakashi, but he forgot what Kakashi's name was. Naruto said earnestly, you look like you have never been exposed to training, how can you become a Hokage? I think you and Shikamaru and Koji should just be my assistants. My father is the head of the Uchiha clan. My brother is a Konoha Anbu. Sasuke immediately got angry and said that he could tolerate someone saying that he looked like a girl, but he absolutely could not tolerate someone saying that he did not look like a ninja. This is an insult to him, and it is also an insult to the Uchiha. Calling out an Uchiha doesn't look like a ninja. Isn't this an insult? Sasuke was so angry that his face turned red again. You don't look like a ninja. When I awaken the Sharingan one day, I will be the most powerful ninja. And my brother is also a very powerful ninja. He is only 11 years old and he is already the pride of our father's eyes. Sasuke thought about it, and immediately added, my brother is an Uchiha with 3 Megatama Sharingan. Under his guidance, I will definitely become a very good Uchiha ninja. Your brother? Naruto, sweating profusely, glanced at Itachi. He does look more manly than you. But, Naruto said, comparatively, my dad is even more powerful. 3 people from your Uchiha family came to trouble my dad the day before yesterday, and he slapped them away with just one slap. Sasuke's eyes widened, you're talking nonsense. How come I didn't know that? Naruto squinted and said, it must be because you are not a ninja, so you are not qualified to know about such things between adults. Sasuke suddenly found that he couldn't win an argument with Naruto. Page 17. He turned and looked at Uchiha Itachi for help. Uchiha Itachi also showed a look of surprise. In fact, he rarely paid attention to his family because the family's troubles made him extremely upset. He only knew that 3 Uchiha in the clan were hospitalized. But he didn't know the specific situation. He also didn't want to know. Unexpectedly, the 3 Uchiha clan members who were hospitalized were actually related to Whitebeard in front of them, and were injured by Whitebeard. Now you know how powerful my dad is. Naruto's face was filled with pride. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, my brother is the most powerful. He caught the iron kunai that attacked me last night. Uchiha Itachi was stunned, gave a doting smile, and held his forehead helplessly. Sasuke, this kid. He was playing house with Uzumaki Naruto, and he boasted to him. Wasn't that a wooden kunai last night? How could he grab an iron kunai? Naruto was unconvinced and said, my father can catch dozens of kunai. Although he had never seen Whitebeard catch so many kunai. But he thinks his dad can do it. He believes in his father unconditionally. Brother can catch the exploding detonating tag with his bare hands. Sasuke boasted without thinking or considering logic. Dad can ignore your family's fire ninjutsu. What Naruto said does make sense. He also saw it with his own eyes. Brother he. Okay, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi took the opportunity to come over and rub Sasuke's little head, then pulled Sasuke to the side without leaving a trace, a little away from the dangerous Whitebeard. Only then did he feel relieved. I breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Itachi smiled at Sasuke and said, others do not believe that my Sasuke can become an excellent ninja, but I do. Sasuke's mood suddenly changed from gloomy to bright. Brother. You're the best. Brother. Sasuke suddenly said seriously, you should also train me. Hey. Itachi was a little unresponsive. I can't lose to him. Sasuke's desire to win may have existed since he was a child, but it was not very obvious. He said seriously, I must prove to him that there is a huge gap between a civilian ninja like him and a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Brother, didn't you promise to teach me the throwing technique? Actually Itachi didn't want to stay here. Mainly Whitebeard is here. He didn't want to put Sasuke in such a dangerous situation. But he was helpless. The Jinchuriki actually aroused a desire to win in Sasuke. This is good and bad. He couldn't tell. All right. Then. This area became such a strange situation. Whitebeard was training Naruto in an attitude that he almost wanted to kill him while Naruto was screaming. Uchiha Itachi patiently explained to Sasuke the essentials of kunai throwing, and when he saw that Sasuke almost pulled a muscle while throwing the kunai, he hurried to check the situation. Two painting styles. Very different. When Itachi was teaching Sasuke, he would occasionally look at Naruto, because Naruto's screams were too shrill. It's hard not to pay attention. The Jinchuriki is only 5 years old this year, right? Uchiha Itachi was stunned by Whitebeard's special training method. He looked at Naruto, who was covered in bruises, his clothes were stained with blood, and there were several big bumps on his head, and his face was full of shock. Will this kill someone? At this moment, he said the exact same words as Kakashi. But I don't know why. He discovered that Uzumaki Naruto again, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Even though he screamed miserably, he still completed each special training obediently. That kind of perseverance. That kind of determination. Is this really something a 5-year-old child can have? If this were wartime, that would be fine. But now is peacetime. What kind of hardships did a 5-year-old child go through to have such a firm heart? Incredible. Brother, is this their way of training as a ninja? Sasuke also looked over there, and was shocked by Naruto's miserable condition. No. Itachi replied, for a 5-year-old child, even the ninja training method is not so intense. This is almost higher than the intensity of an adult. Brother. Sasuke bit his lower lip tightly, and for some reason he remembered what Naruto said about him looking like a girl. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Sasuke suddenly felt like he was okay. He looked up at Itachi and said, you can train me the same way. Uchiha Itachi. I took a look at my brother's delicate arms and legs. He rubbed Sasuke's head. His smile was stiff, and he said in a gentle tone, Sasuke, if my father knew that I killed you, he would expel me from the Uchiha clan. He said it very tactfully. Anyway. 2 pillars. You cannot. Thanks to the 2 bosses and for their huge rewards. I am so touched. Mr. Krabs. Boss atmosphere. Thanks to who is not a serious person, book friend 2022102906391080, Thunder of Jingch, QZRK, it's boring to be in the top order, Bao Feng Mok, disaster is always waiting for me ahead and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Crab Bosses. Chapter 22 is the Hokage, my power is unlimited. 198. 199. 200. Snapped. Naruto once again slammed his face into the ground. The nosebleed that had just stopped with great difficulty gushed out again, but he no longer had the strength to wipe it. He could only let the blood from his nose flow onto the ground. The whole person almost collapsed. Gulala. Can't you hold on after just 200 push UPS? Cough, cough cough. Whitebeard coughed twice, and his old body, which had not been given an for many days, finally felt a little uncomfortable. But he didn't care about that at all. Whitebeard smiled and sat by the river, teasing, "Stupid son. You can't become the Hokage of Konoha village at this level." Naruto shed tears. Who could have thought that becoming a Hokage would be so difficult? He could only grit his teeth and try to get up. Unexpectedly, he actually got up tremblingly. Although he was swaying and might fall at any time, Naruto stood up straight. "Dad." Naruto is very obsessed with the word Hokage. He wiped the blood from his nose vigorously. The dirty little face said stubbornly, "I've rested well. Please start the next special training." "Gulala." Whitebeard said with relief, "You've grown up. You stupid son." The other side. Uchiha Itachi did not follow Whitebeard's way to train Sasuke, which made the somewhat competitive little Sasuke a little disappointed. Then, Sasuke was faced with Uchiha Itachi's stunned expression. "Actively learn Naruto's training methods." "Sasuke, you're going to hurt yourself." Itachi never expected that his younger brother was so clueless. Naruto is a Jinchuriki and was born with a special physique. You are an Uchiha, and the only special thing about you is your eyes. How can this be compared with physical fitness? Humph. My brother doesn't want to teach me to be a ninja, so I'll do it myself. Sasuke thought he was very capable, but he soon realized that he was not actually that capable. A few minutes later. Ah! Ouch! Brother, my wrist is sprained and it hurts. Brother, my arm hurts. Brother, my feet hurt so much. Brother, I can't move. Uchiha Itachi. At the same time. Route Station. Although it was broad daylight, the route base was still dark and damp, just like at night. It would be difficult for a normal person to live in such a place for a long time. Obviously. There is no normal person at the route. Lord Danzo. Several route ninjas carried several large barrels and placed them in front of Danzo. Some of the barrels had no lids, and a strong smell of blood could be smelled coming from them. Among them, a root jonin lowered his head and reported to Danzo, "We have found all our people, and they are all in here." Page 18. Look at those big barrels. Danzo fell silent. He walked slowly forward and glanced at a large barrel in front of him. He could clearly see that it was full of bleached human flesh. If he got closer, he could even smell a sewer odor. Disgusting. We interrogated several residents living on that street and learned from them that there was indeed a big commotion last night. They said things like wind, fire, flood, etc. I believe that it was a ninjutsu performed by our people. The root jonin paused, and under Danzo's gloomy gaze, he continued to report, but those people mentioned that there was an earthquake at the time, which left the whole street in ruins. Earthquake? Danzo asked with a sidelong glance, "Is it an earth escape ninjutsu?" The root jonin shook his head. "Based on our careful investigation, it doesn't seem like the earthquake was caused by the earth release ninjutsu." Danzo frowned deeply. He doesn't look very good. The root assassination team he had trained with great difficulty was turned into minced meat in a few barrels. No one would be in a good mood if they were in his place. Especially. The deaths of these dozen or so root members were so unclear. They were asked to deal with a person from another village and yet they were killed in return? A bunch of rubbish. How can we manage Konoha with a bunch of rubbish like this at the root? Good to die. In fact, Danzo also knew that he was careless and did not get the information about Whitebeard in advance. After all, who could have thought that such a powerful figure would be sent to Konoha village? Danzo. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, which made Danzo feel very familiar. Monkey. Danzo didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would come to him directly and break into the root headquarters without saying hello. That's right, the person coming is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He came here to call for punishment. Lord Danzo, I'm sorry. Several root members standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered their heads and dared not look directly at Danzo Shimura, because they really did not have the authority to stop a Konoha Hokage. Danzo waved his hand. All the root members in the base room immediately disappeared, leaving only him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo couldn't help but frown and asked, "Monkey, why are you here? What do you think?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, "You won't deny what you did, right? Danzo, do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? Once the tailed beast in Naruto's body goes berserk, Konoha will repeat the Nine Tails Rebellion 5 years ago. As the instigator of all this, you will become the sinner of the entire Konoha and will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history." Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said, "And you didn't restrain your men, they almost implicated Naruto. Before they died, Mr. and Mrs. Minato asked us to take good care of their child and entrusted his child to us. Whether it's for the two heroes of Konoha or for something else. No one can hurt Naruto. Do you understand?" Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's aggressive questioning, Danzo also felt a surge of anger. He did not admit his mistake, but retorted, "Since you know that Jinchuriki is so important, why do you choose to let him go? If you let me take care of Jinchuriki, I will train him to be the strongest sword in Konoha. Instead of giving a person from another village the opportunity to establish a bond with the Jinchuriki." Danzo retorted with reason and evidence. "I want to kill Whitebeard, and for Konoha. Who isn't fighting for Konoha? You Sarutobi Hiruzen is so noble. You are amazing. You are so high and mighty. You are so morally upright." "Humph!" Danzo snorted coldly. No more words were spoken. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds. He did not say anything more in this regard, but emphasized again, "The Uchiha clan has reached a stage on the verge of its limit. The situation in Konoha village has begun to become undercurrents. Danzo, I can't let the root always do something that destroys the overall situation at such a critical moment." Danzo suddenly had a bad feeling. "What do you mean?" he demanded. "Danzo, Koharu, and I have discussed this. The root needs to be restricted during this period of time," Sarutobi Hiruzen said. "From now on, all actions of the root must be notified to the three of us before any decision can be made." Danzo was so angry that he was shaking all over. A chill ran straight down his spine. He could not accept it at once. "You are overstepping your authority. You have no right to do this. If you don't get rid of Whitebeard, you will regret it. Once the tailed beast is released, I will regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage of Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen said expressionlessly, "I have not overstepped my authority. As the Hokage, my power is unlimited." Danzo's teeth are about to break. "Thanks to the boss for the reward and support." "Thank you, boss. You are so generous." "Thanks to Mioxia Osui, Blushing Bubble Pot, Tom Meow Meow, Yirangzai Moyan Shang, Kifen Gruxia, No Good Name Yet, Feng Jianzan and other big guys for their monthly ticket support." Crab Bosses. Chapter 23, The Power of Vibration. Ninjutsu? Or Bloodline Limit? Sasuke is not a spoiled rich boy. In the future, in order to gain his father's approval, he will work hard to master the Great Fireball technique even if it burns his mouth. But when he competed, he usually practiced with the same intensity as Naruto. That's no different from suicide. The various pains coming from all over his body made him question his life. Sasuke was lying on the ground with his little face distorted. He turned his head and looked at Naruto, who was still working hard to practice on the other side. He was puzzled. How did that person persist? It only lasted a few minutes. Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore. And what about Naruto? In Sasuke's sight, the guy called Uzumaki Naruto has been training for almost half an hour since the beginning. He could hear Naruto howling madly. Those who hear it are sad. The listener weeps. But Naruto didn't stop. Even though his teeth were almost broken, he still held on with all his willpower. For 5-year-old Sasuke, this kind of scene. It is quite shocking. For Sasuke, who was born in a large family and has been recognized by many people since childhood, he simply does not understand Naruto's heart. What he didn't understand was how much Naruto wanted others to accept him. Sasuke still doesn't know Naruto well enough. He didn't know. In order to be accepted by everyone in the village, Naruto vowed to become Hokage. This will make you popular. You will be loved. In order not to disappoint his father Whitebeard, Naruto must also make himself stronger. It's his way of ninja. Time. It was noon. Uchiha Itachi was preparing katsuobushi rice balls for Sasuke with a heavy heart. He also brought a few fresh tomatoes, cut the tomatoes into thin slices with a kunao, and stuffed them into the katsuobushi rice balls. Dried bonito rice balls and tomatoes, these are Sasuke's favorite foods. The reason why he was so worried was naturally because of Naruto's existence, which made him think of some situations within the Uchiha clan. Regarding the thoughts of some people in the Uchiha clan, he actually knows everything. But when he saw Sasuke, who had to rest against a tree due to muscle soreness, Uchiha Itachi cleared away his distracting thoughts and forced a smile. Sasuke, do you feel better? The rice balls are ready. Oh! Little Sasuke was in a dull mood. He walked over, took a rice ball, and stuffed it into his mouth. His expression looked as if it was tasteless. What's wrong, Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi asked with concern. Brother, am I not suitable to be a ninja? The young Sasuke was hit by Naruto, who activated the Nine Tails cheat. I am not even half as good as him. The he Sasuke was referring to was Naruto. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto. Naruto was still training hard, although they saw Uzumaki Naruto looking at the food in his hand with greedy eyes. But due to the intimidation of Whitebeard, the other party had to endure it. Then continue to howl. While practicing suicide. You are different from him. Itachi said in a gentle tone, everyone has their own different jade. There are many interpretations of jade. Some people think it means the younger generation, some people think it means belief, and I think it means talent. Uzumaki Naruto's jade is more inclined towards physical strength, while our Sasuke's jade may be inclined towards ninja tools, ninjutsu, and illusion. Two different jade cannot be compared with each other. Itachi made a little joke, after all, you can't let a boy compete with a girl to see who can pee farther, right? Sasuke's big eyes were misted over. Brother, do you also think I look like a girl? Akira. Akira-sak. Itachi panicked, absolutely not. Sasuke, I'm just making an analogy, it's a metaphor. I'm sorry Sasuke, this is a white lie from me, your brother. When you grow up, you will definitely look like a man. Itachi silently added the above two sentences in his mind. Sudden. Whitebeard's voice attracted the attention of the two, and they heard Whitebeard say to Naruto, stupid son. It's time for lunch break. We are having fish today, and there happens to be a river nearby. Great. Naruto looked as miserable as a beggar and was so hungry that he was dizzy and burst into tears. He hadn't eaten anything since morning. When I was thirsty, I would just run to the river and drink the water. Besides, his stomach had never been filled with anything. Dragging his tired body, Naruto staggered to Whitebeard's side. Under his expectant gaze, he saw Whitebeard squatting by the river, with half of his palm in the water. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet is shaking slightly. What is this? An instant ninjutsu that I've never seen before. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed not far away, and he quickly reached out to hug Sasuke in his arms. He could also feel the ground shaking. It was like an earthquake. Brother! Look at the water! Sasuke pointed at the river in amazement and saw that the water in the river was churning violently. Page 19. Stir up towering water. It couldn't even be called water, but rather columns of water. Each column of water that was shaken up was blown dozens of meters high. The whole scene looked extremely shocking. Sitting on a thick branch, Kakashi was rewatching Intimate Paradise. His pupil shrank. This kind of vibration again. He had seen Whitebeard use very strange ninjutsu with his own eyes. It was a ninjutsu that could cause vibrations. Just now. It seems I saw it again. A large amount of water columns were stirred up on the surface of the river, splashing drops of water all around. It was like a rainstorm within a radius of hundreds of meters, soaking the clothes of everyone present. It also made Naruto, who was covered in blood and dirt, look much cleaner, at least a little cleaner than before. A few seconds later, the shaking stopped. The ground under my feet was covered with leaves, like a blanket, which were the leaves that were shaken down. Pat! Ouch! Naruto was shocked, and before he could react, he found that his head was hit by something. He covered his head and looked down, his eyes widened. Fish! What a big fish! Pat! Another big fish fell beside him, followed by the third, the fourth, until a fish rain fell nearby. Naruto could no longer count how many fish had fallen. He only knew that there were fish all around him. All the fish in this section of the river. They are probably all here. Ah! It hurts. The unlucky little Sasuke was hit on the big toe by a fish that fell from the sky. The pain was so severe that tears were about to flow out of his eyes, but the shock in his eyes did not diminish. Uchiha Itachi reached out and took a river shrimp off his head. He looked at the river shrimp in his hand and said, he was knocked unconscious. Was it the power of the vibration? Was it a ninjutsu? Or was it a bloodline limit? But is there a vibration bloodline limit? What kind of chakra attribute combination or evolution is this bloodline limit based on? He didn't understand. Gulala! Uchiha brat over there, come over here and spit some fire on us. We'll have a whole grilled fish feast for lunch today. Itachi! Could it be that this guy treats the Uchiha clan as mobile lighters? Thanks to day and night illusion, leading the king astray, Yanji, Book Friend 20210301106549400946, and Book Friend 202109061158297886 for their monthly ticket support. Crab Bosses. Chapter 24, Sasuke Brat. You can be my son too. In the end, Uchiha Itachi acted as a mobile lighter and released a great fireball jutsu on the spot. If Sasuke wasn't here, he would never do that. But Sasuke has always been his weak spot. For the sake of his brother's safe return home, he decided not to provoke Whitebeard. Whatever the other party says, just follow their lead. Soon, the aroma of grilled fish filled the air. The ferret does not like grilled meat or fish. He felt no sense of smell. But looking at Sasuke, who was drooling beside him, Itachi thought about it carefully and said to Sasuke softly, that kid named Naruto would be happy to share the grilled fish with you. His eyes kept drifting over here, but he seemed embarrassed to speak. He smiled and said, Sasuke, go over and eat grilled fish with them. Take these katsuobushi rice balls with you and share some with Naruto. Okay. Brother. Itachi's words broke through Sasuke's weak psychological defense. The Sasuke of today is not the Sasuke of a year later. He is now the limited edition Sasuke who loves his brother. Gulala! Uchiha brat, how could you bear to let your brother come here? Whitebeard glanced at Uchiha Itachi. In response, Itachi remained silent. In fact, it was because of Whitebeard's slight show of his hand just now that made him realize that there was no safe area within 100 meters. Even if he pulled Sasuke beside him, it is also difficult to ensure Sasuke's safety. That being the case, it would be better to let Sasuke have more fun. After all, it's so hard to get out with him once. Fortunately, Whitebeard does not seem to be a particularly unstable or dangerous person. Kid. Whitebeard looked down at Sasuke. Sasuke looked up while holding a grilled fish. Whitebeard grinned at Sasuke, you Uchiha clan are quite special in this Konoha village. Dad, I like special kids like you. Itaki on the side had a bad feeling. Sasuke blinked his big eyes. Gul Allah. Sasuke brat. Whitebeard laughed loudly, you come and be my son too. Uchiha Itaki. As expected. Kakashi, who was eating dry food not far away, was not surprised by Whitebeard's words. Is this a habit of his? Why does he want to take in sons from everyone he meets? Recalling that Whitebeard had said almost the same thing to him, Kakashi couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Although, judging from Whitebeard's attitude towards Naruto, he is indeed a very qualified father, at least better than the Sandame. But who would want to adopt someone as their son just because they catch him? Doesn't this behavior seem outrageous? Kakashi couldn't understand. Sasuke, who was invited by Whitebeard to be his son, also had a brain crash. His little brain was simply incapable of processing such a situation. Do you want to be daddy's son too? Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Although I don't know why I don't like you, but if you want to be daddy's son, then I absolutely agree. Because this means that Naruto will have one more family. Naruto, who had experienced what it was like to have a family. It's natural to long for more family. Wait. Sasuke shook his head vigorously. His brain was overloaded and he was accidentally pricked by the fishbone of the grilled fish in his hand. He woke up suddenly. No. He took a half step back and shook his head firmly. I have a father and a mother, how can I recognize someone else as my father? Gulala. Whitebeard was not disappointed, it looks like he is a little kid with a happy family. Seeing this, Uchiha Itaki also breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, he totally disagreed with Whitebeard's idea of adopting Sasuke as his son. If Whitebeard wanted to forcibly adopt Sasuke as his son, he could only find a way to take Sasuke away with him. Uchiha Itaki agreed very much with Whitebeard's next words, that Sasuke did have a happy family. That's the case now. And in the future too. When dusk fell, Uchiha Itaki could finally use the excuse of it was getting late to say goodbye to Whitebeard and Naruto. Today I went on a camping trip with Sasuke. It's simply thrilling. Uchiha Itaki was always worried that Sasuke would be hurt, but, fortunately, nothing he worried about happened. There is no danger. Holding Sasuke's hand, which was scratched today because he was too confident and rashly learned Naruto's special training program. The two brothers Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Sasuke. We returned to the family residence before dark. As a result, he met several Uchiha clan members, among whom was one person Itaki was very familiar with. He saw those people talking about something. And the sound is getting louder and louder. Shisui. How can you ignore the fact that your fellow tribesman was beaten and hospitalized? A member of the Uchiha guard grabbed the collar of a black-haired boy with gritted teeth. The two were so close that their noses were almost touching. One of Kui's kidneys was pierced by a stone. Gan hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said that he might become a vegetable and never wake up. Brothers Gan, Wen, and Kui are excellent members of our Uchiha guard. You once led them. Shisui, you are telling me now that you don't want to be involved in this matter. The person who was grabbed by the collar was obviously Uchiha Shisui. Another member of the guard team couldn't help but say, Shisui, what's wrong with you? You've become more and more indecisive in the past 2 years. Where is the instantaneous Shisui on the battlefield? People from other villages have already bullied the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan does not avenge Gan, Wen, and Kui, won't everyone think we are easy to bully? Uchiha Shisui's face was full of confusion. He was quite familiar with the matter, and he even knew that Whitebeard, who had injured Gan, Wen, and Kui, had recognized the Jinchuriki as his son. Because he understood this. He knows. You must never take action yourself. If the Uchiha clan takes action against Whitebeard, how will the Konoha high-level officials view them? Intentionally killing the Shikriki's bond? Deliberately releasing the nine-tailed fox? This would certainly make the already extremely tense relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan even more tense. The tension between the two sides had already been stretched to a straight rope. Just put a little pressure on it. This straight rope will definitely break. Shisui. Itachi walked forward holding Sasuke's hand. The appearance of the two brothers attracted the attention of a group of people. Itachi. Shisui was stunned. Uchiha Itachi. The other guards frowned, and one even asked, "How can you, a lackey of Konoha's high-ranking officials?" The words have not yet fallen. A shuriken flew past the man's ear and cut off several strands of his hair. "The lackeys of the Konoha high-level officials you mentioned can take your life at any time." Itachi said coldly, "Speak politely." "You." Several members of the Konoha guard finally gave in. Page 20. They glared at Uchiha Itachi. He looked at Shisui again. "Shisui. Even if you don't want to participate, we will still take action. The dignity of our Uchiha clan cannot be trampled by outsiders. We are not as weak as you. We are not the running dogs of Konoha's high-ranking officials." Thanks to the book friend 20211013203412192 for the reward and support. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to brother, let's have 3 or 5 bottles together. Are there any good names left? Bar Watch, Sword in the Spirit and other big guys for their support. Chapter 25 Hidden Injury. White-haired little devil, don't you feel guilty? Sasuke, go back first. Itachi sent Sasuke away and said to him with a smile, "Brother will be back soon, you wait at home for a while, at most half an hour." "Oh." Sasuke pouted, looking a little unhappy. "I think my brother finally took a day off to spend time with him. As a result, I was entangled in some things again." He looked back every few steps and saw that his brother was chatting with Shisui and didn't even look back at him. Sasuke pouted. He snorted and muttered to himself, "My brother is always like this." The other side. Itachi, thank you. I didn't expect that I would need your help. Uchiha Shisui has a very conspicuous bulbous nose. He forced a smile and said to Uchiha Itachi, "If it weren't for you, I might have been entangled by them for a long time today." "Is it about Gan, Wen, and Kui?" Itachi asked. "The guards want to take revenge on that Whitebeard." Shisui didn't hide it. "Yes." He smiled bitterly and said, "I have advised them many times, but they didn't listen to me. Instead, they said that I was becoming weaker and weaker. But rationally speaking, we really shouldn't touch Whitebeard. That giant named Whitebeard is too special. He is very likely to have established a bond with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of our Konoha village. If we touch him, how will the Konoha high-level officials view us?" Itachi thought about it and came up with a possibility. "Hokage-sama and the others will think we did it on purpose." "That's it." Shisui nodded. He continued, "The relationship between Uchiha and Konoha is already very tense. If something unexpected happens to the Jinchuriki at this time, or even affects the power of the tailed beasts, Konoha will completely distrust us." Shisui said solemnly, "Civil war may break out." Uchiha Itachi was suddenly shocked. "Civil war?" Shisui smiled and said, "So no matter what, I won't agree to them. Even if they say I'm weak, I will stick to my original idea and avoid a civil war." Itachi warned, "But they won't let you down just because you refuse. They might take action on their own. That's what bothers me, too." Shisui sighed. 2 young men from the Uchiha clan, whose combined ages were no more than 30 years old, were discussing such a major political issue that concerned many aspects. This scene was extremely strange no matter how you looked at it. But this is the ninja world. Generally precocious. Cough cough cough. Whitebeard coughed repeatedly on the way. The injuries he suffered in the Battle of Marineford were indeed healed due to the time travel. However, the hidden injuries before that were not healed. After years of fighting on the sea and hundreds of fierce battles, Whitebeard had already accumulated a lot of wounds. Normally, when on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard would need to have an 4-tube inserted and receive some potions. There were many female nurses watching him. Now, Whitebeard, who has traveled to the ninja world, has not had an 4-drip for several days, as the hidden disease in his body makes him feel more and more painful. Muscles, organs, bones. There is a slight feeling of discomfort. Dad, what's wrong with you? Naruto immediately realized that something was wrong with Whitebeard. He asked anxiously, "You've coughed more than a dozen times along the way." Whitebeard let out a heavy breath, and with this breath, the street seemed to be swept by a gust of wind. The smoke and dust were blown into the air. Whitebeard pressed the tail end of Kusukamokuri into the ground, supporting his huge and sturdy body, trying to ease the discomfort in his body. A long time. He responded to Naruto's increasingly anxious expression, "Gulala. Stupid, stupid son. Dad, I'm fine. Is that so?" Naruto scratched his head, "Dad, you are not lying, right? Stupid son." Whitebeard gave Naruto a loving snap of the fingers. Naruto squatted on the ground, covering his head and screaming in pain. "Why would Dad lie to you?" Whitebeard grinned at him and said, "Compared to a few days ago, Dad is in better shape than ever before." Whitebeard did not lie in this statement, because a few days ago, he was still in the war at the top and was on the verge of death. Now, his physical condition. It's definitely better than it was back then. Taking Naruto back to his little house, as night fell completely, Whitebeard leaned against the side of the house to rest. This has become his regular resting place. So much so that the neighbors nearby didn't dare pass by where Whitebeard was sitting. Now, Naruto in the house was taking a shower and preparing to rest. The white-bearded man outside the house was resting with his eyes closed. "Do you need to go to Konoha Hospital?" This sentence came from beside Whitebeard, but it was not said by Naruto. But Kakashi said it. Kakashi had a complicated expression. He knew he shouldn't alert an outsider, especially an outsider who had built a bond with Naruto and had snatched away his teacher Minato's son. But whenever he saw Naruto, he always felt a little guilty, and Kakashi didn't know why. So he reminded Whitebeard. Gulala. Whitebeard was not afraid of his hidden injury being known to others. He opened his eyes and grinned. Even the most powerful hospital can't completely cure it. Kakashi opened his dead eyes and said, "We have to go and take a look, right? There are still many excellent medical ninjas in Konoha Hospital." Whitebeard asked jokingly, "Why do you care about me so much, little white-haired kid? Don't tell me, you want to be my son, do you?" "It's purely for Naruto." Kakashi frowned. "Oh." Whitebeard said, "You are very familiar with my stupid son. It doesn't look like that." Kakashi was silent for a moment. He began, "Naruto's father, he's my sensei. I'm not referring to you, but his blood-related father. Naruto may not know me, but I know him." Puff. Kakashi's eyes suddenly widened. The severe pain from his abdomen forced him to kneel on one knee, and his internal organs were twisted. "What are you doing?" Kakashi almost vomited bitterness as he looked at Whitebeard. It was Whitebeard who suddenly poked Kakashi in the abdomen with a finger. The huge force almost made Kakashi faint on the spot. The result, this look. His hair stood on end. Because Kakashi saw Whitebeard's extremely gloomy expression, and a sense of silent oppression enveloped Kakashi's body. The air around seemed to be distorted and became extremely silent. "Little white-haired devil." The white-bearded man glanced at him and said, "Then how can you feel at ease watching my stupid son suffer? His biological father is your teacher. Before your teacher died, he should have asked you to take care of his son, right? Even if you didn't say it, you still have such responsibilities and obligations, right? What have you done over the years? My stupid son was bullied in Konoha, you should know about it, right? The annoyance that surged in Kakashi's heart disappeared without a trace. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Facing Whitebeard's oppressive questioning, he was speechless. Happy National Day. I've recommended it. Please read it. Reading it again is really important for new books. The young author is typing away. I write. Chapter 26, Mr. Whitebeard, how did you survive to this day? The air fell into a quiet and dead silence. Kakashi covered his abdomen and was unable to stand up straight. But there was a sense of guilt in my heart. It's far worse than physical pain. He didn't know how to answer every question from Whitebeard. Because Kakashi knew that what he was doing was like an ungrateful person. Teacher Minato was very kind to him at first, but he did not take care of Teacher Minato's children in the same way. Kakashi didn't look Whitebeard in the eyes. He didn't know it was his own guilt. Or is it my own Kakashi finally said, I think you should go to Konoha Hospital. This will be good for both you and Naruto. If there is something wrong with your body, you have to find a way to cure it. He did not directly answer Whitebeard's question. Instead, he brought the topic back to the topic. You are Naruto, this kid. Kakashi took a deep breath and said what was in his heart, you are the only relative. This moment, Kakashi completely agreed with the relationship between Whitebeard and Naruto, so he advised Whitebeard to go to Konoha Hospital for a checkup. Because he knew that Naruto was an orphan. Naruto finally found a father, but what if this father also leaves him because of physical discomfort? That Naruto is so miserable. Konoha Hospital. Kakashi still had his eyes wide open. He felt that the person who needed to come and take a look was not only Whitebeard, but also himself, Kakashi. Page 21. The finger that Whitebeard poked at him made him feel extremely painful, and he had to take a deep breath every few steps. Oops! Could the internal organs be damaged? This is my thoughts. Kakashi looked back helplessly at Whitebeard behind him, but he couldn't blame the other party for hitting too hard. This leads to tonight's Konoha Hospital. Two special people came. One is the famous copy ninja Kakashi Hatake, and the other is the giant Whitebeard who has been a hot topic in recent days. Their arrival caused a sensation in Konoha Hospital. In the Konoha Hospital at night, there were not as many medical ninjas as during the day, but they still surrounded Whitebeard and Kakashi. It is surrounded by 3 layers. The outer 3 layers. Giant, Mr. Giant. Hello. A bearded, seemingly old medical ninja looked nervous, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Mr. Giant, are you here for a physical examination? Whitebeard glanced at the Konoha Hospital and said, the floors of your hospital are a bit low. Compared to residential buildings, the floor height of Konoha Hospital is already very high, with each floor being nearly 4 meters high. But compared to Whitebeard's exaggerated body shape, 4 meters of ceiling height is simply not enough. It's okay. The older medical ninja said hurriedly, we can just move all the medical equipment out. This is a giant. The younger of these medical ninjas are in their teens or 20s, while the older ones are already in their 50s or 60s. In this Konoha village, they have also treated all kinds of people. There are very powerful ninjas. There are ordinary people too. But they have never treated a giant in their lives. For this group of medical ninjas, Whitebeard is a piece of delicious cake. They were eager to check it out. Want to see what the difference is between the body structure of a giant and that of an ordinary person? Mr. Kakashi, you too. The medical ninjas rubbed their hands and looked at Kakashi, the copy ninja. Kakashi couldn't stand the strange enthusiasm of this group of people. Yes. He held his stomach and said helplessly, I'm here to see a doctor, but can you please stop staring at me like that? Subsequently, Kakashi was taken into the Konoha Hospital by several medical ninjas, while other medical ninjas of the Konoha Hospital moved a large number of medical equipment out of the hospital. They were not worried at all that those extremely sophisticated medical devices might have errors due to their actions. There is no need to worry about whether the medical equipment will be damaged. The dean is not at home tonight. JPG. Gulala, what a familiar feeling. With all kinds of needles hanging on his body and looking at the medical ninjas busying around, Whitebeard seemed to have returned to the Moby Dick. He felt that the new Whitebeard pirates that he was about to form would indeed need a medical ninja with superb medical skills. Or just kidnap a few people at Konoha Hospital? Whitebeard was looking at the group of medical ninjas in the wood industry hospital with a strange look, while these medical ninjas were constantly checking Whitebeard's old body. It seems like an enlarged version of a normal person. The medical ninjas soon discovered that Whitebeard was not some abnormal race. The other person's various organs and conditions. There is no difference between them and normal people. Oh. The only special thing was that Whitebeard's body was very strong, and dozens of their needles were broken. This kind of physical strength is even more outrageous than that of a physical ninja. Can normal humans really train their muscles to this level? It's incredible. The longer they examined Whitebeard, the expressions on their faces became more and more horrified, and they gathered together to discuss in whispers, as if they had encountered some medical problem. Mr. Giant. A slightly older medical ninja, his expression behind the mask was very shocked, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. He couldn't help but look at Whitebeard's burly figure. He looked at the freshly published report in his hand again. Swallowing saliva secretly. Gulala. What's wrong? Why are you all so fussy? Am I terminally ill? Whitebeard was very free and easy, he actually knew quite well about his own physical condition. When he was on the Moby Dick, his sons had asked people to check on him countless times. Sick, terminally ill, maybe that's an understatement. The medical ninja took a deep breath. He was horrified and asked, "How on earth did you survive until now?" This sentence may not sound very polite at first glance. But this sentence is indeed what these medical ninjas think in their hearts. They can't understand why Whitebeard could live to be 72 years old. Mr. Giant. If your physical problem were placed on a normal person, even a Konoha Jonin, he would have been declared dead. The medical ninja continued, "I'm sorry, with the medical level of our Konoha village, we may not be able to provide you with effective treatment." They had never seen anyone with so many hidden injuries. Muscles, bones, blood vessels, and internal organs. Everything seems normal on the surface, but it can be discovered if checked with sophisticated instruments. The above four. Not a single spot is intact. There's something wrong with them. All of them have hidden diseases. They couldn't help but focus their eyes on the scar on Whitebeard's chest. It was hard for them to imagine how many battles this man had gone through, and how many times he was on the verge of death. Why did he accumulate so many injuries? The man in front of me. Like a living war. Thanks to the two bosses Nidhogg 258 and Adon AJT for their reward and support. Chapter 27 Naruto, Dad, let's leave Konoha. Fortunately, my internal organs are not damaged. After Kakashi took the medicine prescribed by the doctor and was treated by the medical ninja with ninjutsu, his condition has recovered a lot. I don't need to hold my stomach when I walk, but I do feel a dull pain in my abdomen, which will take several days to recover. When he came out of the hospital, he saw the medical ninjas starting to move those sophisticated medical instruments back to the hospital. "Are you done with the inspection?" Kakashi muttered. He suddenly thought of something. "Hey! Wait a moment." He took a step forward and stopped a medical ninja who was pushing a trash can. Kakashi casually looked into the trash can. All I saw were broken needles. Some of the needles were stained with blood. Kakashi said, "Let me take care of these things. This is against hospital regulations." The medical ninja was about to refuse, but was frozen by Kakashi's next words. Kakashi opened his dead fish eyes and reached for the ninja tool bag at his waist. He said expressionlessly, Don't always think about conducting human experiments. If that Whitebeard knew about this kind of trick, you would have to bear the wrath of that man. Lightning style, Thunder Beast chasing Fang. There was a blinding flash of lightning in Konoha Hospital. When the lightning disappeared, what appeared behind Kakashi was a pile of charcoal-like residue, and some bloody needles were baked into molten iron by the high temperature of lightning. All valuable blood samples. It was gone. Hitaki Kakashi. The medical ninja in front of him was furious. He stared at Kakashi's back with wide eyes. Damn! He was going to secretly hand over these blood samples to Lord Danzo, as this was a pleasant surprise for their route. Result: all destroyed. Hey, is that true? Kakashi looked up at Whitebeard, a little incredulous. The doctor said you won't live long. Did you listen to their farts? Whitebeard laughed loudly. Gulala, if I wanted to die, I would have died long ago. Indeed. All the medical ninjas in Konoha Hospital have always believed that if even 1% of Whitebeard's hidden disease was removed and placed on an ordinary person, that person would die instantly. But Whitebeard is still alive. And alive and well. I'm not like those idiots in the ninja world. Whitebeard grinned and said, it won't be a problem to live another 3 years. Kakashi retracted his gaze, put his hands in his pockets, and said as he walked, 3 years later, Naruto will only be 8 or 9 years old. Perhaps he was awakened by the finger of Whitebeard that almost killed him. Kakashi continued, when Naruto was just born, Minato-sensei and his wife died. How should I put it? Anyway, he probably doesn't want to lose you as his father. Gulala. Little white-haired devil, why are you caring about me now? Whitebeard glanced and said, you want to be my son again. Time after time, Kakashi was too lazy to refute. He said helplessly, I am just doing this for the teacher's child. Kakashi changed his position without leaving a trace. Walk to the left of Whitebeard. Because he was walking on the right side of Whitebeard, he felt that the big naginata in Whitebeard's hand would accidentally hit him. Kakashi. With his small body, if he gets hit, he will have to be hospitalized. Kakashi thought for a moment. He continued, the medical level of Konoha Hospital is already very high. If even Konoha Hospital can't treat you, then I suggest you find a better doctor. Page 22. We in Konoha village once had a very powerful medical ninja, but because of various things that happened in the village, that medical ninja became discouraged and left Konoha. Her name is Tsunade. Kakashi rarely talks so much, but he talked so much today because he felt that he didn't dislike people like Whitebeard. If you can find her. Kakashi paused as he noticed Whitebeard had stopped. Hey? What's wrong? Kakashi suddenly reacted. Look forward. Naruto. On the quiet streets of Konoha village at night. A giant stood still on Kongyunki. A ninja put his hands in his pockets with a look of surprise. An Uzumaki Naruto with red eyes was looking at the two people in front of him. The three people just stood there. Dad, I woke up and went to the bathroom, but you were not there, so I followed the footprints you left. At this moment, Naruto's voice was trembling a little. Whitebeard is on an unstable road. It can indeed leave shoe prints. Dad, is what this ninja uncle said true? I heard a lot of what you just said. Naruto was completely unable to control his emotions. He tried hard to wipe away the tears that were streaming down his cheeks, but no matter how hard he tried, they wouldn't come away. Eventually the tears flowed down my cheeks to my chin. Until it drips to the ground. At this moment, Naruto found that the moonlight was shrouded by a shadow, and everything in front of his eyes was dark. But when he looked up, he saw the burly figure of his father. I couldn't see the white-bearded old man's expression clearly. Recalling the conversation he vaguely heard when he ran in this direction just now, Naruto could no longer control the tears that welled up in his eyes. You stupid son! Whitebeard gave Naruto an iron fist of love without hesitation. This time he didn't poke him with a finger, but punched him directly on the head. Bang! Naruto felt as if a gust of wind was pressing down on his head, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. Suddenly, the ground beneath me suddenly caved in. It also caused Naruto to fall. Ouch! Naruto screamed in pain from the fall, and he stared at his father outside the pit with wide eyes. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that his father had always had a confident smile on his face. Your father is Whitebeard. He's not sick enough to need to lie in a coffin. Whitebeard leaned over and picked up Naruto. You stupid son, stop crying. Naruto was lifted into the air and then he realized. The potholes in the ground were ridiculously large. Naruto wiped his tears and snot, and he said weakly, Dad, you didn't answer me. After a few seconds of silence, Whitebeard placed Naruto on his shoulder and said with a grin, Dad, I have lived for 72 years. How many old guys on the sea can live that long? I only have you as my relative. Naruto clutched Whitebeard's crescent beard tightly. I don't want Dad to leave me, and I don't want to leave Dad. Without Dad, I don't want to be Hokage, and I don't want to be recognized by others. Dad! Let's leave Konoha. Naruto gritted his teeth and said something shocking. Didn't the ninja uncle say that there is a medical ninja named Tsunade who is very powerful? Let's go find that medical ninja together. Wait! Kaiudu-sak! This time, it was Kakashi's turn to be unable to sit still, and his pupils trembled. Naruto wants to leave Konoha. Oops! I accidentally let Naruto come up with such an idea. Kakashi couldn't help but gasp. He looks like the fat is in the fire. Update is here. I'll update one more chapter today, please read on. The previous chapter is actually one chapter with this one, but the chapter has more than 4,000 words in total, so I split it up. There will be another update at noon. Please read it. Chapter 28, Hokage-sama, there is good news and bad news. At this moment, Kakashi wanted to slap himself in the face. If he hadn't talked too much, Naruto would definitely not have heard it. He didn't even know how to explain to the Sandome when he returned. Said that it was because Kakashi accidentally talked too much. And then make Naruto think about leaving the village? Are you kidding me? Kakashi found himself facing a major crisis at work. He spoke decisively and said to Naruto, Naruto, I remember that you will start to enter the ninja school in the second half of next year, right? If you leave the village, what if you miss the enrollment? Kakashi said earnestly, the prerequisite for becoming the Kage of a village is to become a ninja. If you can't become a ninja, you will never be able to become the Hokage of a village. If my dad can recover his health, I would rather not be a Hokage for the rest of my life. Naruto, who was only 5 years old, was extremely determined. His words also stunned Kakashi. Is the familial bond between Whitebeard and Naruto deep enough to make Naruto give up his lifelong dream? Kakashi was shocked. It's only been a few days? He also realized that Naruto's bond with Whitebeard was stronger than Naruto's bond with the village and the Sandome. Like a real father. Even, a very absurd thought popped up in Kakashi's mind, even if Minato teacher was resurrected and stood in front of Naruto alive, his bond with Naruto would not be as strong as Whitebeard's. Sweeping away this ridiculous thought, Kakashi looked at Whitebeard. Sir Whitebeard, you should have seen how important Naruto is to the village these days. The village will not let him leave. Gulala. Whitebeard didn't care, the stupid son is concerned about his father's health, what does it have to do with your broken village? Oops, Kakashi finally reacted. Whitebeard was even more stubborn. Kakashi could only say the seriousness of the matter, once you take Naruto away from Konoha village, the entire Konoha may regard you as an enemy, and your treatment will be comparable to that of a traitor. The Sandome Hokage, Shimura Denzo, Utane Koharu, Mito Kato-en, these Konoha high-ranking officials will not sit idly by. In other words, I will become a wanted criminal in your Konoha. Whitebeard's expression looked a little strange. Kakashi nodded and said, he is even a wanted criminal in the entire ninja world. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed, that's not bad. Your currency here is liang, right? Just give me a reward of several billion liang, Gulala. Whitebeard was not worried at all that he was wanted by Konoha. Even a reference price is given. Kakashi. When he tried to explain how serious it was to be wanted by Konoha, he found that Whitebeard no longer paid attention to him, but took Naruto towards Naruto's home. Looking at the backs of the old and the young, one big and one small. Kakashi was overwhelmed. I wonder if the Sandame is spying. After thinking it over, Kakashi decided to run back and inform the Hokage. Things are getting serious. The Sarutobi family's residence. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage of Konoha, he does not live in the Hokage building. The Hokage building is just his workplace. He finished some government affairs early today. Return home on time. Get ready to rest. But for some reason, he always felt uneasy, which made him unable to close his eyes while lying in bed. He didn't know whether it was because he hadn't rested well recently or for some other reason. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened a little, and he stood up suddenly reflexively, picked up a kunai beside the pillow, and wanted to throw it in the direction where he heard the noise. But suddenly I heard a familiar voice. Hokage-sama, it's me. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, sweat broke out on Kakashi's forehead, and he couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the third Hokage. Even at the age of 61, he hasn't regressed much. He felt that if he had spoken half a second later, the kunai had already pierced his throat. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a closer look, let out a deep breath, and put away his kunai. Aren't you monitoring Naruto? Why did you come here suddenly? Hokage, I have some good news for you, and some bad news for you. Kakashi said hesitantly. Good news and bad news? The bad premonition in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart became more and more obvious. Tell me all about it. He frowned. The good news is, Whitebeard admitted that he is old and can't stay with Naruto for a few years, at most 3 years. Kakashi said the good news for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Really? Such a strong man is already old. Has he sensed the destiny? Time really spares no one. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He then scolded, what good news is this? Is the suffering of others good news for me, the Hokage? Whatever you say, that's it. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart and continued, the bad news is, Naruto has thought about leaving the village. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still immersed in the little joy he had just concealed. After all, the child has grown up. Moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly woke up. Naruto wants to leave the village. Page 23. Click. The surging chakra in his body even cracked the floor beneath his feet, which was enough to show that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in extremely turbulent mood. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, Naruto knows Whitebeard's condition. He wants to take Whitebeard to find Lady Tsunade for treatment. Nonsense. Absurd. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen said 3 words in a row, and he immediately opened the closet and put on his going-out clothes. Naruto is the son of Konoha's hero, and he is also the Nine-Tails helper. How can he leave the village at such a young age? Hokage-sama, the bond between Naruto and Whitebeard is deep and inseparable. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was quickly putting on his clothes, Kakashi added, he said, as long as my father can recover, I would rather not be the Hokage. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. He gave up his job as Hokage just for Whitebeard? He wanted to build a bond with Naruto with the goal of becoming Hokage. I don't know how much time and energy it took. Now, for a Whitebeard. Just forget about Sarutobi Hiruzen in the blink of an eye. Hokage, Whitebeard gave Naruto something that no one else could give, that is family love, that is a true family love. Kakashi saw it clearly, that's why Naruto cares so much about Whitebeard that he can give up his dreams and pursuits. Is the affection I give to Naruto less than that of Whitebeard? You can see how much I care about this child, Kakashi. Don't I care about Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Hokage-sama, you naturally care about Naruto more than Whitebeard does. After that, Kakashi didn't say anything else. He was afraid if he continued talking. The third generation is about to break through. Ninja World Hero. I'm old after all. Thanks to for the reward. Thanks to the monthly ticket support from big guys like Want to Own Snow Meteor, Ancient City Yingluo, Shuezimo, Shadowless and Immortal, Pijuan and so on. Thank you guys. Chapter 29, The Hokage Stops Me. This is how pirates talk. Naruto's home. Even though it was already early in the morning, the 5-year-old Naruto did not lie down in bed to sleep. He dug out a dusty suitcase. Bang! The old suitcase fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that made Naruto cough repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. He quickly wet a towel, wiped off the dust, then packed his clothes and stuffed them into the suitcase. While packing, he muttered, Grandpa Hokage once said that if you want to go on a long journey, you should bring clothes, brush your teeth and wash your face, as well as money. But Naruto didn't know how much to bring. He casually stuffed some clothes in, then the toothpaste and toothbrush, and finally the small wallet that he had treasured for a long time. The small wallet looked bulging, and it contained some living expenses that Grandpa Hokage gave him. But there was no chance to go out. No one wanted to sell him anything. He told this to Grandpa Hokage, but there was still no change. Naruto could only think that Grandpa Hokage was too busy and had no time to deal with his affairs. Dad! I'm done. Naruto thought it would be very difficult for him to carry the suitcase, but he didn't expect that he only needed to use half of his strength to lift it. Is it the effect of special training? Naruto was delighted. Sure enough, Dad's devilish training is very effective. But when Naruto thought of his father's physical condition, the little joy that had finally risen in his heart suddenly disappeared. His expression became depressed. Gulala! Stupid son, what took you so long to pack? Although Whitebeard didn't have a watch, he could estimate the time silently. It took you nearly half an hour to pack such a small amount of luggage. With such fussy efficiency, how can you be a Hokage? When Naruto proposed to leave Konoha village with Whitebeard to find the legendary medical ninja Tsunade, Whitebeard did not let Naruto's filial piety go to waste. He agreed. As a father, I cannot let my son down. This is his Whitebeard style of doing things. Stupid son, is this your first time away from the village? When Whitebeard saw Naruto's slightly embarrassed expression, he guessed that this kid probably had never left Konoha village since he was a child. Naruto nodded silently. Gulala! As a man, you should always go out and see how big the world is. Whitebeard laughed loudly. How can you be called a man on the sea if you stay in a small Konoha? Little Naruto muttered weakly, Dad, there is no sea near Konoha village. Grandpa Hokage said there is only a large forest nearby. Ouch! That hurts. He took another love flick from Whitebeard. Naruto was in so much pain that tears were about to come out. Don't contradict your father, you stupid son. Whitebeard laughed and said, to punish you, you have to carry this luggage by yourself. Naruto. The sudden appearance of the voice seemed so abrupt and somewhat out of place. This made Naruto stunned for a moment. Naruto, who was dragging a suitcase nearby, hurriedly turned around and saw a familiar thin figure. Fire, Grandpa Hokage! Naruto was very surprised and a little happy because he was planning to leave the village with his father this time and he hadn't said goodbye to Grandpa Hokage yet, but he didn't expect Grandpa Hokage to come over directly. Naruto waved his hand and said hello, Grandpa Hokage. My father and I are going to leave Konoha temporarily. As long as we find the one called, that one is called. Halfway through his words, he forgot Tsunade's name. Kind of embarrassing. Naruto scratched his head and said, anyway, let's find that medical ninja and have him cure Dad's illness, and then we'll be back. By the way, Grandpa Hokage? Why do you look a little weird? Naruto suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Grandpa Hokage's expression. There is no peace as before. There was no kind smile on his face, but a kind of gloomy. Naruto, who had never been to school and had a limited vocabulary, didn't know how to describe the Hokage's current expression. He vaguely felt that Hokage's current mood might not be particularly good. The fool's guess was quite correct. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in more than a bad mood. This was the worst mood he had ever been in since the end of the Ninja World War. None of them. More than 2 years ago, being forced to sacrifice a member of a branch of the Hyuga clan did not make Sarutobi Hiruzen feel so bad. Naruto is so special. He has the blood of Minato and the Uzumaki clan. And he is also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Such a child is more important than the entire Hyuga clan. And such a child is actually going to leave Konoha village and follow his so-called father to find Tsunade? Isn't this nonsense? How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be anxious? He was so anxious. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried hard to keep his emotions stable. He could hardly even force a smile. You are still young and not yet at the stage where you can leave Konoha village. It is very dangerous outside the village. There are many traitorous ninjas and ninjas from enemy villages. If you leave the village, you will probably run into those bad guys. Grandpa Hokage, don't worry, I have my dad by my side. Naruto was very confident in Whitebeard. Grandpa Hokage, you may not know, but my dad is very, very powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen. All kinds of information about Whitebeard have been flying onto his desk like snow these days. How could he not know how powerful Whitebeard is? But Whitebeard is from another village. Do not. Even if Whitebeard was a member of Konoha village, he would never let Whitebeard take the 5-year-old Naruto away from Konoha. Naruto, you can't leave the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to Naruto in an unprecedentedly serious tone, don't you listen to Grandpa Hokage. Naruto was stunned, but... Gulala. Whitebeard grinned and said, stupid son, go wait at the entrance of the village first. Let me, your father, talk to your irresponsible former guardian. Former guardian? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched. Dad. Stupid son, just go when I tell you to. Why are you nagging? Whitebeard was about to give Naruto another love flick. Naruto shrank his head in fear. In order to avoid being beaten, he hurriedly dragged his luggage and ran towards the village entrance. Then he couldn't help but turned around and shouted, Dad! I'm waiting for you at the gate of Konoha. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to follow anxiously, but he found that Whitebeard took one step forward and stood in front of him calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression finally couldn't hold back any longer. It became extremely ugly. Mr. Whitebeard, you've gone too far. And you've crossed the line. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, you've touched Konoha's bottom line. There's nothing to talk about between us. I still say the same thing. Naruto must not leave Konoha village now. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed and said, have you been the Hokage for too long? Are you confused? When a pirate says let's talk, do you really think it means a talk? What do you mean? Could it be that? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly reacted, but he reacted a little too late. Page 24. Whitebeard had already picked up the Kusukamokuri, and raised his hand with the knife, slashing towards him fiercely. The fierce roar of the naginata made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression change suddenly. Gulala. I'm Whitebeard. This is how pirates talk. Thanks to the boss of 20211006093020061 for the reward and support. Thank you boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to Zohwai Bulletin Luan La Zipper Dun, Book Friend 1506121035427761, Wo Wait Yen De 3, Let's Play It for Fun, and Gunna Him's Best for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 30 Sarutobi Hiruzen is shocked. The power of the four emperors. The blade of the whistling Naginata was bigger than Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. The strong warning in his heart made this battle-hardened Hokage of Konoha jump back instantly to avoid the deadly edge. However, the strong wind brought up by Kusugawa Kaire caused wrinkles on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he just landed and stood firm. The unhealthy gums from smoking too much are exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Make quick gestures with both hands. Earth release earth flow wall. A wall of earth suddenly appeared on the ground beneath his feet, blocking the strong wind that was blowing him back. Sarutobi Hiruzen also jumped to the top of the wall, standing at a height of more than 10 meters. Since Whitebeard has already taken action, as the Hokage of Konoha village, it is naturally impossible for him to be weak. Earth style, earth flow river. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals once again, and the surging chakra made his robes rustle. The ground beneath Whitebeard's feet turned into a muddy swamp, sinking Whitebeard below his knees. The muddy swamp flowed rapidly backwards. He actually rushed towards the huge and burly Whitebeard from behind. The distance has increased. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had already learned from some intelligence that Whitebeard possessed extremely powerful melee combat capabilities. Close combat with such a man. There is no advantage. Gulala. Are you going to give me a mud bath? Whitebeard pressed Kusunakiri on the solid ground beside him, and his body, which was being washed backwards, suddenly stopped abruptly. Don't be so arrogant, this is Konoha village. I am the Hokage of Konoha, this is my home ground. A gloomy look flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, his abdomen and chest expanded several times, and scorching flames gushed out of his mouth, turning into a long stream of flames that rushed straight towards Whitebeard. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no reservations, because there were no residents on this street. When Whitebeard fought the root ninja that day, he destroyed a large number of houses. The repairs have not been completed yet. The raging flames enveloped the entire street, illuminating Whitebeard's face. Gulala. How come every ninja can spit fire? Whitebeard suspected that his stupid son Ace had eaten the flame fruit in vain. He could learn fire-style ninjutsu and control flames. Whitebeard grinned and slashed with his sword without hesitation, cutting a gap in the flames. But the 5 shurikens hidden in the flames also revealed themselves. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his hand seals, and the 5 shurikens instantly turned into 10, 20, 40. Until thousands of shurikens. Whitebeard broke free from the restraints of the Earth Flow River ninjutsu and took a step forward to face the thousands of shurikens. Ding-ling dang clang. A large number of shurikens fell on Whitebeard's muscular body, which could only splash out dazzling balls of fire. Don't break the defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem surprised by this scene. He had enough information about Whitebeard and knew very well that Whitebeard's physical defense was much more exaggerated than that of any physical ninja. And so, the shurikens I throw are not simple shurikens. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally managed a smile. Each shuriken is wrapped with an explosive tag. Boom! The violent explosion enveloped Whitebeard's entire body, and the air waves caused by the explosion quickly spread to the surroundings. The houses on the street, which had been half repaired, suffered serious damage again after this round of impact. The concrete floor was blasted with gravel flying everywhere. The scene is extremely exaggerated. This movement has attracted the attention of many ninjas in Konoha village. The Uchiha clan's guards immediately rushed over here. Konoha's Anbu also ran in this direction without hesitation, as well as Danzo's route, the Hyuga clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Abarame clan. All ninjas from different parties were alarmed. They didn't know exactly what happened, but they would know once they went to the scene and took a look. If there were ninjas from an enemy village causing trouble in Konoha, they are also able to respond quickly. Even a person with an incredible physical strength will be seriously injured and fall to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this confidently. A tall body can certainly bring great physical strength, but at certain times, it can also be a huge and conspicuous target. He no longer paid attention to Whitebeard, who was being bombarded repeatedly. Instead, he wanted to get Naruto back as soon as possible. Gulala! Where are you going? What? The familiar hearty laughter made Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrink, and he looked towards Whitebeard's position in disbelief. When the smoke clears, what he saw was a man whose whole body was intact, except for a white beard with a lot of dust on his skin and cloak. How can this be? Is he made of iron? Although I am a remnant of the old times, I am not a waste of the sea who can be defeated by a few pieces of exploding paper. Whitebeard laughed wildly and his burly body suddenly jumped high into the air. The armed color domineering was entwined on Kusukyumkiri, and under the moonlight, the huge blade reflected an alternative black luster. His body also fell down at this moment. The big knife chopped down fiercely. What a ferocious knife! Let Sarutobi Hiruzen. Feeling of death. Ninjutsu psychic technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively bit his finger and slapped the earthen wall under his feet, and the summoning magic circle spread on the earthen wall. As he gritted his teeth and shouted "Ape Demon," a tall figure appeared instantly after a bang. Sarutobi, why are you suddenly, hey? The ape demon who had just been summoned by spiritualism suddenly sensed movement above him, and his pupils shrank immediately. Change. Without the need for Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, Inma, sensing the huge crisis, turned into a golden cudgel in the blink of an eye. Vajra prison. The ape demon who transformed into the Ruyi Jingbang split himself into many golden hoops, forming an iron cage to imprison Sarutobi Hiruzen inside. At this moment, Whitebeard had already landed, and the cloud-cutting sword in his hand slashed on the Avatra wall prison. Bang! The deafening sound of the clash almost broke Sarutobi Hiruzen's eardrums. The terrifying aftermath of the strange power crushed the surrounding earth into pieces, and the already shaky houses around it collapsed with a loud bang. The whole street suffered unprecedented damage. Razed to the ground. The power even spread in all directions. The nearby Konoha residents were scared. The gusts of air created by the sword passed through the gaps in the Avatra barrier, making Sarutobi Hiruzen inside it feel as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, causing his knees to bend. Sarutobi, what kind of monster did you provoke? The demon's solemn voice sounded. If I had reacted a little slower, you would have had to go see your teacher Tobirama. Thanks to the three bosses Super Delicious Orange, RICE00 and Nidhogg 258 for their reward and support. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Chapter 31, Detonating the Hokage Rock. I am Whitebeard. Now is not the time to explain this. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth, trying hard not to fall to his knees. The wind pressure on his shoulders was like carrying a mountain, making him break out in a cold sweat. It made his aging muscles wail. Saru demon! Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, this guy wants to take the Jinchuriki away from Konoha. As the Hokage, I must stop him. Gulala! Did you hide in your shell? Kong Yunki was unable to break open the diamond wall prison, which surprised Whitebeard. This thing was quite strong. But the smile on Whitebeard's face did not diminish. The moment he took back Kong Yunkai, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately seized the opportunity. The monkey demon turned into a wishful golden cudgel again, and Hiruzen Sarutobi retreated dozens of meters away with a teleportation technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen was breathing heavily. He believed that even if he was fighting against a cage from another ninja village, he would not tire out so quickly. But I am extremely tired now. Whitebeard's great strength. Beyond his expectations. There was intelligence assessment about Whitebeard in Konoha village, but they still underestimated Whitebeard. This man was simply ridiculously strong. He regretted that he came so quickly and left Kakashi behind. It would be better if Kakashi assisted. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to admit it. I am getting old after all. At present, with his strength alone and that of Tsurumo, it is difficult to stop Whitebeard in front of him. At least 10 senior ninjas are needed to assist him as the Hokage to defeat the opponent. The Anbu people should be on their way. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made a battle decision. Sarutobi, we don't need to fight him head-on, we just need to hold him off for 5 minutes. Page 25. Understood. A mouth appeared on the golden cudgel and spit out 2 words. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his golden cudgel into the ground, and his hands quickly formed seals like afterimages. A dragon head of an earth-burrowing creature emerged in front of him. The dragon head opened its mouth and spit out a large number of earth dragon bombs, the speed of which was comparable to that of a cannonball fired from a gun. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet. His technique changed. Open your mouth and spit. Raging flames wrapped around the Earth Dragon Bomb. Composite Ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Style. You ninjas, you have so many circus-like tricks. Whitebeard raised his hand and picked up the Kusukumokiri sword and slashed it down. The sword wrapped in armed color directly exploded the compound ninjutsu. You were careless, big guy. Amidst the fire and earth chopped off by Whitebeard, the sound of the ape demon's triumph suddenly rang out. I saw. The wish-fulfilling golden cudgel that was stuck next to Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared, and that powerful compound ninjutsu turned out to be just a cover-up. 2 monkey demon hands emerged from the golden cudgel hidden in the ninjutsu, and it wanted to grab Whitebeard's wrists directly. Got it. The ape demon grabbed Whitebeard's hands. Control Whitebeard's actions. Sarutobi. Now. Well done, Inma. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately delighted, but before he could make any extra moves, Whitebeard's voice made the expressions on both his and Inma's faces suddenly change. Gulala. Whitebeard sneered, what kind of illusion made you, a little monkey, think you have control over me? What? The ape demon was shocked. It suddenly discovered. Both of Whitebeard's palms were covered by a ball of white light, which even enveloped the original demon's hands. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side suddenly remembered something. His face changed drastically and he shouted, Sarutobi! Be careful! Late! Buzz! The terrifying trembling force caused the veins in the palm of the ape demon's hand to bulge, and the monkey face that emerged from the Ruyi golden cudgel was even more frightening. The power of vibration. It realized that something was wrong. What kind of strange ninjutsu is this? The ape demon instinctively wanted to let go. But it was still a step too slow. The excruciating pain of tearing flesh on its palms made the ape demon sweat coldly. Although the ape demon's hands were not instantly exploded due to his indestructible body, the pain that penetrated his bones was unbearable for him. The palm of his hand was shaken horribly, leaving a lot of hideous cuts on the skin, which made the ape demon extremely terrified. The indestructible body of Vajra was actually broken. It was so frightened that it was forced to let go. Gulala. Whitebeard held the Kusunakiri in his left hand, and his right hand was clenched into a fist. White light was vibrating, forming a halo that completely enveloped his right fist. The white light seemed to have the power to destroy the world. You want to keep me at this level? I'm Whitebeard. The muscles in Whitebeard's right arm tensed up, and the grin on his face made people feel like they were in a war above. He was seen looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsuruma with bloodshot eyes. A punch into the air. Click. atmosphere shattered. In the dark night, the visible vibration force shattered the atmosphere, and dense white cracks spread wildly forward. Almost in an instant, they were approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ape demon was the first to be hit hard. The crazy shaking of everything in the world made it feel that the scene in front of it was spinning dizzy, and the entire world in its sight was overturned and reversed. But the ape demon's special physique allowed it to bear it. But the severe pain of being torn apart still made it scream. Most of the hair on his body was shaken off, his skin began to crack, and blood oozed out of the cracked skin. Even it has a body as strong as a diamond, and yet it is like this. The one without the body of King Kong. No. The monkey demon endured the severe pain and glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, get out of the way. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen's body suddenly exploded, but what splashed out was not flesh and blood, but mud. This was the Earth clone. In the blink of an eye, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared 100 meters away. His face was filled with lingering fear. Hey! Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the crackling sound of the atmosphere was like the death bell ringing, and his face was trembling. The range, how can it be so big? Earth style, super hardening technique. The strong desire to survive made Sarutobi Hiruzen form several seals at an unprecedented speed. Buzz. Puff. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. His clothes were torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. His body seemed to have been hit by continuous heavy blows, and the sound of his bones breaking was like firecrackers being lit. The look in his eyes quickly became dazed and absent-minded. Blood was oozing out of all his orifices and his eyes were rolling uncontrollably. My conscious mind crashed on the spot. Like the power was unplugged. The violent vibration force was still spreading far away until it reached the Hokage Rock 1 kilometer away and hit one of the huge sculptures directly. The one hit by the vibration force was the Hokage Rock head of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It exploded and broke apart. Rocks flying. Hey, 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 is this a joke? Kakashi, who was chasing in the direction where Sarutobi Hiruzen left, watched as a large number of white cracks spread above his head. Like a huge white dragon rampaging across the sky above Konoha. It hit the Hokage Rock in the distance. Feeling the earthquake coming from the ground, Kakashi watched the nearby Konoha residents run out of their homes screaming in fear. He looked at the ground beneath his feet again, and there were faint cracks appearing. Kakashi's forehead was covered with sweat, and his throat was a little dry. Hokage should still be alive, right? Something is wrong. Thanks to the 4 bosses Orange Cat, Super Delicious Orange, the Dying God, and Nyok 258 for their reward support. Thank you, boss. You are awesome. You are generous. Thanks to I really want to go back to the past. Fengxi reading, Yayu, send to the north, Dakong dipping sauce, Abai sauce, Frozen Crazy Dragon and other big guys for their monthly support. Thank you guys. Chapter 32, The Hokage is in a coma. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leaves the village. Shisui, Hokage-sama's Hokage Rock has shattered. Among the group of people from the Uchiha clan who were rushing towards the direction of the noise. Among them are Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Itachi ran forward while turning his head to look at the Hokage Rock. His tone was forced to be calm, but his heart was actually in turmoil. Something big happened. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, although he didn't know what exactly happened. But it made such a big noise at night. It also affected the third Hokage's Hokage Rock. It's no small matter at first glance. Looking at the noise, it's very likely that 2 very powerful ninjas are fighting. In fact, it's very likely that they are 2 ninjas who are comparable to Kage. Uchiha Shisui said in a serious tone, Itachi, you must be careful later, there may be strong enemies from other villages among them. I understand. Uchiha Itachi nodded. This group of Uchiha came from the Uchiha clan's base. Want to run to the scene of the incident? It will take another 2 or 3 minutes. Shikaku, do you know who it is? The fat and strong Akimichi Chauza was also running in that direction. There were two people following him. One of them is Nara Shikaku and the other is Yamanaka Inoichi. This is the contemporary pig, deer, and butterfly of Konoha village. When the new generation of pig, deer, and butterfly had not yet grown up, the three of them were synonymous with pig, deer, and butterfly. His fame once spread throughout Konoha. Even in the entire ninja world. They are all quite famous. Nara Shikaku said in a deep voice, "Over there, is where Minato's child lives. Something must have happened to Uzumaki Naruto. This may involve Whitebeard who has been in the limelight recently, and the Hokage has been keeping an eye on Uzumaki Naruto." The head of the Yamanaka family, Yamanaka Inoichi, could not help but frowned. "Shikaku, you mean the two ninjas fighting there, one of them is the Hokage, and the other is Whitebeard?" "I didn't say that, but the possibility is still very high." Nara Shikaku said, "There's about an 80 to 90 chance of it happening. That's no different from 100%. Yamanaka Inoichi has great faith in his old friend. They are the patriarchs of the three major ninja clans in Konoha. Naturally, I have also heard of Whitebeard." Akimichi Chauza looked at the Hokage rock. The Hokage rock was shattered from a distance. Could it be that the Hokage-sama has lost? Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Iniki remained silent. No one responded. Route Station. "Master Danzo. Our people should be here soon." A route member reported to Danzo, "They will follow your orders, Master Danzo, and will not reveal their whereabouts." Danzo responded casually in an annoyed mood. Ever since his power was restricted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udaten Koharu, and Mito Kato-en, he has been in a bad mood. Although his roots have always been hidden in the dark, sometimes he is able to do things openly and honestly. There's no need to be so secretive when you're in a hurry. But ever since the damn monkey restricted the root's authority, he had to be careful when giving orders to the root, so as to avoid being discovered by that monkey. Page 26. Master Danzo, our people also discovered that the battle over there has affected the Hokage rock. The root ninja continued, the Sandaime Hokage's Hokage rock was shattered. Oh! Danzo felt like laughing out loud. It's broken well. It would be even better if it wasn't just the Hokage rock that was shattered, but that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen as well. All parties in Konoha village were rushing towards that direction. As time passes slowly. The first to arrive was Kakashi, who was left behind by Sarutobi Hiruzen. His figure appeared on the devastated street. He had already taken off the forehead protector that covered the Sharingan. The expression beneath the mask was extremely solemn. Kakashi looked at the unrecognizable street and muttered to himself, how many ninjutsu were used to bombard this place? Soon, he noticed the only house that wasn't badly damaged. It turned out to be the house where Naruto lived. Other houses. It's in ruins. Hey! That white-haired ninja! A sudden voice made Kakashi quickly focus his attention over there. He saw a giant ape squatting motionlessly in the distance. Inma. Kakashi recognized Inma at the first sight. As the summoned beast of the third Hokage, he was also very famous in the ninja world. Slow. Why is there only ape demons? What about the third generation? And how come the ape demon, who is said to have an indestructible body, is covered in blood? When Kakashi walked over quickly, he froze in place, his eyes widened a little, and his tone was even more unbelievable. Hokage, Hokage-sama. He's unconscious. UNMO slowly stood up with a complicated expression, hurry up and contact your medical ninja to send him to the hospital. In Kakashi's sight, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konoha, was lying on the ground, motionless. The Hokage was covered in blood, and his limbs were twisted, probably with broken bones. Sarunma, what clothes is Hokage-sama wearing? Kakashi tried hard not to look at the Sandaime Hokage's eye-catching body. It was shattered, replied the ape demon. So, you are. Before Kakashi could even ask a question, Inma responded directly. Defeated, said the ape demon. It took a deep breath, and the frustration was obvious. Even if Sarutobi and I joined forces, we were still no match for that guy. That guy was as strong as a tailed beast. Kakashi. In other words, the Sandaime Hokage quickly ran to Naruto, had a conflict with Whitebeard, and then the two sides started fighting. In the end, the Sandaime Hokage couldn't defeat him. The ape demon was summoned out. At last. Still can't beat it. On the surface, Yuanmo's injuries do not seem to be life-threatening, but the Sandaime looks unconscious, so the situation is not good. Should we cover up the Hokage's body first and then rush him to the Konoha hospital? Otherwise it will affect the image. Hitaki Kakashi. Ape Demon. The next second, the Uchiha clan arrived. They were not surprised to meet Hitaki Kakashi here. But he encountered the summoning beast of the Sandaime Hokage. It made them feel very surprised. Subsequently, they saw a person lying on the ground, and when they looked closely, their Sharingans almost popped out of their heads. That's Naruto. The Ino, Deer, and Joe clans, the Hyuga clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Anbu ninjas, and the Root lurking in the dark, all arrived one after another. They found that they did not encounter the so-called powerful enemy this time, and the imagined ninjas from the enemy village did not appear. Instead, he saw an unconscious Hokage. Scene. It was quiet for a while. At the same time, Konoha Gate. What's going on over there? At this time, the ninjas guarding the gate of Konoha were not the two future gate gods, but two elite chunins of Konoha village. They were looking into the distance together, but at this moment they saw a small figure walking towards them. Hey, hey, hey! Little devil! One of them shouted, don't come near here at night. We can't let little brats like you sneak out of the village in the middle of the night. Otherwise, we will be held responsible if anything happens. Naruto stopped panting as he dragged the suitcase. He didn't know what was going on behind him. Since his father asked him to come here quickly, there must be something wrong with that. I just don't know how his conversation with the Hokage went. Just when Naruto was about to explain when facing the two Konoha chunins guarding the gate. Suddenly, a huge figure walked out of the darkness. Whitebeard's walking noise was quite loud, and Naruto quickly turned around to look behind him, his little face full of surprise and excitement. Daddy! Gulala! Whitebeard carried Kusunakiri and grinned at the two stunned chunins. I'm going to take my stupid son out of the village. What? Are you two brats going to stop me? Thanks to the two bosses book friend 202009091917063365 and the Snow Under the Snow for their rewards and support. The boss is very generous. Thank you, boss. Thanks to Battle Angel Alita, Kaikshuan, book friend 2020308084743164, I'm Nothing, Strange Stories and other big names for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 33 Sasuke, I must be more powerful than Naruto. The terrifying oppressive feeling coming from the strongest man in the world made the two Konoha chunins break out in cold sweats, as if they were facing the most terrifying thing in the ninja world. Even if Whitebeard did not use the Conqueror's haki. But the kingly spirit that crawled out from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, if it were to leak out a little bit, would be enough to make people tremble with fear. It's not something two chunins can handle. The nervousness made their palms sweat. According to the theoretical knowledge they learned in the ninja school, they should quickly take out the kunao and hold a shuriken in their palms. This way. So you can cope with crisis situations at any time. But in this case, they have even forgotten the theoretical knowledge that they once memorized by heart, and can only keep regressing. Until his back was pressed against the closed Konoha gate. There is no way back. Mew. Konoha village has rules. One of the young Chunins, who looked no more than 20 years old, spoke with a trembling voice, "Ordinary people are not allowed to, at night without permission." "Gulala!" Whitebeard interrupted, "Rules are meant to be broken. A pirate cares about rules? How can it be?" Under the astonished gaze of the two Konoha Chunin, Whitebeard picked up the Kusukome Kiri and slashed towards the Konoha gate. The Konoha gate was able to withstand several ninjutsu head-on. In an instant it became like tofu. A straight gap appeared on the gate, and after shaking for several times, the gate collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. This way of opening the door. Too rough. Stupid son. Whitebeard turned his head to look at Naruto, who was also a little dumbfounded behind him, and said, "What are you doing standing here?" "Oh. Here we come, Dad." For some reason, Naruto did not feel any disgust towards Whitebeard's rough approach. Instead, a little excited. The backs of the two figures, one big and one small, moved away from Konoha step by step under the horrified gaze of the two Konoha Chunins. They didn't dare to stop it. "Dad, when you recover, we will go back to Konoha." Naruto, who was leaving the village for the first time in a real sense, said excitedly, "Dad, when do you think we can come back?" "Gulala. At most 1 year." Whitebeard grinned and said, "In 1 year, you little brat will be able to go to school." "Dad, I will definitely protect the dreams of your stupid son." "Don't say such stupid things as giving up your dreams for your dad again." Naruto asked doubtfully and worriedly, "But, Dad, can we find the medical ninja named Tsunade within a year?" "Of course you can. Of course you can. Absolutely." Whitebeard laughed confidently. "You stupid son, just remember that when you enter school in a year, don't let me become the last one in the school." "Okay, Dad. I will definitely be number 1. Naruto was full of energy. The next day. Noon. Cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed repeatedly in a daze, and as his coughing became more intense, his consciousness gradually became clearer. "Until I struggled to open my tired eyelids, I saw a white ceiling and smelled the smell of disinfectant." "Hokage-sama? Are you awake?" A familiar voice came from the side. Page 27. Sarutobi Hiruzen was just about to turn his head to look. As a result, the severe pain in his neck muscles made his face twitch, and he had no choice but to keep looking directly at the ceiling. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a complicated expression. He had realized where he was now. He could even recognize who the familiar voice belonged to. "Kakashi, how long have I been sleeping?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was a little dry. After all, he hadn't drunk a drop of water for a long time. "1 night and 1 morning. Kakashi had been guarding here the whole time." He responded, "About 12 hours. 12 hours. How embarrassing." Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh at himself. He believed that if he was 10 years younger, he would be able to fight Whitebeard on equal terms. "With the help of the ape demon, maybe we can defeat the opponent. But as I got older, my reaction speed, chakra capacity, and body functions all began to decline seriously. Not as good as before." "Naruto, where is Naruto?" Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of a key factor, and his tone became anxious. "Gone." Kakashi responded. According to the two Chunins guarding the main gate, Whitebeard and Naruto forcibly left Konoha, and the main gate of Konoha was chopped down by the other side. "Jinchuriki. Ran? Gone?" Sarutobi Hiruzen almost vomited blood. At that time, the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts to various villages and left only 1 Nine-Tails for Konoha. From then on, the Nine-Tails was equivalent to Konoha's private property. At the same time, it is also an extraordinary and terrifying fighting force of Konoha. Once Naruto can establish a bond with the tailed beast Nine-Tails in the future, he can skillfully use the power of the tailed beast. So, for their Konoha village, there is one more cage-level strongman. even stronger than ordinary shadows. But Naruto ran away, which is equivalent to the loss of the 9 tails, the loss of such a strong man, and the loss of a part of Konoha's future. You have no one to go and bring Naruto back. Sarutobi Hiruzen twisted his neck with all his strength. Even though he was lying on the hospital bed, his eyes were still very sharp. Kakashi's dead eyes didn't change much, and his answer was very versatile. Without the Hokage's order, I'm afraid that acting on my own will cause trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. That is to say, during the time when he was unconscious, Kakashi did not take any measures and just watched Naruto run away? Kakashi, have you always had something against me? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, because of the Sakumo incident. Hokage-sama, you worry too much, Kakashi replied calmly. Then go catch up with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his muscles ache as he got a little excited. This is the order I, the Hokage, give you. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Don't you think too highly of me? Yes, Hokage-sama. The residents of the Uchiha clan. Brother, you're back. Sasuke quickly threw away the wooden kunao in his hand and looked at Itachi with surprise. Brother, why did you come back so early today? Uchiha Itachi quickly concealed his complicated expression. So many things happened last night that he hadn't digested them all yet. I don't have work today. Looking at his brother, Itachi smiled gently. I just came back early. No way. The Hokage is in the hospital. And there are at least 20 or 30 Anbu members watching over the entire Konoha hospital, so there is no need for him to guard the door. Sasuke, have you been practicing throwing techniques today? Looking at the wooden kunao scattered all over the ground, he then looked at the target in the distance. He also noticed that his brother was sweating profusely. The 2 slightly delicate little palms were scratched by the wooden thorns of the kunyu. Itachi Uchiha felt distressed when seeing this. Yet, Sasuke was full of energy. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, I absolutely cannot be outdone by that Uzumaki Naruto. The next time I see him, I will definitely be more powerful than him. Sasuke wielded the wooden kunao, mistaking the air for Naruto. I'll defeat him and then tell him that he's the one who acts like a girl. It seems that I can imagine that scene. Sasuke felt like he was okay again. He chuckled cheerfully. Well, I believe you, Sasuke. Itachi gently poked Sasuke's head with his index and middle fingers. In fact, he was relieved. At least, those radical members of the Uchiha clan won't be able to cause trouble for Whitebeard. Maybe this is a good thing? Thanks to the 3 bosses Nidhoke 258, the Dying God and Super Delicious Orange for their tips and support. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Thanks to Likankan, Momka, 9, _ and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 34, Bounty for Whitebeard. Tough Konoha no longer exists. That guy named Whitebeard defeated the Sandaime Hokage and left Konoha with his Jinchuriki. Those Uchiha in the Uchiha clan who are very radical and want to avenge Gan, Wen, and Kui. After learning the news, everyone was stunned for a moment. They have gathered more than 30 Uchiha clan ninjas, most of whom are elite ninjas from the Uchiha Guard, and the weakest ones are at the Konoha Chunin level. Although everyone in the Uchiha clan is mentally ill. But not everyone is a fool. Uchiha Gan, Uchiha Wen, and Uchiha Kui, 3 members of the clan who possessed the Sharingan, were easily defeated by Whitebeard. It is naturally impossible for them to just gather a few people and cause trouble, as that would be no different from committing suicide and giving away a few pairs of Sharingan for free. But when they felt everything was ready and had made a detailed battle plan, they were determined to take off the head of Whitebeard. This group of Uchiha suddenly discovered they were sloppy. That guy. A Chunin from the Uchiha Guard secretly swallowed his saliva, cold sweat overflowing from his forehead. To my surprise, he was able to defeat the Sandome Hokage. Although they are very hostile to Konoha's high-level officials including the Hokage. But they never thought that the Sandome Hokage was weak. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan's internal coup plan, it wouldn't have been delayed until now. The third Hokage unfortunately lost the battle with Whitebeard, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was abducted away from the village by Whitebeard, and the third Hokage is still lying in the hospital, and although he has woken up, he has difficulty getting up. In just one night, so many major events happened, shocking all the major ninja clans in Konoha. No one expected that he would be the top fighter of Konoha. The Sandome, who is known as the strongest Hokage of all time. He actually lost to a guy from another village. If he was defeated by a man from another village outside, we could barely say that the Sandome was ambushed. But he was defeated in Konoha village, in his own home turf, and was no match for a person from another village. This. Can you lose too? This matter must not be publicized. At least, the civilians in the village must not be allowed to know about this. In the Hokage building of Konoha village, Mito Kato-en, one of Konoha's high-ranking officials, adjusted his glasses and said with a serious expression. At this time, a group of people gathered in the office of the Sandome Hokage, but the only person missing from this office was the Sandome Hokage. Danzo was also present. Although there was no expression on his face, he was already very happy in his heart. He coughed and interrupted, "Well, that's true. But a ninja village can't always be without a Hokage to control it." Danzo didn't care what impact this would have if civilians knew about it. What he cares about is the position of Hokage. Danzo looked around at the group of people. He continued, "Sarutobi is now seriously injured and hospitalized. The best medical ninja in Konoha Hospital said that he will have a hard time getting out of bed within a month, let alone handling government affairs. I think we should take this opportunity to choose again." But before Danzo could finish his words, he was interrupted by Utane Koharu, who had white hair and narrow eyes. "We've already thought about this." Utane Koharu said, "It's true that Sarutobi will have a hard time handling the Hokage's affairs within a month, and he has asked the Anbu to tell us that within this month, Mitaman, Shimura, and I will handle the Hokage's affairs together." Utane Koharu paused, glanced at Danzo, and continued calmly, "1 month later, when he recovers a little and can get out of bed, the Hokage administration will be handed over to him." Danzo's eyes widened a bit. "What do you mean? Isn't this the same as before? Didn't the 4 of them handle all the government affairs of Konoha village in the past?" According to Danzo's original idea, he wanted to take this opportunity to let everyone elect a temporary Hokage. And among all the high-level officials of Konoha, is there anyone who is more suitable than Danzo? But Danzo didn't expect that his suggestion would be interrupted and blocked before he could even finish his speech. "Especially when I heard the words 'ask the Anbu to tell us.'" Danzo clenched his fists. "My teeth are broken. Damn monkey, he's lying on the bed like a useless person, but he still can't give up the power of Hokage. He didn't even give me the slightest chance. Had he been prepared for this?" At this time, Mito Kato-en said, "Sarutobi has asked Kakashi to chase after the Jinchuriki and Whitebeard. If he can keep up with the Jinchuriki, then we will be able to grasp the movements of the Jinchuriki and Whitebeard." From what I learned from Sarutobi, Whitebeard and the Jinchuriki went outside the village to look for Tsunade. Page 28. Narashikako leaned against the wall, holding a piece of grass in his mouth. He interrupted and said, "I heard that Lady Tsunade has been active in the Land of Fire for the past 2 years. If they go to look for Lady Tsunade, they will definitely not leave the Land of Fire." Mito Kato-en held his eyes and nodded, "In this case, perhaps we can look for Tsunade's whereabouts first. There is a problem. Hinata Hayashi is also here." His white eyes were calm and he said, "What if other ninja villages knew that the Jinchuriki had left Konoha and they took action? If it was the time when Konoha was at its strongest?" Everyone present would give a very definite answer, declare war on the other side directly. But Konoha is not strong now. The departure of the Sunin, the hospitalization of the Hokage, the distrust of the Uchiha clan, the departure of the Jinchuriki from the village, all these negative buffs were added to the Konoha village. It's hard to be tough. But there are always exceptions. Humph. Is there any need to explain? Of course. Danzo, who was the exception, was about to speak, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again. Mizuto Minion took a deep breath and glanced at everyone. He replied, so we should keep this secret if possible. If other ninja villages still find out, we will talk about it then. We can discuss everything after Sarutobi recovers. Danzo. As for Whitebeard, Midaman said, I suggest that Whitebeard be wanted within Konoha. Internal wanted. A newly coined term made everyone present look at each other in bewilderment. Midaman explained, this is a wanted order that only Konoha ninjas can know about. A bounty of 5,000 million taels is offered for Whitebeard. Any Konoha ninja who can capture Whitebeard alive or his head and bring back the Jinchuriki can get the bounty. 5,000 million taels. Sarutobi Asuma, who was smoking in the corner, blew out a smoke ring. It's a very reasonable number. Able to defeat his Sandame Hokage father. Definitely worth this bounty. On the streets of Konoha village, Akimichi Koji is holding a bag of barbecue-flavored potato chips. He was chewing the food with tears streaming down his face, and he said to Shikamaru, Shikamaru, I heard from my father that Naruto has left Konoha. Wow, 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 our new best friend has left us. From now on, there are only 2 of us left in our trio. Where did this trio come from? Shikamaru frowned, we have only known Uzumaki Naruto for a few days and we have become a trio. He looked at the street ahead. Fell into silence. Shikamaru and Koji came to the street where Naruto lived. What came into view was a long, devastated street that was blocked off, with the entrance to the street blocked by a cordon. But you can still see the devastation inside. It's like it was demolished. My father didn't tell me much. Shikamaru crossed his fingers and put them behind his head, saying with a world-weary face, but, I still know a little bit about the situation. Naruto left Konoha with his giant daddy, and this incident caused quite a stir among the adults. Shikamaru, will Naruto come back? Koji's eyes were full of tears. This was not an act, his eyes were red from crying. But the movements of his hands and mouth did not stop, and half of the bag of potato chips was soon eaten. Will do. I will definitely become Hokage. Recalling the words Naruto shouted in front of him and Koji, he recalled the pair of blue eyes that were far more determined than his peers. Shikamaru said again with certainty, he will definitely come back. Stupid Koji, stop crying. He put his hands into his pockets, where was a handkerchief he had lent to Naruto. Shikamaru said, although I don't know why I have this feeling, I always feel that when Uzumaki Naruto returns to Konoha, we will see a completely different him. Shikamaru, is it true? Have I ever lied to you? Achu. Naruto wiped his nose vigorously. His nose was a little itchy today. He had sneezed dozens of times since morning. Dad, how are we going to find that Tsunade? Naruto asked curiously while dragging the suitcase. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed, that medical ninja named Tsunade is a ninja from Konoha. Konoha ninjas must know Konoha ninjas very well. Just ask that white-haired brat and you will know. White-haired. Naruto was stunned, is it that masked ninja uncle? Yes. The kid is following behind. He has been following for an hour. Have you seen the wild dog? Said Whitebeard. Ah. Naruto looked back quickly. Sure enough, I saw a stray dog following me from a distance, but I couldn't see it unless I looked carefully. The strange stray dog seemed to have heard their conversation as well, and its body froze. Kakashi. Woohoo, Please read it. Whether it is a new book or after it is put on the shelves, reading it is crucial to the number of books. Catch-up reading means, follow the latest chapter every day. Chapter 35 now, just do what a pirate should do. Kakashi Hatake was once a genius of Konoha village, experienced a ninja world war, and worked as an Anbu ninja for several years. Naturally, it has superb tracking ability. What's more, Whitebeard and Naruto did not hide their traces of leaving, so Kakashi would be able to follow them if he was a little more careful. Kakashi is not some hot-blooded idiot. He is not lacking in attentiveness. Tsunade-sama is the descendant of the Senju clan and a disciple of the Sandaime Hokage. In the ninja world, she is known as Tsunade-sama, the three ninjas, and is a great figure on par with the other two of the three ninjas. Kakashi only showed one dead fish eye. The Sharingan is hidden under the forehead protector. Kakashi, who was exposed by Whitebeard on the spot, had to cancel his transformation technique and restore his original appearance. The reason why he was explaining everything he knew to Whitebeard and Naruto was naturally because of the Kusukamokuri that was knocking on the ground from time to time behind him. This kind of movement, it made Kakashi's eyelids twitch. This is the man who could defeat even the Sandaime Hokage. And he saw no external injuries on Whitebeard. That is to say, the Sandaime didn't even leave any scars on Whitebeard before he was defeated by Whitebeard and lay on the hospital bed. How powerful! Kakashi cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. Take a deep breath. He continued, in addition to having strength that is no less than that of a cage, she is also a very good medical ninja. There is no medical ninja better than her in the entire ninja world. It's not difficult to find Lady Tsunade. Kakashi got to the point directly, because she has a shortcoming that everyone knows, she likes gambling. In addition, she usually only moves around within the Fire Country. If you want to find her, all you have to do is raid casinos across the Fire Nation. This is the best and most efficient way to find her. In fact, Kakashi was slightly relieved at this time. Before, he was a little unsure. Now he was 100% sure. Whitebeard and Naruto had no intention of leaving the Land of Fire. At least, not yet. The purpose of this unrelated father and son is very clear, they just want to find Lady Tsunade. That's it. Gulala. Stupid son. Look, now we know how to find that person, right? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Time. Passage. A week has passed since Whitebeard took Naruto away from Konoha. During this week, Whitebeard did not stop training Naruto, and Naruto's tragic childhood was not rescinded. Dad, it's so heavy. Naruto's legs were trembling. His body was tied up with a lot of ropes, and he had a huge stone weighing at least 100 pounds on his back. It is impossible for a 5-year-old child to carry such a stone, but Naruto actually did it. But Naruto took a few shaky steps forward and he felt that all the muscles in his body were wailing. Dad! If I fall, I'll be crushed to death by this rock. Naruto, with tears streaming down his face, tried to ask Whitebeard for help. Pity. He asked the wrong person. Stupid son. You say such a light stone is heavy? You are not allowed to put the stone down. If you can't walk, then crawl for your father. Whitebeard raised the Kurogen cutting knife and chopped it down with one blow. The whistling wind behind him scared Naruto so much that his face turned pale. A burst of potential came from nowhere and he ran forward several steps. He narrowly avoided the attack from behind. Tear. A straight crack appeared on the ground, starting from the blade of Kusukamokuri, and spread towards Naruto. Until it spread to Naruto's crotch, he caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye. This sight frightened Naruto so much that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Dad, he won't hold back at all. What if I hide a little later? Could it be cut in half by a single blow? Gulala. There is a famous saying on the sea where my father is from, as long as you are willing to work 200 times harder than an ordinary person, even an ordinary person can become an admiral of the navy. Whitebeard held his naginata and said proudly, "Stupid son. You are still far from being able to work 200 times harder than an ordinary person." Page 29. If I had received such brutal training when I was a child, I might have had a psychological trauma on the profession of ninja. Kakashi, who was walking behind, muttered something. Kakashi raised his eyelids and saw the scene in front of him. He said, "Sir Whitebeard, we are almost at a relatively large town in the Land of Fire." Kakashi has walked this road before, so he had an impression. Oh! Whitebeard's gaze returned from Naruto, who was walking tremblingly forward. He also looked into the distance. "It looks like a really big town." Whitebeard quipped, "I wonder how much treasure can be robbed from a town like this." "What? Robbery?" Kakashi's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered that Whitebeard once said that he was a pirate. Wait a minute." Kakashi gasped, how could he have forgotten this key identity? Kakashi said hurriedly, "Sir Whitebeard, although this town is large, there may not be many rich people in it." Gulala. Looking at Kakashi, who couldn't hold back, Whitebeard laughed extremely happily. "It feels like teasing a little kid. Don't worry. My Whitebeard pirates have never robbed an ordinary person since they set sail." Whitebeard laughed and said, "But I am a pirate. How can I pass by a town and remain indifferent?" "Mr. Whitebeard, what exactly do you want to do?" Kakashi didn't quite understand. "White-haired boy, can you draw?" Whitebeard did not answer, but asked a question that sounded outrageous to Kakashi. "I can, but I'm not very skilled." But Kakashi responded anyway. Whitebeard smiled even more happily. 10 minutes later. Whitebeard held Kusukimikiri in his left hand, and in his right hand he held a big tree whose branches he had cut off. Tied to the top of the tree was a huge black cloth with the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates painted on it. Kakashi didn't know why Whitebeard asked him to draw this. But, at this time, he had a bad feeling. The three of them walked to the entrance of the town. There are still quite a few civilians from the Fire Nation here. When a group of civilians from the Fire Nation saw a giant over 6 meters tall appear, their eyes widened. Their expressions were all stunned. Before the civilians of the Fire Nation could react, Whitebeard thrust the tree he was carrying into the ground with one hand. Boom! The trunk of the tree was buried at least several meters deep in the ground. The ground was shaking. The pirate group's flag on the top of the tree was fluttering in the wind. It was a white skull with a crescent beard. "Stupid son! You are my father's son, and a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. You are the first crew member of the new Whitebeard Pirates. Now, you have to do what a pirate should do. From today on, this is the town under the command of the Whitebeard Pirates. Little brats in the ninja world, pay your protection money to me, your dad. Gula la la. Thanks to the boss of 20230130111811601 for the reward and support. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to 1, ZZH, Panda Zero, and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 36, Fire Nation Nobles. Hunting Whitebeard? Whitebeard's heroic laughter seemed to spread throughout half the town, and his demeanor as the king of the sea was fully revealed. Cold sweat was pouring down Kakashi's forehead. How so? He didn't expect that Whitebeard asked him to help draw that strange flag and actually asked him to do this kind of thing. Announced that this town is the town under the command of the Whitebeard Pirates. And you want to collect protection money here? How is this different from declaring war? Looking at Whitebeard's tall and burly back, he looked at the pirate flag fluttering in the wind above. Kakashi was overwhelmed. He could only place his hope on Naruto, hoping that Minato-sensei could persuade his father. Result: Dad, is this what being a pirate is like? Instead of trying to dissuade Whitebeard, Naruto found it very interesting. Even though the huge rock on his back made him tremble all over, he still tried to raise his head and look at the pirate flag above. Kakashi. Oops. It shouldn't be that Minato's child will be completely led astray, right? What if Naruto doesn't want to be Hokage one day? Instead, I want to be a pirate. That's a big problem. Gulala. That's right. This is what it's like to be a pirate. Whitebeard looked down at a group of Fire Nation civilians and took in the shock and fear in their eyes. Whitebeard grinned, and this smile looked cheerful in Naruto's eyes. But in the eyes of these Fire Country civilians, it was like a monster grinning. Giant, giant. Run. Someone finally responded, quick. Go and inform the ninja master in town. He's a pirate. The giant is a pirate. Oh, monsters, don't come over here. Where are the ninja masters? Ninja masters, please show up soon. Idiot. Run. The Fire Nation civilians who were fleeing into the town in panic screamed, and some were so frightened that they dropped the goods they were carrying on the ground and ran for their lives in a desperate situation. But they screamed all kinds of words in fear. But it made Naruto feel a little uncomfortable. Naruto muttered, "Why do they call Dad a monster? Gulala. This is fear." Whitebeard doesn't care what kind of commotion such high-profile behavior will cause. As one of the 4 emperors of the New World, he doesn't know what it means to be low-key. If in the New World, the Whitebeard pirates threatened to protect a place, all they had to do was for that place to pay protection fees. The people in that place would never be afraid because they all know the good reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. However, in this place called Ninja World, his Whitebeard pirates, no one really knows. A group of 3 people just broke into the town. Wherever you go. The crowd retreated. Tisk, that noble really knows how to enjoy himself. Taketo Sarutobi is a jonin of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha village. He recently accepted a ninja mission in Konoha, to escort a noble from the Land of Fire from one city to another. Although the Ninja World War has ended, there are still many bandits and rebel ninjas within the Land of Fire. Those Fire Nation nobles naturally value their lives very much, and they would pay a large sum of money to hire ninjas from Konoha village to protect them. The profit from each escort trip was 300 million taels. Such a task is naturally very popular in Konoha, but unfortunately, Sarutobi Taketo is the nephew of the 3rd Hokage. Others need to grab the ninja mission. He could get it easily. Who said it wasn't true? Next to the nobleman Sarutobi was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan, an elite chunin from Konoha. He said. That nobleman was really generous. He invited 2 of us ninjas to go with him to such a place. After that, he sniffed the perfume on his clothes and smiled with a hint of aftertaste. Next time I pass by here, I will ask the noble brother to give me another special massage. Ha ha ha. Sarutobi Taketo laughed. It's a deal. We can't go back on our word. However, just as they were about to return to their temporary residence, there was a commotion ahead, attracting their attention. Okay. Sarutobi frowned. What happened over there? The tribesman next to him seemed to be sensing ninjas. He concentrated and listened carefully. Brother Giron, I seem to hear someone shouting that pirates are invading. Bandits are entering the town. Pirate. Taketo Sarutobi was stunned. It's not right. If this town was a coastal town, it would be understandable if pirates were encountered, but this is an inland town. This place that is not near the sea. Where did these pirates come from? Mr. Ninja. Mr. Ninja. A group of Fire Nation civilians who were fleeing here in a hurry suddenly saw 2 ninjas wearing ninja forehead protectors, and they felt like they saw a savior. Master Ninja. There are pirates. There are monsters. Someone panted and told what he saw and heard. Pirates? Monsters? Are there pirates or monsters? Taketo Sarutobi asked with a frown. Brother Giron, it seems there is no need to ask. Suddenly, the tribesman next to him secretly swallowed his saliva, and his tone was extremely solemn and nervous. He interrupted and said, "It seems that we have found an extraordinary guy." "Brother," he said hurriedly, "look over there." Taketo Sarutobi looked into the distance. This look! I was stunned. His eyes widened a bit. "What is that?" Page 30. The 6.66-meter tall white-bearded man was too conspicuous in this town, taller than many one-story houses and two-story small shops on the roadside. It was really hard not to notice such a man. Whether it was Taketo Sarutobi or the Chunin from the Sarutobi clan next to him, they had been escorting the nobles for more than half a month. They have not returned to Konoha village during this period. They had no idea that Whitebeard was very famous in Konoha village. You can imagine how shocked they were. Tisk. Sarutobi Taketo's face was solemn. "So that's it, a pirate who looks like a monster? A combination of a pirate and a giant, maybe this guy is a wanted criminal." He took out his ninja tools, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his solemn face. "If we can take down this pirate's head, maybe the reward for this mission can exceed 500 million ryo. This guy doesn't have a ninja forehead protector, nor does he have a forehead protector with a line drawn on it. He's neither a ninja from another village nor a rebel ninja. We're 2 against 1, dealing with a big target, so we have a huge advantage." Sarutobi Taketo couldn't help but lick the kunai he had just taken out. "The 2 of us will hunt him down." Bang, bang, bang. The noise made by Whitebeard's huge body when he stepped on the ground was much louder than that of an ordinary person. Every footstep sounded like the beating of a war drum in people's ears, making many people's hearts tremble along with it. In the town, the Fire Nation civilians hiding in their homes were trembling. The bolder ones. I could only open the window and look outside quietly. Should I put away the Konoha forehead protector first? Kakashi, who was following behind, was very upset. He felt that he looked like an accomplice of the pirates. Plus the Konoha forehead protector he was wearing. Good guy. Konoha is colluding with pirates. Kakashi looked at Naruto again, slightly shocked. How did Naruto hold on? He has walked nearly a kilometer carrying this stone. A 5-year-old child walked 1 kilometer carrying a huge stone weighing hundreds of kilograms. The kind of determined attitude that makes your teeth feel like breaking. It's frightening to watch. Is it the power of the 9 tails? Or the Uzumaki bloodline? Or is it the talent left over from Minato teacher? Kakashi didn't understand. But it was a shock. At this moment, Whitebeard, who was walking in front of the 3, stepped on an inconspicuous mud pit. Successful! A delighted voice suddenly rang out, "Earth escape, heart beheading technique. Thanks to the 2 bosses, the Dying God and Super Delicious Orange, for their tips and support. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Thanks to Man in the Maze, 3 Steps of Broken Moon, Book Friend 2019061209444158, Fat Man on Losing Weight, Changnan Scholar and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys." Chapter 37. There are also trash-like nobles in the ninja world. Earth release, heart beheading technique. Sarutobi Taketo broke out of the ground and hugged Whitebeard's ankles with both hands. Since he couldn't hold on with one hand, he could only use this action, like hugging a tree. Take advantage of now. Sarutobi Taketo wanted to drag Whitebeard to the ground, and at the same time shouted loudly to his companions. The Chunin from the Sarutobi clan was hiding behind a roof. He saw that Sarutobi Taketo was about to control the giant. Lean out immediately. Quick seal. Fire style, great flame jutsu. He opened his mouth and started a fire style ninjutsu towards Whitebeard's head. Hey! Kakashi, who was walking behind, narrowed his eyes. What's going on with these 2 ninjas? Don't they know Whitebeard? He wanted to stop the conflict, but it seemed too late. when the great flame technique was about to fall on Whitebeard. Whitebeard opened his mouth and blew a breath in that direction. A breath that could even extinguish magma. When facing a fire escape ninjutsu, it actually blew the fire escape back the way it came. The great flame technique that came back frightened the Sarutobi clan's Chunin so much that his fingers, which were forming seals, began to tremble. He wanted to hide away. But there's no hiding. Hiss! The flames all fell on him. The clothes on his body immediately caught fire and his skin was burned in the blink of an eye. He had no choice but to roll down from the roof and fall to the ground, rolling around on the ground in an attempt to put out the flames on his body. "Little boy, how long are you going to hold me?" Whitebeard glanced down and met the horrified eyes of Sarutobi Taketo. Taketo Sarutobi has realized that something is wrong. Because his best mental decapitation technique was actually unable to drag the giant underground. The giant was too powerful, so powerful that he couldn't even drag him. Whitebeard raised his foot slightly, then suddenly stomped on the ground. Bang! The whole street shook violently, a large number of cracks spread across the ground, and the ground beneath our feet shattered. Sarutobi Taketo, who was holding Whitebeard's ankle, was so shocked that he vomited a ball of blood. My arms were too weak to loosen. Whitebeard picked up this guy. If picking up Naruto, a 5-year-old child, was like picking up a newborn mouse, then picking up an adult was like picking up a chicken. Wait a minute. Kakashi hurriedly stepped forward and said, "There must be some misunderstanding here. Hatake Kakashi." At this time, Sarutobi Taketo, who was picked up by Whitebeard and was in great pain all over, saw an acquaintance as soon as he opened his eyes. Taketo Sarutobi was a little confused. Isn't it said that this giant is a pirate? Why is Hatake Kakashi with this pirate? What happened? Gulala! Little white-haired devil! Whitebeard glanced at Kakashi. When someone attacks me, it means, this person has the courage to challenge the Emperor of the Sea. How can we stop a battle like this? Seeing Sarutobi Taketo's horrified expression, Whitebeard slightly tensed his arm muscles and threw the man out. That terrifying force made Sarutobi Taketo like a cannonball. The whole person crashed straight into a building. But it flew out from the other side of the building. It then crashed into a building on another street and flew out from the other side of the building. He crashed into several houses in succession. Only then did it fall under the ruins. Kakashi didn't know whether the Konoha ninja from the Sarutobi clan was still alive. He could only pray for him in his heart, hoping that the guy's physical fitness would be a little better. The two ninjas couldn't even last 10 seconds in Whitebeard's hands. The civilians of the Fire Nation did not know what it meant to eliminate a Jonin and a Chunin in such a short time. But it did not prevent them from understanding one thing. Even Master Ninja is no match for that giant pirate. Gulala! Whitebeard's Murakumakai slammed the ground, and a circle of invisible air waves spread out in all directions. It also made Naruto scream. Fell directly to the ground. "I'm Whitebeard from the Whitebeard Pirates." Whitebeard's heroic voice resounded throughout the town. "In 10 minutes, the person in charge of this town will appear in front of me." Gulala! The invisible overlord's color was controlled precisely and only brushed past lightly. It did not stun a large number of people, but it was also frightening. 10 minutes later, a group of people dressed in extraordinary clothes appeared in front of Whitebeard. They are not civilians of the Fire Nation, but nobles of the Fire Nation. I don't know what the management structure of the Fire Nation is like. The rulers of a town are hereditary nobles. The leader of this group of people was a nobleman, who was also the Fire Country nobleman that Sarutobi had been escorting during this period. The noble was surrounded by a dozen people. These are a group of warriors with swords. Gudong, the throat of the Fire Nation noble, was moving up and down. He swallowed secretly, unable to suppress the fear in his heart. His image fits Whitebeard's stereotype of aristocrats very well. He wears gorgeous and exquisite clothes but lacks exercise so much that he has a big belly. This made the gorgeous clothes look awkward on his fat body. "Hi, pirate sir!" The Fire Nation noble looked at the devastation here. He only inherited the noble status of his ancestors, and his courage was no match for his ancestors. His fat face was filled with an apologetic smile. "You, what do you want? I am a noble of this town and the manager here." He felt that he was extremely unlucky today. He paid 300 million taels to hire 2 Konoha ninjas to escort him back, but nothing happened on the way, which made him feel that he had wasted such a large sum of money. Then he got money to treat the 2 ninjas to drinks. Build up a good relationship with those 2 Konoha ninjas. Then, there are pirates in town. If they were just ordinary bandits, he believed that his dozen or so samurai retainers could easily defeat them. But when he saw Whitebeard himself, that thought immediately disappeared, and the only thing left in his mind was follow your heart. Whitebeard looked at him with disdain. "I didn't expect that there would be such trash as nobles in the ninja world." Fire Nation nobles. Sir Whitebeard. Kakashi was afraid that Whitebeard would go crazy, so he whispered a reminder. The nobles and daimyo in the ninja world are all special people. There is an unwritten rule in the ninja world that ordinary ninjas will not kill nobles and daimyo. "White-haired brat, are you teaching me how to do things?" Whitebeard asked, leaving Kakashi speechless. How could this man be so domineering? Kakashi chose to keep his mouth shut. Whitebeard looked at the Fire Nation nobles with a look that frightened them so much that their bladders tightened and cold sweat soaked their gorgeous Japanese robes. "Gu la la la." Whitebeard grinned and said, "The nobles should have a lot of treasures, right? Stupid son, watch out and learn from your father. As a pirate on the sea, you have to amass treasures like crazy." Page 31. Okay, Dad. Naruto, who was pinned down by a rock, tried to raise his little head and looked at Whitebeard's back. Hey! Don't teach Naruto all the weird things." Kakashi's mouth twitched. Hesitant to speak. Thanks to the bosses Orange Cat and Muchushiuyu for their support. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to Kong Mei, book friend 202209182003374143, ZZX34, and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you all the big guys. There will be an update at noon. Chapter 38, White-Haired Little Devil. Teach Naruto Ninjutsu. Today, in a town called Bamboo Town in the Land of Fire in the Ninja Realm, many people are busy. Because this is the order of the Noble Lord. The flag of the Whitebeard Pirates was hung above all the Fire Nation symbols in the huge town, symbolizing that a town with a population of tens of thousands was being protected by a pirate group. The so-called Whitebeard Pirates actually only have 2 people, and one of them is a pendant. Whitebeard. Naruto. Who is the pendant? You can tell at a glance. The flags of the Whitebeard Pirates were also hung on the roofs of many taller buildings in this town. Very conspicuous. The local hospital also welcomed 2 injured people, both of whom were ninjas from Konoha village and the Sarutobi clan. It's because of the presence of these 2 injured people. The whole town is so obedient. This is a big problem. How is this any different from declaring war on the Fire Nation? Kakashi helped Naruto drag a suitcase, and looked back at the town behind him with his dead fish eyes helplessly. Especially seeing the Whitebeard pirate flags rising slowly, even higher than the iconic flag of the Fire Nation. It makes others numb. But it can't be stopped. Compared with Whitebeard, he has a clear idea of who is stronger. He couldn't even expect that the Fire Nation nobles could remain tough and arrogant in front of Whitebeard. Kakashi even felt that Konoha took the nobility too seriously. So much so that the nobles treated Konoha with arrogance. On the contrary, it was when facing Whitebeard. Even more cowardly than a stray dog. Forget it. Let the daimyos of the Land of Fire and the old guys in Konoha village worry about this kind of headache. Get rid of the thoughts. Kakashi chose to give up thinking. Anyway, his mission was just to follow Naruto at all times and try not to let Whitebeard take Naruto away from the land of fire. As for other things, he should not interfere too much. He turned his gaze to Naruto again. Naruto's stone-carrying training had ended. What follows is the new treasure-carrying special training. The so-called treasure is the protection fee extorted by Whitebeard, provided with great reluctance by that great wronged noble. See you soon. Naruto's legs, hands, abdomen, and back were all tied with weights. The weights were neither stones nor iron blocks, but stacks of banknotes. Gold bars. Oh, so heavy. Naruto's forehead veins bulged, and his face turned red. These gold pieces are obviously much smaller than the stones, why are they so heavy? The stacks of cash tied up on my body are still okay. For Naruto at the moment, he can handle this amount of weight. However, the gold bars donated by the Fire Nation nobles. But it made Naruto realize the pain of having money. Gulala. Stupid son. Do you think this little treasure is too heavy? Whitebeard carried Kanji Unkai on his back and laughed mockingly. When my father was on the sea, every time I went out to sea, I harvested hundreds of times more than I do now. Gulala. It just lacks a big ship. Whitebeard said regretfully, it would be great if there was a big ship that could store treasures. Kakashi said silently, the ship can't move on land. In fact, Kakashi was a little confused. Why would a man like Whitebeard want such treasures? Is he really short of money? It doesn't quite look like it. According to Kakashi's understanding of Whitebeard, Whitebeard always eats for free and has no concept of paying. In other words, he does not need to use money at all. Then he forced a Fire Nation noble to pay protection fees and designated a town as the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Why did Whitebeard do this? White-haired brat. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly glanced at Kakashi. He held his chin and said thoughtfully, ninjas like you have a lot of strange tricks. Do you also have a ninjutsu for storing items? Indeed, there is. Kakashi did not deny it. Because, during the time that Kakashi followed Whitebeard and Naruto, he used the sealing scroll in front of them. The military ration pills he carried were all inside the sealed scroll. Can anyone learn your tricks? Asked Whitebeard. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, that's about right. Gulala. Then you teach this to my stupid son. From now on, my Whitebeard pirates will have a place to store the treasures they obtain. Whitebeard grinned. Mr. Whitebeard, do you really not know ninjutsu? Kakashi was stunned and couldn't help but ask this question. He remembered that sealing technique wasn't a difficult ninjutsu, right? Basically all the ninjas from each village in the ninja world know this, right? Gulala. What? Are you trying to get information out of me? Whitebeard smiled indifferently, I really don't know any ninjutsu. I've only seen the mud-spitting and water-spitting trick in the ninja world. This answer silenced Kakashi. Doesn't that mean that Whitebeard is indeed not a ninja? But if he is not a ninja and does not have a large amount of chakra in his body, how can his flesh and blood body have such powerful strength? How can one use the bloodline limit that can vibrate? Slow. Kakashi's pupils suddenly trembled, and he thought of a very critical question. His tone was horrified, Sir Whitebeard, do you not know how to extract chakra? He recalled that when Whitebeard used that powerful strength and bloodline limit, there is no chakra fluctuation in the whole body. No. Whitebeard said confidently as always, I have never heard of it. Such an answer made Kakashi doubt his life. He felt that all the theoretical knowledge he had learned in the ninja school was wasted and he encountered his blind spots in knowledge. How can it be? Doesn't that mean that it's not that Whitebeard doesn't have a lot of chakra in his body, but that he has no chakra at all? Or chakra comparable to that of ordinary people? This. Unbelievable. You little white-haired kid, why do you always like to ask questions? Whitebeard frowned and said unhappily, are you going to teach me or not? Kakashi actually didn't want to teach, he didn't like teaching others. He felt that he was an Anbu ninja. Not good at this either. Kakashi explained. Storing items is actually a sealing technique that temporarily stores items in a sealing scroll. All of this requires a solid foundation in ninjutsu and sufficient chakra. Naruto's current physical fitness is indeed different from his peers, but he has not yet enrolled in the ninja school and does not know how to extract chakra. He does not have enough chakra in his body. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why don't you just start by teaching me the chakra extraction technique? Whitebeard said firmly, not giving Kakashi a chance to refuse. Show me how you ninjas can breathe fire and water. Whitebeard is indeed very interested in ninjutsu, a kind of thing that can exert strange abilities similar to those of devil fruits without eating devil fruits. Kakashi, okay. Facing a Naginata that was bigger than a human being, and facing Whitebeard, whom even the third Hokage could not defeat, Kakashi compromised. Naruto, who was standing by, forgot his tiredness instantly when he heard this. He said with a look of surprise, "Can I learn ninjutsu now?" "Uncle Whitehair, are you going to teach me ninjutsu?" "Yes." Kakashi's answer was weak. "Give up the struggle." Thanks to the bosses 1607081253400652 and for their support. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Chapter 39 Nine-Tailed Fox, Whitebeard really annoys the fox. There was no trace of Tsunade in the town that was robbed. Whitebeard and others left with the treasure. Gulala. The nobles in your fire country are much more cowardly than the nobles on the sea. Whitebeard made a sharp comment. Page 32. In his impression, the nobles on the sea were all arrogant and looked up to those rubbish of the celestial dragons. It is obvious that they are not celestial dragons. But he considers himself a celestial dragon. And imitate the behavior of the celestial dragons. Anyway. Very arrogant. Kakashi didn't know what to say. After all, it sounded like Whitebeard had robbed many nobles. This kind of man doesn't take power and wealth seriously at all. Kakashi even suspected that even if the daimyo of the Land of Fire appeared in front of Whitebeard, Whitebeard would probably still rob him. Is this a pirate? Even more outrageous than traitors. The three continued walking towards the next town until the afternoon turned into evening, when they finally stopped. Mainly. Naruto couldn't hold on any longer. Pudgy. Naruto fell headfirst to the ground in a dog-chewing mud posture. It was not known whether his nose had become hardened after falling for so long, but this time he did not bleed from his nose. The amount of special training today is more than twice that of yesterday. However, every time Naruto was about to give up, Whitebeard stabbed him without hesitation. The strong desire to survive caused the power of the nine tails to surge in Naruto's body, and it restored some of his strength. Then, Naruto was able to move again. It's strange to say. Naruto has been having very similar strange dreams these days. He dreamed of a very vague but extremely huge figure, and the other person was cursing in his dream every day. Do humans have any normal father-son relationship? This knife is aimed at the life of this little devil, right? This kid is also an idiot. This kind of cruel and murderous behavior is also called training? This is called taking his life. Ah! Again? I've saved him 50 times. This kid is on the verge of death for the 50th time. I will definitely eat this stinky brat if I get the chance. Well, that's pretty much it. Naruto, who was carefree, did not take it seriously. He had already crawled up from the ground and lay there in a dog-chewing mud posture for more than 10 seconds, which was considered a rest for him. Naruto hurriedly took off the gold bars on his body. Also unloaded a stack of banknotes. He rubbed his face, which was covered with dirt, and ended up making it even dirtier. However, the pair of azure blue eyes above his dirty face were now very bright and sharp. He was looking at Kakashi. That look made Kakashi feel a little uncomfortable. Uncle Ninja. Naruto was about to say something. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi, holding a copy of Intimate Paradise, said helplessly, I'm only 19 years old, please don't keep calling me uncle, okay? Uncle Kakashi. Naruto's eyes seemed to be shining, please teach me ninjutsu now. Now. Kakashi was stunned. He knew how tough the special training Naruto had gone through. Wouldn't this little guy be tired? Yes. Naruto nodded heavily, as long as I know ninjutsu and learn medical ninjutsu, then if dad gets sick in the future, I can also treat him. Is this Naruto's source of power? Gulala. You are worthy of being daddy's son. Whitebeard was very happy. If you want to become a ninja, you must first learn how to extract chakra. Kakashi was forced to serve as a teacher in a ninja school. He was trying hard to recall some theories that the ninja teacher had told him when he was studying at the ninja school. Chakra is the energy required to perform genjutsu, taijutsu, ninjutsu, bloodline limit and other techniques. In other words, if a ninja's chakra runs out, he is a lamb to be slaughtered. Kakashi pulled out a mini scroll, about the size of a thumb, maybe a little bigger than that. This is the chakra extraction technique, one of the required subjects for students in ninja schools. Of course, if they are children of some families, they already know it before they go to school. Night comes soon. A huge bonfire was lit in the forest, and the flames illuminated an area of dozens of meters. A dozen skinned wild boars were skewered on wood and formed into a circle around the bonfire. It was a neat family massacre. It is sprinkled with seasoning. The seasoning is from Kakashi's sealing scroll. He usually sprinkles the seasoning on the Bing Liang pills. After all, if the Bing Liang pills are chewed dry, it would be a little difficult for him to swallow. Just now, the seasoning is confiscated. Dad. Uncle Kakashi. Naruto's face was full of surprise. I seem to have refined chakra. Then, there was a faint chakra fluctuation in Naruto's palm. Although it looks very faint. But it is indeed visible to the naked eye. It took half an hour. Kakashi commented thoughtfully, to some extent, it's a top-notch performance. This is the first time in the ninja school that chakra can be extracted so quickly. I think it can be ranked in the top 5 in a class. I can only say that he is worthy of being the child of Mr. Minato and Mrs. Kushina. Inherited the excellent genes from the teacher and his wife. Kakashi didn't know. The nine-tailed fox in Naruto rolled his eyes fiercely. If it hadn't felt that disrupting the brat's chakra extraction would most likely cause the brat to engage in suicide training again, it would have already messed with Naruto in various ways. The nine-tailed uncle wanted to give the little devil a good beating. Put out the resentment towards Minato and Kushina. All of them are imposed on this little devil. The main reason is that ever since this kid recognized Whitebeard as his father, his suicidal training scared even the nine-tailed fox. Although the tailed beasts can be resurrected. But its Ju-Lama is very special. Because its body was forcibly divided into 2 parts, it didn't know whether this part of itself would be resurrected once it died with the Jinchuriki. That guy really makes the tailed beasts unhappy. Kurama inside Naruto muttered, obviously referring to Whitebeard. Originally, when Whitebeard didn't appear, Naruto's tragic experience is a joke in Kurama's eyes, and he wishes Naruto's childhood was as miserable as possible. Seeing Minato and Kushina's child look so pitiful and miserable. Will it have mercy? Will you sympathize? Laugh to death. The nine-tailed uncle was overjoyed. Until Whitebeard showed up. The situation has reversed. Naruto was originally living a miserable life, but under the fatherly care and love of Whitebeard, this kid is actually getting better and better. Damn it! Where did this guy, who looks like a human but not a human, come from? At this time, Whitebeard burst into laughter, interrupting Kurama's thoughts. Gulala! You are actually a top-notch figure? Stupid son! It seems like you are born to be the Hokage of Konoha. Dad. I will definitely become the Hokage. No. I want to surpass Grandpa Hokage. Naruto smiled brightly, and said to Kakashi very seriously, Uncle Kakashi, thank you. This smile made Kakashi dazed. Original. As Minato's disciple, as long as he gives a little care to Minato's orphan, the child will be very happy and will show this cheerful smile. Kakashi, ah Kakashi, you have spent these 5 years. What on earth are you doing? Recommend a book to a friend, there's something wrong with this Hinata in Konoha. Direct train below. Thanks to the 2 bosses, the God Who Will Die and Magia, for their support. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to Go Sheng Zhong Cheng Wang, book friend 20211024182554878, Changnan Scholar, pretend to be ADHD, and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 40, Fat Sheep in the Ninja World. A bunch of Puxin Lao Dang really deserve to die. In the land of fire, in a remote town. At night, the pub is brightly lit. Whitebeard and the Jinchuriki are looking for me. Tsunade, who had lost all her money in gambling and still owed a huge foreign debt, was sitting in this tavern, quite drunk. The fair face has a slight blush. Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, had a dazed look in her eyes. When he glanced at the 2 masked Anbu beside him, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Tsunade frowned and said, You guys came all the way here just to tell me this. She yelled, I do know the Jinchuriki, he's the child of that Minato brat. And who is Whitebeard? SHH. An Anbu ninja had a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. He hurriedly reminded Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, please lower your voice a little. The Jinchuriki has always been a secret of Konoha village. Tisk. Tsunade didn't care. Page 33. Grab a glass of wine. Just drink it all in one gulp. The Anbu ninja took out a scroll and wanted to hand it to Tsunade in front of him. Lady Tsunade, everything that has happened in Konoha in recent days is recorded on this scroll. Some things are really hard to say in a place like this, please take a look. Unexpectedly, Tsunade reached out and snatched it away. She also spread the scroll roughly on the table. Not afraid of being seen by others. Tsunade's dazed eyes swept across the words on the scroll. The more she looked, the clearer her eyes became. She was gradually sobering up, as if she was pretending to be drunk. Her brows slowly furrowed. It soon stretched out again. Tsunade gloated, the old man was in Konoha's main turf, but he couldn't beat another old man, and he was hospitalized by others. The Jinchuriki that he worked so hard to brainwash was also abducted by others. Lady Tsunade, Lord Hokage has never brainwashed the Jinchuriki. The Anbu ninja wanted to correct Tsunade's statement. Tisk. Tsunade was too lazy to pay attention to this Anbu ninja. In other words, Minato and Kushina's child, in order to cure his new father's hidden disease, plans to leave Konoha and bring his father to me for help in treatment. Tsunade stroked her smooth chin and said, he's a very filial child. But he obviously found the wrong person. I no longer care about the affairs between ninjas. The Anbu ninja interrupted, Tsunade-sama, if Whitebeard really finds you, Utane-sama and Mitaman-sama, I hope you can let. His last words were spoken in a very low voice. But Tsunade's face was gloomy. Bang! The Anbu ninja who interrupted was smashed through the wall of the tavern and flew backwards as fast as he could. Tsunade had already stood up. Glancing at another sweaty Anbu, his eyes were filled with disgust and gloom, without even a hint of disguising it. Tell them to get as far away from me as possible and pass on my words. The last Anbu ninja still reminded under pressure, Lady Tsunade, although you have decided not to ask about ninja affairs, you are still a ninja of Konoha after all. Sometimes, please pay attention to the overall situation. Bang! This last Anbu ninja flew backwards even faster than the previous one. He vomited blood in midair and no one knew how many ribs were broken in his chest. Call. Tsunade grabbed the wine flask and guzzled it. After she finished all the wine, she crushed the flask into pieces. The anger in my heart is hard to suppress. Konoha has been made impure by those old guys. Tsunade lowered her eyes and looked at the scroll on the table. When I was treating Whitebeard, I triggered his hidden disease and brought forward the date of Whitebeard's death. Such a vicious method, only you old men and women could think of it. A bunch of old things, they have lived for so long, it's time for them to go into the coffin and bring peace back to Konoha. Tsunade snorted coldly and said something that was truly treasonous. There are so many people in Konoha, but there are probably no more than 3 people who dare to say such things openly. Tsunade is the best among them. By the way, why hasn't Shizune come back yet? Tsunade muttered, I just asked her to go back and bring some money. It's been 5 days. If she brings more money, I'll have to leave this troubled place immediately. Tsunade is in the casino of this remote town. She lost all her money. In fact, for a ninja of her level, as long as she takes a mission, even if it is just escorting a noble from one place to another, she can easily get 1,000,000 taels. However, Tsunade has not accepted a ninja mission for many years, and she does not want to continue to be involved in ninja disputes. This leads to Tsunade's current source of income basically comes from her apprentice Shizune. She relies on Shizune to take on ninja missions, or run back to Konoha village to bring back some money. Or if she has the time, she can go and treat a rich person. With this, to replenish Tsunade's gambling funds. We'll probably be there in another day's walk. In the dark forest, Shizue walked quickly with a sealed scroll on her back. She raised her head through the dense branches and leaves, looking at the bright moon in the sky. She was quite tired and couldn't help but complain to herself, Tsunade-sama is really something. She can't win no matter how hard she gambles, but she always likes to hang out in the casino. As a result, she, the disciple, suffered. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. During the days when I was away, didn't Lady Tsunade go gambling again? Did she owe a lot of money at the casino again? Thinking of the possibility, Jingyan was almost numb. Hey! Suddenly, she landed on the top of a big tree and looked at the blazing fire not far away. Is there a forest fire? This is not good. If there is a wildfire in the forest, many animals will definitely be burned to death. Shizune rushed over immediately. As she got closer to the fire, she said to a mini piglet leaning against her neck, Pig, hold on tight. Subsequently, Shizune suddenly leaped up to a height of more than 10 meters above the treetops, and quickly formed a water-based ninjutsu with her hands that she was not very good at. Water style, water, hey! She stopped moving. Everyone is a little confused. Because she discovered that the huge ball of blazing flames in front of her was not a forest fire, but a bonfire made by someone using wood, only this bonfire was a little bit bigger. She also saw a large man next to the campfire, who seemed to sense something and looked up at her. Been seen. Shizune instinctively put her hand under her crotch to avoid accidentally exposing herself in front of a few strangers. Finally she reacted. On. It seems to be in mid-air. Ah! She fell down in an awkward posture, and right below her was the huge bonfire. Please read it. It is very important for the author and the new book to read the latest chapters of the novel every day. Chapter 41, a mere 5,000 million taels reward, who is Konoha looking down upon? The imagined wildfire suddenly turned into a bonfire, surrounded by a circle of roasted wild boars and a burly giant. The scenes before my eyes kept reversing. Let the silent brain crash for a second. At the same time, her body, which had jumped into the air, fell down. When she reacted, she was less than 4 meters away from the bonfire below and was about to fall into the blazing bonfire. Shizune was horrified. Tutun, who was hugging her neck with his little hooves on all fours, was so frightened that his face turned pale, especially the circle of roasted wild boars beside the campfire, which made him seem to foresee his fate in the next second. Just when Jing Ian was about to take some action, she suddenly felt her falling trend suddenly stop. He could even feel his waist as if it was clamped tightly in a vice. This is... Got caught? Where did this little ninja come from again? Whether male or female, they all become ninja brats in Whitebeard's mouth. Yes, I'm sorry. Shizuan, whose waist was pinched by 2 fingers of Whitebeard, apologized hastily. I thought this fire was a wildfire in the forest, and then I wanted to come over and put it out. I didn't know that this was the bonfire you lit, Mr. Giant, and I didn't know that you were grilling here. Hey? And many more. Shizuan reacted belatedly, and she tried her best to look back behind her. Then I saw a giant with a crescent-shaped beard. You. Jing Ian's memory was suddenly evoked, and her face was full of shock. You are Whitebeard. A few days ago, Tsunade lost a large sum of money gambling in the casino. Unwilling to give up, she asked her disciple Shizuan to go back to Konoha to get the money. Resignedly, Shizuan had no choice but to rush back to Konoha. Only after she returned to Konoha did she realize that so many big things had happened in Konoha village in the recent period of time. And she also saw a reward for Whitebeard. That was a bounty only within Konoha. Lower-level Konoha ninjas didn't even have the authority to know about this bounty. It was only because Shizuan was Tsunade's direct disciple, otherwise she would not have the authority to know about Whitebeard's bounty. Shizuan sighed at the time. Even someone as strong as the Hokage is no match for this giant. She thought she would never encounter such a dangerous person. After all, she has no intersection with the giants. But who could have thought that on her way back to find Lady Tsunade, she would actually run into this giant? Whitebeard defeated the 3rd Hokage. This is this. How could it be such a coincidence? Gu la la la. Whitebeard pinched Shizuan and twisted her wrist to turn her around. The eyes of both parties met in mid-air. Whitebeard clicked his tongue and said, You unknown ninja brat, since you recognize me, then you must have seen me in Konoha village. No. No, that's not right. It seems like there is. Shizuan realized that her words were a bit inconsistent. She quickly explained, I saw your photo, Mr. Whitebeard, on the bounty notice inside Konoha. The technology in the ninja world is very crooked. It usually looks like there is no technology tree, but in fact, it has everything like computers and cameras. Whitebeard was in Konoha village, so naturally he didn't take any photos on purpose. It must have been a ninja from the Anbu who secretly took the photo of him. But Whitebeard was obviously more interested in the bounty. Oh? A reward. Whitebeard casually threw Shizuan down. Jing Ian was caught off guard and almost fell flat on her face. Fortunately, she is also a ninja with considerable strength. He quickly stabilized his body. Land firmly. Whitebeard, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, said with interest, Gulala. I didn't expect to be put on the bounty list by the Navy at sea and by Konoha in the ninja world. Today, I am considered a pirate with 2 bounties on my back, Gulala. Page 34. Little ninja. Whitebeard said jokingly, so you came after me to kill me. After I found out in advance, you started to make up those lame excuses. Ah? You misunderstood. Shizue was shocked. How dare she take on such an S-level mission? She hurriedly explained, I was really just passing by, I didn't want to take off your head. Whitebeard could feel it. Shizuan wasn't lying. Tell me the truth, little brat. How many taels of reward are you offering to me, Whitebeard, from the Konoha village? Whitebeard had long known that the ninja world did not use Baileys, but only paper money called taels. 5,000 million taels of bounty. Jing Ian said weakly, a number that she thought was extremely exaggerated. To know. This is the amount of money that Lady Tsunade lost in the casino last year. She believes that a bounty that is comparable to the amount Lady Tsunade lost is definitely an exaggerated and unbelievable amount. 5,000 million taels. Kakashi, who was resting under a tree, opened his dead fish eyes with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Kakashi remembers very clearly that Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, only had a bounty of 3,500 million taels. 1,500 million taels more than the son of the Hokage. This is the first time a bounty has been offered. Kakashi was quite shocked. Those high-ranking officials are really willing to spend a lot of money. 5,000 million taels is not a small number. His voice caught Shizun's attention. White hedgehog head and black mask and forehead protector covering the eyes. 3 characteristics. Too obvious. You, who are you? Shizun was shocked. Even though she had been following Lady Tsunade all year round and rarely returned to Konoha village, she still knew some of the influential figures in Konoha. Are you the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi? She asked in shock. 5,000 million ryo. Naruto's voice began to grumble. How many bowls of Ichiraku ramen can you buy with this? He began to count on his fingers. The more I calculate, the more dizzy I feel. Kakashi explained to the math idiot, 5,000 million taels is enough to buy Ichiraku ramen. The protection fee that the nobles of that town gave to Mr. Whitebeard was only worth 1,000 million taels. So many. Naruto was dumbfounded. When it comes to specific numbers, Naruto, who is only 5 years old, really has no idea, but if he is told that he could buy Ichiraku ramen restaurant, he immediately realizes that this is an astronomical figure. Kakashi said, fortunately, this is a bounty within Konoha and has not been announced to the public. Otherwise, such a large bounty would make many bounty hunters ready to take action. Among the bounty hunters in the ninja world, it is said that there is a very powerful guy. At this time, Kakashi suddenly noticed that Whitebeard's expression became a little strange. Next moment, Whitebeard said something that made everyone except Naruto dumbfounded. A mere 5,000 million taels of reward. Who are you, that lousy Konoha village, looking down on? It's far less than the bounty from the marine headquarters. The words fell. Just a hint of Whitebeard's kingly aura was enough to make Kakashi and Shizun feel extremely oppressed. 5,000 million taels. Not too much? I know this. I know this. Naruto shouted. Dad told me that when he was on the sea, he had an amazing bounty. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, but how much exactly is it? Dad didn't seem to tell me. Goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed loudly, and he continued to say something shocking, stupid son. The amount of reward offered by the Navy for Daddy was a full 50 billion. Naruto had no idea how huge that number was. But Kakashi and Shizun were stunned. Seize. Take less? Thanks to 00, and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 42, Tsunade's Disciples' First Treatment, Recovery. The reward amount is 50 billion. The impact on Kakashi and Shizun was no less than that of a mind-disturbing illusion. It made them all stunned. What an astonishing number! Even the 4,600 million at the end is more than Asuma Sarutobi's bounty. Shizun didn't know Whitebeard very well, but Kakashi felt that he should know Whitebeard relatively well. Kakashi knew it well. A heroic and domineering man like Whitebeard would not brag about this, nor would he joke about it. This is an amazing reward. It's true. But he was confused the next second. Why had he never heard of it? If someone had a bounty of more than 5 billion, he would be famous even in the ninja world, right? Can't figure it out. 50 billion, if all of it is real money, how many years of losses would that be enough for Lady Tsunade to sustain? Shizun murmured with shock on her face. But the next second, she realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere. She found that all three were looking at her. Whether it was Whitebeard, Kakashi, or Naruto, their eyes were all on Shizuan. It made Jing Ian's heart tighten. What's wrong? She hugged the little piglet tightly in her arms and looked at the three people anxiously. Especially among these three people, she found that she was the only girl. Hiss. Nothing strange should happen, right? You said Tsunade? You said the name Tsunade, right? The 5-year-old Naruto was more excited than anyone else at this moment. He no longer salivated over the wild boar that was about to be roasted. Instead, he took 2 quick steps and rushed directly to Shizuan. He hurriedly grabbed Shizuan's clothes. Hold on tightly. It seemed as if he didn't want Shizuan to leave. Yes. Shizuan was a little confused. She looked down at Naruto and said, "Little brother, what happened to Lady Tsunade?" She seldom went back to Konoha, and she had only heard rumors of a demon fox in Konoha, but she didn't know that Naruto was the demon fox. There is a bounty on Whitebeard in Konoha village, and there is no mention of the Jinchuriki, who was taken away from Konoha village by Whitebeard. So she didn't recognize Naruto. She just felt that this yellow-haired kid had very strong hands. If I put in a little more effort. His clothes were about to be torn to shreds. Hey? And many more. Lady Tsunade was born with yellow hair, and the little brother in front of her also has yellow hair, and this little brother became so excited when he heard Lady Tsunade's name. Could there be any blood relationship between these two? Shizuan's eyes gradually widened. In just a few seconds, she imagined a bloody drama. Anyway, Lady Tsunade abandoned her own son, and then her own son went all over the land of fire looking for Lady Tsunade. We are looking for her. Naruto's words made Shizuan gasp. Looking at the excitement and anticipation on Naruto's little face, Shizuan's heart softened. Her eyes flashed with sympathy for Naruto. An annoyance towards Lady Tsunade. She squatted down and ruffled Naruto's hair. Little brother, Lady Tsunade may have her own difficulties. Hey? What are you talking about? Naruto blinked. He hurriedly said to Shizuan, the reason why we are looking for Tsunade is because she is the most powerful medical ninja in Konoha village. I want her to help cure my father's illness. Naruto quickly ran to the side, grabbed a few gold bars, and then hurried over again. He said, Grandpa Hokage told me that medical treatment costs money. I don't know if this money is enough. If it's not enough. Naruto pondered over it, and then an idea suddenly occurred to him. If it's not enough, I'll pay the rest after I become Hokage. Shizuan, is that so? Original. Isn't it what she thought? Oops. I misunderstood Lady Tsunade. I heard that Lady Tsunade accepted a disciple outside. Could you be her disciple? Kakashi looked at Shizuan, curiously sizing up this girl of the same age as him. Yes. Shizuan nodded repeatedly. My name is Shizuan, Kato Shizuan, from Konoha village. Auntie, you are Tsunade's disciple, does that mean? Naruto immediately said, you are also a great medical ninja. Auntie? Shizuan, who always had a good temper, now had her eyes wide open, but Naruto's next words made her embarrassed again. Shizuan scratched her head and said modestly, although I am Tsunade-sama's disciple, my level of medical ninjutsu is far behind that of Tsunade-sama. Aunt Ninja, can you show Daddy his body? Naruto held the gold bar in front of Shizuan. I'll pay for it. No. Page 35. Although Shizuan minded the title of auntie, Naruto's politeness made her feel quite at a loss. Several gold bars gleamed in the firelight. Who would give gold bars as a gift when seeing a doctor? Shizuan said, I'm not sure if I can find out what it is, but I might give it a try. In fact, Shizuan doesn't really care about Whitebeard's identity as Konoha's most wanted criminal, and having followed Tsunade for many years, she has no feelings for Konoha. Mr. Whitebeard. Shizuan took a deep breath. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva secretly. Whitebeard's huge body still gave her a great sense of oppression. Would you like to lie flat on the ground? Her palms were already lingering with chakra. And make some weak suggestions. Gulala. Whitebeard lay down on the ground indifferently. A huge rock over 1 meter high behind him was crushed by him, but he felt nothing at all, which made Jingyan dumbfounded. Shizuan carefully walked over to Whitebeard. The palm of her hand, which was filled with chakra, pressed lightly on Whitebeard's skin. She closed her eyes tightly and carefully sensed the condition inside Whitebeard's body. Her palm was like a very sophisticated detection instrument, slowly moving over every inch of Whitebeard's skin, occasionally touching the shocking scars. Jingyan was quite shocked. Her expression began to become more and more solemn. This unprecedented situation made Shizuan take a deep breath. She opened her eyes and said, "Mr. Whitebeard, the condition in your body has become very, very, very serious." The 3 very S represent Shizuan's shock. She didn't know how Whitebeard had survived until now. But maybe I can try. Shizuan pressed her hands on the spot where she believed there was a fatal hidden wound, which was on Whitebeard's body very close to the chest. A large amount of chakra poured into Whitebeard's body. Stimulates aging cells. Shizuan believes that facing a situation like Whitebeard's requires extremely precise chakra control, otherwise if you are not careful, not only will there be no effective treatment, but damage will be caused instead. This leads to just less than a few minutes. Shizuan's face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hey! She held on for a while, then collapsed and sat down on the ground, letting out a heavy breath. Mr. Whitebeard is too big, and the chakra he needs to consume is dozens of times that of an ordinary person. At this time, Whitebeard also sat up from the ground. He was feeling a place that was healed by Shizuan. He stood up with a very cheerful smile on his face. The domineering aura visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from him, sweeping across the 4 directions. There were a lot of black lightning flashing in the air. The whole forest seemed to be blown by a strong wind. The beasts in the forest felt as if they were hit by a sledgehammer. They were all caught off guard, foaming at the mouth, rolling their eyes, and falling to the ground without moving. I was shocked and fainted. The domineering color rising into the sky shattered the clouds above, making the bright moon in the sky more conspicuous. I released my conqueror's haki and finally I no longer feel any discomfort. Is this Tsunade's disciple? Gula la la. If Whitebeard's peak physical condition was 100%, then before he was treated by Shizuan, his physical condition was only about 20%. After being treated by Jingyan, his physical condition reached 30%. Like being several years younger. Very refreshing. Thanks to book friend 1304161656555425, book friend 202211212121418456, and book friend 202220802082452224 for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 43 Whitebeard and Tsunade. The embarrassed fat sheep. What's going on? Shizuan, who was slumped on the ground, felt a gust of wind bursting out from Whitebeard's body. Then an extremely terrifying feeling of oppression enveloped my heart. Even though Whitebeard's control over the Conqueror's haki has reached perfection, this level of Conqueror's haki burst. It still makes Shizuan, Kakashi, and Naruto tremble with fear. The 2 ninjas Kakashi and Shizuan are easy to deal with. Naruto, the youngest, felt the greatest impact. Naruto felt his head buzzing. The surroundings became unusually quiet, so quiet that he couldn't even hear his own heartbeat. The brain consciousness is blank and dazed. Although he wouldn't be knocked unconscious, after all, Whitebeard would be able to control his domineering haki. But Naruto's overall consciousness was still very hazy. Like being drunk. staggering. It's so uncomfortable. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Is this momentum? Can a simple burst of momentum reach this level? Even a tailed beast can't do it, right? The next day. Early morning. A huge bonfire in the forest had gone out, and next to the bonfire was a pile of wild boar bones. Last night, the dozen or so wild boars had been eaten until only white bones were left. Goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed out loud. He looked down at Shizuan beside him and said, Shizuan, are you sure you don't want to be my child? My ship is lacking an experienced ship doctor. Mr. Whitebeard, although my parents and uncle died on the battlefield, I am indeed an orphan. Shizuan wanted to cry but had no tears, but right now, I really don't want to recognize a father. She didn't expect Whitebeard to have such a strange quirk. It looks just like Tsunade-sama is fond of gambling. But this quirk seems to be better than Tsunade-sama's gambling addiction. At least she won't lose so much money every day. Shizuan changed the subject and said, Mr. Whitebeard, my level of medical ninjutsu is definitely not as good as that of Lady Tsunade. I think it will be difficult to completely cure your hidden disease. Even if I treat you every day, there is no way to make you recover. Unless, it is done by Lady Tsunade herself. Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is really amazing. Shizuan sold Tsunade without hesitation. She took Whitebeard and others and headed straight to where Tsunade was. The key is that you have to sell. Because she wanted to give money to Lady Tsunade, and Whitebeard and the others knew that Shizuan was Tsunade's disciple. We'll definitely follow her. If Shizuan continued to travel at her current speed, it would only take her less than a day to find Tsunade. But there was a Naruto in the crowd. Whitebeard's devilish training for Naruto has not stopped yet. During the day, Whitebeard trained Naruto as if he was going to kill his son, and at night, Kakashi was forced to patiently teach Naruto ninjutsu. This resulted in serious delays in progress. After all, Naruto, who carries hundreds of kilograms of weight on his back all day long, is just a 5-year-old child. The speed of travel cannot be increased. On the road, Shizuan also occasionally glanced at Naruto. She felt that both the man with white beard and the little boy with yellow hair were beyond her understanding of the limits of the human body. Mr. Whitebeard could still be barely explained as being a giant. Not quite the same as ordinary humans. How can this kid named Naruto endure such terrifying special training with his tiny body? But he hasn't been tortured to death yet. Shizuan was shocked. She couldn't help but look at Kakashi, the famous copy ninja, and didn't quite understand why Kakashi was with Whitebeard. It's obvious that Ming Huzi is a wanted criminal in Konoha. As a ninja of Konoha, Kakashi was able to get along so harmoniously with a man who was offered a bounty of 5,000 million taels by Konoha. Jingyan is very confused. But it's hard to ask. Time flies. They once again walked for 4 full days. Until Shizuan, who was exhausted from the journey, finally saw the familiar remote town. She finally smiled, I'm finally back. But she was a little worried. Isn't it possible that Lady Tsunade is getting impatient waiting? In fact, she was more worried that Lady Tsunade would borrow money from loan sharks again during the time she was away. This possibility? Very big. Has Lady Tsunade been here all the time? Kakashi, holding a book by Liu Bei, raised his dead fish eyes slightly and looked forward. Page 36. Yes. Shizuan nodded and said, Lady Tsunade has been in this town for more than a month. She didn't say anything. I'm really sorry. In fact, Lady Tsunade gambled here for more than a month, and then gambled away all the millions of taels that she had saved with great difficulty. This was despite Shizuan constantly urging Tsunade to bet smaller. Otherwise, those millions of taels might not be enough for Tsunade to gamble for a day. Lady Tsunade should be in town. Shizuan didn't have time to finish her sentence. There was a commotion in the distance. Faintly, one could hear a group of people roaring in frustration. Hurry! You two go to the left. You two go to the right. The rest of you follow me and look over here. Damn it! He owes us usury and doesn't even pay us back. Is being a ninja so great? Even if you are a Konoha ninja, you still have to pay us back. Brother! Come here quickly. I think I saw that woman running in this direction just now. Quick! Chase after them. Then Whitebeard and the others saw a group of people rushing towards them. They were dressed like a group of hired samurai, and each of them held a sharp samurai sword in his hand. They searched everywhere on the roads and streets. It seems like he is looking for someone. Hey! Little brat! One of the warriors grabbed a little girl by the collar and lifted her up, then asked fiercely, "Did you see a woman with big breasts running towards us?" The little girl was so scared that she burst into tears on the spot. The little hand trembled as it pointed to an alley nearby. Over there! The warrior threw the little girl. He shouted to the people around him, "Come here! Over here! Chase her! Don't let her get away!" A group of warriors ran over. But they didn't notice that the crying expression on the face of the little girl who was thrown down suddenly stopped. He also showed a sly smile. "You want to arrest me for this?" Tsunade, who had turned into a little girl, chuckled, but when she remembered something, she became very annoyed. Humph! The people in that casino must be cheating. Otherwise, how could I keep losing and never win a single round? Suddenly, Tsunade seemed to have sensed something. She also discovered that the sun above her head was blocked by something, and nearly half of the street was shrouded in shadow. Tsunade also noticed that some passers-by from the small town on the roadside were looking behind her with extremely terrified eyes. Okay. Tsunade turned around and looked back. Suddenly he was startled. The plot transition in this chapter is a bit watery. There will be another chapter later, please keep reading. Thanks to the three bosses, the Dying God, Super Delicious Orange and a Woohoo Super Fierce for their tips and support. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Thanks to Hu Wen She Yu, Highlight 1 billion, Man Shan Hong Yan Yan, Book Friends 202207011131511262 and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 44 Cells have no chakra? Are you an alien? Tsunade has been wandering around the land of fire in the years since she left Konoha. She has seen quite a few tall people, even a 3-meter tall patient with gigantism. But someone like Whitebeard who is over 6 meters tall. She had never seen it before. The huge and sturdy body seems to contain the power to destroy the world. The ridiculously large Naginata shone coldly under the sunlight. The hideous scars on his chest are truly shocking. This is a very powerful guy. Edward Newgate. Tsunade, who is petite and looks like a 5-year-old child at first glance, looked up at Whitebeard in front of her. She said such a name. A few days ago, 2 blind Konoha Anbu ninjas came over and passed information about Whitebeard to her. This includes Whitebeard's real name. Let Tsunade know that there is such a troublesome person in the fire country. And, this troublesome character is still looking for her. It's exactly the same as described in the intelligence. Tsunade's face froze slightly. She saw Whitebeard walking towards them, but she no longer wanted to get involved in the affairs between ninjas. Just as she was about to turn around and run away disguised as a little girl, her eyes suddenly widened. Found an acquaintance. Shizuan. Tsunade discovered that her disciple Shizuan, who had always been exploited by her, was now holding the Tun-Tun piglet anxiously, with an embarrassed look on her face, standing on the right side of Whitebeard. She saw another white-haired ninja beside Whitebeard. The hedgehog-like white hair reminded her of Hitaki Sakumo. This is Sakumo's child Kakashi. Tsunade immediately recalled. At last, Tsunade looked at Naruto. Naruto's little face made her pupil shrink, and thousands of memories were instantly brought back. The name rope tree almost slipped out of her mouth. So similar. How can they be so similar? In this case, that yellow-haired brat should be the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Tsunade took a deep breath and finally calmed her thoughts, separating Naruto and Nawaki. This moment, she knew she couldn't hide. Others wouldn't be able to recognize her childhood appearance, but Shizuan, that stupid disciple, would definitely recognize her, and then the truth would be revealed. As predicted. I saw you return to the village once when I was a child in Konoha, Lady Tsunade. Kakashi took the lead and greeted the petite Tsunade politely. Tsunade-sama. Shizuan's voice was so weak that it sounded unconfident. On my way back to find you, I met this Mr. Whitebeard. Tsunade. Bang. As a burst of smoke erupted on Tsunade's body, when the smoke dissipated, Tsunade's true figure was revealed. Return to a height of 163.1 centimeters. As well as get back in shape. Hey. Naruto was shocked when he saw this scene. She turned from a cute girl into an auntie. Hey? Kid. What are you talking about? Tsunade exploded instantly, and her eyes glared at Naruto as if they were about to spit fire. But his eyes unconsciously glanced at Whitebeard. Tsunade suppressed her anger for the moment. A giant. To be frank, Tsunade was very curious about how Whitebeard grew so tall. I am even more curious about what Whitebeard's body structure is like. This may be a common problem for every medical ninja. But I know why you came to see me. Tsunade said, I will not participate in the fight between ninjas, let alone heal ninjas. Go back to where you came from. Why? Naruto was stunned. He didn't expect to get such an answer after coming all the way to Konoha. Tsunade waved her hands and said expressionlessly, there's no reason. I'm just tired of the cruel ninja game. But you are a medical ninja. Naruto said anxiously. Grandpa Hokage said that the duty of a medical ninja is to rescue patients. That old man lied to you. Tsunade said casually. Naruto looked around anxiously, and suddenly he thought of something. He quickly took off his coat, revealing the large amount of exaggerated weight tied to his body. I can pay for it. Naruto scrambled to untie the knots in the ropes around him. Stacks of banknotes and gold bars fell to the ground. It's not about money, hey. Tsunade glanced at Naruto casually, and just this one glance made her unable to look away. She was stunned by the glittering gold bars and stacks of banknotes. As a famous fat sheep in the ninja world, Tsunade could tell at a glance that those stacks of banknotes were worth at least 3 or 4 million taels. Those gold bars are even more outrageous. Although it doesn't look like a lot, it's gold. If you sell it at a gold shop, you can get at least several million taels. The total amount is tens of millions of taels. Where does a Jinchuriki so young get so much money? Tsunade's eyes widened. Stinky brat. But Tsunade still insisted on her bottom line, do you think you can bribe a Konoha Sunin with this little money? Sunin is actually not a good name for Tsunade, and she said this word with a self-deprecating tone. Pat. The bills Naruto was holding fell to the ground. For someone of his age, Tsunade's strong attitude left him at a loss as to what to do. Page 37. If you don't heal Dad. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. He tried hard to sniff his nose, and his voice was choked up as he spoke, in 3 years, Dad may leave me. Dad, he is my only relative. Kid, there's no point in playing the emotional card. Tsunade didn't look back, choosing not to look at Naruto. She was afraid that a little ghost who looked like a rope tree would speak to her with such a pitiful expression, which would make her soften her heart. Tsunade said as always, I don't want to get involved in anything related to ninjas right now. Shizuan. Looking at Shizun, who wanted to say something, Tsunade raised her hand and interrupted her in advance. You don't have to persuade me. Shizun said, oh. Silently and lost, he lowered his head. Lady Tsunade, if the person seeking help is not a ninja, will you lend a hand? Kakashi suddenly asked. Tsunade casually replied, if you pay me, I will. She hasn't taken on any ninja missions in these years, and the gambling money she gets either comes from her previous savings, or from loan sharks, or from Shizun. If there is really no other way, she will go back to her old job and help those wealthy aristocrats treat their illnesses. If you get cured, you will get a lot of money. You can gamble with it again. Kakashi raised the corners of his mouth hidden under the black mask. This is quite a coincidence. Lord Whitebeard is not a ninja. Lady Tsunade should not refuse a non-ninja who comes to you, a medical ninja with superb ninjutsu, to seek medical treatment, right? Pfft. Tsunade couldn't hold it back, she laughed out loud. You mean, a person who is not a ninja defeated the old man of the third Hokage? That old man is still lying in the hospital. Kakashi nodded and said, if the person Tsunade-sama is referring to is the Sandaime Hokage-sama, then it is indeed true. Tsunade. Although Tsunade had not returned to Konoha for many years and had not seen the old man for many years, since the old man was still the Hokage, how could he be so weak that he was defeated by someone who was not a ninja? Your lie is too unskillful. Tsunade shook her head and a chakra energy band flew out from her fingertips. I am a medical ninja. Your clumsy lies can be exposed on the spot with just one inspection. When this energy band touched Whitebeard's wrist, Tsunade was stunned on the spot. Her eyes grew wider and wider. Okay. She looked up at Whitebeard, one of the three great ninjas of Konoha, with a dumbfounded expression. Cells have no chakra at all? How is that possible? Are you still human? Are you, an alien? Tsunade has studied medical theory for most of her life. At this moment, we are facing an unprecedented impact. The update is here. There will be another update at noon today, please read it. Although the transition chapter does not have much plot, it must be written, otherwise the two parts of the plot will be separated and not smooth. Woohoo saved Draft 1. Chapter 45 Naruto, who is similar to Rope Tree. Treating Whitebeard. As we all know, even if humans in the ninja world are not ninjas, the cells in their bodies have more or less chakra. This is common sense in the ninja world. It is for this reason that Tsunade was so shocked when she noticed that there was no chakra fluctuation at all in Whitebeard's body. That's why you think Whitebeard is an alien. Gulala. Whitebeard looked down at Tsunade, grinning and laughing loudly. I'm a pirate on the sea, not a ninja with chakra. Even if he is a pirate, he is still a human being. It is impossible for him to have no chakra in his body. Tsunade felt her mind was a little confused. She felt she had an understanding of the human body. At this moment, there was a collapse. Tsunade-sama, I really didn't lie to you. Although Kakashi was holding the pornographic book, his tone was honest. Sir Whitebeard is very special. Not only does he have no chakra, but his bloodline limit does not require chakra as energy. Tsunade. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation in all her years, and she never expected that Whitebeard was not actually a ninja. If you heal a man like this, does this count as something involving ninjas? If that doesn't count, it's because Whitebeard took away the Jinchuriki and kept fighting with the ninjas of Konoha village. If it counts, then Whitebeard, who has no chakra, may not even know ninjutsu. What kind of ninja is he? Tsunade fell silent. Until a noise behind her interrupted her thoughts. Damn it! That little brat just now actually lied to us. There is no big fat sheep in Konoha over there. That woman couldn't have run away, damn it! She owes us a lot of money. Brother, if the boss knew that we didn't collect the debt, he might cut off a finger of ours. Nonsense! Do you think I don't know? Not good. Tsunade looked shocked. As one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, she could easily deal with the samurai who came to her to collect debts, but she did not do so. Instead, he hurriedly used the transformation technique. There was only a loud bang. The grand scale turned flat, and she turned into a 13-year-old girl with an expression that showed nothing had happened. It was as if she was not the one who owed the debt. Exactly. The group of debt collectors also turned their gazes in this direction, their eyes gradually widened, and their gazes were all focused on Whitebeard. 6.66 meters tall Whitebeard. Too eye-catching. Suddenly, Naruto opened his mouth and shouted, "Hey! The person you are looking for, she is you. Tsunade was so frightened that she shuddered all over. He quickly covered Naruto's mouth. She gritted her teeth and lowered her voice, "What are you doing, little brat? I owe them millions of taels. If they find out, how can I pay back this loan shark? You cure daddy, I won't tell you." Naruto's mouth was covered and he could only speak hesitantly. "Are you threatening me?" Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened. "Where did you learn this from? Did the old man teach you little brats like this?" Shizuka's dull voice interrupted faintly, "Lady Tsunade, did you borrow money from a loan shark?" "Hey? Ha. Tsunade smiled awkwardly, and then immediately angrily blamed the casino. "It was all those people who cheated, otherwise I wouldn't have lost. Still several million taels." Jingyian's eyes were full of resentment. "Hey!" Tsunade became increasingly unconfident, "It's not like I can't win it back. Just give me some money and I can win it back. Lady Tsunade, I only brought a few 100,000 ryo this time." Jingyian's tone was like that of a woman in the boudoir, "Unless this money is multiplied tenfold, there is no way I can help you pay off the loan shark." Okay. Tsunade released her hand that was covering Naruto's mouth, and raised her hands in surrender. Stop chanting. She glanced quietly at the group of warriors behind her. After seeing that group of warriors, it seemed that they were frightened by the huge giant like Whitebeard and left this dangerous place. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. She pondered for a moment. "Stop crying, little brat." Tsunade said, "Under normal circumstances, I will not perform medical treatment myself. I will let my student, Shizuan, be the main surgeon, and I will only be there to give her reminders and advice." She silently estimated the value of the banknotes and gold bars. He tried hard not to show his shining eyes. Tsunade said reluctantly, "I am actually a kind person. I will charge you only 1,000 million taels for the treatment. I have made it clear in advance that if the patient cannot be cured, the money will not be refunded, and if the patient dies, the money will not be refunded either." In fact, when Tsunade confirmed that Whitebeard was not a ninja, her resistance was gone. And she also had some selfish motives. A few days ago, 2 Anbu ninjas came over and said a few words to her that made Tsunade feel sick. Don't those old guys who made Konoha village such a mess want Tsunade to do something to Whitebeard? Whitebeard must be a headache for them, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't want to get rid of him so quickly. This disgusting behavior made Tsunade very rebellious. A bunch of wicked old men made her do that. But she did the opposite. Looking at Naruto who was wiping tears excitedly, Tsunade suddenly saw the face of her deceased brother Nawaki in front of her eyes for some unknown reason. Nawaki's face and Naruto's face, overlapping each other. Perfect overlap. It really looks like it. Tsunade murmured instinctively. Ah! Naruto was stunned. Nothing. Tsunade suddenly came to her senses. She said, "I agree to treat your father. In addition to the 1,000 million taels for treatment, there is an additional condition." She grabbed Naruto's face and twisted it hard, "That is, you little brat are not allowed to call me auntie. If you call me that again, I will take off your pants." Ouch! It hurts. Tsunade was very decisive. When she agreed to treat Whitebeard, she did not delay until the next day. She brought Whitebeard and others to an empty suburb near the town. There's nothing here except them. No one there. The reason for coming to this place is mainly because Whitebeard is too big and cannot enter the local hospital. At this time, some special measures have to be taken. Use the earth-style technique to build a mud house. Make it big enough for Whitebeard to lie in. Then use the fire-style technique to burn the inside into a nearly sterile state. Tsunade was very skilled when she gave orders to Kakashi. Kakashi reluctantly put away Intimate Paradise. Forced to accept the fate of being a tool. Shizuan. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, "You know what to do later." Yet. Shizuan, who was holding Tuntun, nodded obediently. Page 38. Shizuan knew very well that Lady Tsunade was actually hemophobic. If blood is required, she, the disciple, will have to do the operation. Thanks to Boss Liu Yu for the reward and support. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Thanks to Long Round 520, Liesinger, stretch out your palm when the breasts come. Xiao Zhengxun is fainted, Ramses Ankle and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 46 Hemophobia, a 4-hour surgery. In the wilderness, a huge earthen house stands abruptly. The mud house was covered with cracks, obviously having been burned by the flames. At this moment, Whitebeard was lying quietly in it. His weapon, Kurogiri, was placed outside. The pestle is next to the earthen house. Tsunade and Shizuan were also inside. They all put on white coats and sterile masks. These were taken from the ceiling scrolls. Some of the techniques in the ninja world are still very convenient. Mr. Whitebeard. Tsunade used a respectful term when speaking to Whitebeard, who was not a ninja and could discuss the Konoha high-ranking officials and whose adopted son looked too much like Rope Tree and was rich. Tsunade took her hand back, her eyebrows knitted tightly together. Your condition is very bad, the worst it has ever been. She treated many seriously injured people on the battlefield. Even though it's completely messed up now. But in order to raise money for gambling, she would still go to treat some dignitaries. I have encountered many difficult and complicated problems. What kind of patients has she not seen? But this was the first time she had seen someone like Whitebeard, who had one hidden disease after another accumulating in his body. In fact, when she walked into this temporary operating room, her disciple Shizue had already reminded her that Whitebeard's condition was very serious. However, Tsunade before was a little disapproving. How serious can it be? After all, from the surface, Whitebeard seems to be in very healthy condition, just a little older. Until now she double-checked it herself. Just discovered. Shizuan was absolutely right. I guess it's because your body is stronger than normal. Tsunade said in amazement, if your hidden disease were shared by 100 people, none of them would survive tonight, but you managed to survive. Gulala. Perhaps this is also due to the contribution of my stupid son. Whitebeard smiled indifferently. Even if the doctor of Konoha village, and the master and apprentice pair of Shizuan and Tsunade, said something alarmist, Whitebeard is not worried. Even if he was immediately given a critical illness notice and told that he would die suddenly tomorrow, Whitebeard would not be worried. Man on the sea. Not afraid of death. Is it Naruto? Tsunade was stunned. She suddenly thought of the Nine Tails Chakra. If Naruto could use the Nine Tails Chakra, maybe, he could really save Whitebeard's life? It's Marco. Whitebeard said with a smile. Marco. The unfamiliar name puzzled Tsunade. Could this also be a very powerful medical ninja? If that was the case, Tsunade felt that the other party's medical level might not be inferior to hers, or might be only slightly worse than hers. Hey! Tsunade exhaled heavily. She felt a little stressed. She pointed out the source of the stress. Sir Whitebeard, you need anesthesia and surgery in your condition. No need for anesthesia, Whitebeard said. Just open the cesarean section. Hey! Before Tsunade could say anything, Shizuan was stunned. Shizuan was surprised and asked, "You don't need anesthesia." Gulala. Whitebeard laughed loudly. His laughter even reached outside the mud house. A man who needs anesthesia after having several cuts on his body is not fit to go sailing. Tsunade and Shizuan both fell silent. They had to admit it. The heroic Whitebeard in front of him does have a very unique personality charm. No wonder Naruto, who is a Jinchuriki and is closely watched by Konoha, would recognize Whitebeard as his adoptive father. Shizuan, Tsunade said, prepare for surgery. Okay. Shizuan nodded quickly. I saw. Tsunade took out a cloth bag, covered her eyes with it, and continued, you must tell me all the details of the operation. Yet. Shizuan nodded again. Simultaneously. Tsunade, who was blindfolded, used chakra to draw a line on her thumb, ninjutsu, psychic summoning technique. Uncle Kakashi, that big sister called Tsunade, is her medical skill really that great? At this point, Naruto became more and more worried. He was helping hold Shizuan's pet piglet, Tuntun. There was worry and confusion on the little face. Trust Lady Tsunade. Kakashi said, it is said that during the Ninja World War, Lady Tsunade cured many wounded soldiers who had been declared dead. And I've also heard that Lady Tsunade's summoning beast is the slug sage from the Three Holy Lands. Kakashi continued, it's a very powerful summoning beast. Compared to Naruto's worries, Kakashi believed in Tsunade. But I don't know why. Kakashi found himself feeling a little worried. He didn't know where this emotion came from. Is he worried about Whitebeard? Or is he worried about Naruto's relatives because he feels he owes them something? Kakashi was shocked by his own thoughts. He thought about it and leaned towards the latter. After all, if it is the former, doesn't it mean that he was actually conquered by Whitebeard's personal charm? What a joke! Uncle Kakashi. Naruto was suddenly shocked and said anxiously, blood. A lot of blood is flowing out. See you soon. A crack was opened in the makeshift operating room, and blood gushed out like water. When the blood stopped gushing out, the small crack was closed again by the people inside. Whitebeard was simply too big, and the amount of blood he shed during the operation was dozens of times that of an ordinary person. It's okay, Naruto. Kakashi said uncertainly, it's common sense that surgery will cause bleeding. Actually, Kakashi, who was comforting Naruto, had sweat on his palms. He found himself actually worried about whether the operation would go smoothly. How could this be? Kakashi's mind unconsciously recalled all the ways Whitebeard doted on Naruto. That kind of meticulous and unique fatherly love was always seen by him as a bystander. Those scenes of watching that I recalled. It actually made Kakashi feel envious. The figure of his father, Hatake Sakumo, and the figure of Whitebeard vaguely overlapped. Kakashi was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He slapped himself. Snapped. Crisp. Loud. Uncle Kakashi, why are you hitting yourself? Naruto looked up and saw Kakashi behaving strangely. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds and lied, there are mosquitoes. Uncle Kakashi, you seem to be lying. Naruto revealed it without hesitation. Kakashi. Is it because my acting skills and lying skills are too poor? Or is Naruto's intuition too accurate? This unprecedented operation lasted from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 5 o'clock in the evening. A full 4 hours. Bang! Until, the earthen door of the temporary operating room was violently kicked open. The first one to rush out was Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, Whitebeard. Kakashi was about to ask something when he noticed that something was wrong with Tsunade. I saw. Tsunade quickly took off her mask, not daring to look back at the situation inside. Her face was paler than anyone else. My whole body was shaking slightly uncontrollably. She rubbed her hands very vigorously, trying to clean the few drops of blood on them. I accidentally saw blood. Tsunade's voice was shaking. Completely out of control. Thanks to the boss of Super Delicious Orange for the tip and support. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Page 39. Thanks to Crow sitting on a fat machine, book friend 11092715350647, Piao Meow Drunkard, book friend 2022011100104924, and It Can't Be I Person for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 47, The Whitebeard Pirates Are a Family. After finally wiping the blood off her hands, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief. She found herself drenched in cold sweat. It's like it was just pulled out of the water. This was one of the reasons why she was unwilling to get involved in ninja events. Tsunade's hemophobia, which was severe enough to bring out her greatest fear, made it impossible for her to fight like a ninja. He was even more unable to heal the ninja himself. Every time he treated others, he could only close his eyes and direct his disciples to perform the treatment silently. Today, it's the same. But when she looked forward, she found that the ground in front of her was soaked in blood. Tsunade's pupils suddenly contracted. Her pupils were trembling. Soon, Jingyan also walked out of the temporary operating room. Her condition is not much better than Tsunade's. Tsunade is frightened by her hemophobia, while Shizun is tired. The operation lasted 4 hours. Let Shizun's chakra run out. Her face was even paler than Tsunade's. He felt weak when he walked and seemed a little shaky. But Shizun still held on, smiled at Naruto and Kakashi, and said to them, "The operation went smoothly, and the wounds have all been sutured." Click! The makeshift operating room suddenly shattered. Whitebeard's figure slowly stood up and emerged from the smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Whitebeard, covered in blood, looked like Ashura walking out of hell. Very creepy. Goo la la la. Whitebeard's laughter was as loud as ever. If there wasn't a lot of blood on his body and a huge scar on his chest that was stitched up, I'm afraid no one would think that he had just undergone an operation. As the power of the tremor fruit suddenly unleashed, all the blood in the body was shaken away, returning to its former cleanliness. Whitebeard grabbed the white cloak. "Put it on yourself again." He glanced at Tsunade, who was kneeling and trembling. Whitebeard could already see that this kid named Tsunade was very afraid of blood. "Dad!" At this time, Naruto ran over excitedly and grabbed Whitebeard's trouser legs tightly. "Dad, are you okay? You lost so much blood." Naruto looked up at the sutured wound that Whitebeard had operated on. Suddenly, he was horrified and yelled, "Oh no, Dad, you're bleeding!" Snapped. Whitebeard rewarded Naruto with a love flick. "Stupid son! Have you never been injured or had surgery?" Whitebeard said, "Isn't it normal for a freshly stitched wound to bleed a little? To a man of the sea, this little bit of blood is just like sweating a little." Whitebeard continued to look at Tsunade. "Gambling kid!" Whitebeard said, "Stand back." Tsunade was so stimulated by the blood that her mind was trembling. He actually obeyed these words instinctively. Just as Tsunade was kneeling and trembling as she took a few steps back, Whitebeard's right fist was already surrounded by a layer of vibrating white light, and this scene scared Kakashi, who was standing next to her. Kakashi quickly hid aside. Then, Whitebeard lightly punched through the air. Moment. The ground and the atmosphere are shaking. Boom, boom. Huge cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet, and a large amount of smoke, dust, and soil were blown up. The surface stained with scarlet blood collapsed downwards amid this extremely exaggerated vibration. The entire land was devastated by the bombardment of the earthquake. But there is indeed no blood at all. This scene. This made Tsunade stunned. She watched the blood that frightened her so much disappear. Looking at the ground that looked like it had been blown up thousands of times by explosive tags, she turned around in amazement and looked at the smiling Whitebeard. "Tsunade-sama, are you all right?" The disciple's silent concern sounded appropriately. "Much better." Tsunade supported her body and slowly stood up. She took a deep breath. The bloody smell in the air was completely dispersed by the vibrating atmosphere. Blood and taste. It's all gone. "Sir Whitebeard, your hidden illness has not been completely cured." Tsunade's breathing was a little rapid, and it was obvious that the effect of the blood just now still remained on her. She said to Whitebeard, "If the treatment Shizuan received a few days ago allowed you to recover to 30% of your physical condition, then this 4-hour operation will allow your body to recover to 70% of its condition. The remaining 30%. Tsunade hesitated for a moment. But he still said it, "Shizuan is still just my apprentice. She is still a long way from me. Unless I do it myself, I will lack some skills after all. Some of the hidden tricks involve vital points, so I dare not let Jingyan take action, because a mistake may cost you your life." Gulala. It's okay. Having been able to recover to this level, Whitebeard already felt that his physical condition was extremely good. Although at the age of 72, his body is still old. But the dull pain that always occurred, and even affected his 3-color domineering and the hidden disease of his fruit ability, has mostly disappeared. Whitebeard feels very good. Better than ever. If he had been in this state during the war at the top, and had gone to fight the Lava Kid, he would never have been so miserable as he was during the war at the top. "You gambling brat, are you afraid of blood?" Whitebeard pointed out Tsunade's weakness in one sentence. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then she nodded and admitted, "Something happened that made me particularly sensitive to blood. The death of a lover. The death of Rope Tree." Tsunade's fear of blood reached its extreme. Every time she saw blood, she would think of the 2 people she cared about most. Studying medicine can save many people, but it cannot save the people you care about most. This is too much of a blow to Tsunade. "Unless my hemophobia is cured, there is no way I can help you completely cure your hidden disease." Tsunade smiled bitterly. Night. Whitebeard and his companions returned to the remote town. Whitebeard, who was too tall and strong, caused a commotion again. Especially the faint smell of blood emanating from the wound that had just been sutured, which made Whitebeard look even more solemn and murderous. In a small town pub, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Shizuan stared in amazement as Whitebeard easily drank a jar of liquor in one breath. "This is not a pot. It's a cylinder. Big wine jar." Gulala. After drinking a jar of strong liquor, Whitebeard was in even better condition than after the operation. He laughed and said, "I didn't expect that there is such good liquor in the ninja world. Ever since I ran to that broken Konoha village for no apparent reason, I haven't had a sip of liquor. Ordinary people who drink like crazy right after surgery will definitely have big problems. But, for someone with an exaggerated physique like Whitebeard, it is not a problem at all and he does not feel any discomfort at all." Whitebeard put the wine jar down and looked at Tsunade and Shizuan. "Gambling brat." Whitebeard invited, "Gulala, your medical skills are the only one I've seen that is comparable to Marco's. Are you interested in joining my Whitebeard pirates?" Whitebeard pirates. Tsunade was stunned. She never expected that Whitebeard would invite her to become a pirate. "That's right. The Whitebeard pirates." Whitebeard said domineeringly, "I will form a new Whitebeard pirate group in your ninja world. Are you going to form a force?" Tsunade asked with a frown. To be honest, she doesn't like people who are too ambitious, especially those whose ambitions go astray. Pirates. Doesn't sound like a good person. However, Whitebeard's answer left Tsunade stunned. Do not. Whitebeard's smile was filled with reminiscence, as if his sons who were far away on the sea were right beside him at this moment. The Whitebeard pirates have never been a force. It's a family. Thanks to the boss for the reward and support. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to Lulu Aries, Shara Sakura, you can get it if you pay, Holy Black Dragon Knight, Heart of Dust and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 48, Pirate Style. Naruto's actual combat. Tsunade refused. Page 40. Let a woman who has lived for 30 or 40 years and a mature person recognize a person she just met as her father. This is too outrageous. Gulala. Whitebeard didn't care about Tsunade's rejection. He smiled and said, if you also want to join this family, the Whitebeard pirates welcome an excellent ship doctor at any time. By then, you will be my son, my family, and a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Tsunade. Since she left Konoha, she has been wandering in the ninja world for many years, and there have been people who want to win her over the years. This includes other ninja villages. Even some nobles. It was the first time that Tsunade had seen someone trying to win her over in this way, inviting her to become the other person's son and to join the other person's big family. Family. Tsunade was a little dazed. How many years had it been since she heard this word? Do you want to have a family? Do you want to have a family? To be honest, Tsunade is eager. Her desire for family is far greater than many people, and her feelings for her family are also far greater than many people. Otherwise, he would not have had endless fear of blood because of the deaths of Napeki and Kato Dan. But she is not a child like Naruto after all. Tsunade took a deep breath. Sir Whitebeard, I don't even want to be a ninja right now, let alone a pirate. She said so. The point is, Tsunade is a woman, how can she be a son? And many more. Why do you think this is the key? Tsunade was startled. Late at night. Advent. Whitebeard and his companions decided to rest in this small town for one night. After all, Whitebeard had just undergone an operation. Both Whitebeard and Naruto slept soundly. Only Kakashi stayed awake all night. What Whitebeard said not only stunned Tsunade, but also affected Kakashi, an orphan of Konoha. Ever since Kakashi's father committed suicide, he was all alone. Although he didn't take off his mask even when he was sleeping in bed, one could still see Kakashi's complicated expression that was hard to conceal through his dead fish eyes. He was a little upset. To be frank. Without hiding from his own feelings, Kakashi admitted that he was a little envious of the little guy Naruto. Naruto, like him, had no family and no one to whom he could have a bond in this world. Until Naruto met Whitebeard, the kid formed a deep bond with him. It turns out, Whitebeard did not let Naruto down, and he truly did what a father should do. Little white-haired boy, be my son. Even though Whitebeard hadn't said this for several days. But tonight, these words echoed in Kakashi's mind. For a long time, he could not forget the look of longing for family in Whitebeard's eyes when he said, the Whitebeard pirates are not a force, but a family. Really? Kakashi grabbed a pillow nearby. Just put the pillow over your face. Until the next day. Early morning. 5 o'clock. Kakashi, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned sleepily. He didn't sleep the whole night yesterday. The reason why he got up from bed so early was because at 5 in the morning, it was time for Naruto to do his self-abuse training. Gulala. Stupid son. Run away from me. Whitebeard's roar made it impossible to sleep. Dad. I'm already running very fast. Naruto's screams were also hard to ignore. This unrelated father and son are full of energy at this time of day. Especially Whitebeard. It was as if the operation had not taken place yesterday. It was as if I didn't have a hangover. So energetic. Kakashi suddenly realized something. He turned his head and looked to the side, and saw Tsunade standing next to him. Tsunade complained speechlessly, "How can anyone sleep when they are like this? They are seriously disturbing the public." Even though it was very quiet last night, she couldn't fall asleep. But that doesn't stop her from complaining. And Tsunade took in the scene in front of her. Seeing Naruto being tortured to a half-dead state, her eyelids were twitching. What is Whitebeard doing? Is he trying to kill Uzumaki Naruto? This is their special training. Kakashi explained, Naruto has been doing it for a long time. After saying this, Kakashi was suddenly startled. Right. As far as he could remember, Naruto had been holding out for almost a month. This kind of special training is so intense that it is no different from suicide. If a normal child trains like this, he will probably be ruined in less than a day. But Naruto is screaming miserably now, but once he finishes training he is still full of energy and can continue his special training the next day. Naruto is a very strong child. He fought for his father and for his own dream of becoming Hokage. Kakashi praised, he puts in 200 times the effort of an ordinary person, and doesn't care even if he has to die for it. Tsunade's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. Naruto wants to become Hokage. Kakashi nodded and said, this brat would rant a few words almost every day, saying that he must become Hokage. More like it. Tsunade murmured. Hey! Kakashi was stunned. Tsunade didn't respond. In her eyes, Naruto became more and more similar to the impression of Nawaki in her memory, both in appearance and personality. This kind of coincidence that couldn't be more coincidental always made Tsunade feel that it was her brother who was reincarnated. But reason told her, that's impossible. At this moment, Whitebeard's voice suddenly sounded, Gulala. Stupid son. Do you want to have some actual combat? Only by fighting and getting beaten can a person become stronger. Actually, Naruto was a little shocked. But Dad, I don't know any ninjutsu yet, and I haven't really learned any taijutsu. Dad, there's no way I can beat you. Although I have been doing special training for almost a month, I have been doing special training in endurance and strength during this month. At most, I would try to extract the chakra at night. It's basically these three things. Besides, Naruto has learned nothing. Stupid son. Whitebeard snapped Naruto's fingers, causing him so much pain that he almost yelled out the classic Tom scream. Whitebeard grinned and said, when I say actual combat, I don't mean you have to fight me. Your father is a pirate, and you are also a pirate. When pirates run out of money, of course they have to rob. Robbery. Naruto covered his head, his eyes slightly shining, then won't we have a lot of treasures again? Gulala. That's natural. Naruto knew Whitebeard's dream. One of his dreams was to hoard more treasures and bring them back to his hometown. Since it is his father's dream, it is also Naruto's dream. Naruto is very motivated about this. Did I hear correctly? Looking at the backs of Whitebeard and Naruto leaving, Tsunade was dumbfounded. They are going to rob. Lady Tsunade, you heard it right. Kakashi had a few black lines on his forehead. They did go to rob. Cassie recalled something and added, moreover, given Whitebeard's style, it is very likely that he is not limited to robbery. What do you mean? Tsunade asked in surprise. Kakashi explained, Whitebeard will most likely claim that this town is a territory protected by his Whitebeard pirates. From now on, this town will have to hand over treasures to him every year. Whitebeard once said that this was a tax, but I think it's more like, the pirates are forcibly collecting protection money. But Whitebeard usually doesn't attack civilians. He only attacks the rich, especially the nobles. Tsunade. When Tsunade, Kakashi, and Shizune caught up with Whitebeard and Naruto together, they found that the father and son had already arrived at a casino in the town. Tsunade's expression suddenly became quite subtle. because this casino was the one where she lost a lot of money. And her high-interest loans were also borrowed from this place. The group of warriors who chased her yesterday. He is the gangster in this casino. Stupid son. Then, Whitebeard grabbed Naruto's clothes. Under Naruto's wide-eyed expression, he threw Naruto directly into the casino and laughed heartily, "Gulala. This is your first actual combat, don't embarrass the Whitebeard pirates." Naruto thought, his father was going to take him to rob. I didn't expect that I would be allowed to go alone. Aah! Naruto screamed and uncontrollably broke the glass window of the casino, and his small body fell into the casino. Page 41. Attract the attention of a group of gamblers. Every time I reach a transition chapter, I can only try to write more, otherwise one chapter will have too little plot and seem insincere. This chapter is almost 3,000 words long, whoa, oh. Thanks to the 4 bosses Teutonic, 886M, Super Delicious Orange, and Sleepy Little Demon for their support. Thank you boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to a foodie with a backpack, book friend 20230304222024719, Super Delicious Orange, Teutonic, Ice Free Ice, Shwang, and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 49, Become an enemy of pirates and be prepared to die. 2 minutes ago. In the small town casino, in addition to a group of fanatical gamblers, there are also a dozen gangster warriors employed by the casino. Boss, please give us another chance. We won't let you down. We will definitely find the big fat sheep. The leading warrior lowered his head, cold sweat pouring out of his forehead. I gave you a chance yesterday. The man called boss was dressed in a suit. There is also a delicate family crest embroidered on the collar. He looked at the group of warriors and said coldly, I spend so much money every month to support you guys, not to let you eat dry food, but to let you work for me. Boss, we know we were wrong. The group of warriors did not dare to act rashly, let alone say a word of rebuttal. Because they all know that their boss has a background. It's not someone that these hired warriors can afford to offend. And the exquisite family crest on the collar of this man in a suit. It is the emblem of Konoha's Shimura clan. He is from the Shimura clan. But, he was not a Konoha ninja from the Shimura clan, but one of the few in the family who did not have ninja talent. Clan members like him who have no ninja talent would generally become the gloves of the ninja clan, making money for the family outside Konoha village. The Shimura clan has more than a dozen casinos like this in Konoha, which bring a steady stream of money to the family every year. Now, I have lost several million taels of money. How could he not be anxious? I've already told you that the woman named Tsunade, although she is a ninja, she will not attack you. But you have no way to make her. Boom! At this moment, a window of the casino suddenly shattered, and a large amount of glass fragments flew all around. One of the warriors was caught off guard. A piece of glass shard pierced my sack. Ah! The pain made him howl in agony. He fell to his knees, covering his crotch. His hands were covered with blood, and he was in so much pain that his whole body was shaking. A group of gangsters and some fanatical gamblers in the casino couldn't help but cast their eyes towards the broken window. They saw a little golden-haired ghost lying under the window. His body was covered with broken glass. When did this kid come out? Why did he come crashing in? He is. Do you died? Ah! It hurts so much. Naruto suddenly jumped up, screaming and hurriedly pulling out the glass that was stuck in his body. He grimaced in pain. But Naruto still managed not to scream. He hurriedly took out a flag from his arms, which was the pirate flag of the Whitebeard pirates. I saw that the pirate flag was not pierced by the glass. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. I can't embarrass my father. With this thought in mind, Naruto spread out the pirate flag, and with his blood boiling, he shouted to the group of samurai and gamblers, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the first squadron of the new Whitebeard pirates. We, the Whitebeard pirates, have arrived in this town. You guys, quickly hand over all your treasures. Naruto thought that he was acting like a pirate. But he found that no one in the casino took him seriously. Damn you little brat! The warrior, who was holding his bleeding sack, was furious. I'm going to kill you. Naruto looked at the samurai with blood flowing from his crotch. He drew the katana from his waist, gritted his teeth and rushed towards him, his eyes blazing with fire as he chopped off Naruto's head. Destroying a person's genitals is like killing their parents. Naruto, who was experiencing actual combat for the first time, didn't expect that these adults wouldn't even waste time talking to him. Looking at the katana approaching him, his small body almost instinctively dodged to the side. Bang! The samurai's sword did not hit Naruto's head. Instead, it chopped the wall behind Naruto. Being avoided. It seems slower than my father's sword drawing speed. Naruto's eyes widened. For a moment just now, he found that he could clearly perceive the trajectory of the opponent's sword. Whitebeard's pirate-style training for Naruto played a role. Damn kid, you actually dared to hide. The pain and anger had driven the samurai crazy. He slashed at Naruto again with a fierce sword, but Naruto dodged it by bending his knees and squatting. How can you fix this? Naruto was a little annoyed. Stop it now. He rushed towards the warrior. A headbutt. Hit the mark. Ah! The knife in the warrior's hand fell to the ground. He trembled all over and covered his crotch. The pain that ordinary people could not bear made his consciousness blurred. Roll your eyes. Fainted and fell to the ground. I defeated a grown man in one go. Naruto was pleasantly surprised. But as soon as he raised his head, he was confronted by a group of gloomy-looking warriors and a man in a suit with an even gloomier expression. It's bad enough that the legendary big fat sheep is running wild in my territory, but a stinky brat is also lawless here. Get rid of him. Naruto couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw more than a dozen samurai drawing their swords at the same time. He realized that the situation seemed a little unfavorable to him. Then, Daddy! You little brat! It's no use even if you call us Grandpa. A group of warriors grinned and rushed forward. After all, I had just been scolded by my boss, and now I finally have a chance to show my abilities. How can I miss this opportunity? But at this moment, a bigger noise suddenly came. This time it wasn't just a pane of glass that was broken. A wall collapsed. Rumbling. Inside the casino, a group of warriors and gamblers who were watching the fun stared in amazement at a collapsed wall. The sudden rise of smoke, dust, and debris made them cough repeatedly. Gulala! Whitebeard laughed loudly as he appeared in front of a group of people with his tall body. There are only a dozen enemies, and you're asking Dad for help. They all have weapons. Naruto argued weakly. Bang! Whitebeard pinned Gyuko Kumokiri to the ground. This blow did not use any fruit ability, but it made the ground shake violently. It also made a group of people in the casino unsteady on their feet. They all showed expressions of horror. Stupid son! Raise the flag of the Whitebeard pirates! After Whitebeard said this to Naruto, he looked at the group of samurai in the casino. Little brats! Pointing knives at pirates, do you know what the consequences will be? Whitebeard grinned, holding a knife at my stupid son, do you know what will happen? The heroic and domineering aura is heart-stirring. Gudong! The warriors who were originally aggressive suddenly wilted, but before they could react, Whitebeard has picked up the Murakumokiri. After a knife was turned out, chop it down with one knife. If you become an enemy of pirates, you must be prepared to die. Kurosaki Kaire slashed the floor of the casino hall with a fierce blow, and the wind pressure airflow that was rolled up was like a tornado. The gamblers and warriors in the casino screamed as they were swept up by the strong wind. The floor of the casino was split into two on the spot, the ground began to crack towards both sides, and a straight and wide ravine appeared. One end of the ravine is under the blade of Kanjai Unki. The other end spreads forward rapidly. Until 1,000 meters away. The casino owner, who was a member of the Shimura clan, fell heavily from mid-air and almost lost half his life. As he screamed in pain and struggled hurriedly, he looked up and saw Whitebeard in front of him, and was so frightened that he could not move. "Stupid son, let me teach you a second lesson about being a pirate. If the enemy doesn't want to pay, then beat him until he pays. Remember, we are pirates, not ninjas." Gulala. Thanks to the boss of Super Delicious Orange for the tip and support. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to Kyujhibir-san, Chuangziaoming, Moonbeam King, Bookworm 10,000 Years, Jinyi Zinyan, Guaki Yuanja, Highland Shijian Lu and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Page 42. Chapter 50. What? Leaving the Fire Nation? How can this be possible? Shimura Jokuro felt an unprecedented fear. The giant in front of him showed unparalleled power and instantly destroyed everything the Shimura clan managed in this place. He watched helplessly as the dozen or so warriors were blown away by a powerful invisible force. I also saw gamblers in the casino suffering the same fate. A large number of chips were scattered all over the floor. The gaming table was also destroyed. He could also see a huge straight ravine that stretched for an unknown number of meters. No one knew how deep this deep, dark ravine was, and it was difficult to see its end with the naked eye. Terrifying. It's so shocking. Gulala. Stupid son. Whitebeard said, have you learned it? If you have, take out all your money. This is how pirates treat those who don't know what's good for them. Okay, Dad. Naruto seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and he searched through the ruins with great interest. No one dared to stop the little blonde kid. Because the giant is still standing here. 10 minutes later. Naruto, who was exhausted and out of breath, didn't expect that sometimes carrying money could be a very difficult and tiring task. Dad, it's moved. Naruto shouted excitedly. See you soon. Naruto found several large bags from somewhere, and now all of them were filled with banknotes, most of which were of high denominations. A rough estimate. The difference is nearly 10 million taels. Well done. Quite capable. You are worthy of being my son, Whitebeard. You are born to be a pirate. Whitebeard praised Naruto for once. It made Naruto even happier. The kid in a suit who peed his pants. Whitebeard glanced at Shimura Jokuro. This member of the Shimura clan has indeed wet his pants. The crotch is wet. Whitebeard said in a tone that brooked no refusal, from today on, this town is the territory protected by the Whitebeard pirates. Your casino will have to pay taxes to the Whitebeard pirates every year, which means that the casino and the Whitebeard pirates will split the profits 30% to 70%. This shocking number not only frightened Shimura Jokuro, but also made him dumbfounded. Why only leave 70% for me? You know, the funds he brought back to the family in the past accounted for 70% of the casino's annual income. What if the giant only left him 70%? Then he has to bring this 70% back to his family. So what does he have left? Working for nothing. 70% likely, it's from the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard used his stick to cut through the clouds, and the ground shook violently. He glanced at the dumbfounded Shimura Jokuro and said, you can only take 30%, but it depends on my mood. Little white-haired devil. Whitebeard turned around and said, we have run out of pirate flags. Draw dozens more. We need to fill this town with the flags of the Whitebeard pirates. Gulala. Kakashi. It's really the behavior of a bandit. Tsunade was actually very interested. She crossed her arms over her chest and held back the two huge monsters. She looked at Kakashi, who was drawing the pirate flag, and said, "I didn't expect that you with thick eyebrows and big eyes are also his accomplice." After hearing this, Kakashi had to defend himself. "Master Tsunade, I must stay with Naruto and take good care of him. In this situation, I have to listen to Whitebeard for the time being. Are you afraid that you can't beat him?" Tsunade ruthlessly exposed Kakashi, leaving Kakashi with a dead fish eye full of helplessness. "Lady Tsunade, as one of the Sunin, why didn't you stop him?" Kakashi asked Tsunade in turn. "Why should we stop it?" After Tsunade's initial shock, she actually became gloating. She was even more eager to fight. "These bastards cheated me out of so much money, this is their retribution. What's more," she said, "this is an incident in the land of fire, not in Konoha. What does it have to do with me? Besides, I have already resigned from my position as a ninja and am no longer a ninja." She only had 4 words in the whole article. What the hell does it have to do with me? Kakashi didn't know what was wrong with this Sunin of Konoha. Although he looked carefree, he could sense a very depressed aura from the other person. Could it be because of something that happened during the war? Kakashi didn't ask any more questions. When Kakashi finally finished drawing dozens of pirate flags, the entire town was filled with the flags of the Whitebeard pirates. Black flags with white painting, floating in the wind. After hanging the flag of the Whitebeard pirates throughout the town, Whitebeard was ready to leave with Naruto. After all, Whitebeard's purpose in coming here, it is to find Tsunade to treat the illness and solve the hidden disease and pain in the body. Although it has not been completely cured. But Whitebeard decided that enough was enough. After more than 4 hours of surgery by master and disciple Tsunade and Shizuan, Whitebeard's physical condition is incredibly good. Even if he were to fight a Navy admiral for 10 days and 10 nights, Whitebeard felt that it would be no problem. Most of the hidden diseases have been eliminated. It won't hold him back anymore. He is truly approaching peak combat power despite his old body. "Dad, this doesn't seem to be the way back, right?" Naruto was gritting his teeth when he said this, because he was exerting too much force. Although for part of the money, Whitebeard asked Kakashi to seal it up directly with his sealing scroll. But there were still a lot of remaining banknotes that were carried by Naruto. This is also a special training exercise. The weight of the banknotes Naruto was carrying reached 200 kilograms, so heavy that his legs were trembling at the age of 5. Even his lips were trembling. But he still followed Whitebeard tremblingly. Whitebeard laughed and said, "Stupid son, this time you come out not only to treat your father, but also to practice for you. Do you want to go back to school and be the last one in the class? Do you want to be inferior to that Uchiha brat? Uchiha brat? Uchiha Sasuke?" Naruto was shocked. Whitebeard's words really touched Naruto's heart. Naruto didn't know why he had such a competitive spirit. His instinct made him not want to be surpassed by Sasuke. "Dad, so we..." Naruto couldn't help but ask weakly, "Where are we going?" "Leave the land of fire." Whitebeard said in a shocking tone, "You can only grow up in a country of war and conflict and experience the baptism of blood and battle." "Wait. Leaving the Fire Nation?" Kakashi's eyes widened behind him. He knew that he was no match for Whitebeard, but in such an emergency situation, he had no choice but to interrupt. "How can this be possible? If Naruto leaves the land of fire, he will most likely become a popular commodity in all the major ninja villages. He is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." At this point, Kakashi suddenly woke up. "Oops! It seems like I let something slip. Thanks to the boss of Chicken Watermelon for the tip and support." "Thank you, boss. The boss is generous." Thanks to I Love Yuxiu, O.ZZ, Book Friend 2017032811003612, Book Friend 20221221221164244199 and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 51 The Truth. I am a Jinchuriki? The container of the tailed beast? Whitebeard more or less knew that there was a monster inside Naruto, but he was not clear about more details. In fact, Whitebeard didn't really care. In his eyes, his son is his son. How about having a monster inside you? It doesn't change the fact that Naruto is his son. But Naruto cared. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This word made Naruto stunned. He supported the heavy weight on his body, tried hard to raise his head and looked at Kakashi, whose eyes changed slightly. Naruto was confused. Uncle Kakashi, what is this? Why am I the nine-tailed Jinchuriki? He didn't understand what the word meant. However, Naruto could probably guess that it was related to the demon fox. Think of this. Naruto's mood immediately became strange. He turned to the silent Kakashi and asked, "The people in the village hate me so much, is it because of the nine tails Jinchuriki?" Kakashi fell silent. A long time. Under Naruto's expectant gaze, Kakashi could only give this answer, "Naruto, there are some things that the Hokage will tell you when you grow up." White-haired little devil. Whitebeard's voice sounded, "Why are you Konoha ninjas so fussy? Why are you all so twisted? Naruto wants to know what this means, so tell him." The tail end of Kusukami hit Kakashi's back with a bang, less than 10 centimeters away from Kakashi. Kakashi felt a gust of air on his heels. Page 43. In front of him was the teacher's son, begging for answers with great expectation. Then there was Whitebeard who blocked the retreat and made Kakashi feel on pins and needles. Kakashi wanted to slap himself. However, when he saw Naruto's face, which looked a little disheveled and dirty due to excessive fatigue from the special training, two faces flashed through his mind. Master Kushina. Minato-sensei. A Jinchuriki is a person who is possessed by a tailed beast or its chakra, or you can call it a Jinchuriki, the vessel that seals the tailed beast. Kakashi spoke up, no longer perfunctorily, but explaining. Tailed beast? Container. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows. Mr. Whitebeard must have realized long ago that Naruto has a powerful potential that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Kakashi continued to explain, Naruto's potential only occupies a small part of it. The largest part is occupied by the tailed beast. A tailed beast called the nine-tailed. It is because of the existence of this tailed beast that Naruto can have amazing potential. Every time Naruto is on the verge of death, the orange energy that suddenly flashes across his body is the nine tails chakra. These words come down. Whitebeard did not react because he had indeed noticed it a long time ago. Naruto was stunned. I have a tailed beast inside of me? It's called the nine tails. Naruto suddenly remembered that he had some strange dreams. I always dream about a strange creature. The creature was extremely large. In fact, Konoha doesn't know its real name either. Kakashi shook his head with a complicated expression, this is just a nickname Konoha gave to the powerful tailed beast. It's because I have it in my body that I was. 5-year-old Naruto vaguely understood something. Ah! Kakashi replied, the tailed beast is very dangerous. A few years ago, it even brought unprecedented damage to Konoha village. At that time, many people died. Seeing Naruto's expression as if struck by lightning, Kakashi immediately said, this has nothing to do with you, this is just what the tailed beast did. All the strength in Naruto's body seemed to be drained away in an instant. The weight of more than 200 kilograms directly pressed him down. The whole person fell on his buttocks to the ground. There is a monster inside me that hurts the village. For Naruto, who aspires to become Hokage and be loved by everyone, this is the bloody reality. It was like breaking his Taoist heart. Naruto muttered, I am actually a monster? I have hurt the village, I have hurt everyone. Me. His emotions were in an unprecedented state of disorder. The seal that suppressed the nine tails was about to break. Then, Naruto's eyes gradually changed and turned into unique beast eyes. Grandpa Hokage knew it a long time ago. He didn't tell me. It turns out that I was not misunderstood. I am really a demon fox. Naruto's 10 fingernails gradually lengthened. The changes are very sharp. At the same time, a certain 9-tailed beast sealed in his body was laughing wildly. Wahahaha! That's it! That's it, ha ha ha! This white-haired ninja named Kakashi is much more pleasing to the eye than Whitebeard. Lord Nine Tails, I can clearly feel that the darkness in this brat's heart has been aroused. The Kyuubi's massive body slammed into the seal. The big smile on its face looked particularly excited. Speak more! Speak more! As long as this brat's emotions completely collapse, I can take this opportunity to try to break this damn seal. The 9 tails chakra was spreading wildly in Naruto's body. It is constantly affecting Naruto's mind, as well as affecting Naruto's body. Kakashi, who had watched Naruto change like this, quickly dropped the subject. He placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders, his palms coming into contact with the 9 tails chakra emanating from Naruto. Unbelievable cold and evil chakra. Kakashi's expression changed in shock. Naruto, calm down. Kakashi hurriedly persuaded, all this was done by the 9-tailed fox, not you. You are not the demon fox. It is the culprit. Naruto. Kakashi found that Naruto was not listening at all. It was as if his hearing was interfered with by the 9 tails chakra. I don't know if my sealing technique will work on the tailed beasts. Kakashi took a deep breath. He couldn't let Naruto go on like this. Naruto will go berserk if that happens. However, at this moment, Kakashi suddenly realized that there was a huge crisis approaching above his head. When I looked up, I saw a huge fist coming down. He was so scared that he dodged instantly. Bang! The fist, which was larger than Naruto's entire body, hit Naruto hard. Like a nail being smashed, Naruto's entire body was smashed into the ground. The terrifying force caused the ground to shake violently. The power of this punch could probably flatten a piece of steel. Stupid son! Whitebeard's roar carries an unparalleled domineering aura. Don't let the power you possess overwhelm your will. Boom! Conqueror's haki washed over Naruto's spirit. The powerful punch shattered the 9 tails chakra. It made Naruto foam at the mouth. Roll your eyes upward. Fainted on the spot. Damn Whitebeard! The hideous grin of a certain 9-tailed beast froze on the fox's face. Thanks to my neighbor Totoro in Kamen Rider, Super Delicious Orange, Metamorphose, Sue 8 Line and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you big guys! Chapter 52, Minato Namikaze? Just an unkind father. Naruto felt like he was having a very lucid dream. This dream made him feel that everything he encountered was very real. He dreamed that he came to a place that looked very much like a prison. There was water everywhere underfoot and the air was very damp and eerie. The prison is huge. It was so big that he felt like he had turned into a tiny ant, and he could vaguely see a huge shadow inside the prison. Naruto remembered that he had dreamed about this place before. But this time the dream was particularly clear. Dreaming. He vaguely heard the huge figure in the cell muttering, and Naruto could probably guess that the tone seemed to be a complaint. He heard words like damn Whitebeard. Hey! Don't scold daddy! Naruto didn't know who was in the prison, but his father was so good to him, he would never allow anyone to say bad things about him. Hey! A certain 9-tailed llama turned his huge head in surprise. It glanced down and saw Naruto's tiny form. Moment. Ju Llama then bared his teeth. Little devil! You actually came here. Its face was ferocious, like a beast that wanted to eat people. The surging murderous intent in the sealed space was even more frightening. It never has any good feelings towards humans. All it has is hatred and murderous intent. At the beginning, Ju Llama had no feelings towards humans, until one day he was captured by someone for no apparent reason. Then the bastard put on a Susanoo and controlled himself to fight a ridiculously strong guy. It remembered being beaten very badly. Well, it was the one that got beaten. Then it became a tool of mankind and was inexplicably sealed in the body of a human. After that human finally died, it was sealed in the body of another person. It finally got out, but ended up being controlled by someone again. After regaining consciousness, Ju Lama was shocked to find that his body had been forcibly split into two halves. I don't know where half of my body went. The other half is the current one, sealed in this little kid named Uzumaki Naruto. I cried all day but no one answered. The ground is not working properly. Today I finally had a chance to break free from the seal, but it was ruined by that damn Whitebeard. How could Ju Lama not be angry? It exploded. This anger was accompanied by hatred towards humans, and when Kurama looked at Naruto, the murderous intent he released was extremely fierce. If Kurama's murderous intent is a raging ocean, then Naruto is just a small boat. Rise and fall with the tide. Gudong. When Kurama's body appeared completely in front of him, Naruto, who was only 5 years old, was inevitably afraid. Page 44. But when he thought of this big fox who had just said bad things about his father, he suddenly got the courage from nowhere. Naruto tried to straighten his back. He tightened his face. I'm not afraid of you. Naruto suddenly recalled what Kakashi had said. He widened his eyes and asked, "Are you the nine tails that Uncle Kakashi mentioned? It was you who turned me into the demon fox in the village." Kurama let out a breath, and the strange and evil gust of wind almost blew Naruto down on his butt into the water. The nine-tailed fox showed his sharp fangs. It grinned and said, "Yes. It's me. I killed a lot of people back then. Are you angry, little ghost?" Naruto clenched his teeth hard. "How could you not be angry? Ha ha ha. Little devil. You don't know one thing yet. When that white-haired little devil was telling you these things, he was hiding a lot of things from the past." Ju Lama laughed happily. "Over the past few years, I have been inside you, watching you being isolated, ridiculed, and bullied. I'm so happy. Ha 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 ha. Damn it." Naruto gritted his teeth, "So all this is because of you. Don't accuse the tailed beasts, you little brat." Ju Lama laughed wildly and gloated, "It's not like I want to stay here. The person who sealed me in your body, is your biological father. Ah ha 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 ha. Get lost, little brat." Naruto sat up from the ground with sweat all over his forehead. When he opened his eyes, he found that the prison in front of him had disappeared, and the fox who always called himself master had also disappeared. The only scene he could see was a familiar yet unfamiliar forest. Hey hey hey! When Naruto tried to stand up, he suddenly lost his balance and almost fell down. He instinctively reached out and pulled it to the side. The familiar feeling of the grabbed object made Naruto realize that he was lying on the shoulder of Whitebeard. He fell asleep on his dad's shoulder. "I also had a nightmare." "Stupid son, are you awake?" Whitebeard, whose beard was pulled, glanced at Naruto who had woken up. "Dad." Naruto's fluctuating thoughts calmed down. I don't know why, but Naruto becomes easily distracted when he dreams of the nine tails, but when he sees Old Man Whitebeard. An unprecedented sense of security. Just let Naruto calm down. "Naruto, are you okay? Do you feel anything wrong with your body? Did anything strange happen when you fell asleep?" Another concerned voice sounded on the same side. It was Kakashi who spoke. Yesterday, when Kakashi saw that Naruto's nine tails chakra was raging and even 2 more tails had grown behind his butt, he was so frightened that cold sweat soaked his back. Fortunately, Whitebeard knocked Naruto out with one punch, and the power of that punch scared Kakashi. Kakashi was worried that Naruto would be hit by this punch. "You will never wake up. I seem to have dreamed of a very big fox." Naruto recalled the dream and said, "It scolded my father, so I told it not to say bad things about my father. Fox? Kyuabai? A few drops of sweat spilled from Kakashi's forehead. What he was most worried about was that Naruto would be influenced by the tailed beast when his mind was immature. It didn't say anything to you, did it? Kakashi asked. It said. Naruto whispered, it said it was sealed in me by my biological father. Kakashi. Oops. Whitebeard's frown was deeper than Naruto's. He looked at the depressed Naruto and snorted coldly, he sealed such a dangerous thing in his own son. Does this behavior count as being a good father? Pooh! What a fart! Uncle Kakashi, is this true? Naruto asked, is that big fox lying to me? Kakashi was silent. If Naruto was the only one present, he might have told a white lie, but there was also Whitebeard. It's true. Kakashi tried to defend his teacher, but your biological father, he also had his own difficulties. The situation was very urgent at the time, and this might be the best solution. Bullshit! Whitebeard said disdainfully, no matter how difficult it is for a father, he can't let his child endure this. Has he ever thought that Naruto would be discriminated against? Has he ever thought that Naruto would be bullied? Has he ever cared about Naruto? Humph! Unkind father! Whitebeard didn't understand why a father would let his child endure all this suffering. He believes this is a manifestation of irresponsibility. And began to make sharp comments on Minato Namikaze. This left Kakashi speechless for a moment. Hard to refute. Daily thanks are all hand-typed. Thanks to the boss of 202009091917063665 for the reward and support. Thank you boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to Buddha Doraemon, Jade Silver, Book Friend 201902242055308819, Samton89, 0. Starry Sky, Serious People Who Read Novels, Olivier Langheim and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 53, The Land of Grass. Being targeted by the ninja of the Land of Grass. At first, Whitebeard believed that the evil energy in Naruto's body was innate and was a special talent that was different from ordinary people. Even if this force is extraordinary and evil. But after all, it is Naruto's own thing. Isn't this a unique talent? But Whitebeard now discovered. It turned out that Naruto was possessed. A very dangerous monster lived in his body, threatening Naruto's life. This made Whitebeard think that Naruto's biological father was extremely irresponsible. Dad, he is not my father. Naruto was silent for a long time and finally said this. Whitebeard pointed out his biological father's mistakes so blatantly that the 5-year-old Naruto felt more and more aggrieved the more he listened. He felt that what his father said was right. Why should he, a child, have to endure all this? Why seal such a horrible monster inside him? There are so many powerful ninjas in Konoha village. Why is it him? Naruto bit his lower lip tightly, and he said firmly once again, he is not my father. I don't want to know who he is. I only know that you are my father. Gulala. Stupid son. Whitebeard was very happy, don't think too much, your father is by your side. Naruto wiped away the frustration on his little face. He nodded heavily, a bright smile returning to his face. In Naruto's mind, his parents, who had passed away many years ago, could not bring him a sense of warmth or the bond of family affection. But Dad can. I hope the teacher can't hear these words in heaven. Kakashi muttered to himself. In fact, he also felt that what Minato did might be a bit irresponsible. The will of fire of Konoha should not be, wherever the leaves dance, the fire will continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. But after the older generation sacrificed themselves, is it really all over? Can they just leave the world and not care about anything anymore? Why should new shoots be subjected to this? Have you ever thought about a baby's future? As he was thinking, he was not even paying attention to what was in the book by Liu Bei in his hand. Just as Kakashi was deep in thought, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Kakashi was suddenly startled. Here. As he followed Whitebeard, his eyes wandered left and right, and finally came to a conclusion that was incredible to him: it's no longer in the territory of the Land of Fire. While I was thinking, I had unknowingly followed Whitebeard and left the border of the Fire Country. In other words, after accepting the mission from the Hokage, Kakashi Hatake actually watched Whitebeard take Naruto away from the Land of Fire? Oh. Correct. It seems that the Hokage's order is just to let me follow Whitebeard, but he didn't ask me to do anything. The shock in Kakashi's eyes gradually calmed down. I see. This must be the Hokage's ulterior motive. He returned his gaze to Liu Baishu. His Sharingan Kakashi is not a coward. But after thinking about it, Kakashi still sent a ninja dog back to report. He squatted down and touched the head of the small ninja dog. Parker, take this scroll back to Konoha. This task is left to you. Ninja dog Parker couldn't help but roll his eyes. It is the only ninja dog that can speak human language and communicate with humans. I am a non-combat ninja dog. You want me to do this? This isn't a battle, it just happens to be a good match for my profession. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. Ninja dog Parker. Gulala. Little white-haired devil, the various countries in your ninja world don't seem to be any different. Whitebeard knew that Kakashi sent a puppy back to tip off. Page 45. But Whitebeard didn't care. Because this is a small country. Kakashi recalled the current location of himself and others. Even though he didn't have a map in his hand, he still knew it clearly with his amazing memory. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Land of Grass, a small neighboring country located northwest of Konoha village. Kakashi explained, although there are ninja villages in such small countries, it is difficult to form a unique human geography due to its small area. It is very different from the 5 major countries. This is quite different from One Piece. The islands in the pirate world, even 2 adjacent islands, have very different styles. But these countries in the ninja world, especially some small countries, their humanistic style has been completely assimilated by the big countries, and most small countries have not shown any characteristics that are different from other countries. And this Land of Grass is one of them. Hey? If they also have a ninja village here, doesn't that mean there are shadows in this country as well? Naruto has recovered his composure. As this is his first time leaving Konoha and the Land of Fire, he is curious about everything. Kakashi shook his head and said, not every country's strongest ninja village can be called Kage. According to convention, only the strongest in the 5 major countries can be called Kage by others. We'd better not cause any trouble here. Kakashi kindly reminded, otherwise it is likely to cause a diplomatic incident between Konoha village and Kusagakure ninja village. As soon as this reminder came out, Kakashi was suddenly stunned. He found that this reminder was of no use in reminding anyone. Remind Naruto? What kind of trouble could a 5-year-old kid cause? Remind Whitebeard? This. He is not from Konoha village at all. Whitebeard is a pirate. Well, pretend I didn't say that. Kakashi said. Hey, hey, hey. What's with this tall giant? And that white-haired guy with a mask looks so familiar. Could that be the forehead protector from Konoha village? Far away, the 3 ninjas held binoculars and secretly observed Whitebeard, Kakashi, and Naruto. The 3 people who were lurking in the dark were actually ninjas from the Kusagakure village. After all, Whitebeard and his men broke into the Land of Grass so openly, and Whitebeard's size made it difficult to ignore him. In this situation, it was difficult for the Kusagakure ninjas who noticed this group of people not to pay attention to them. Konoha forehead protector, white hair, mask, man. Among them, a ninja from the Kyuzagakure village quickly took out a booklet from his arms and flipped through a dozen pages. He was immediately horrified. This guy. It's the copy ninja of Konoha village, Sharingan Kakashi. What? The two grass ninjas nearby were also shocked. That booklet was actually a record of the bounties on ninjas in various ninja villages. Under the name of Hitaki Kakashi, it was clearly stated that the bounty was 3,000 million taels. Gudong. The three Kusanagi ninjas secretly swallowed their saliva. Both Kakashi's reputation and the bounty on Kakashi shocked them. Hurry back and report to the leader. One of them looked nervous and immediately left. The sudden arrival of Konoha village ninjas in the land of grass must be bad news. You two keep watching them. Don't let them out of your sight. Don't let them find you. The remaining two Kyuzagakure ninjas nodded immediately. They held up binoculars and carefully watched Whitebeard and others in the distance. They were at least 1 kilometer away from Whitebeard and others, and they thought this distance was very safe. Until, through the telescope, they suddenly saw the giant among the three people glancing in their direction. They were so scared that they dropped their telescopes to the ground. Cold sweat broke out on my back and forehead. Coincidence? Coincidence. Thanks to Su, who doesn't want to lose weight, Shen Gongbao, Ruabai, Guachi Yung and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you, big guys. Chapter 54, The Daimyo of the Grass Country wants the giant's head? What? This country is so dilapidated. It can't even be compared to the Fire Nation. Naruto looked out at the grass country town not far away. He scratched his head and asked, Dad, isn't it necessary to rob a place like this? It's more like a village than a town. Even more backward than the villages in the Fire Nation. Looking around, all you can see are dilapidated wooden houses. There are no particularly bright colors on the exterior of the house. It gives people a lifeless feeling. Don't compare a big country with a small country. Can a small country compare to a big country? Kakashi said helplessly. Also, can you please not think about robbing towns when you see them? Kakashi felt that Naruto was led astray by Whitebeard. Who would teach a child to be a pirate? And at this time, when Whitebeard and his companions stepped into a dilapidated town in the land of grass, they gave the residents a great fright. A giant who looks very scary, and a ninja wearing a forehead protector from Konoha village. They are definitely a pair that are not easy to mess with. As for Naruto, ignored. After all, this is not Konoha village, and no one will care about a blonde kid. Soon, Whitebeard and others came to a tavern in a rundown town. At the tavern owner's horrified expression, Whitebeard grinned and said, Take out all the fine wine and meat you have here. My stupid son needs a lot of meat every day when his body is growing. Okay, okay. The tavern owner was so scared that his legs went limp, and he almost slid to the kitchen by holding on to the wall. This scene. Kakashi's mouth twitched when he saw this. But I have to admit that sometimes being scary is really useful. You don't need to talk too much nonsense, nor do you need to be polite and humble, and others will listen to you obediently. People are afraid of death. While Whitebeard and others were feasting in the Kyuzagakure village in the land of grass. Haha! Your Excellency, Daimyo, everything is easy to talk about. The leader of the grass village accepted a money box handed over by the Daimyo of the grass country. He narrowed his eyes and smiled and said, We ninjas can do the work, Your Excellency, Daimyo, don't have to worry too much. Humph, I hope so. The Daimyo of the grass country is a man. There is so much fat on his body that it looks like he is wearing several swimming rings. Wearing luxurious clothes and holding a round fan in his hand. The daimyo glanced at the leader of the Kyuzagakure village and said, I have a time requirement. You must take his head within a month. Moreover, the head must be kept very intact. If the head is incomplete, I won't be able to use it as a specimen for exhibition. In that case, I won't pay the rest of the money. A great name, speaking in a calm tone. Say something creepy. No problem. Please trust us. The leader of the Kusagakure village laughed. Bang! Sudden. The office door was roughly pushed open, and a ninja from the grass village rushed in hurriedly, scaring the daimyo of the grass country. But when I saw that it was a ninja, the daimyo breathed a sigh of relief. He frowned and snorted in complaint, "You ninjas, how can you be so rude? Don't you know how to knock before entering? It's my fault for not disciplining my child well." The grass ninja leader apologized. He glared at the intruding ninja and started to scold him, "How can you be so flustered? Master Chief, there is a situation." The Kusanagi ninja said weakly. He told the leader of the Kusagakure village everything he had seen and heard, which startled him and his brows furrowed ever more tightly. Konoha village, Hitaki Kakashi? And a giant. The grass ninja leader also realized that something was wrong. Why would the ninjas from Konoha come to the land of grass? He had not received any notification of the diplomatic visit from Konoha. In other words, the ninjas of Konoha are sneaking into the land of grass. And the person who came was the famous Hitaki Kakashi. In the dark world, there is a Konoha Jonin with a bounty of 3,000 million taels. Oh? A giant. The daimyo of the land of grass did not know who Hitaki Kakashi was, but he was very interested in the giant that the ninja mentioned. The fat on his face trembled, and he smiled a little. Is he a gigantic patient? Yes, it's a giant over 6 meters tall. The ninja replied hastily. Over 6 meters tall. The daimyo was shocked, and his face became more and more interested. A 6-meter-tall giant's head must be bigger than 10 people's heads. If such a large head is made into a specimen, it will surely shock many people, right? He licked his lips, his face showing no reverence for life. Some simply regard life as that of an ant. I'll assign you another ninja mission. The daimyo of the grass country looked at the leader of the grass village and said, I will give you 500 million ryo, and I also want the head of the giant. A perfect head of the giant, without any damage. Dami Yasama, next to the giant is Hitaki Kakashi of Konoha village, a man who once had a bounty of 3,000 million ryo on his head. The grass ninja leader narrowed his eyes and said, a mission commission of 500 million taels is a bit difficult for the grass ninja village to take this risk. 1,000 taels. Page 46. The daimyo fanned himself and said with a smile, I am not short of money. If you can accomplish this, I will give the Kusagakure village 1,000 million taels, and another 500 million taels to you, the leader. As for the card and his 3,000 million taels of reward, I will not ask about it, nor will I touch it. Oh, right. The daimyo continued, next year, the Kusagakure village will reselect a new Kusagakure leader. I think you are very suitable to be the leader of Kusagakure village for 2 consecutive terms. What do you think? The Kusagakure leader immediately stood up and said, Your Excellency the daimyo, I also think that I am very suitable to be re-elected as the leader of Kusagakure village for 2 consecutive terms. He had an unusually bright smile on his face. The Kusagakure village will use all its strength to take the head of the Konoha village giant for the Lord Daimyo. He promised. Only after watching the daimyo of the grass country leave did the smile on the grass village leader's face gradually fade. He glanced at the ninja who had burst into the office. You didn't hear anything just now, do you understand? Said the grass ninja leader expressionlessly. Ming, Ming. Puff. A sharp kunao suddenly pierced through the ninja's throat. The leader of the Kusagakure village remained calm. I suddenly feel that only the dead can keep silent. Ignore the body lying on the ground. The grass ninja leader stroked the money box given by the daimyo and murmured, It is said that Hitaki Kakashi has copied thousands of ninjutsu and also has a rumored Sharingan. Actually, the moment I learned that Kakashi appeared in the land of grass, the grass ninja leader couldn't hold back any longer. As a small country in the cracks, the Kusanagi village is the most shameless one. They will plagiarize the ninjutsu of other ninja villages without any bottom line. In order to plagiarize ninjutsu, they would even assassinate ninjas from other countries and steal information from their corpses, and thus obtain the ninjutsu of the foreign village. These ninjas who accidentally pass through the land of grass will be targeted by the grass village and will be included in the assassination list of a ninja village. Become the target of assassination. Thanks to Xin Duo, Ghost Hunter, Hachi Jun and other big guys for their support. Thank you big guys. Please read it. Chapter 55 The Uzumaki Clan. Karin and her mother. Gulala. My body feels almost recovered now, and I feel so comfortable. Whitebeard had already drunk 8 jars of liquor. Reeking of alcohol, he laughed loudly and heartily. Since he was old and suffered from many hidden illnesses, Whitebeard rarely drank freely, and every time he drank, he would be nagged by his sons. Now he doesn't care. Although his body has not recovered to its peak condition, drinking a little alcohol is nothing. Besides, what pirate doesn't drink? Weapons, wine, treasure, ships, partners, these things are the lifeblood of pirates. Indispensable. After pouring the 9th jar of liquor into his mouth, Whitebeard grabbed the large basin on the table and stuffed the cooked meat directly into his mouth. In front of a normal person, the plate is huge, but in front of Whitebeard, it is just an ordinary plate. This feeling of eating meat and drinking wine. It really makes people miss it. In a drunken trance, Whitebeard seemed to be able to hear his stupid sons, all holding a party around him, warmly welcoming Naruto to join the Whitebeard pirates. Gulala. Whitebeard lowered his head and looked at little Naruto who was eating with relish. He stretched out his fingers and ruffled Naruto's hair. Stupid son. When you grow up a few years, Dad will take you to get a tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard laughed wildly. Tattoo. Naruto's mouth was stuffed full of meat, and his speech was a little slurred. Whitebeard's cloak was lifted up, revealing the tattoo on the back. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately. Will I also get the same tattoo on my back in the future? You can get the tattoo anywhere. Whitebeard said with a smile. Every member of the Whitebeard pirates has the same tattoo. Naruto started thinking. I will make the Whitebeard pirates emblem. Where is the tattoo? Kakashi, who was reading Liu Bei's book and eating a kebab, muttered to himself, in a few years, Naruto will still be a child. Does he need a tattoo at such a young age? He looked at Whitebeard who was laughing non-stop. Sigh secretly. Forget it. He didn't expect a pirate to teach Naruto well. It would be a good thing as long as Naruto could get family love. But were the 3 of them being too high profile in the land of grass? Could it be that the ninjas of the land of grass had already noticed them? I hope nothing happens. Kakashi is actually not worried about Naruto. The main reason is that he is by Naruto's side, and Whitebeard is also by Naruto's side. Who can touch Naruto? His main worry was that the ninjas from the land of grass were short-sighted and would provoke beings they shouldn't provoke. If that's the case, it's in trouble. Whitebeard and his companions had this meal from day to night. Naruto and Kakashi had long since stopped eating, mainly because Whitebeard's appetite was so outrageous and there were only a few chefs in the tavern. They worked so hard but couldn't cook a few dishes. It wasn't until all the chefs in the tavern fell down from exhaustion that Whitebeard could pick his teeth with satisfaction. Whitebeard said, "Little white-haired devil, help pay the bill." Kakashi. Don't you and Naruto have a lot of money? Kakashi had to fight for his wallet. Besides, Mr. Whitebeard, aren't you a pirate? The implication is, don't all pirates eat and dine for free? Idiot. The Whitebeard pirates are totally different from those sea scum. Whitebeard raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom. Kakashi's eyes almost popped out of his head in pain. Kakashi covered his forehead and protested hurriedly, Hey, hey, hey! I'm not Naruto. Whitebeard said with empty eyes, "Do you think I've ever had a king's meal?" Kakashi was just about to say, "You're eating free meals every time." But suddenly he was stunned. Hiss! Kakashi came back to his senses. He also remembered that although Whitebeard didn't pay every time, others paid for him, so strictly speaking it was not a free meal. Ah, this! Then, Lord Whitebeard, the money you and Naruto robbed. Kakashi felt a little heartbroken. Whitebeard ate a lot in this meal. That's the money I used to form the new Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard said confidently. Kakashi. Although Kusagakure village is located in the heart of the land of grass, the area of such a small country is only about the size of several cities in the land of fire. The leader of the grass ninja immediately decided that it would be better to do it today than to wait for another day. Today, the assassination operation will be carried out. The primary target is naturally the giant head that the daimyo wants, and the second is Konoha's copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. These two assassination targets. At least one must be achieved. If the legendary Hatake Kakashi is just a name, then he should be eliminated without hesitation. In this way, through the intelligence information found on Kakashi's body, their Kusagakure village can indirectly master thousands of different ninjutsu. But if Kakashi is very strong, so strong that even the assassination team of their Kusagakure village will be unable to do anything to him, then decisively give up this very tempting goal. Just take the giant's head. The Kusagakure leader took this assassination operation very seriously. He arranged 20 Kusagakure Enbu members and almost drained all the Enbu forces, which shows how much he valued it. You know, the number of Enbu members in Kusanagi village is no more than 30 people, which is incomparable with the 5 major countries. That's right. The grass ninja leader said to one of his subordinates, Hatake Kakashi is not simple, take that woman with you. If we can keep Hatake Kakashi from Konoha village, it doesn't matter even if we completely suck her dry this time. Anyway, she has a daughter. The grass ninja leader said, when her daughter grows up a year or two, she will be useful. Yes. Chief. Quick. The leader has given the order. Assemble the Enbu. Quick. Gather quickly. Assemble. Assemble. The commotion in Kusagakure naturally attracted the attention of many people, including a mother and daughter with special identities in the village. They lived in a house monitored by the Kusagakure ninjas, and there was no way for them to escape from such a den. Even though they have red hair, they are still in the ninja world. It is also relatively rare. Mom, what happened outside? The red-haired Karin, who was about the same age as Naruto, looked panicked. She timidly leaned out of the window and said to her mother, the ninjas outside seem to be very anxious. Then she noticed her mother changing her clothes. He changed his comfortable home clothes into a ninja combat uniform. Mom! Little Karin opened her watery eyes wide. There was a look of confusion on his face. Karin, the village may need your mother. Karen's mother is actually not very old. She is only in her 20s, and her fair face looks a little haggard and thin. Bang! Page 47. At this moment, the door was kicked open violently by 2 Enbu from the Kusagakure village. Hey! Woman! The masked Kusagakure Enbu said maliciously, let's go. Stop nagging. We'll need you when we need you. Also, take off your Kusagakure forehead protector. This time, we can't let anyone know our identities. Thanks to the sleepy little demon, Stana, book friend 201706030011245507, book friend 202206131114434777, and Edison 1929 for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 56 Assassination. What an annoying bunch of ninja brats. Can I know what the mission is? Karen's mother took a deep breath and instinctively blocked her daughter behind her. Excuse me, how many missions are there? She was so thin and weak that she looked as if a gust of wind could blow her down. 2 assassination missions. You'll know the rest when the time comes. The Anbu ninja of the Kusagakuer village did not reveal much. His gaze passed over Karen's mother and fell on Karen herself. He sighed, "You've raised your daughter to be pretty fair and tender. Maybe she can be useful to you." "No. Karen is still young." Uzumaki Feng said hurriedly. "You will soon be out of childish shape. We in the Kusagakuer village took you and your daughter in, not to let you sit here and eat for free." The Kusagakuer Enbu said this and left with Karen's mother. Karen was the only one left in the huge house. She stared blankly at her mother's back, and also at those malicious Kusanagi Enbu. The Uzumaki clan's natural perception ability made her know that those masked ninjas were all bad guys. But she couldn't do anything. "I'm so useless." Late at night. In a rundown town in the land of grass. Naruto woke up in the middle of the night because he dreamed of the tailed beast again. The other party was still saying bad things about Whitebeard, and Naruto was so angry that he argued with it in the sealed space. Then he woke up in anger. What a disgusting fox! Naruto couldn't help but mutter. He had already accepted the fact that there was a monster in his body, but that didn't stop him from hating the other party. For Naruto, as long as his father doesn't discriminate against or dislike him. That's even if there are 9 monsters in your body. He didn't care. "Every time I dream about that stinky fox, it always says bad things about my dad and tries to trick me into tearing off that piece of paper." Naruto stuck out his tongue, "Lolyalu. I'm not a big fool." Although Naruto wasn't quite sure what that piece of paper was. But he knew that the stinky fox had bad intentions. Oops, too many drinks. Naruto's face turned embarrassed and he quickly crawled out of the bed. "Open the door of the room. Go out and find the toilet." "Woo woo woo. I finally found it." After more than 2 minutes, he finally saw a building that looked like a toilet. But just as he pushed the door open, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. Old, shh. It's me. Kakashi. Kakashi quickly covered Naruto's mouth to prevent him from making too much noise. It turned out that when Naruto woke up, Kakashi woke up too. But Kakashi keenly noticed that something was wrong. The hotel where they were temporarily staying was a little too quiet, so quiet that they couldn't even hear anyone's footsteps. It was completely different from what happened when they first moved in. As an Anbu Jonin of Konoha village, Kakashi immediately became alert and followed Naruto all the way until Naruto walked into the bathroom, and then he finally appeared. "Naruto, listen." Kakashi lowered his voice and said, "Someone may be targeting our lives. I don't know if those people are targeting you or me." His hand covering Naruto's mouth loosened slightly. Naruto's eyes widened. "Uncle Kakashi, have we encountered an enemy?" "Do not know." Kakashi shook his head. "I hope it's not an enemy, but this idea may be too much to hope for." "So, Dad?" Naruto was concerned about Whitebeard. "Do not worry," Kakashi said, "your father may have noticed something was wrong earlier than me. I found that he has a very special perception." In fact, what Kakashi said was indeed correct. When you are old and have hidden illnesses and pains, Whitebeard's observation haki. It always works sometimes and doesn't work sometimes. But after being treated by Tsunade and Shizuan, the master and disciple, Whitebeard found that his observation haki had recovered to the point where he could use it with ease. Even a non-sensing ninja like Kakashi could sense that something was wrong. Not to mention Whitebeard, who has the ability of observation and is a veteran of many battles. Whitebeard at this moment, resting outside. He couldn't squeeze into such a small inn in the ninja world, so the inn owner had to move in a lot of mattresses and piece them together to make an exaggerated big bed outside so that Whitebeard could rest outside. Whitebeard was now lying on the put-together mattress, snoring loudly, and Sorumo was at least several meters away from him. Swish swish! An inaudible sound suddenly sounded, and on each tree not far away, there were several hidden figures standing. One after another, the Anbu ninjas from the Kusagakure village appeared quietly. They skillfully sealed off the entire hotel and set his sights on Whitebeard. It was Whitebeard's exaggerated size that made it difficult for them to ignore him. What's more, Whitebeard also slept outside the hotel. That would be even more eye-catching. Is this the giant that the leader mentioned? An Anbu ninja from the Kusagakure licked his dry lips. He thought that only he could hear the voice that he was talking to himself. Sure enough, this is a giant. This guy has such a thick neck, how many cuts do I need to make to chop off his head? And the giant didn't seem to notice their movements. In this case, this is just an ordinary big guy. At most it's because of its huge size. A little more powerful. However, what good is it to be so powerful if you are faced with assassination attempts by so many Anbu ninjas? Ninja. It's about tactics. The Anbu ninjas of the Kusagakure village exchanged hand gestures silently. They decided on the next battle plan in less than 10 seconds. See you soon. A group of grass ninja Anbu each took out several shurikens from their ninja tool bags. Each shuriken revealed a faint green luster under the moonlight, and they were obviously poisonous shurikens. Then a Kusanagi Anbu suddenly made a gesture to take action. Suddenly, murderous intent emerges. No one would be stupid enough to alert the enemy when assassinating someone, and not a single Kusanagi Anbu made a sound. They threw the shurikens in their hands decisively and quickly. Shurikens flew out of the air. Ha! I got it. It seems that this giant is just taller. This guy is not a ninja. Just as they were delighted. Next moment, the expression on his face froze. The shurikens that flew towards Whitebeard were as fast as they were bounced off. There were also inconspicuous bursts of fire on Whitebeard's skin. This seems to be caused by the collision of the shuriken and the skin? What? Is his body made of iron? The shuriken was completely unable to penetrate the defense, which was beyond their expectations, even though the skin on the giant's chest was exposed. Why can't sharp weapons break through flesh and blood? Gu la la la! The sudden laughter, as small as the death knell rung by the god of death, exploded in the ears of every Kusanagi Anbu. Where did this little ninja come from? Did he chase him out from that lousy village in Konoha? Whitebeard has opened his eyes. He sat up, as if every Kusagakure Anbu present could not escape his sight. How annoying! Kids! Thanks to the 4 bosses don't know how to live or die, Chin Yang Chin Yude, yes, I agree, and super delicious orange for their tips and support. Thank you bosses! The bosses are generous. Thanks to Kamen Rider Pikachu, Lai Zion Jiun, An Kang, Hualun, Book Friend 202207061326383669 and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 57, Little Devil, Don't Threaten Anyone's Family. Page 48. Damn it, misjudgment. Although the expressions of the grass ninja Anbu were very ugly, they still did not hesitate to directly form hand seals, and they actually used the Konoha ninja technique, fire style, great fireball technique. So many ninjas released fire style ninjutsu at the same time. Even these grass ninja Anbu are very lame. But they couldn't handle the large number of people. A bunch of fireball techniques came crashing down, and half of the sky over the rundown town was illuminated by flames. It's fire breathing again. Can't there be some other tricks? Whitebeard punched the air in disappointment. This punch did not use the armament color, nor the domineering color, nor did it use the power of the fruit. The sheer strength of his physical body was enough to explode the atmosphere. A harsh and loud sound accompanied by a sound barrier cloud appeared. The invisible gust of wind that was stirred up instantly submerged the raging flames in the blink of an eye, and even many grass ninja Anbu were so shocked that their expressions changed and they were directly blown away by the gust of wind. It fell more than 10 meters away. What kind of ninjutsu is that? They looked horrified, as they had not even seen Whitebeard perform any hand seals. See you, at this time. Whitebeard walked to the side, picked up the sakumachi on the ground, a heroic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slashed with the sword. The whistling wind pressure brought up by Kusakumokiri was like the slashing blow of a kamaitachi. The speed was so fast that the Kusanagi Anbu could not react to it. The so-called ANBU ninjas in a small and broken village like Kusanagi village are naturally no match for the ANBU ninjas in Konoha. A random chunin from Konoha Anbu. If he were placed in the Anbu of the Kusagakure village, he could be a jonin. If the elite Anbu members of Konoha village were there, they would surely be able to realize what they were being attacked by. But the ANBU members of the Kusanagi did not react at all. They just felt a breeze blowing past their eyes. Subsequently, their bodies were cut in half. A Kusagakure ANBU ninja wondered why he lost his balance and fell down for no apparent reason. When he wanted to land steadily, he found that his lower body was completely out of his control. He was shocked to see it out of the corner of his eye. My lower body is still on the tree. The pain comes instantly. Ah! He screamed and fell to the ground, his internal organs scattered all over the floor. Fear and pain made him scream and wail at the same time. Damn woman! Come here! Come here! Come here and let me take a bite! In the direction he was looking, there was a red-haired woman trembling in fear, hiding behind a big tree. Asshole! If you don't let me take a bite, your daughter will be dead. The keyword daughter gave the woman a chill. She could only bite her lower lip and hurriedly ran out from behind the tree. Then he ran to the screaming Kusanagi Anbu, rolled up his sleeves, and exposed his white arms covered with tooth marks. The Kusanagi Anbu, who was only breathing his last breath, bit down hard without hesitation, breaking the skin immediately. He was sucking the blood inside hard. The already thin-looking woman looked even paler. However, before he could take 2 more puffs, the sound of extremely heavy footsteps beside him made his expression freeze slightly. Also make his movements. Pause. Kid, as a man and as a warrior, don't threaten anyone's family. Whitebeard's expression was a little gloomy, under the endless fear of the Kusanagi Anbu. He raised his foot and stepped on it like a mouse. Puff! Just like stepping on a tomato and bursting it, a large amount of red liquid splashed in all directions under the feet. The ground was trampled with cracks. A deep pit was also stepped out. Monster! Monster! The remaining few grass ninja Anbu were luckier, and they temporarily avoided such a tragic death, but they had to watch their companions die quickly. Almost in an instant, out of the 20 Kusanagi ANBU members, only less than 5 were left. Isn't this called a quick death? Quick! Run! They knew the consequences of deserting a mission, but they knew even better what the consequences would be if they stayed here. Go back and tell the leader. This is a giant that is countless times more terrifying than the Jounin of Konoha. Pity! Late! Whitebeard showed no mercy, he slashed back with his backhand. The Kusagakure ANBU ninja felt as if his back was hit by a rampaging elephant. Puff! They were vomiting blood wildly, half of their bodies were shattered by the wind pressure created by Kurogain Kaire, and blood and flesh were scattered all over the ground. All the assassination, disguise, and escape skills they learned were completely useless in the face of absolute strength. It may even be useless. Almost all of them were killed. The reason why the word almost was mentioned was because in front of Whitebeard's feet, there was a red-haired young woman who was so scared that she fell to the ground with shock and fear on her face. Whitebeard could see the dense teeth marks and scars on her arms. Those scars are marks that are difficult to erase for a lifetime. Little kid, your hair reminds me of another little kid. Whitebeard's gaze shifted to the woman's red hair, and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Dad! Are you okay? Hey! Naruto! The voices of Naruto and Kakashi were heard from inside the hotel, and Naruto rushed out of the hotel in a hurry, while Kakashi grabbed a piece of Naruto's clothes with his mouth twitching. He originally didn't want Naruto to come out. After all, Naruto was only 5 years old after all. It's not a wartime now. If something happens, he doesn't know how he will explain to Mr. Minato and Mr. Kushina in heaven decades later. Unexpectedly, Naruto, who was only 5 years old, was stronger than he imagined. He just tore the clothes to shreds. Dad! Old! Naruto's voice stopped abruptly as he rushed out of the hotel, because the situation in front of him was really a bit too visual for him at this age. There was blood and body parts everywhere. The strong smell of blood is very pungent. Creepy. Gudong. Naruto's throat moved. This was countless times bloodier than some scenes he had seen before. Is this the world of adults? Is this the world of ninja? I told you not to come out. Kakashi stood behind Naruto and sighed softly. Kakashi, who had participated in a ninja world war, had long been accustomed to and immune to such extremely bloody scenes. He looked at Whitebeard. His attention was unconsciously drawn to a strange woman next to Whitebeard. The long red hair made Kakashi's pupils shrink. And thousands of memories instantly flooded his heart. Kushina. A name came out of Kakashi's mouth. His face was full of surprise. Until his and Naruto's voices seemed to have caught each other's attention. The red-haired woman turned her head in surprise. The unfamiliar face did not match Kushina at all, which woke Kakashi up from his memories. I saw it wrong. Kakashi was a little dazed. But a head of red hair is really something that cannot be ignored. Survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 58. The Whitebeard Pirates will take care of this matter. Sir Whitebeard. Realizing that the red-haired woman was not simple, Kakashi stepped forward and said hurriedly, "Please show mercy, this person may have some connection with Naruto." In fact, there was no need for Kakashi to ask for mercy. Whitebeard wouldn't touch the red-haired woman. It's not that Whitebeard won't do anything to women. But Whitebeard clearly heard what the Kusanagi Anbu said to the red-haired woman. This was a woman whose family was held hostage, and her family was being coerced by evil people. This despicable behavior. This is what Whitebeard hates the most. But when Kakashi said related to Naruto, Whitebeard was very interested. Oh! This red-haired brat is related to my stupid son. Yes. Kakashi said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, she should be a member of the Uzumaki clan. I didn't expect that someone from the Uzumaki clan would appear in the land of grass. The Uzumaki clan? Tisk. Uzumaki. Whitebeard didn't know what the Uzumaki clan was, but he knew that his stupid son was called Uzumaki Naruto. Is it related to me? Naruto was a little confused. How come a red-haired big sister who appeared out of nowhere is related to me? I'm not from the Uzumaki clan. I don't understand what you are saying at all. Uzumaki Feng swallowed secretly. She realized that she was at the mercy of others. Kakashi said, your nervousness has already betrayed you. Hey! Naruto gritted his teeth and said, since you are also Uzumaki like me, why did you attack my father? Uzumaki Fengshi is the name of Kairin's mother. She faced Naruto's questioning. Stunned. Page 49. She cast her gaze on Naruto. You, too, have the last name Uzumaki? Why are you blonde? Are you, a mixed blood? Mainly because of Naruto's conspicuous blonde hair. Not quite the same as the Uzumaki clan. She lowered her head and said, I never attacked you. I was just standing behind the tree from beginning to end. They also wouldn't give me any ninja tools, because in the eyes of those Anbu ninjas, I was just a mobile medical blood bag. Anbu ninja. Kakashi glanced at the body parts on the ground. He did not see any ninja forehead guard on the body, nor did he see any special symbols related to ninjas. Which ninja village are they from? Kakashi asked. It's the Kusagakure village. Being stared at by Whitebeard and Kakashi, Uzumaki Fengshi felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. She didn't want to reveal too much, so as not to implicate my daughter. But the bone-deep fear and the smell of blood in the air made it impossible for her to control her inner instincts. Therefore, Uzumaki Fengshi could only reply in a rather bitter tone, "They are all Anbu ninjas from Kusagakure village." Damn it! Why did that Kusagakure village attack my dad? Naruto was a little angry. We didn't provoke them. We don't even know them. Uzumaki Feng said weakly. On the way, a Kusagakure Anbu ninja mentioned to me that the daimyo of the Kusagakure country wanted the head of the giant as a specimen for his collection. And because Konoha's Hatake Kakashi is proficient in thousands of ninjutsu, if we can obtain these ninjutsu from him, the foundation and strength of the Kusagakure village will be greatly improved. So, the leader launched an assassination operation. Gulala. Head. Whitebeard couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He could see that the red-haired kid was not lying. He laughed out loud without caring. I didn't expect that after coming to the land of grass, there would be people who wanted to take my head. But, they are looking down on me, Whitebeard, aren't they? A bunch of cats and dogs want to take my head. Kakashi opened his dead eyes and looked helpless. How is it related to Kakashi? I have heard about some of the actions of the Kusagakure village. Kakashi was speechless and said, I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect them to actually do this. Just passing through the land of grass. He was actually targeted by the Kusagakure village, and they even wanted to kill Kakashi and steal his knowledge of ninjutsu. This gave Kakashi a headache. By the way, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, why do you stay in such an abnormal ninja village? Kakashi couldn't help but frown and asked. Where else in the entire ninja world can the Uzumaki clan go? The bitterness on Uzumaki Feng's thin face intensified a little. Kakashi suggested, isn't Konoha very close to the land of whirlpools? As I recall, the relationship between the Uzushio village and Konoha village is very good. If that kind of relationship was useful, where was Konoha's support on the day when Uzushio village was attacked and destroyed? Uzumaki Fengshi had long been filled with darkness and despair about life. She was already determined to die when she collapsed on the ground. Uzumaki Fengshi continued, but that was something that happened to the older generation. I was very young at that time. After that, I wandered around in the ninja world for more than 10 years. I was pregnant with a child during that time. After my child was born, I raised her while coming to the Kusagakure village. Eventually, we were taken in by the Kusagakure village. You can tell there's some regret in her tone. She didn't care that she was in a devil's den. But putting his daughter in the devil's cave made Su Wofeng feel extremely regretful. He also feels guilty towards his daughter. All she could do was try her best to live in the Kusagakure village. As long as she was alive, Karin would not be treated as a blood bag. However, the current situation seems being alive is a luxury. Big sister, what's wrong with your hand? Naruto noticed that Uzumaki Fengshi's arms were covered with shocking bite marks. One of the bite marks was particularly noticeable and was still bleeding. Uzumaki Fengshi stroked the scar on his arm. In silence. I heard that the Uzumaki clan not only has powerful sealing techniques, but also possesses a very special recovery ability. Kakashi's dead fish eyes were filled with a bit of haze. Those guys often use your blood to heal their wounds, right? Kakashi was referring to the Kusagakure ninjas. Your child is also used as a backup by them, right? Uzumaki Feng remained silent. In this situation, silence. It's the default. Just as Su Weifeng bit her lower lip, she suddenly found her arm being grabbed by a small hand. He looked up in surprise. She found that the little boy with golden hair had walked up to her at some point. "Big sister, would you like to bite my hand?" Naruto said seriously, "My last name is Uzumaki too. If you drink some of my blood, maybe the scars on your body will be healed. It's so ugly for a girl to have so many scars on her body." Naruto was indignant and very angry. Those guys are too much. How can they bully a big sister like this? Uzumaki Fengshi was stunned. She didn't expect that a strange child could show such kindness to her, especially since she was followed by a group of ninjas to deal with them. Her eyes immediately turned red. Tears welled up in my eyes. Seeing this, the haze on Kakashi's dead fish eyes gradually dissipated, revealing a look of surprise. He murmured to himself, "It seems that Naruto was not taught wrongly by Whitebeard. Whitebeard taught, maybe better than the Sandame." Whitebeard suddenly said, "Stupid son, do you want to take care of this?" Naruto's hesitation was no more than 2 seconds, "Dad. I want to control it. Those people are ninjas, how can they be like this?" His voice is very childish though. But he was firm and resolute. "Gulala." Whitebeard suddenly laughed loudly and heroically, "Stupid son. What you said is not domineering enough. You should say, this matter will be handled by the Whitebeard pirates. Recommend a book to a friend. Gojo Satoru doesn't want to be Konoha Hokage." Old author opens book. Great. There is a through train below. Thanks to the bosses Wohobai, Su Shei, FZE, 219 Teng Yuana, Shiyu 201910031512590004 for their support. Thank you boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to Bubk and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you big guys. Chapter 59, Grass Ninjas Shocked. Giant is coming. Uzumaki Feng was a little dazed. She felt like she was dreaming, but the pain from her wound made her realize that this was not a dream. She didn't expect that these people who killed 20 Kusanagi Anbu. He actually wanted to stand up for a stranger like her. She was unbelievable. Incredible. Especially the little boy with golden hair named Uzumaki Naruto. What kind of sunny child is he? In this situation, he would actually stand up for a stranger? He even wanted to drink his blood to recover. Of course. The Uzumaki clan declined Naruto's offer. In fact, she was leading the way in front of Whitebeard and others in a daze, and she didn't know why she had suddenly become a rebel ninja. After all, ever since the Kusagakure village took her and her daughter in, it was only natural for her to become a ninja of the Kusagakure village. Now, as a ninja of Kusagakure, she led a group of dangerous outsiders straight to Kusagakure. Isn't this a traitor or something? Perhaps, I did this for Karin. Karin is too young. No matter what, even if it means risking one's own life, Karin cannot be allowed to stay in that devil's cave. Thinking of this, Su Wofeng's heart became firm. She suppressed her physical weakness. Keep leading the way. Kakashi didn't know what to say. His subconscious told him that running to another ninja village and trying to attack that village would definitely cause a very serious diplomatic incident. The most crucial thing is that this actually involves the daimyo of the land of grass. What if Whitebeard is not satisfied with attacking a ninja village, but also wants to attack the daimyo of a country? Hiss! That's not good. But what can Kakashi do? What can be done? This was a decision made by Whitebeard and Naruto, the father and son, and it seemed that he, as a pendant, had no say in it. Just go with the flow. Kakashi gave up persuading and resisting. After all, no matter how serious the diplomatic incident was, the people who would suffer the most in the end would be the high-ranking officials in Konoha village. Nothing to do with him. Just 2 adults, a 5-year-old child, and a traitor from the Kusagakure, going against an entire ninja village. This sounds no different from suicide. But Kakashi knew very well that Whitebeard was a man who could defeat even the 3rd Hokage. This man. Extraordinary. Late at night. 4 o'clock in the morning. So many Anbu ninjas left the village today. I don't know what happened. Could it be that war is coming again? The ninjas guarding the gate of Kusagakure village were much more shabby than those in Konoha. The ninjas guarding the gate of Konoha are 2 elite Chunins. Page 50. But there were only 2 genin guarding the gate of Kusagakure village. Among them, a Kusagakure genin worriedly said, "It hasn't been long since the Ninja World War ended. Can there be another war starting?" "Pa." Another genin said quickly, "Can you please not say such unlucky words in the middle of the night? Besides, even if a war really comes, what will happen?" He snorted, "We are a country with a ninja village after all. What's more, we still have that mother and daughter." After these words were spoken, the 2 Kusagakure genin looked at each other and revealed a tacitly bloodthirsty smile. There's movement. Suddenly, the pupils of a Kusagakure genin shrank, and he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from not far away. Over there. Looking towards the outside of the village, they could see a huge shadow approaching in the not-so-bright moonlight. The huge shadow seemed to be walking, and every time it moved, dull footsteps could be heard. Every sound struck their hearts. It made them both break out in cold sweat. What is that? A giant bear. They quickly turned on the searchlight next to them, and with the help of the crooked technology tree in the ninja world, used the dazzling light of the searchlight to illuminate the front of the village entrance. Suddenly, it was bright ahead. Giant, giant. When the tall white-bearded man appeared in front of them, they almost exclaimed in disbelief in unison. In their sight, Whitebeard's chest and abdominal muscles were exposed, and a white cloak was draped over his back. In his hand he held a huge naginata. In the darkness, the sense of oppression is maximized. Wait! There's someone else. One of the 2 genin guarding the door had a sharp look in his eyes. It's that woman. It's that red-haired woman. Damn it! He cursed inwardly with an ugly expression. Could that woman have become a traitor? Quick! Go and inform the leader. Tonight, the leader of the Kusagakure village was woken up by his subordinates while he was sleeping. He was a little grumpy after waking up and was about to scold his subordinate. But I didn't expect to get a shocking news. The giant targeted by the daimyo, and the Hitaki Kakashi targeted by him, appeared outside the Kusagakure village. The one who brought the 2 of them here was that woman from Uzumaki Feng family. The pupils of the Kusagakure leader shrank. Giant, Hitaki Kakashi, Uzumaki Fengshi, and a golden-haired kid. Such a strange combination made the grass ninja leader realize that something big was going to happen tonight. Because he knew very well. It was only in the first half of the night that he ordered the Anbu to take Uzumaki Fengshi, a bloody tool, to assassinate the giant and Hitaki Kakashi. But at this moment, his subordinates told him that the only Kusagakure ninja who appeared outside the Kusagakure village was Uzumaki Fengshi. What does this mean? The assassination attempt has most likely failed. 20 Kusagakure Anbu ninjas, not a single one survived. Finally, only the tool man, Uzumaki Feng, survived. And this woman betrayed their Kusagakure village. Damn it! After thinking it through, the Kusagakure leader's expression became extremely ugly. He immediately ordered his subordinates, right now. Gather all the ninjas in the village. And notify the daimyo who is temporarily staying in Kusagakure village. And have him take his servants and take refuge in the mountains behind Kusagakure village. Also, let's go to Kizuna Castle. The Kusanagi leader continued, although that man has always claimed that Kizuna Castle is a neutral camp, he is ultimately from Kusanagi village. I don't believe that he would remain indifferent when the Kusanagi village was attacked by ninjas from other villages. Oh, by the way, don't forget to capture the daughter of that woman from Uzumaki Feng clan. Don't let that brat get away. Yes. My lord chief. This is the first time I've seen a ninja from Kusagakure village come to report the situation. It's amazing that the leader would be so nervous. Wait a minute. Have the intelligence department send a radio message to Konoha and ask them first why the Konoha ninja Hitaki Kakashi appeared near the Kusagakure village. Yes. The grass ninja leader thought that if he took the initiative to fight back, he might be able to force back a powerful enemy force. Soon, the entire Kusagakure village began to turn like a rusty machine, and the sleeping ninjas were awakened one by one. Although many ninjas in Kusagakure village found it a bit ridiculous. But the facts seemed to be right in front of them. A war. It seems to be coming. The update is 20 minutes late, because I woke up late. Chapter 60, it was the Whitebeard pirates who invaded the Kusagakure village. Kusagakure village in just one night. I actually went through 2 riots. The first commotion was when almost all the Anbu in Kusanagi village came out in full force. Such a commotion was considered relatively small in a ninja village. The second commotion is happening now. The village alarm has been sounded, and the shrill sound of the alarm echoes throughout the Kusagakure village. Any ninja who has experienced war will feel extremely familiar with this kind of alarm, and it can even be said to be PTSD. This is an alarm of foreign invasion. Someone is attacking Kusagakure village at night. The civilians in the village were also awakened. Although the group of civilians did not know what exactly had happened, their reason told them that if they wanted to survive, they had better run to the shelter in the back mountain and hide. Gulala! What a small village! Whitebeard swept the entire Kusagakure village with his observation haki in a blink of an eye, and discovered that this village was only 1/10 the size of Konoha village. Konoha village wasn't very big to begin with. Did not expect. There are even smaller ninja villages in the ninja world. What a loud alarm bell! But it's understandable that they were discovered. If they weren't discovered, then there would probably be a big problem. Kakashi opened his dead fish eyes helplessly. An expression of despair was revealed. Logically speaking, if they want to retaliate against a ninja village, they have to find out the intelligence of the other ninja village. It would be best if they could persuade the ninjas inside to defect and let the ninjas inside support them from the ninja village. In this way, it is possible to sneak into the village silently. However, Kakashi discovered that Whitebeard did not think so. Whitebeard was walking on the road upright from beginning to end. It's as if the word infiltrate doesn't exist in the dictionary. There is no word low-key. Then, they were discovered by the Kusagakure village. Big sis! You don't have to be afraid. At this moment, Naruto, the youngest, was comforting the 20-something Uzumaki Fengshi. My dad is a very, very powerful pirate. We, the Whitebeard pirates, will definitely teach these bad guys a lesson. In Naruto's opinion, those ninjas in the Kusagakure village were definitely a group of bad guys for bullying a mother and daughter like this. Now the Uzumaki Feng clan could only force out a smile to respond to Naruto. She looked at the closed gates of Kusagakure village. Fragrant phosphorus. Uzumaki Fengshi clenched her fists tightly. She knew that once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Whether Karin can be rescued from the Devil's Cave depends on whether the giant from Konoha village can compete with the entire ninja village. She actually knew that her current thoughts were too naive and too fantastic. But beyond that, she had no other choice. Was she going to watch her own daughter fall into the same desperate situation as herself? I'll use myself as bait. Uzumaki Fengshi's lips turned pale, and she said firmly, wait until they focus their attention on me, then you can. The words are not finished yet. She was stunned. Because Whitebeard has taken a step forward. He crossed the vortex and sealed the family. The cloak on his body kept fluttering in the night wind. Goo la la la. Whitebeard said with a smile, it's just a door opening, why bother so much? It was also at the same time. The two genin guarding the gate of Kusagakure village immediately realized that something was wrong because they saw Whitebeard raising his sword. Not good. The two genin gasped. His complexion changed drastically. He jumped down from the high wall as if escaping for his life. It was also at this moment that Whitebeard slashed out with his sword. The gate of Konoha couldn't even withstand a blow from Whitebeard, let alone the not-so-big gate of Kusagakure. All I heard was a loud bang. The gate of Kusagakure village collapsed with a loud bang. Gulala. Whitebeard's heroic laughter echoed over the entire Kusagakure village. It's you little ninja brats in this village who want my head, right? Swish. 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 Page 51. One after another, ninjas from the Kusagakure village appeared on the high wall. They were ninjas who had received orders from the Kusagakure leader. They looked at the collapsed gate of the ninja village, then looked at the tall and burly Whitebeard in front of them, feeling shocked and angry at the same time. Although they are just a small ninja village, it is still a ninja village after all. In the entire ninja world, there are very few countries with ninja villages. Under normal circumstances, especially in non-war times, there is no way anyone would dare to break into a ninja village. Because this means making enemies with all the ninjas in a ninja village, and it will also cause very serious diplomatic incidents. But tonight, this is what happened. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a slight beard walked out from among the ninjas. He was wearing the ninja combat uniform of Kusagakure and was protected by a few anbu. It's the leader, a group of grass ninjas said in surprise. This person is actually the leader of Kusagakure village. The grass ninja leader had a gloomy face. He originally wanted to create his aura as the leader of a ninja village. Result. When his gloomy gaze met Whitebeard's sharp gaze in mid-air, his heart was suddenly shaken. His aura was instantly defeated. There is simply no comparison. The grass ninja leader tried hard to calm his emotions, glaring at Whitebeard and Kakashi with gritted teeth. He shouted, "Giant! And Konoha ninja! Do you know that your actions are invading the grass ninja village? In a non-war period, you, the Konoha village, are engaged in aggression. You will be brought to the ninja world military court for your behavior." One after another, the blame was put on them that they could not bear. Kakashi looked helpless. He didn't want to come here either. But he had no choice. Little devil! For Whitebeard, there was no problem in calling a middle-aged man who didn't even have a beard a little devil. He grinned and said domineeringly, "Are you mistaken? This is not the broken village of Konoha invading you." Hey! The grass ninja leader was startled. What does the giant mean by this? Gulala! Whitebeard laughed and said, "This is the Whitebeard pirates, invading your broken village." The moment the voice fell, he had already assumed a stance, holding Murakumokiri Whitebeard in both hands. It was also at this moment. A strong sense of crisis enveloped the grass ninja leader's heart, and he didn't even have time to think about what kind of force the Whitebeard pirates were. His instinct to survive urged him to leave this place quickly. Bang! The ground beneath Whitebeard's feet shattered instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already close to the high wall of the collapsed gate of Kusagakure village. Under Whitebeard's amazing strength, the long handle of the Kusukumokiri was bent. The huge blade of Kusukumokiri is even darker. A sword wrapped in armed color domineering. Magnificent! No one can stop it. Gulala! Remember! It's the Whitebeard pirates. Konoha village. There is a certain time difference between the Grass Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom. 4 o'clock in the morning in the Grass Kingdom is exactly 2 o'clock in the morning in the Fire Kingdom. Konoha Intelligence Department seemed to have received some news. They exploded instantly. Among them, a senior ninja from Konoha's Intelligence Department rushed to Konoha Hospital with a translated telegram. He didn't care whether the Sandaime Hokage was asleep or not. He pushed open the door of the ward. He shouted in shock, "Hokage-sama! Something terrible has happened. Thanks to reader 202010181906441706982226, book friend 1410250815533320, Holy Knight, Emperor Li, God and Demon Swordsman Jinlong and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you big guys. Chapter 61, Domineering Color Entanglement. I am Whitebeard. Hokage-sama. Something terrible has happened. A senior ninja from Konoha's intelligence department just pushed open the door of the ward and saw that the Sandaime Hokage was not asleep, but half sitting on a bed. He even saw that the Hokage was holding a small ninja dog in his arms. The ninja dog actually spoke in human language. This is what happened. This is what Kakashi asked me to bring back. More details are in that scroll. Okay, I understand. An unprecedented gloomy look appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Completely different from his usual amiable image. The aura of those in power only spread at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect this. Just when he was about to recover, a ninja dog from Kakashi unexpectedly brought such bad news. He originally thought that Whitebeard taking Naruto away from Konoha village was the limit of what he could do. I didn't expect that he actually brought Naruto out of the land of fire. This simply touched another bottom line of Konoha. Unexpectedly. That Whitebeard is actually such a pure pirate. He claimed both towns in the Fire Nation. He also openly declared that from that moment on, those two towns would be the towns protected by the Whitebeard pirates. From then on, the two towns in the Land of Fire needed to pay a protection fee to the Whitebeard pirates. What is the difference between this and siege? How is this different from going to war? Did that bastard pirate take Konoha seriously? Did he take the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Fire seriously? How audacious! Audacious in the extreme. Trying hard to calm his fluctuating thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the Jonin from Konoha Intelligence Department and asked, "What happened?" The Jonin of Konoha's Intelligence Department immediately handed the translated telegram to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was half sitting on the hospital bed. He added, "Hokage-sama, this is a telegram from Kyuzagakure village. Grass Ninja Village." Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly looked stunned with a gloomy look on his face. Why did the Kyuzagakure village send an urgent message in the middle of the night? He spread out the paper and took a look. His old face immediately became very interesting. His red and blue face was enough to explain his emotions. Is this how Kakashi takes care of Whitebeard and Naruto? He actually followed Whitebeard to invade the Kyuzagakure village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Wait. Whitebeard, is he going to invade a ninja village with Naruto? Shit. It would be fine if there was only one Whitebeard, but the problem is that Whitebeard is accompanied by Kakashi Hatake and Naruto Uzumaki. The former is an Anbu Jonin of Konoha. The latter is Konoha's Jinchuriki. In this case, would the Kyuzagakure village suspect that the Konoha village was behind this invasion? If the news gets out, will the entire ninja world think that Konoha has a strong ambition and wants to start the Fourth Ninja World War? What Whitebeard did? He wants his Konoha to take the blame? Whitebeard. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost couldn't breathe. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the nickname from his mouth, wishing he could bite Whitebeard to pieces alive. However, he soon found out. Faced with this major event that is likely to trigger a war, Konoha currently does not really know how to stop it. The Grass Kingdom is a neighboring country of the Fire Kingdom. The issue is, if so, is it really too late to send people to the Grass Kingdom now? The Land of Grass. Grass Ninja Village. Whitebeard holding Kusugawa Kaire swung the sword with such powerful and ferocious force that no one in the entire Kyuzagakure village could stop him. The terrifying hurricane brought up by Kurosakuri destroyed everything in its path. In a blink of an eye, the entire high wall of the main gate of Kyuzagakure village was shattered by Whitebeard's sword, and the unrivaled impact swept in all directions. The Kyuzagakure ninjas standing above were completely unable to react. As if they had suffered an unprecedented heavy blow, their faces suddenly changed and they spat out mouthfuls of scarlet blood. A bunch of Kusanagi ninjas were blasted away. They fell everywhere like celestial maidens. The wind pressure created by this fierce sword strike was more like the slash of a great swordsman, and a dazzling white light flashed across the sky above the Kyuzagakure village. Aha! In the Kyuzagakure village, all buildings over 5 meters high were cut down, and all floors higher than 5 meters were thrown upwards. The entire ninja village seemed to have had its head shaved. At first glance, it looks extremely flat. Bang! A chunin from Kyuzagakure village was blown away by the hurricane and fell heavily into a house in the village. He had already vomited a mouthful of blood in mid-air, and now he couldn't help but vomiting blood again. He looked in a very miserable state. Monster, monster! When he struggled to get up, his face was full of fear. The leader of the Kyuzagakure village was one of the few who was not blown away. At the critical moment, he hurriedly took several anbu around him to hide. Unexpectedly, his bad premonition came true. If he had hidden just a second later. Page 52. There will definitely be big problems. The grass ninja leader landed on the roof of a house in the village. The strong wind blowing in his face made his face tremble slightly. Everything he saw was in ruins. Gudong! The Kyusashi leader heard the sound of swallowing saliva. That was from an anbu member nearby. He did not reprimand them, because even he, the leader of the Kyuzagakure village, had an expression of extreme horror. Gulala! Whitebeard's heroic laughter fell into the ears of every ninja in the grass village. Little ninjas, don't you want my head very much? It is undoubtedly the most terrifying death signal. With this fierce blow from him, Jean scared the entire ninja village. You are the leader of this ninja village, right? Whitebeard glanced at the grass ninja leader with a disdainful look. That look made the grass ninja leader's hair stand on end, and cold sweat instantly overflowed from his forehead and back. Whitebeard suddenly smiled. Since you want to take my head, then let me see how strong the strongest fighter in your broken village is. What, is this giant going to come after me? Wait! Wait a minute! The grass ninja leader was horrified and shouted hurriedly, we have hostages here. Don't act rashly. He glared at the anbu around him and shouted anxiously, bring that red-haired brat here. No. Not just her. Bring all the underage brats in the entire village here. Use those brats as hostages. A ninja village leader used the children of his own village as hostages to threaten invaders. This kind of operation is unheard of. It's simply breaking people's bottom line of cognition. But the Kyuzagakure leader, realizing what kind of monster had invaded Kyuzagakure village, no longer cared about morality or immorality. He has no morals whatsoever. Hey, isn't this too much? Kakashi said with a gloomy look in his eyes, using the children of their own ninja village as hostages to threaten foreign enemies, what exactly is wrong with the thinking of this village? Karin? Uzumaki Fengshi immediately thought of her daughter. She had no idea that the morals of the Kusanagi leader were so low. Naruto's eyes widened, his young mind suffering a huge shock. Damn bad guy! Naruto gritted his teeth. The Kyuzagakure leader, who sensed the impending disaster, didn't care about so much. The Kyuzagakure Enbu members, who were crooked at the top and crooked at the bottom, didn't think there was anything wrong with what the leader did. There is something wrong with the thinking of this village. No ninja is normal. Giant! If you dare to take a step forward, we will kill you like a kid, the grass ninja leader shouted in a timid manner. Wait! How dare you move forward? The Kusanin leader's eyes widened. He admitted that he panicked. Ninja brat, are you threatening a pirate with the lives of your fellow villagers? You should know that even a pirate has to abide by the moral code of the sea. You are not even as good as a pirate. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. The aura on his body was like that of the king of hell, the air around him was distorted, and a chilling murderous intent filled the entire Kyuzagakure village. Do you think your ridiculous threats can make me retreat? I am a pirate. Then, Kong Yunki suddenly flashed black arcs of electricity all over his body. The legendary domineering aura is entangled. For the first time. Appearing in the ninja world. It's Whitebeard, old man. I am working hard to sort out the plot, save up manuscripts, and wait for the daily update of 10,000 to be released. Please read on. Thanks to a father, my love is like a mountain collapse and earth crack, Holy Judge Knight, Ghost Hunter, Grey Loon, Big Jia Brother Haha and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you big guys. Chapter 62 The leader is gone. Whitebeard leaped up to a height of several dozen meters, and as his burly body fell down, the Kusukamokiri in his hand also chopped downwards. A large number of black arcs flashed through the air. Like a falling meteorite. The momentum is surging and the mountains are overlapping. Hurry! Protect me! Protect me! The strong sense of crisis and omen of death made the grass ninja leader scream in fear, and he quickly formed seals with both hands. The few ANBU members around him also rushed to take action. Suddenly, the Kusanagi leader and several Kusanagi Anbu used ninjutsu at the same time. Earth style, multiple earth surrounding technique. Thick semicircular earth walls rose up on the left and right sides of the earth, and the layers of earth walls began to close together rapidly. With a muffled bang, a mini hill appeared on the ground. The semicircular hill covered the Kusanagi leader and several Kusanagi Anbu, which was a defense comparable to steel. However, useless. Murakumokiri, who is surrounded by the domineering aura, uses a cannon to kill a mosquito, which represents Whitebeard's contempt for such people. The grass ninja leader is such a despicable and shameless person. Even pirates would look down on it. Boom, boom. The blade of Kusanaga's sword didn't even touch the semicircular hill, but the domineering color wrapped around the blade had already touched it through the air, and the deafening roar was like a bomb exploding in the ears. The semicircular hill was crushed into dust in an instant. The incomparable terrifying power made the grass ninja leader and several grass ninja Anbu inside look despair. Bang, bang, bang. Their flesh and blood bodies were like watermelons being squeezed and burst. The bodies of all the Anbu members of the Kyuzagakure village exploded. The Kyuzagakure leader's body and expression were abnormally distorted. His limbs and bones were shattered bit by bit. Ah! Spare me! He screamed for mercy, but before he could utter a single word, his twisted head suddenly exploded. Turned into blood rain. But this... it's not over yet. Whitebeard's sword, wrapped in the domineering aura, continued to move forward and fell on the ground beneath his feet. Earth broke in. The entire Kyuzagakure village was shaking violently, and the invisible air waves turned into violent hurricanes that spread in all directions. The gusts of wind that destroyed everything in their path were comparable to the release of an S-level wind-style ninjutsu. The buildings could not hold out for more than a few seconds. The foundations of the houses were lifted from the ground. The grass ninjas who had been blown away earlier and had finally gotten up were blown away again by the extremely strong wind and waves. Large trees were also uprooted. Several meters of soil were lifted up. The scene was like Azura's purgatory. Not good. Kakashi's pupils shrank outside the village, and he decisively formed seals with both hands, earth style. Earth flow wall. Chakra is consumed quickly. A huge earth wall with several dog heads carved on it rose from the ground in the blink of an eye, protecting him, Naruto, and the Uzumaki clan. Also at the same time, the surging wind and waves hit the earth flow wall, and the thick earth wall burst into pieces. Kakashi was so scared that he released another earth flow wall, which consumed some of his pitiful chakra. This barely blocked it. The doomsday-like scene in the entire Kusagakure village made people wonder whether such a large ninja village would disappear directly from the map of the ninja world after Whitebeard's attack. 1 minute later, the storm dissipated. Kakashi carefully poked half of his body out from behind the earth-flowing wall. He first looked at the 2 earth flow walls he had released. The first wall of earth flow had been destroyed to the point where it was impossible to look directly at it. The second earth flow wall barely remained intact. Only the few dog heads carved on it were blown to pieces. Kakashi's eyelids twitched wildly. If we were hit head-on by the aftermath of that blast, the feeling would probably be no less than being crushed by a mountain. Kakashi was still quite frightened. It was okay for him as a ninja, but he was mainly afraid that Minato's child would die here. He turned his gaze towards the Kusagakure village ahead. Kakashi was stunned. "Uncle Kakashi, what happened?" Naruto also weakly poked his head out. He was so frightened by the noise just now that he didn't dare to come out from behind the earth wall. Until now. Naruto then dared to come out from behind the earth wall along with Kakashi. He also looked towards the Kusagakure village ahead. Naruto's blue eyes gradually widened. Until it opens to a limit. This, Daddy's power. When Naruto murmured this, the strong shock in his tone was difficult to describe in words. Naruto, your father, seemed to have almost destroyed an entire ninja village with just one simple sword strike. Kakashi said in a very horrified tone. Because, they looked around. Everything is devastated. Most of the buildings in the entire Kusagakure village were destroyed and reduced to ruins, and 2/3 of the area within the village was razed to the ground. A huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground in the village. As for how deep it is, it's simply difficult to measure. Page 53. The dense cracks on the ground were centered on Whitebeard's sword, covering the entire Kusagakure village. Unlike the cracks caused by the tremor fruit, these cracks were straight. The largest crack is as wide as a river. The smallest crack must be at least a finger wide. It is also difficult to measure the depth of the crack. We only know that if someone accidentally falls in, they will most likely lose half their life. It is even possible that the body will be broken into pieces. If I'm not mistaken, Kakashi said, the leader of the Kusagakure has probably appeared in heaven. In the blink of an eye. Kill a ninja village leader. This. Unbelievable. The entire Kusagakure Enbu was almost wiped out with the death of the Kusagakure leader. The reason why the word almost is mentioned is because the leader of the Kusanagi ninja went ahead and sent an Enbu to capture all the children in the village in order to use them to threaten the enemies who invaded the ninja village. Although such operation is against the will of heaven, it is indeed very useful when facing enemies with higher moral bottom lines. But when the last Enbu ninja of Kusagakure village was about to go out and capture people, he was blown over by the strong wind coming from behind. When he finally struggled to get up, suddenly, I was horrified to find myself shrouded in a shadow. He swallowed secretly in embarrassment. He looked back stiffly. But when he had just thought halfway, he was shocked to find that he was being lifted up. Whitebeard's voice. It sounded behind him. Little ninja, what do you want to do? The faint tone sounded like a question from the Lord of Hell, which frightened the grass ninja Enbu so much that he trembled all over and felt the urge to urinate unconsciously. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. I. The only Enbu member of the Kusagakure village, the mask on his face fell to the ground. He tried hard to force a smile, trying to make his face less ugly. I want to take you to rescue the children in the village. Especially the red-haired girl. She is the most special child in our village. At this moment, he had already seen the devastated scene behind him. Whitebeard was already frightened, and he almost fainted from fright. He realized that the leader. No more. Kusagakure village. Also gone. Chapter 63, Little Boy, how about calling me daddy? Uncle, can you let me out? Karen's little face was filled with worry. She is currently in a basement in Kusagakuer village. She was being watched by a Kusagakuer genin. Shut up, little brat. The Kusagakuer genin glared at Karen and said with an anxious look, you want to go out, but I still want to go out. The issue is, cannot go out. This genin from the Kusagakuer village didn't know what had just happened. All he heard was a deafening roar. Then the whole basement seemed to collapse. The walls of the basement were covered with cracks and covered with dust and rubble, making one suspect that it would collapse at any moment. When the noise disappeared, this Kusagakuer genin originally wanted to go out and see what was going on. It turned out that the entrance to the basement was blocked. He suddenly felt bad. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. Could it be that the building above collapsed, completely blocking the entrance and exit? That's bad. His original mission was to control the daughter of Uzumaki Fengshi. As long as the leader needed her, he would bring this red-haired brat to the leader. But now, even if the leader needs this red-haired kid, he couldn't take the kid out either. After all, he couldn't even get out himself. The Kusagakuer genin felt a little pain on the back of his hand. He looked down and found that the back of his hand had been scratched at some point. Could it be that I was scratched by some gravel just now? Hey! Kid! Come here! He narrowed his eyes. He said maliciously, what are you standing there for? Come here! Uncle, are you going to take me out? Karen's face was full of surprise. She was very worried about her mother. She didn't know what her mother was taken away for. She just hopes her mother is safe. Karen, who lacks a sense of security, wants to see her mother right now. What nonsense! I told you to come here, just come here. The Kusashi genin grabbed Karen's small hand. He tore Karen's sleeves into pieces directly, and under Karen's horrified gaze, he bit it without hesitation. Teeth biting through the child's tender skin. Ah! It hurts! Karen cried out in tears. After the Kusashi genin sucked a few times fiercely, he let go with a look of intoxication under Karen's frightened and tearful expression. Tisk! There were still stains of Karen's blood at the corners of the Kusagakuer genin's mouth. He was savoring the special qualities of the Uzumaki clan's blood. He looked down at the wound on the back of his hand. It has disappeared. It's really magical. He pushed Karen away, causing the young Karen to step back repeatedly and fall to the ground after a few stumbles. Get lost, you little brat. For a freak like you, your blood is the most useful thing on my body. Suddenly, a lot of rubble and dust fell from above the basement. But this time it wasn't destroyed. More like someone was digging. See this! The Kusagakuer genin was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly shouted upwards, there are people here. There are people in the basement. Get me out. There is not much air in there. Get me out. Just as he shouted these words, suddenly, a big hole appeared above his head. But I didn't have time to be happy. The genin from the Kusagakuer village was shocked to find that what made the huge hole was not a tool, but an incredibly large hand. What? Wait! He wanted to dodge quickly, but there was no way. A huge hand suddenly appeared and grabbed him, binding his hands and feet, making him unable to move for a moment. In extreme fear, he was pulled out. Logically, he should be happy after being rescued from a basement that was about to collapse. But this moment, he was even more frightened than he had been in the basement. He saw a monster. It's a giant. The ninjas in your village, no matter they are Jonin, Chunin or Genin, are all so disgusting. Through his extremely powerful observation haki, Whitebeard can clearly know what is happening in the basement. When he held this Kusagakuer genin, the palm is slowly exerting force. Wait a minute. Bang! The words stopped abruptly. The blood splattered from the exploding and shattered corpse was blown away before it even touched Whitebeard's skin. Little ninja from Kyuzagakuer, do you have anything to say? Whitebeard glanced at the shivering Kyuzagakuer Enbu beside him. It was this Enbu who brought Whitebeard here. Sir! You did a great job. The Kyuzagakuer Enbu was sweating profusely. He tried to force out a humble smile. The Kyuzagakuer ninja way is indeed too distorted. Every ninja in it deserves to be killed. Except me. He added hastily, although I am loyal to you. As long as you say the word, I can become your most loyal dog. It's my honor to be the dog of the Whitebeard pirates. When he was at the high wall of Kyuzagakuer village, he knew that the giant in front of him claimed to be from the Whitebeard pirates. Although he didn't know what kind of force this was. But it did not hinder his desire to survive. Sir, please wait a moment. I will go down for you and bring up the daughter of Uzumaki Feng. A dignified Enbu of a ninja village has humbled himself to this extent just to survive. He hurried into the basement. Page 54. When he saw her huddled in the corner, shivering with tears in her eyes, he was so frightened that his legs went limp. Little boy, don't be afraid. The villain who hurt you just now has been defeated. The Kusanagi Anbu tried hard not to scare Karin. Because he was afraid that his fate would be the same as that genin just now. Come here quickly. An idea suddenly occurred to him, your mother, she has returned to the Kyuzagakuer village. Karin curled up in the corner, her eyes full of fear. He immediately raised his little head. Mom is back. Karin stood up hurriedly, and felt a pain in her calf. Almost fell down again. But she still held on with her willpower. Soon, with the help of the Kusanagi Anbu, she came up. But Karin found out that she had been deceived. Instead of her mother, she saw a pair of huge shoes, which made her very disappointed. She looked up in confusion and disappointment. The young girl seemed to have gotten used to being deceived. Until after she saw Whitebeard's body. His face was full of shock. Little, cough. Karin, it was this gentleman who saved you. The Anbu ninja of the Kyuzagakuer village immediately said, the person who defeated the hateful villain who hurt you was this gentleman. Karin's eyes widened, you saved me. In Karin's dazed eyes, Whitebeard's huge body seemed to be stained with a layer of holy light. Let her eyes twinkle slightly. Red hair again, and such a deep bite. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, kid, are you the daughter of that woman named Uzumaki? These words instantly rekindled hope in Karin's shocked and disappointed eyes. It's called Uzumaki Fengshi. She said her mother's name. Her obsession with family affection offset her fear of the giant. She anxiously asked, Grandpa, do you know where my mother is? Grandpa. Whitebeard was startled for a moment, then burst into laughter, Gulala. Little boy, it's not nice to call me Grandpa. Looking at the timid Karin, Whitebeard made a light joke, little boy, call me Daddy, and I will take you to find your mother, how about it? Gulala. Karin was confused. But she was eager to know her mother's safety. Old man. Update is coming. Asterisk. Thanks to the boss of Wang Squirrel for the reward and support. Thank you boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to Ning Xiao, book friend 1507292050518878, Feng Kik, Holy Knight, Mu Chiu Xiu Yu, and Liao Yuan Meng for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 64 Karin, Dad. Thank you. Oh my god. What's going on with this little brat from the Uzumaki clan? Couldn't she see that the giant was just joking? She actually accepted it. Finished. Would this little brat's actions anger Lord Giant? Would it implicate me, the only Anbu of the Kyuzagakuer ninja? Karin's weak dad. The Kusanagi Anbu was so frightened that his lips were trembling. He kept blinking and secretly winking at Karan. Unfortunately, he overestimated the child's ability to read people's expressions. Karan didn't even notice him. Dad. I called you Dad, can you take me to see my mom? Karan begged with her little face. The Kusagakure Anbu quickly cast his eyes on Whitebeard's face. He was shocked to find that the smile on Whitebeard's face gradually faded. Such a change in expression makes his hair stand on end. Gulala. However, Whitebeard laughed even more freely, more happily. And more heroically the next moment, Naruto's stupid son hesitated for a long time. Kakashi, that white-haired brat, rejected me more than a dozen times, and each time he gave a different reason. I didn't expect that you, little brat, would be so decisive and straightforward. Whitebeard picked up Karan while she was looking horrified. But Karen's frightened expression quickly turned into astonishment. Because Whitebeard didn't do anything to her. Instead, he placed her petite body on his shoulders and let her sit on his strong shoulders. Kid. Once you call out the word Dad in the Whitebeard Pirates, you can't go back on your word. Whitebeard grinned and said, I have heard your name from your mother, Karan, right? Gulala. From today on, you are my, Whitebeard's, first daughter in the ninja world. Karan, when you called me Dad just now, I meant father. Gulala. Dad, father. Karen's face froze. Her little brain was unable to wrap its head around the question for a moment, I'm going to have a father. She was stunned. Pig brain overload. Does your arm still hurt? Whitebeard turned his head and asked Karan. Yeah. Karan nodded. For a child, the fact that she didn't cry loudly after having her skin and flesh bitten by someone's teeth showed that she was much stronger than her peers. Little Kusanagi, do you know medical ninjutsu? Whitebeard glanced at the stunned Kusanagi Anbu. No, not very proficient. The Kusanagi Anbu was frightened by Whitebeard's eyes and immediately changed his words, but, you can try. This medical ninjutsu of the Kusanagi Anbu is really terrible. He had tried his best and was sweating profusely. The result was only that the wound on Karen's arm could heal, but there was no way to remove the scar after the heal. Karan looked at the wound that was still aching. He looked at the concern on Whitebeard's face again. Do not know why. Scenes of herself and her mother being bullied by ninjas in the Kusagakure village flashed through her mind. During the time she was growing up in Kusagakure village, no one had ever cared about her so much except her mother. Even if Whitebeard just asked her how her wound felt, Karan felt a warm feeling in her heart. She actually lacks love. Otherwise, in the future, one would not suddenly become completely devoted to a certain pillar of sunshine just because of an unexpected life-saving favor. Whitebeard rescued her, Whitebeard defeated the bad guy in her heart, Whitebeard was able to take her to see her mother, Whitebeard was concerned about the injury in her arm. These are trivial things in the eyes of outsiders. In Karen's world, these are huge things. Dad. Karan said sincerely, thank you. Mom once told me to be a grateful person. In the future, if you get hurt in the future, you can just bite me, and then you will recover, ah. Karan had just finished saying what seemed like normal words of gratitude to her. She covered her head with her hands and cried out in pain. But it was Whitebeard who gave her a flick of the finger. The pain and incomprehension of grievance made Karen's eyes well up with tears. She looked at Whitebeard in confusion. Idiot! Whitebeard said, this is your body. No one in the ninja world is qualified to use your body to heal injuries. Your body should not be abused like this. Ah! Karan said weakly, but all the ninjas in the village treat their mothers in this way? My blood is exactly the same as my mother's, and it can also cure diseases. Karan, do you like this? Whitebeard stopped scolding and asked seriously. Karan was startled. The dull pain in the wound on her forearm made her shiver. I don't like it. She sniffed hard, her eyes reddened, feeling aggrieved, but if I don't do this, the village will abandon me and my mother. Since you called me dad, from today onwards, Whitebeard said, no one can use your body to heal, and no one can force your will. This broken village that is like a devil's cave to you is no longer your home. Your new home from now on is the Whitebeard Pirates. I guarantee these words in the name of Whitebeard. Every word spoken by Whitebeard, whose heroic spirit reached the sky, was so deafening to Karen's ears. Children in the ninja world generally mature precociously. Even though Karen is not very old, she can still understand what Whitebeard means. The innate Kagura eyes. It also made Karen feel that Whitebeard was not lying. All that said. It's all true. Moment. Karen's eyes could no longer hold back the tears, and her little face was already wet with the hot tears. She had never felt such warmth flowing through her heart before. This man who called himself Whitebeard was clearly just her first meeting. Obviously she just timidly called the other person dad. The other party gave her indescribable care. Dad. Page 55. Father. New home. Home. Karen had no idea where this impulse came from. She only knew that she desperately wanted to shout out the two words she wanted to shout out at the loudest voice. So she yelled out, Daddy. And add a sentence. Thank you. Gulala. The seriousness on Whitebeard's face suddenly disappeared, and turned into an extremely cheerful and heroic laugh. Stupid daughter. Don't stutter when you speak. Louder. Say it again. Karen took a deep breath, her face flushed slightly, and she shouted with all her might, Dad. Thank you. Gula la la. This scene shows the father recognizing his daughter as well as his father. The envy of the Kyuzagakuer village next to them were stunned. Original. Is it so easy to please this giant? He also called out Dad. Can you make it? But I always feel that if I shout out these two words, I will definitely be beaten to death, right? The chapter that was scheduled to be posted at midnight was accidentally scheduled to be posted at noon. Woohoo, I'll post it right away. Chapter 65 Naruto's Enlightenment. Stab the enemy with a kunai. At the same time. The other side. Hiss. Ah. My fingers. A village chunin who was lucky enough to survive took a sharp breath of cold air. He found that he had lost 3 fingers on his right hand. Moreover, his abdomen was pierced by a wooden stick, and the pain in his internal organs made him sweat coldly and wet his back. The blood was more like a broken red wine barrel, flowing out. The feeling of blood loss made his eyes go black as if he had heat stroke. The pain kept him awake. Extremely torturous. He hurriedly tried to use chakra to temporarily stop the blood flow. It hurts. Damn giant. The pain that connected his fingers to his heart made him unable to help but curse out loud, and that damned traitor, our Kyuzagakuer was so kind to take them in, but she actually betrayed Kyuzagakuer. Just as he was struggling to get up, covering his injured hand. Suddenly he heard a voice. Don't you dare say bad things about Dad. The voice sounded particularly childish, like the voice of a little ghost. The Kyuzagakuer chunin looked back in surprise. Then I saw a golden-haired little ghost appear not far behind me at some point. That brat. It looks familiar. And many more. The Kyuzagakuer ninja's eyes suddenly widened. He finally remembered and said to himself in shock, it's the little golden-haired kid next to the giant. If this golden-haired kid were here, could it be that the giant is nearby? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. He couldn't help but look around, but he found that there were no giants around, only this golden-haired little devil. Okay? This little golden retriever. Got lost? You need to apologize to Dad. Naruto puffed up his face and said angrily, it was you from the Kyuzagakuer who attacked us first, and now you are still saying bad things about Dad. Kid. The severe pain in his palm made the Kusanagi Chunin extremely irritated, and his eyes were fixed on Naruto. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. You showed up just in time, I can use you as a hostage. In this way, he could escape from Kusagakure village safely, so as to avoid ending up like the leader. His other intact hand had already taken out a kunao, and with a swift step, he appeared in front of Naruto in almost the blink of an eye. His kunao was about to be placed on Naruto's neck. However, an unexpected scene happened before his eyes, and this golden-haired kid actually reacted. Yes. The moment the Kusagakure Chunin disappeared, Naruto felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Naruto was so shocked that he leaned back quickly. His steps were taking steps backwards. This was just an instinctive movement of the body, but it just happened to put him several meters away from the Chunin of Kusagakure. The other party was stunned. Bang! The grass ninja Chunin spat blood. I didn't expect that the kid next to that giant is not a simple thing. But in the final analysis, he is just a kid. Damn it! Turns out you're also a bad guy. Naruto was also holding a kunao, which he had picked up from the ground before. Ha! Kid, don't your hands shake when you hold the iron kunao. The grass ninja Chunin sneered, kunao is a bit heavy. The murderous intent in him was released without any concealment. This made Naruto swallow his saliva secretly. If a Chunin who has killed many people releases his murderous intent in front of a child, it will definitely bring fear to the child. The same goes for Naruto. He is only 5 years old. The hand holding the kunao was also shaking a little, but it was not because the kunao was heavy, but because of the instinctive fear in my heart. No. Naruto suddenly gritted his teeth, and the confusion and fear on his little face were swept into the corner by him. I am Whitebeard's son. I am also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Dad once said that when I grow up, I will be the captain of the new Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division. Naruto bit the tip of his tongue sharply. The pain made him sober up a lot. I can't be afraid. Naruto had blood in his mouth and glared at the Kusagakure ninja. There was some murderous intent in his small body. He can't lose face for the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't even embarrass your father. If he is afraid of a ninja, why would he be the Hokage? Why would he be the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Hey! You look quite good. The Kusagakure ninja was secretly surprised, but said, but it's just a kid after all. You should be very important to that giant, right? An idea suddenly occurred to him, if I capture you, a little devil, can I use you to enslave the giant? In this way, the giant can become my thug slave. Speaking of this, the pain in my abdomen suddenly came to mind. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help cursing, damn it, you giant as shit. No. You. Can. Scold. Dad. With such a small body, he burst out with a speed beyond his age. Naruto's 1-month-long overload suicide-style weight training showed its effect at this time. Naruto was seen holding the kunao he had picked up tightly, and without knowing any techniques, he charged directly towards the Kusagakure ninja. Like an enraged boar cub. What? The Kusagakure Chunin was shocked. But the next moment, his murderous intent was revealed. Hey! Just when he was about to make some move in his hand, he suddenly found that his hand was controlled by someone. He turned his head hastily. He was horrified. Hey Taki! Hey Taki! Hey Taki Kakashi! Kakashi grabbed the man's wrist. A dead fish eye glanced at the other person. How can a ninja kill a child? The ninja world is no longer in a war era where everyone is an enemy. Kakashi said calmly. Are you, Kakashi Hatake, qualified to say this? You've killed more children than anyone else. Puff. The Kusagakure Chunin's eyes instantly widened, his pupils trembling, and he slowly lowered his head to look at his abdomen. See you soon. Naruto, who was rushing towards him, had actually run in front of him, and the kunai held in Naruto's hands pierced into his body. Naruto didn't expect it to be like this. He simply didn't want the other person to say bad things about his father, and every time the other person said something bad about his father, he would become more angry. The warm blood had soaked Naruto's hands. The feeling of a kunai piercing a human body is no different from killing a pig. It went in with a puff. Naruto. Kakashi stopped the Kyuzagaku Chunin, but not Naruto. This is the world outside of Konoha village. He looked at Naruto and said, if you can't stand this feeling, you should return to Konoha. Kakashi's words stimulated Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to loosen his hand, he suddenly clenched the kunai tightly again and used force to push the kunai deeper into his body. Until the kunai is completely immersed. Naruto, who was only 5 years old, gritted his teeth and said, I must follow my father. I also have such an awareness. This is my Uzumaki Naruto's ninja way. Ho! Blood continued to pour out of the Kyuzagaku Chunin's mouth. Page 56. He looked despair and bewilderment. It's a headache. It seems that I have accidentally made your will stronger. Kakashi showed a smile under his mask that only he could understand. He himself was actually a little confused. Did he do it on purpose or was it an accident? But, kid, don't kill anyone. It will leave a psychological scar on you. Wait until you are a little older. Kakashi simply broke the Kyuzagaku nin's neck. End the other person's life. Chapter 66, Daming? You want my head? The great turmoil in Kyuzagaku village came and went quickly. Some civilians in the village didn't even know what was happening. All they knew was that there were suddenly 2 waves of riots in the village, and they were so scared that they quickly ran to the back mountain for refuge. Then, there was a rumble like thunder. Then, I seemed to hear someone roaring. In the end, the whole earth was shaking violently, and they who were hiding in the back mountain watched the large buildings of Kyuzagaku village collapse. You can also see billowing smoke and dust rising into the sky. Even if you hide in the back mountain, you are still blinded by the smoke and dust. The whole scene was like the end of the world. Not until the noise inside the Kyuzagaku village finally disappeared did the group of frightened civilians dare to speak. Gudong. Someone secretly swallowed his saliva, looked at the situation in the Kyuzagaku village, and murmured in fear, is my house going to collapse? What happened? Is the war coming? That shouldn't be it. If it was a war, how could the noise disappear so quickly? It looks more like something exploded. What on earth are those ninjas doing? They've destroyed so many houses. Where are we supposed to live? SHH. Don't let the ninjas in the village hear you. Be careful or they'll kick you out of the village. There should be some people who haven't retreated to the back mountain yet, right? The noises around him made the daimyo of grass country feel irritated. He took a group of retainers and hid in the back mountain of grass country. There's no air conditioning or fans in this damn place. The feeling of heat made him fan himself constantly with the round fan in his hand. After his hands became sore, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. Let's go. Go down and take a look. The daimyo of the land of grass said to the retainers behind him, there is no movement down there. I guess the intruders have been dealt with. I don't want to stay in this damn place any longer. Daimyo, be careful. A retainer dressed as a samurai said hurriedly, what if? Are you contradicting me? Daimyo glanced at him coldly. No. No. The retainer broke out in a cold sweat. The daimyo covered his eyes with a round fan, sighed and said regretfully, kill him, I don't want someone who doesn't obey. Kill him quickly, I can't stand too much bloody scenes. Wait. Daimyo-sama. This is a misunderstanding. My loyalty to you. Puff. Alas, the daimyo of the grass country showed pity, it's a pity that you are too ugly to be added to my specimen collection. You have missed an opportunity to become famous throughout the country. Come on, carry me down," he said to the other retainers. "Yes, Lord Daimyo." The actions of the daimyo of the grass country frightened the remaining retainers and the group of civilians who took refuge in the mountains. The entire back mountain became quiet. The body on the ground was still bleeding. Creepy. A group of frightened civilians could only watch as the two retainers struggled to carry the daimyo's several hundred-pound body as they staggered down the mountain with difficulty. It didn't take long. The daimyo of the land of the grass ordered him to be put down, as they had already come down from the mountain. He complained, "This mountain road is too narrow. I can't lift my bicycle up. It's really uncomfortable to have someone carry me on your back. My lord daimyo, it is our fault that we are not good at carrying people on our backs." The retainers had no choice but to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. The daimyo of the land of grass ignored them. He held a round fan in his hand and looked forward. His brows furrowed deeply. "Did the place where I live temporarily collapse? What did those ninjas do? Don't you know how to send someone to protect the place where I live? What's up with those little ghosts?" The daimyo of the land of grass looked at some little brats from the grass village in front of him. A group of ragged Kusanagi children. It gave him a very unpleasant impression. "Master daimyo, those are probably children who didn't have time to evacuate. They run slower than adults after all, but they seem to have survived the explosion by chance." The retainers of the daimyo of the land of the grass hurried to explain to their lord. "Too ugly. It's too ugly." After daimyo frowned and made a few comments, he fanned himself gently, as if to blow away the non-existent stench. "Go talk to the leader of the Kusagakure village later and ask him to sell these sloppy kids in the village. Don't bring these sloppy kids out to embarrass others." His calm tone was filled with a hint of disdain. "By selling these little brats, we can also provide some funding for the village. After all, isn't that what he has always done?" "Okay, okay." One of the retainers secretly swallowed his saliva and said, "We will mention this matter to the leader of Kusagakure village. The next time the daimyo comes here, he will definitely not see these sloppy brats." Just as the daimyo of the grass country was walking, while passing by the group of children, he paused for a moment. His chubby body paused. "I changed my mind. I am the daimyo of the grass country, and I have a compassionate heart." "My lord daimyo, what do you mean?" the retainer couldn't help but say weakly. The daimyo's fat face forced out an interested smile. "If we really can't hold a giant skull specimen exhibition, we can also hold a children's skull specimen exhibition. Karin? Where are you, Karin?" At this moment, an untimely voice came closer and closer. Everyone followed the sound. You can see a woman in combat uniform and with long bright red hair, looking for someone in the devastated ninja village. This person. It's Uzumaki Feng. Uzumaki Fengshi, who had had too much blood sucked from her in the Kusagakure village over the years, was too weak to open the Kagura Heart's Eye and could only rely on her voice to call her daughter. "What?" The eyes of the grass country daimyo suddenly lit up. "What a rare hair color, it doesn't look like it was dyed later." He was ready to move. Salivation. If this head is made into a specimen, it will definitely become a very good collection. He quickly ordered, "Quick! Go and catch her. Don't let her run away." Uzumaki Fengshi never expected that she would meet a group of strange people while searching for her daughter. The other person's clothing didn't look like a ninja, nor like someone from the Kusagakure. He looked more like an old-fashioned samurai. She found that the group was coming straight towards her and surrounded her. "Who are you?" Seeing the samurai swords in the hands of this group of people, Uzumaki Fengshi instinctively wanted to take out a kunai. But suddenly I remembered that I was just a blood bag tool. She doesn't have any ninja tools on her. Our Lord Daimyo of the grass country specifically asked for your head. It's just a coincidence that you were born with red hair. A burly retainer holding a samurai sword had a grim smile on his face. Damn it! Uzumaki Feng looked very anxious. She knew that her current condition was very weak. It would be barely enough for her to deal with 2 or 3 people with her bare hands. But there are more than a dozen people in this group. Dad! Mother's aura is right here. I see it. It's Mother. Mom. However, at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind Suo Feng. The childish voice was filled with joy. Uzumaki Feng hurriedly turned around. Karin, Karin. She saw her long-awaited daughter appear in front of her. And her daughter was sitting on Mr. Whitebeard's shoulders and waving at her. Gulala, I was wondering why I always smell a familiar yet strange smell in this shabby village. A heroic voice followed. Whitebeard glanced at the eye-catching fat body, and a playful smile appeared on his face. I seem to hear someone calling you daimyo. You are the daimyo of the grass country. Kid. You want my head, right? Thanks to the 4 bosses Beigong Junping, Starry Army Sergeant, Mountain Beyond the Mountain of Qingfeng Peak, and Fate Hero Destruction Phoenix Man for their support. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Thanks to Book Friends 202210231558323884, Hi Dong Dong Dong, I for Uncle Lee, Return to King Mang, Read Books Without Limits and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you big guys. Chapter 67, Accurately Stepping on the Landmine. The name of the country that cuts the grass with a sword. It's you who wants my head, right? A simple question, under the influence of Whitebeard's domineering aura, made the situation become very delicate. The daimyo of the grass country's eyes widened. He looked up at Whitebeard in amazement. Whitebeard's sturdy and powerful physique, as well as the domineering aura he exudes, make people feel like a huge rock is pressing down on their hearts. The scene was silent in an instant. Giant, giant. Gudong. The daimyo of the land of grass swallowed hard. The aristocratic manner is gone. The fear that arose in his heart made him keep retreating. While retreating, he even stepped on the insteps of several retainers. The weight of several hundred kilograms was no joke. The pain was so severe that the retainers gasped. Page 57. But no one dared to say a word. Sweat oozes from the daimyo's fat face as if he had been drenched by rain. He couldn't help but fan the round fan, trying to use the night breeze from the fan to lower his body temperature a little. Keep a distance of 10 meters from Whitebeard. He felt safer. What on earth are those ninjas doing? I give them nearly 1 million taels of military budget every year, and this is how they defend themselves against the enemy? Those bastards should be court-martialed. The daimyo was in a panic and kept cursing the useless grass ninja. The retainers who surrounded Uzumaki Feng family one by one. It was also extremely stressful. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the daimyo of the land of grass saw a man dressed as an Anbu ninja. He seemed to have seen a savior, and ordered the other party, "You. It's you. Come over and stand on my side." He knew the strengths and weaknesses of his own retainers. It would be no problem for those dozen or so retainers to deal with some ordinary people. But to deal with a giant that can kill its way into the Kyuzagakuer village? Dreaming. Therefore, the daimyo of the grass country is now in urgent need of ninjas to protect himself. But he found that the ninja ignored him. Or maybe this Kusanagi Anbu didn't even dare to bother with the daimyo. The Kusanagi Anbu knew very well who was strong and who was weak in the current situation. Compared with their own lives, what was the daimyo? "My lord, I'm sorry." The Kusanagi Anbu gritted his teeth, took out a kunao, and scratched a mark on his forehead. "I am no longer a Kyuzagakuer, and I am no longer loyal to the Kyuzagakuer village." He hurriedly drew a line between himself and the Kyuzagakuer village. He said, "There is no 2 suns in the sky. There is only one sun in my heart, and that is Mr. Whitebeard." The famous people were all dumbfounded. You! Gulala, what's the matter? Don't you want my head? The white-bearded man said teasingly with his empty eyes. Me? The palms of the daimyo of the grass country were wet. His voice was trembling with fear. I am the daimyo of the grass country. Yes. I am the daimyo of the grass country. But he seemed to have regained his confidence. It seemed that his daimyo status gave him enough confidence. The brain inside the fat pig head was working like crazy, and he kept fanning himself with a round fan to relieve tension and stress. The daimyo's voice gradually returned to normal. There was even a tone of negotiation. Perhaps, we had some misunderstandings before, but now the misunderstandings have been resolved. If I am not mistaken, the leader of the Kyuzagakuer village has been killed by you. Whitebeard said nothing. Just looking at him. As a result, the pressure that daimyo had finally dissipated came back again. His tone quickened a bit. Ninjas cannot kill daimyo, because daimyo controls the economic lifeline of the country. In the ninja world, a country is like a stream of ninja villages, but the daimyo is the only one that cannot be shaken. Because I can give money to the ninja village. I can give a lot of money to the ninja village. If you want to take over the Kyuzagakuer village and become the new generation leader of Kyuzagakuer village, I will fully support you. From now on, I will give Kyuzagakuer village 1 million. No. 2 million every year. I will give you 2 million ryo every year to develop Kyuzagakuer village. At the same time, I will not interfere in anything in the village. You, what do you think? The frequency of the grass country daimyo's fanning became faster and faster, and the nervousness that he had suppressed with great difficulty came out again. Face a man like Whitebeard. A calm state of mind simply cannot last. He suddenly realized. Whitebeard looked at him as if he were a mentally retarded person. Next moment, Whitebeard's words broke the daimyo's psychological defenses. Noble brat, when you die, won't everything you have be mine? Daimyo. He was completely panicked. Giant, giant. If you dare to touch the daimyo, you will become the target of the entire ninja world. A retainer of the daimyo of the grass country summoned up the courage to shout, the grass country will announce your bounty in the ninja world, and all the ninjas in the ninja world will hunt you down and regard you as an enemy. Also, there's more. Your relatives will also be put on a bounty list by the land of grass, and they will be hunted down by the entire ninja world. If you dare to attack the daimyo, it won't just be you who will be implicated, but your entire family. Oh? Not only did they threaten him with the reward. And you're threatening him with his family? A hint of gloom flashed across Whitebeard's face. No matter how heroic a pirate is, he has a bottom line that must not be crossed by others. Whitebeard's bottom line. It's family. Anyone who attacks his family, plans to attack his family, or uses his family to threaten him will be regarded by Whitebeard as his greatest enemy in life. The group of people in front of me. Accurate stepping on landmine. Gulala. Little devils, those who dare to threaten me have been almost extinct in the sea. Whitebeard's laughter was filled with a bit of anger and murderous intent. Karin, close your eyes. Whitebeard said to Karin. Ah? Oh. Karin quickly closed her eyes. Perhaps she felt that closing her eyes was not safe enough, so she covered her eyes with her two little hands. It was also the moment she closed her eyes. Whitebeard suddenly jumped up. He changed from holding Kusukome Kyare with one hand to holding it with both hands. Under the horrified gazes of the daimyo of the land of grass and a group of daimyos, Whitebeard slashed with the sword without hesitation. Ninja nobles? A great name in the ninja world? Princes of a country? The king of a country? No matter how special the other party's identity is, in Whitebeard's eyes, he is just a pile of dog shit on the roadside. As long as the other party does not threaten his family, Whitebeard will only treat the other party as a mobile ATM. After the other party threatened his family, Whitebeard has already Treat him as a dead person. Slow down. Wait. Wait. The daimyo of the grass country wanted to kill his retainers, and he shouted in fear. But, it's already too late. The sharp blade of Kusukyumkiri cut through the flesh and blood bodies in an instant. The daimyo's retainers could not react at all, let alone dodge Whitebeard's sword. Puff. 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 Their bodies were cut in half, with the upper half flying into the sky and the lower half remaining where they were, with a large amount of internal organs flying everywhere. Murakumakairi did not touch the name of the grass country. But there is no time to rejoice. The sharp wind pressure brought up by this knife was like the slash of a kamaitachi, and it was even more like an invisible blade that cut open the fat body of the daimyo of the grass country. Puff. Blood and fat splattered. Died suddenly on the spot. It seems like I'm a step too late. Not far away, Kakashi, who was bringing Naruto with him, came late. He looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground and muttered to himself, "This is not just a diplomatic incident." Chapter 68. From today on, be my Whitebeard's daughter. Then, could it be the daimyo of the grass country? Sweat beads appeared on Kakashi's forehead. He knew that even if he hadn't been a step late, he couldn't actually change anything. To be frank, he had been in the ninja world for so long. Even though he had participated in the Third Ninja World War, he had never seen anyone kill a noble with his own eyes. Not to mention seeing someone kill the daimyo with your own eyes. In ninja world, there is a world of difference between ordinary nobles and daimyo. Although ordinary nobles are not easy to mess with, there are still quite a few of them in a country. A bit similar to the ninja clan of Konoha village. It's just that there is no ninjutsu inheritance. But the daimyo is different. There is only one daimyo in the land of grass. The daimyo of a country is equivalent to the Hokage in Konoha. Whitebeard's behavior. Equivalent to killed a Hokage. Dad. Naruto, who was next to Kakashi, was like a fox that had broken free from its reins. He left Kakashi behind and hurried towards Whitebeard, saying excitedly, "Dad. Uncle Kakashi and I just teamed up to defeat a ninja from the Kusagakure village." The appearance of Naruto, the hot-blooded idiot son. Let the haze in Whitebeard dissipate. The smile on his face no longer contained anger, but simply hearty. Just a pure laugh. Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, "Gulala. My stupid son, you have made some progress. What level of ninja did you defeat?" Uncle Kakashi said that was a chunin. Naruto had already run up to Whitebeard. Page 58. Regarding the bloody scene in front of him, it was already difficult for Naruto to feel uncomfortable. During this time with his father, Naruto has seen many visual shocks. At the beginning, his face turned pale and he even vomited on the spot, but now he doesn't do that anymore. He has also experienced several levels of stimulating transformation. Hey! Suddenly, Naruto saw a red-haired child sitting on the shoulder of the old man with white beard. She looks like a little girl. "Dad, who is she?" Naruto scratched his head. A little confused. "Stupid son, her name is Karin." Whitebeard introduced, "From today on, she is my, Whitebeard's, daughter. She is also a new family member of yours, Uzumaki Naruto." Family. Daughter. Two shocked voices sounded almost at the same time, one from Uzumaki Naruto and the other from Uzumaki Fengshi. "She's the daughter you adopted, old man? She's about my age." Karin, what a tongue-twisting name. Naruto's eyes widened. At this moment, Karin, who was sitting on Whitebeard's shoulder, also quietly opened her eyes. Although she couldn't see anything just now, she could now hear Whitebeard talking to someone else. When Karin saw the corpses all over the ground, the little face suddenly turned as pale as paper. But after seeing her mother again, she calmed down a little, and then she looked at Naruto again. Her little face was also confused, and a little timid and introverted. "Hello." Naruto suddenly gave Karin a thumbs up, with a smile on his face as bright as it could be. "In this dark and bloody Kusagakure village. Looks particularly abrupt. My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto's smile came from the heart. He was indeed very happy at the moment. "I am also the son of Father Whitebeard. I am his first son in the ninja world. You are father's daughter, so we will be a family from now on." Uzumaki Naruto, family. Karin was stunned, perhaps because Naruto's smile was indeed very contagious. She mustered up her courage and said, "My name is Karin. We are family," she said with a serious look on her face. Now, the most confused person at the scene was only Karin's mother. She had not expected that after she went out on a fatal mission, survived by chance and returned to the village as a rebel ninja, her daughter Karin actually had a father. Karin recognized Mr. Whitebeard as her father. This, maybe, is a good thing. Uzumaki Fengshi knew that with his own strength, he could not provide Karin with a good growth environment. Being able to find a village like Kusagakure was already the limit for her as a mother. She knows. "I have failed as a mother. Mom is also family," Karin suddenly added. She tried to speak in a serious tone, but for her age, this serious tone was somewhat cute. "Mom? Oh." Naruto clasped his fists together, with a wise look on his face, and suddenly realized, "You are the daughter that big sister mentioned. Oh. I remember it now." Whitebeard also looked at Uzumaki Fengshi. This woman was in her 20s, and she must have given birth to Karin when she was less than 20 years old. Now, Karin is about the same age as Naruto, she is only about 5 or 6 years old. In other words, Uzumaki Fengshi was only 24 or 25 years old. In Whitebeard's eyes, this age made him the youngest of the young. Uzumaki Fengshi is very thin. Thin to the point of malnutrition. In fact, she had no will to live at all. In the dark and devilish place of Kusagakure village, if it weren't for Karin supporting her beliefs, she would have probably committed suicide long ago. "Little red-haired devil," Whitebeard asked Uzumaki Fengshi, "in the entire ninja world, apart from Karin, do you have any family members? Where is your husband who gave birth to Karin?" Uzumaki Fengshi was startled, then lowered her head and responded, "My husband is also a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, but he abandoned us, mother and daughter." "What an irresponsible fellow!" Whitebeard frowned. "Little red-haired devil." Under the stunned gaze of Uzumaki Fengshi, Whitebeard actually stretched out a hand to her. "From today on, be my Whitebeard's daughter." Ah! This sentence almost made everyone in the Uzumaki Feng family stunned. She looked up at the Whitebeard in front of her, that sincere expression could not be faked. Uzumaki Fengshi believes. The other party is serious. But I. She didn't expect that someone would want to adopt her as a daughter, let alone that someone would be willing to be her family, especially someone like this, a stranger at that. Uzumaki Fengshi has brought his daughter to the Kusagakure village. I have never felt a trace of warmth. She suffered torture and pain every day. To be frank, when she learned that Whitebeard had adopted his daughter Karin as his own daughter, she was happy for Karin. There are some envy that she herself doesn't understand. Uzumaki Fengshi has been displaced since she was a child. Her parents died on the day when Uzashio village was destroyed. She has no family since then. She finally got a husband, but he abandoned her and she lost her family again. Until Karin was born. The word family is extremely luxurious and difficult to obtain for an orphan like Uzumaki Fengshi. But now, there was a man named Whitebeard who was willing to become her family and accept her as an orphan. Mom is crying. Karin, sitting on Whitebeard's shoulder, stared blankly at the hot tears flowing from her mother's eyes. Karin can feel it. Her mother was not sad, but felt a unique joy, which turned into tears. Karin felt right. The emotion and joy that surged in her heart made Su Wofeng completely forget. If she agreed, how should she and her daughter discuss their respective seniority? She spoke. Dad. Chapter 69. Family members are not allowed to hurt or suspect each other. Gu la la la. Whitebeard's heroic and hearty laughter resounded throughout the Kyuzagakuer village. For Whitebeard today, nothing could make him happier than having 2 daughters. Uzumaki Feng family. Swirl fragrant phosphorus. This mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan have since joined the new Whitebeard pirates. Stupid son, Dad has found another family for you. Remember, in the Whitebeard pirates, family members must trust each other and cannot hurt each other. Whitebeard seemed to be talking to Naruto, but also to Karin and Uzumaki Fengshi. Dad, I will never allow you to be suspicious of each other or hurt each other. If anyone breaks this rule, I will not be polite to you. As if thinking of Blackbeard teach, Whitebeard's tone became extremely serious when he said the last sentence. He would not allow such tragedies to continue to happen. The appearance of a teacher caused him to lose countless family members, which was something Whitebeard could not accept. During the war, he was not cruel enough to attack Teach, which ultimately led to an even greater tragedy. If this happens again, if there were someone like Teach, he won't be soft-hearted anymore. Don't worry, Dad. Naruto's face was tense and serious. I will never hurt my family, and I will never allow others to hurt my family. Uzumaki Feng wiped her tears. She knew that her behavior might be embarrassing in front of her daughter. But she really couldn't control her emotions. Uzumaki Feng took a deep breath. She said seriously, since I have chosen to recognize you as my father, I will use my life to follow your will. I'm the same as Mom. And also like. Karin looked at Naruto, I'm the same as Naruto and I-san. Gu la la la. Whitebeard smiled even more happily, and his crescent beard trembled. You are worthy of being my sons and daughters, Whitebeard. On top of the psychological haze brought by the war to Whitebeard. At this moment, vanished completely. Kakashi looked at this scene and fell into silence. Obviously, the 4 of them were not related by blood, and 2 of them were from the Uzumaki clan, and they had only just met today. Why is it so joyful? Is it because they all recognize this Whitebeard as their father? A simple dad can make their relationship so good? Anyway, why didn't they refuse Whitebeard's invitation? Recognizing someone as father is definitely a major event in life, but they made the decision so easily. Not considering? Don't think about it. Kakashi felt that this might be Whitebeard's unique personal charm. This kind of personal charm made people who lacked family members instinctively believe in Whitebeard. Kakashi thought about it and felt that this was the only possibility. So, this new Whitebeard pirates, if Whitebeard is included, the number of members will be expanded to 4. One of them is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the other 2 are members of the Uzumaki clan, and neither of them seems to be a good person. How long has it been since? It's incredible. Page 59. The next day. Early morning. A group of Kyuzagakuer civilians who had been hiding in the back mountains finally returned to the Kyuzagakuer in groups, trembling. They all temporarily fled to the back mountain for refuge. Didn't bring any supplies with him. If they continued to hide in the mountains, they would not have enough food, let alone clean water. Just now, they can only grit their teeth and do it. Return to the village. In the village, many houses collapsed. Someone secretly swallowed his saliva, shocked. At least half of the houses collapsed, especially the houses where the ninjas lived, none of them are intact. Look over there. Someone even said in horror, the ninjas' office building has collapsed. It was a building with more than 10 floors, but now it has collapsed to only 1 or 2 floors. There are so many corpses, all of them are the corpses of the ninjas in the village. Was there really a war last night? Did our village lose? There are more than 200 ninjas in the village. How can we lose? Maybe the leader has already. Don't talk nonsense. What appeared before these civilians was the devastated Kusagakure village, and it was almost impossible to tell what it had originally looked like. 2/3 of the buildings in the village collapsed. Most of the remaining 1/3 of the buildings in the village have been damaged to varying degrees. The ground is covered with cracks. Many of the cracks have begun to seep groundwater, forming intricate rivers. A dense network of rivers spreads across the entire ninja village. At first glance, extremely shocking. Over there are 2 ninjas. A group of Kusagakure civilians suddenly discovered that there were 2 ninjas busying around not far away. They swarmed away in haste. Master Ninja, what happened last night? Was there an invasion by foreign enemies? Did our Kusagakure village win? Someone couldn't help but ask questions one after another when he ran up to the 2 ninjas. Those 2 ninjas were both surviving grass ninjas. They were all wrapped in bandages and were clearing the ruins in the village. After seeing a group of people surrounding me and asking questions, one of the ninjas pointed dejectedly at his empty forehead, where there was no ninja forehead protector. He asked back, "What do you think?" Then they ignored this group of people and continued to clean up the ruins. They had been cleaning up since last night. The civilians of the Kusagakure village looked at each other. The scene gradually became quiet. The other ninja next to him was more talkative, and he said calmly, "The Kusagakure village has become a thing of the past. The leader, cough. The former Kusagakure leader is dead. There are more than 200 ninjas in the whole village, but only about 30 are left." He said shockingly, "There are more than 1,000 houses in the village, and more than 700 of them were razed to the ground." The daimyo who temporarily lived in the village also followed the Kusa ninja leader to heaven. The Kusagakure village is now the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. From now on, the Kusagakure village emblem will be erased, and the entire village will be hung with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. After a few speeches containing a huge amount of information, he paused, then said, "This is what happened last night. The remaining ninjas of Kusagakure village must listen to Lord Whitebeard. He asked us to clean up the ruins of the village." The words fell. The civilians of Kusagakure village were shocked. In other words, just one night had passed and the Kusagakure village had already changed its name? Even the daimyo of the grass country also died in last night's war? That's a big name. Above everyone else. He killed? Here. The ninja pointed to a place not far away. "Do you see a tall wooden pillar over there? Hanging on it is a black flag with white painting. That's the flag of the Whitebeard pirates." In fact, when he said these words, even he himself felt very dazed and it felt like a dream. Overnight, his own ninja village was destroyed. Who would have thought that a ninja village? Is it so fragile? Thanks to Mr. Putin for the tip and support. Thanks to the boss. The boss is very generous. Thanks to reader 202010181906441706982226, Shui Yulinjiang, Guaki Yuanja, Kiel JK, Abejiang, and other big guys for their monthly ticket support. Thank you guys. Chapter 70 Harvest. Tool Ninja Hataki Kakashi. The other side. Ahem. Naruto looked like a little adult. He tried very hard to straighten his face and imitate his father's expression. Then, he said to Uzumaki Fengshi and Karin, "We, the Whitebeard pirates, are first and foremost a pirate group. The most important thing a pirate group should do is to occupy territory, grab treasures, and recruit partners." He is talking to his father's 2 new daughters. Talking about the Whitebeard pirate's style of doing things. Seeing Naruto's excited and serious look, Uzumaki Fengshi did not interrupt him, but listened to the little adult carefully with a gentle smile. Occupying territory, stealing treasures, and recruiting partners? Is this what Dad is doing now? Karin was holding her mother's thin hand. Her little face was full of confusion. That's right. Naruto gave him a thumbs up, still poorly imitating Whitebeard's speaking style. Karin, you have a very high level of comprehension, you are worthy of being my Uzumaki Naruto's family. We have conquered the Kusagakure village. Now the entire Kusagakure village is our territory. This is called occupying territory. From now on, the Kusagakure village will have to pay us taxes every year. Of course, since this is our territory. Once the Kusagakure village is attacked, it would be equivalent to attacking the Whitebeard pirates, which is equivalent to provoking the Whitebeard pirates. Dad said that if anyone dares to do this, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely fight back and crush the other party. Naruto is now in the form of a pirate. It's just that he, as a pirate, doesn't want to become the pirate king. After all, in the ninja world, there is no concept of pirate king. He is a little pirate who wants to surpass the Hokage. Recruiting partners, this is easy to understand. Naruto said, we are all Dad's family, this is recruiting partners. Dad said that family is the most important. From the beginning to now, the Whitebeard pirates have always been, Adhere to it. Uzumaki Fengshi gave Naruto a hint as he was stuck. Oh yes. Naruto, who had never been to school, suddenly realized, Dad once said that the Whitebeard pirates have always adhered to the concept of family first. Family is everything. The Whitebeard pirates are a family. Naruto thinks of himself as more than just his father's son. He is also the first crew member of the new Whitebeard pirates. He has the responsibility and obligation to explain some things to the two newcomers. Actually, he was also repeating what Whitebeard had once said to him. And the retelling is not complete. Because the hot-blooded fool can't remember clearly. Family, home. Uzumaki Fengshi's thin hand holding Karen's hand trembled slightly. Even though she was already an adult, when faced with these two luxurious words, it's still hard to calm down. She looked at Naruto in front of her. Since last night. Is this child, who also has the last name Uzumaki, also her family member? This is my thoughts. The look that Uzumaki Fengshi gave Naruto was even gentler. Hee. Naruto suddenly showed an excited smile like a little fox, and what our Whitebeard pirates have to do now is to plunder treasure. Dad asked us to find the place where the treasure is hidden in Kusagakure village. Uncle Kakashi. Please. Naruto turned to look at Kakashi, who was speechless and frowning. Understood. Kakashi's dead fish eyes were full of resistance. But he had to compromise. Because this is not what Naruto asked him to do. Whitebeard asked him to do so. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Kakashi took out a scroll, bit his thumb, and slapped it hard on the scroll. Bang! Wong wong wong! He summoned a group of ninja dogs wearing Konoha forehead protectors, and Naruto's eyes were shining at the sight of this summoning technique. Uncle Kakashi, can you teach me this? Naruto's eyes seemed like flashlights. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair and refused decisively. Practice the three-body technique I taught you a few days ago first. Kakashi, why did you call us out again? The only talking ninja dog Parker has a dog face that is more depressed than Kakashi. It also yawned. Kakashi put one hand in his pocket and put the other hand on Naruto's head. Parker, you should be able to smell the ink of the banknotes, right? Of course I can. Parker said in confusion. You want me to follow your human banknotes? I don't like the smell. Your human banknotes are the dirtiest things. Yes. Kakashi said, it would be best to find the place where the Kusagakure village hides the money. Parker said weakly, this is not your style Kakashi, could it be that Whitebeard asked you to do this? Kakashi looked at it. It looked at Kakashi. Page 60. Three eyes facing each other. Silent. Understood. Parker sighed sadly, feeling that his future life as a dog would be difficult. Would he have to smell money every time? Kakashi said to Naruto, just follow Puck and the others and you will be able to find the place where the money of Kyuzagakure is. Great! Naruto was very happy and smiled brightly. The ninja dogs were very efficient, even though most of the grass ninjas were reduced to ruins and even though there was still a faint smell of blood in the air. They still found the place where the smell of money was strongest. That's under the collapsed Kyuzagakure village leader's office building. But the building collapsed, leaving a large area of rubble. Made Naruto scratch his head. Uncle, can you please move these things away? Karin asked timidly. Naruto, yet. Kakashi. Uncle Kakashi. Naruto looked up at Kakashi. If he were given another choice, he would rather disobey the orders of the Sandaime Hokage than follow Whitebeard and Naruto. Take a deep breath. Kakashi said, stand back a bit. He quickly formed seals. Earth style, earth splitting technique. Rumble. Earth. Cracked. A large number of building ruins also retreated to the left and right, and a large underground space appeared in front of them. The area of this underground space was estimated to be nearly 1,000 square meters. Kakashi looked down. Even him. I was also stunned. How much of the village's funds did the leader of the Kyuzagakure withhold? He couldn't help but blurt out these words. The nearly 1.5 square meters of underground space is filled with piles of banknotes, each pile is at least meters high. The length and width are about the same as a double bed. There are a dozen piles. In addition, there is a small pile of gold bars in the corner. Under the sunlight, it looks extremely golden. If you don't know, you might think you have dug into a bank's vault. Feng of the whirlpool beside him murmured in shock, all these banknotes must be worth 200 million taels, right? All this gold can probably be sold for 200 million taels as well. 400 million taels. Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened. A super large ninja village like Konoha. The annual budget is only 10 billion taels. The leader of this village is too good at making money. Kakashi was ashamed. No wonder the Kusanagi is so down and out and looks so poor. Even though he is a ninja, he doesn't even have a few detonating tags on him. Original. The money is all here. There is a little transition plot, there will be one more chapter today. 2 chapters will be updated at 12 noon, if I forget, please remind me in the book review section. Smiley face, 3, Chapter 71, Shock the Ninja World. Rebuilding a Moby Dick. The entire Kyuzagakure village has been taken over by the Whitebeard pirates. No one in the entire village had any objection to this matter. At the same time, Whitebeard also obtained a large amount of property in the Kyuzagakure village. Thanks to the money-hungry leader of the Kyuzagakure village. If the Kyuzagakure leader was a capable person, there probably wouldn't be so much money and gold in the basement of the Kyuzagakure village's administrative building. Unfortunately, he is not capable of governing. Under his leadership, the entire huge village exuded a kind of shabby and mean petty-mindedness from the inside out. After some careful consideration, it can be confirmed that the Whitebeard pirates obtained a total of 2.1 million taels of Ninja World banknotes and 1.8 million taels of gold in Kyuzagakure village. This amount. There is a slight difference from the 4 million estimated by Feng of Uzumaki. Gulala. Adding the money we robbed from the Land of Fire, isn't it exactly 4 million taels? Whitebeard laughed proudly, foolish children. With this 4 million in funds, the pirate group can build the Moby Dick. For Whitebeard, if a pirate group doesn't have a ship, can it still be called a pirate group? Moby Dick. Naruto scratched his head, what a tongue-twisting name. Bang. Ah. Naruto covered his head with tears in his eyes. A big bump appeared on it, which was popped out by Whitebeard's finger. Stupid son. Whitebeard said, this is the pirate ship that accompanied me for many years. Ever. Karin silently took a few steps away from Naruto. She was afraid that she would suffer the same fate as her father. Yes, once upon a time. Whitebeard's eyes flashed with memories. In an unprecedented war, the Moby Dick, which once dominated the sea, was burned down. But the reminiscence in his eyes quickly faded away. Whitebeard grinned and said, "So, Dad, I'm going to rebuild an identical Moby Dick in the ninja world. This is a super battleship that can accommodate 1,600 people." 1,600 people. Uzumaki Feng's eyes also widened a little. Naruto and Karin, the two little kids, are not very sensitive to this number. But as an adult, she knew exactly what this meant. To know the entire Kusagakure village's civilians and ninjas. There are only a few thousand people. This means that this pirate ship can carry nearly a quarter of the population of Kusagakure. This. How amazing! If you want to build a warship of this size, you probably need to go to a place with rich shipbuilding experience, right? Uzumaki Fengshi said, "The Land of Grass is an inland country in the ninja realm. Even the largest river in the country can't accommodate such a large ship. Gulala. Wherever in the ninja world can a ship like this be built, the Whitebeard pirates will head straight for it." Whitebeard smiled. The Land of Water. Uzumaki Fengshi recalled, and she said, "The country with the strongest shipbuilding technology in the ninja world is the Land of Water. In fact, the Fire Nation also has coastal areas." Kakashi silently interjected, "Maybe we can go back to the Fire Nation and hire a shipyard there to build a ship like this." Naruto left the Land of Fire and came to the Land of Grass. This is already challenging Konoha's nerves. If I go around in another circle and run to the Water Kingdom, wouldn't that mean I'm getting further and further away from the Fire Kingdom? If the Fire Nation's shipyard is so powerful, where was the ship carrying Konoha's reinforcements when the Uzashio village was destroyed? Uzumaki Fengshi's question choked Kakashi. To be frank, when Uzashio village was destroyed, Kakashi might have just been born, or he might not even have been born yet. How would he know what the situation was? "White-haired brat, as an outsider, you shouldn't interfere in the family council of our Whitebeard pirates." Whitebeard glanced at Kakashi, making Kakashi, who was about to say something, shut up instantly. At this time, Uzumaki Fengshi continued, "In my childhood memories, many of the ships of the Uzumaki country were built by the Water country. Or, they simply purchased ships from the Water country. The Land of Water." Naruto covered the big bump on his head and said, "I think I heard Grandpa Hokage talk about this country. Because this is one of the 5 great nations." Uzumaki Fengshi smiled and said, "The Fire Nation, the Water Nation, the Earth Nation, the Wind Nation, and the Lightning Nation. These are the 5 great nations of the ninja world. Among them, the Fire Nation is the most powerful of the 5 major nations, and it is also one of the most populous and richest countries." "Big sister, you know so much." Naruto was amazed. "Dad, let's go to the Land of Water." Naruto was very excited. "Maybe we can pass by Karin and Onisama's hometown." It's called the Land of Whirlpools." A look of disappointment flashed across Uzumaki Fengshi's face. Who would want to be homeless in the ninja world? But it may only be a pile of ruins. My hometown once experienced the disaster of national destruction. What? The grass country was destroyed? The daimyo of the grass country was killed? This. How is this different from the destruction of a country? Fire Nation. Konoha Village. Although it was a neighboring country, it took several days for the top leaders of Konoha Village to learn about this. How long has it been since he was discharged from the hospital? Sarutobi Hiruzen is still in a wheelchair. Just returned to the Hokage building office today. He received such shocking information. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe with a puff sound, his brows furrowed enough to kill a fly. The old face was filled with solemnity. There was something unbelievable in his eyes. Edward Newgate. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of cigarette, feeling the spicy smoke swirling in his mouth. He felt the wounds on his body that had healed not long ago begin to ache again. Although the information sent back from the land of grass was a bit delayed, the description was very detailed. From this information, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very clearly what great things Whitebeard had done in the land of grass. In the entire grass country, except for the Kizuna Castle which has always maintained absolute neutrality, there are only about 30 ninjas left. And, all the grass ninja villages have hung the pirate flag. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled smoke, he even killed the daimyo in public. A giant who called himself a pirate forcibly stole a ninja village and even stole a country. Page 61. Whitebeard Pirates. What are the Whitebeard Pirates? The countries bordering the Grass Kingdom include not only the Fire Kingdom, but also the Taki Kingdom, the Earth Kingdom, and the Rain Kingdom. Such a big event happened in the land of grass. They also received first-hand intelligence. Hailed as the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander has long lost the ambition and faith he had in his prime. He has become overconfident, suspicious, and scheming. In a short period of time, the Grass Kingdom was destroyed. Salamander Hanzo's old face hidden under the gas mask revealed a look of caution and vigilance. To be frank, he was confident that with the strength of the Rain Village, they could accomplish this. After all, Kyuzagaku are villages in the entire ninja world. They are both among the bottom-ranked ninja villages. But the Rain Village represents a country, the entire Rain Country. And what does the Whitebeard Pirates represent? A pirate group that can destroy a country. This. Unbelievable. For some unknown reason, Hanzo suddenly remembered the Akatsuki organization which has been growing stronger recently. Back then, he teamed up with Danzo to plot against the Akatsuki organization, but he failed to destroy it. On the contrary, in recent years, the Akatsuki organization hidden in the dark has gradually developed into a behemoth that makes him terrified. Really? He closed his eyes, troublesome guys are showing up one after another. One more chapter. Chapter 72 Whitebeard's bounty exceeds million. I didn't expect that at this critical moment when we were planning to avenge Yahiko and kill Hanzo, such a powerful figure would appear inexplicably in the neighboring country of the Rain Country. One of Akatsuki's temporary bases. Wearing a black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds, with her light blue-purple hair tied into a bun, and with a pretty face, Konan is definitely the most dazzling star in the Akatsuki organization. She pushed a wheelchair to where the sun could shine, and looked ahead to the undeveloped dense forest. There was a man sitting in a wheelchair. Compared to Zionin, he can only be said to have a nose and a face, and he does look like a human being. Whitebeard. Zionin said, I have never heard of this name. This should not be the name of a person. It sounds more like a nickname. Nagato, do you think he will have an impact on our actions? Konan asked. No. Nagato, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shook his head, I don't know why, but maybe it's an intuition. However, he was able to destroy an entire ninja village by himself. Moreover, he was not afraid of becoming the target of public criticism in the ninja world and killed the daimyo of an entire country. This person is indeed extraordinary. Nagato looked up at the bright sunshine. In the Rain Village. In the 365 days of a year, there may be only less than a dozen days with such weather. I want to recruit him into Akatsuki. He is a very powerful person. If he were one of us, then the strength of our Akatsuki would definitely be able to reach a higher level. After Nagato finished speaking, he asked, who do you think should be sent to contact this Whitebeard? Zionin thought about it. Orochimaru has not done any substantial tasks since joining Akatsuki. Every time he is given a task, he just does it perfunctorily. And this situation has happened more than once or twice. She said, Akatsuki is not his refuge from being hunted down, so let Orochimaru and Scorpion go together this time. Nagato nodded. Agree. It's time to get him moving. The Whitebeard pirates destroyed the grass country. Will such an ambitious pirate group attack our Ryunin village? The ninja from Taki no Kuni said worriedly, Master, although no ninja village has attacked us once in the past few decades or even hundreds of years, we still have to be wary of the Whitebeard pirates. Pirates, they are just bandits. They don't care about morality, they only know how to plunder and kill. The leader of the Takanan village sat on a chair. He crossed his fingers, rested his elbows on the desk, and said, if a mere pirate group dares to invade Taki country, they will never return. No need to worry too much. The Taki ninja leader continued, I believe that our Taki nation is second only to the Rain nation, below the 5 great nations. Don't forget, we are Jinkraki. The power of the tailed beasts is unmatched in the entire ninja world. As the leader of the ninja village, his words calmed the people in Takanan village. He is right too. Although Taki country is a small country, it has never experienced war in the past few decades and must have accumulated very strong power that cannot be compared with grass country. Plus they also have the power of the tailed beasts. This way, they are even more confident. Ridiculous. How could anyone dare to kill the daimyo of ninja country? Only pirates like the Whitebeard pirates could do such a heinous thing, right? The land of Earth. IWA Ninja Village. The information from Iwagakure lags behind that from Konohagakure, Omegakure, and Takigakure by 2 days. After all, although the defense of this village is very strong, it is also difficult for it to communicate with the outside world. Onoki's old-fashioned and stubborn character meant that he strongly disagreed with Whitebeard's approach. There are very few unwritten rules in the ninja world. One of them is that nobles and daimyo must not be killed. Any ninja who dares to break this unwritten rule will basically be regarded as a heretic among the ninja. He will also be wanted by the entire ninja world. Become a wanted criminal. Throwing away the intelligence file in his hand, Onoki snorted coldly, if this so-called Whitebeard pirates dare to show up in the land of Earth, the Iwagakure will definitely destroy it. But Onoki's shrewd eyes turned, the grass country has lost the grass village and the grass country daimyo, which means that the entire country is in a state of being leaderless. He was moved. Onoki thought about the interests of the village every day of his life. But soon, he shook his head again. The land of grass. Too poor. Even if the Iwagakure does not take action against the nobles of the grass country, there is no way to squeeze money out of such a poor country. But it is obvious that Noki will not take action against the nobles. In addition, the Kusagakure village in the land of grass was probably completely plundered by the Whitebeard pirates long ago. If you make a big fuss about it, there is a high probability that you will not be able to make back your investment. Along with the 2 pieces of news, the Kusanagi village was destroyed and the daimyo of the Kusanagi country was killed. They continued to ferment in the ninja world. The nobles and daimyo of the major ninja countries immediately became restless. The first ones to get restless were naturally the nobles of the Grass Kingdom. How could they have imagined that the daimyo of their country had turned into a corpse broken into 2 pieces overnight? The nobles of the Grass Kingdom were furious but also terrified. The strong sense of crisis made them unable to sleep or eat. Before this, there are almost no ninjas who dare to commit suicide as nobles or daimyo. The life and death fights among ninjas have nothing to do with these nobles. But now, the appearance of the Whitebeard pirates broke this unwritten rule, causing all the nobles in the Grass Kingdom to worry about their own safety. They had intense discussions for several days and nights. Finally came to a conclusion. Those who break this hidden rule must be killed. Lest there be any ninjas who would imitate this bandit. The nobles of the Grass Kingdom began to contact the nobles of other ninja kingdoms. The nobles of other ninja countries naturally feared people like Whitebeard. No one wants them to be so high up. Suddenly one day I became a fish. Then, there is a bounty on Whitebeard circulating throughout the ninja world. This bounty was actually announced to all the major ninja villages after many nobles and daimyos from the ninja countries joined forces to raise funds. Bonus wanted, Edward Newgate. Nickname, Whitebeard, Nation Destroyer, Giant. Force, Whitebeard Pirates. Level, S-level Bounty Hunter. Bounty, 1 million taels. Requirement, kill. When such a bounty with an astonishing reward appears on ninja missions in different ninja villages, it is enough to shock the entire ninja world. An astonishing bounty of 1 million taels. The annual expenditure of a small ninja village is probably around this number. This also happens to illustrate the nobles and daimyo in the ninja world. How afraid of death are you? Recommend a book to a friend, under one person, the strongest beast on land, sea, and air. Kaido's template is second only to one person. Page 62. Chapter 73 You Regret, Eyeshadow, Bang. Konoha Village. In the office of the Hokage building. Uchiha Itachi, who was guarding outside the office door, could vaguely hear a noise coming from inside. Monkey. Whitebeard's actions have made the entire ninja world aware of his existence. Danzo Shimura had a gloomy look on his face and slapped a bounty order for Whitebeard in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. A bounty of 1 million is almost as high as that of you, the Hokage of Konoha village. Danzo said, Whitebeard with such a high bounty will definitely arouse the curiosity of various ninja villages. Once they investigate further in certain directions, it won't take long for them to discover that Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He didn't wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak. He began to speak continuously. Uzumaki Naruto can conceal his identity as Jinchuriki in the village. Once the power of the Nine Tails is leaked, it can be sealed in time. But outside the village, once the Nine Tails power in his body leaks out, even a blind person can tell that he is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. There is one more thing. That is, a casino of his Shimura clan in the Land of Fire was robbed by Whitebeard. Damn Whitebeard! He also forced this casino to give him no less than 70% of the profits every year. Danzo was very angry when he learned the news some time ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, was smoking his pipe at various times. The whole office smells of cigarette smoke. The pungent smell of second-hand smoke made Danzo frown. Danzo, what do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked at Danzo who was standing in front of him. Assassinate Whitebeard. Danzo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Whitebeard and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki have established a bond that should not have been established. He must die. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table with his pipe. The desktop is intelligence from a few days ago. Whitebeard was able to destroy the entire Kusagakure village by himself, and he was even able to defeat me in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, what confidence do you have in being able to assassinate him? That's because you are old. It's useless. It's time to retire. These 3 sentences flashed through Danzo's mind, but he did not speak them out loud. Instead, he said, the reason why the Kusagakure village was destroyed was that they were too weak. Even I am confident that I can destroy the Kusagakure village overnight. Besides, monkey, don't forget, we are the Hidden Leaf village. Danzo continued, as long as you are willing to lend me one person, I promise to be able to take off Whitebeard's head. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer, but asked. Danzo spit out a name, Uchiha Shisui. Shisui. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes. His eyes. A long time. He shook his head. I feel that this method is too extreme. This is not the style of our Konoha village. And Shisui is very special. He is a very special Uchiha. I don't want anything to happen to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, this young man is related to the future of the Uchiha in the village. Damn. Rejected again. Danzo gritted his teeth and said, monkey, you are too indecisive. Once you let the Jinchuriki be used by Whitebeard, how can you be worthy of the second Hokage? How can you be worthy of the first Hokage? Danzo, whatever I say is what it is. Even though he was sitting in a wheelchair, Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, don't go over my shoulders and give orders to Gen without authorization. Monkey, every time I come to you to give you some advice, you refuse and refute me every time. Danzo couldn't hold it in any longer, my suggestions are all for Konoha. If you continue to be so indecisive, you will definitely regret it, monkey. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Boom. Danzo didn't even bother to listen to what Sarutobi Hiruzen said next. He turned around, opened the door, and slammed it shut. The force was so great that even the door was nearly broken. Danzo Shimura walked out of the Hokage's office and suddenly noticed Uchiha Itachi standing by the door. Although Uchiha Itachi was wearing an Anbu mask at the moment, Danzo still knew this person. And he pays close attention to Uchiha Itachi. I also understand it very well. Danzo looked at him again deeply, but didn't say much. Left the Hokage building directly. Go outside. I am the Hokage, I am the Hokage. The more Danzo thought about it, the angrier he became, and his hands were shaking. Damn monkey, what else could you say besides these words? In just 2 or 3 months, Danzo had gone to Sarutobi Hiruzen for various matters, including matters concerning the Uchiha clan, matters concerning Whitebeard, matters concerning Jinchuriki. But without exception, all he could hear from Sarutobi Hiruzen were the 5 words that left him speechless, I am the Hokage. Monkey, since you don't want to do this, I'll do it for you. There was a hint of gloom in Danzo's eyes. He looked in a direction, which was the Uchiha clan's residence, Uchiha, Shisui. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly watched Danzo's departing back, smoking his pipe in silence. There was no sound, until Danzo's back completely disappeared. The smoke from the pipe covered half of Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. The half of the face that was exposed showed a hint of sadness, the half of the face that was submerged showed a hint of smile that ordinary people could not detect. After all, there are some things that are not suitable for him as a Hokage to do. It can't even be mentioned. Fire Nation. A remote town. The rebuilt casino looked very simple. It was more like a newly built large wooden shed than a casino. Cheating. You must be cheating. Tsunade was so furious that she lost all the money she earned from Whitebeard and was left with only 20 taels. Her ferocious appearance made the casino manager sweat profusely and extremely nervous. Because, this casino some time ago, he had just suffered the vicious hands of Whitebeard. That day, everyone in the casino understood clearly what to do when someone wanted to break the rules. They can't be stopped. Tsunade, Lady Tsunade. The current temporary person in charge of this casino is not from the Shimura clan. Because the Shimura clan member is still in the hospital. You are welcome to check our casino facilities. If you really find any cheating, we are willing to compensate you double. The casino manager was very humble. Humph. Tsunade did not respond. Because she was just talking nonsense in a fit of rage. I don't believe it. Today, I, Tsunade, will use my last 20 taels to win everything from your casino. Just as Tsunade took out the last bill, Shizuan rushed in a hurry. Shizuan, holding a pig, hurried over to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Something terrible has happened. Hey! Tsunade was startled. Before she could say anything, Shizuan came close and whispered something in her ear. Tsunade's eyes widened upon hearing this. What? The author is working hard to make it to Sanjiang. For a book, follow-up reading is particularly important. Please read it again. Recommend a book. Title, I'm Not a Succubus. 9th rank succubus, in addition to being stunningly handsome and charming, you are also a thief. Not only can you steal other people's property, you can also steal their energy, memory, thoughts, and even their destiny. 8th rank succubus, you are more handsome now, and better at stealing. You are also a swindler who spreads rumors and tricks. Any lie you tell will become the truth. 7th level succubus, you become a robber. Regardless of whether others are willing to let you steal or not, you can forcibly snatch anything you want from them. 6th rank succubus, you become an arsonist of hearts. Your body fragrance can make any living being fall into intoxication. No matter whether it is men or women, young or old, birds or beasts, they will surrender under your legs. 3rd rank succubus, you are a disaster, and the whole world is devastated because of you. Promotion ceremony, stealing the throne of a country. 1st class succubus, you finally grow into a real succubus. All the laws and authorities in the world are crazy about you. You fool everything and transcend all the fates of time and space, the promotion ceremony, enchanting all living beings and turning the world upside down. Chapter 74 Tsunade's Decision. Naruto's 3-body technique. Seeking follow-up reading. The news that Shizuan brought back was news about Whitebeard. After all, the master and disciple were in a relatively remote place. Besides, there was no one specifically delivering information to them. News lags behind more than anyone else. Tsunade was dumbfounded. How long have they been gone? And they caused such a big incident that shocked the entire ninja world? Besides, Whitebeard's stitches haven't been removed yet, right? After all, he is still a medical ninja. Tsunade frowned and said, "Before I left, I told him that it would be best not to do strenuous exercise for 2 years. In the blink of an eye, he forgot my advice." Shizuan said weakly, "Lady Tsunade, Mr. Whitebeard's health is extremely bad. If he doesn't rest for 2 years after the operation, his hidden disease may relapse." That was his choice. Tsunade exhaled, "This is the first time I've seen such a willful old man." Page 63. Master Tsunade, should we catch up with Mr. Whitebeard and continue to treat him? Shizuan asked in a low voice, "Maybe we can completely cure his body." Hey! Tsunade glanced at her in surprise. Jingyan held Tuntun's little hand and poked each other restlessly. She explained weakly, "Naruto is Minato's child, and Mr. Whitebeard is currently Naruto's only relative. I don't think such a poor child should be allowed to experience the feeling of losing a loved one twice." Tsunade was silent. Even though Mr. Whitebeard has a bounty on his head by the entire ninja world and is still called the evil pirate who destroyed a nation. However, from my experience with Mr. Whitebeard, Shizuan continued, maybe those people misunderstood something? Mr. Whitebeard is not the kind of person who is unforgivable. Tsunade ignored Shizuan and slapped the last 20 ryo onto a simple gambling table. Under the look of loss of Shizuan, Tsunade was in high spirits. She yelled, "Bet big! Bet big! Bet on 6 sixes! What are you standing there for? Ah! Oh!" The casino dealer shook the dice hurriedly, and after half a minute, he smashed the dice on the table. "Open!" Tsunade stared closely to prevent the casino from cheating. The dealer quickly opened the dice. Then, the casino dealer slowly reached out and took away Tsunade's last 20 taels under her sluggish and stiff expression, and smiled shyly, "Tsunade-sama, do you want to continue?" Tsunade. "Bullshit betting. You must be cheating, I just haven't figured it out yet. Let's go." Tsunade stood up with a dark face. Shizuan followed behind. Soon, Shizuan was puzzled to find that the direction Lady Tsunade was heading was not the place where they were temporarily staying in this small town. "Tsunade-sama," she quietly reminded, "are we going the wrong way?" "No." Tsunade said expressionlessly, "I lost all my money in gambling. I must make it back." Making money? Jingyan was stunned. Whitebeard destroyed the Kusagakure village. The wealth of the entire small country's ninja village is in his hands. He is probably richer than some nobles. Tsunade said. Hey. Shizun asked in surprise, Master Tsunade, have you accepted my proposal? Tsunade didn't reply. Because, at this moment, Naruto flashed in her mind, two extremely similar faces. In her ears. There is also a sentence that Whitebeard once said echoing in my mind. The Whitebeard Pirates. It's a family. Family. Tsunade murmured to herself, what an old man with great personality charm, whose ideals and aspirations are incompatible with the ninja world. Lady Tsunade, what are you talking about? The silence was a bit unclear. I'm thinking about how to eat pig tongue. Tsunade replied casually. Demet. Ninjutsu transformation technique. Bang. A figure who looked somewhat like Kakashi appeared, and Naruto looked at his adult body in amazement. Uncle Kakashi. I've also learned the transformation technique. When the Nine Tails did not deliberately interfere with Naruto's talent in learning ninjutsu was definitely top-notch. I really look like Uncle Kakashi now. Naruto leaned over to take a look at a small puddle. His face was full of surprise. In less than a month, he has learned all three body techniques. Kakashi's dead fish eyes showed a look of deep emotion. He muttered to himself. The key is that he is just a 5-year-old child. Shaking his head, Kakashi slowly walked over to Naruto and carefully looked at Naruto's transformed appearance. It's a little flawed. Kakashi commented, my eyes are double-lidded, and yours are single-lidded. As a ninja, you have to pay attention to details all the time. Bang! Naruto released the transformation technique, took a deep breath, and used the transformation technique again. He still turned into Kakashi. Uncle Kakashi, what about this? Naruto asked. Well, it's good this time. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the child of Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei has indeed inherited their innate talent for ninjutsu. Even though Naruto lived a protected and carefree life, he was able to master the three-body technique in such a short time. Truly remarkable. Uncle Kakashi, please teach me some more powerful ninjutsu. Naruto was eager to try, the kind of ninjutsu that can be used in combat. This way, if there is a battle in the future, there will be no need for Dad to take action, and I can just do it. Then we need to test what your chakra attribute is. Kakashi found it a little difficult to withstand Naruto's eager gaze. Chakra attribute. Naruto scratched his head. Kakashi rummaged around in his ninja tool bag, and finally he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. This is a chakra test paper. Kakashi explained, as long as you inject the chakra in your body into this paper, you will be able to know what your chakra attribute is. Everyone has different chakra attributes, so the ninjutsu they need to learn is also different. If a ninja does not have fire attribute chakra, then he cannot learn fire escape ninjutsu. If all attributes are very weak, or even have no chakra attribute at all, it means that this person is not suitable to be a ninja. Is that so? Naruto hesitated. He was a little worried. What if he was the latter as Uncle Kakashi mentioned? His little expression. It can't be hidden at all. Gulala. Stupid son. Whitebeard, who was sitting on the ground nearby, laughed and scolded, where is your awareness? With your hesitant personality, you still want to surpass the Hokage. Whitebeard's words gave Naruto courage. He released his chakra and injected it into Kakashi's test paper. Suddenly, the test paper showed strange changes. Kakashi's eyes suddenly widened. No way! He looked at the test paper, then looked at Naruto, his expression very surprised. What's wrong? Uncle Kakashi. Naruto was a little uneasy. Wind. Kakashi was stunned. The child of the master and his wife only has one chakra attribute. This was a little different from what he imagined. Wind. Naruto scratched his head after hearing this. I remember that Grandpa Hokage also knows wind ninjutsu, right? Hokage-sama is indeed very good at wind escape. Kakashi said, I have seen the wind style of Hokage, it is very powerful. If you practice hard, you may be as powerful as Hokage in wind style. Please read. Thanks to the boss Chin Yang Chin Yude for the reward and support. Thank you boss. The boss is generous. Chapter 75 Teaching Observation Haki. Can I be as powerful as Grandpa Hokage? Naruto's eyes widened, and he said happily, then, doesn't that mean that I can become a Hokage like Grandpa Hokage in the future? Ouch! Naruto was given a head slap by Whitebeard. This bounce of the head turned Naruto's transformation back to its original form, making Naruto howl in pain while holding his head. Stupid son, don't become a bad person like that. Whitebeard looked down on the third Hokage. Because of what the other party did to Naruto. All this shows that he is not a qualified guardian. Especially, when Whitebeard adopted Naruto as his son, he became even more dissatisfied with the Sandame. I am afraid. Only Whitebeard can honestly say that the third Hokage of Konoha village is a bad person, right? Kakashi's mouth twitched. Subsequently, he noticed Karin next to him. Looking at Karin's timid eyes, Kakashi thought for a moment and asked, do you want to give it a try? Karin looked at old man Whitebeard and found that the old man was still scolding Naruto, while Naruto was just accepting the scolding obediently. Xiangling looked at her mother again. Uzumaki Fengshi stroked her little head and smiled gently, go and give it a try. Mr. Kakashi is not a bad person. He is different from those ninjas in the Kyuzagakure village. After hearing this, Karin nodded. She walked over to Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi also took out another test paper, which looked wrinkled and obviously had not been kept properly. As for the test paper used by Naruto, he destroyed it. After all, if this kind of thing is not destroyed in time after use, it is very likely to be obtained by the enemy. What kind of ninjutsu will you use then? The enemy has a general understanding. Karin tried to extract the chakra from her body. She knew the chakra extraction technique, which was taught to her by the Uzumaki clan. Soon, the new test strips bring about changes. Water and soil. Kakashi seemed to be thinking about something. He said to Karin, you are more suitable to learn water-style ninjutsu and earth-style ninjutsu. In addition, as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, you may also be able to learn some medical ninjutsu and the sealing technique passed down by the Uzumaki clan's ancestors. Gulala. Water and earth. Whitebeard's attention was attracted by these words. He rubbed Karin's little head and messed up her hair. Page 64. He laughed heartily and said, it seems that my Whitebeard's precious daughter is born to go to sea and stay on the boat. Does having the word water in your name make you suitable for going out to sea? Kakashi couldn't understand Whitebeard's straightforward and crude logic. Next moment, Whitebeard suddenly said to Kakashi, little white-haired brat, teaching 1 is teaching, teaching 2 is also teaching. This sentence was just said by Whitebeard. Kakashi realized something was wrong. Just add Karin as your student. Whitebeard patted Kakashi's shoulder. The huge force on his shoulder almost made Kakashi kneel on one knee. Gulala. Whitebeard glanced at Kakashi and said, little white-haired brat, you don't want to refuse, do you? Kakashi. I, Kakashi Hatake, have always been a teacher since I was young. Kakashi said something that was extremely against his will. He forced a smile beneath his mask. Looked at Karin. Kakashi said, then you should learn from me from now on. Thank you, Mr. Kakashi. Uzumaki Fengshi said gratefully, with your level of ninja guidance, Karin will definitely grow into an excellent female ninja. This wave of flattery came down. It almost made Kakashi think that he was a really good teacher. He sighed inwardly. The Sandame Hokage's order forced him onto the pirate ship, and he had no chance to get off. Too difficult. The next day, After practicing ninjutsu for a whole day, Naruto began to receive special training from Whitebeard the next day. Today's special training was a little different from the previous physical training. Observation haki. Naruto, who was holding a piece of black cloth, was a little confused when he heard this strange word. Dad, is this a ninjutsu? In Naruto's impression, his father always said that he was not a ninja, so how could his father know this kind of ninjutsu? Stupid son! Whitebeard gave Naruto's little head another loud snap of his fingers, and this snap made Naruto fall over. Fortunately, Naruto's head has become tougher these days. With this kind of force, it's hard to create a big bump. Isn't this a kind of progress? Observation haki is not some fancy ninjutsu, it's the power from the sea. What Whitebeard meant was that this was not a power possessed by the ninja world. It's not a ninjutsu. Naruto covered his head and said, could it be a taijutsu? It's perception. Whitebeard said, once you learn observation haki, it means you have an extra eye. This eye can allow you to sense the breathing of all things, and even perceive emotions, perspective, and large-scale perception. Baigan. Not far away, Kakashi, who was teaching Karin the clone technique, suddenly had this word pop up in his mind. When Whitebeard was talking to Naruto, he had been eavesdropping. No, this isn't considered eavesdropping, this is listening openly. The main thing is that the observation haki described by Whitebeard is very similar to Kakashi's impression of the Byakugan. Even more comprehensive than the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. For example, the ability to perceive emotions. In Kakashi's memory, the Byakugan doesn't seem to have this ability. But observation haki does exist. Isn't this outrageous perception ability innate? Can it be cultivated? At this time, Whitebeard continued, there are three kinds of haki in the sea. They are observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror haki. When your father knocked someone unconscious without moving, he was using conqueror haki. I have explained to you the observation haki. Armament haki allows a person to possess an invisible armor that can increase a person's defense and attack power. Whitebeard grinned and said, superb armament haki can make a person have a body harder than steel. The ninjutsu of the ninjas cannot leave any damage to such a body. What Whitebeard said was the whole body is covered with armament haki. Naruto's eyes lit up when he heard the three colors of haki. Okay, great. Naruto pulled Whitebeard's finger, Dad. Teach me. Gulala. Today, I, your father, am going to teach your stupid son, observation haki. The smile on Whitebeard's face began to become a little intriguing. But Naruto didn't notice. Tie this black cloth around your head and cover your eyes until you can't see anything. Whitebeard said. Okay. Dad. Naruto immediately did so. Naruto, who was in complete darkness, asked curiously, Dad, what should we do next? Ah! There was no time to finish the sentence. Naruto screamed. This is not a cry of pain. It's a scream. Because Whitebeard had picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Naruto without hesitation. Whitebeard's laughter is like that of a devil. Gula la la la. Stupid son, this is the method of practicing observation haki. In order to teach you observation haki, your father shattered a big rock into 1,000 small rocks. Hide as much as you can. Please read on.